In the realm of Longxuan, the imminent demise of Diao Changju, who has traversed over 9 centuries, looms ever closer. Unexpectedly, his childhood sweetheart, Liu Liyan, proposes a separation. Following this heart-wrenching decision, the system finally manifests for Diao Changju, enabling him to subdue the fortune-bearing maiden and embrace a life of carefree leisure. Chapter 1. The imminent demise and the separation from his wife. Senior brother, the path of the Tao is devoid of sentiment. The disparity in our talents is insurmountable. Prolonging this will only hinder my progress. After careful consideration, I believe it is best that we part ways. A stunning woman stands beneath the setting sun, her voice calm, yet resolute. Her long, raven hair dances in the breeze, framing her porcelain skin and luminous eyes, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, a beauty that leaves one breathless. As the gentle wind caresses her, her delicate white gown clings to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. The hem of her dress billows as her bare, fair feet, a mere 10 centimeters above the ground, occasionally reveal themselves, playfully exposed to the air. Her perfectly sculpted figure, complemented by her exquisite features, perpetually challenges the limits of temptation. As a few dry leaves flutter down, they rest upon her lustrous hair. The scene is so breathtaking that one dares not gaze for fear of being overwhelmed. Before this enchanting woman stands an elderly man, his white hair contrasting sharply with his frail frame, supported by cane. He exhales a heavy sigh. This day has finally come. I harbor no resentment towards you. His expression reflects both acceptance and resignation, devoid of anger, yet tinged with a sense of loss. For this captivating woman is Liu Liyan, the esteemed leader of Lingxiao sect, one of the 4 major sects of Longxuan. Liu Liyan achieved extraordinary cultivation in less than a millennium, heralded as a genius with the potential to ascend to the status of a great emperor. In stark contrast, Diao Changju languishes as a mere waste of talent, unable to progress beyond the mid-stage of Jindan despite nearly a millennium of life. At the age of 990, he finds himself teetering on the brink of mortality. Glancing at the eternally youthful and beautiful Liu Liyan, he cannot help but feel the bitterness as he observes his own wrinkled, aged hands and bent back. Have you ever regretted marrying me? Diao Changju's voice trembles with age. After a lengthy pause, Liu Liyan responds softly, regret. Upon hearing this, Diao Changju is overcome with tears. He recognizes his unworthiness of Liu Liyan, having strived tirelessly to match her brilliance. Yet, despite countless rare elixirs and treasures bestowed upon him, he remains stagnant, unable to ascend even to the late stage of Jindan, let alone Yuaning. Seeing the tears streaming down Diao Changju's face, Liu Liyan's clenched fist beneath her gown involuntarily tremble, yearning to wipe away his tears, yet she refrains. Turning away, she leaves him with a captivating silhouette, her silence inviting him to continue weeping. Eventually, Diao Changju regains composure, forcing a smile. At my age, crying before my junior sister is quite embarrassing. Liu Liyan calmly replies, Senior brother, with your time running out, if there are any unfulfilled wishes, share them with me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. A wish, you say? Diao Changju gazes at her graceful form, murmuring, I do have one final wish. What is it? Liu Liyan turned around, revealing her once enchanting visage that has captivated him for countless days and nights. Since we have parted, may I have one last time, as a parting gift from me to you? Diao Changju points at Liu Liyan, smiling you. You shameless old man. Liu Liyan's face flushes crimson in an instant. Diao Changju finds delight in this aspect of Liu Liyan regardless of the number of times. She retains the innocence of a bashful girl. In the eyes of others, she is the aloof and unyielding leader of Lingxiao sect. Yet before him, she transforms into a shy young bride, blushing at the slightest provocation. Are you agreeing then? Diao Changju asks, astonished. What he had intended as a jest now seems to have elicited an unexpected response. Once married, the bond lasts 100 days considering your impending demise. How could I refuse such a modest wish? Liu Liyan's cheeks tint with color. Quickly, assist me into the room. Diao Changju, exhilarated, leans heavily on his cane. Liu Liyan possesses a character that is eternally passive. She will never take the initiative, yet she will never decline if one does. Thus, Diao Changju has always sought her out. In his youth, he visited Liu Liyan daily. Now, in his old age, while his heart remains eager, his frailty leaves him hurried and unsatisfied. Though Liu Liyan remains silent, Diao Changju's pride is wounded, for he often finds himself alone in his joy, a source of deep embarrassment. Gradually, he began to visit her less frequently, spanning days, months, and even years between encounters. It has been 5 years since his last visit. Now you require my support, and yet your mind wanders to such matters, Liu Liyan scoffs. With a graceful step, she approaches Diao Changju, expertly guiding him into the room, closing the door behind them. 5 minutes later, inside the room, Liu Liyan elegantly bends to retrieve her garment from the floor, donning them with poise. Now we are truly even farewell, senior brother. With that, she departs, leaving Diao Changju panting, struggling to sit up. What a useless old fool I've become. Some have yet to begin while others have already concluded. But can I be blamed? Who could resist Liu Liyan's allure? Diao Changju laments. Isn't it because your frail back can barely support you that I took the seat? Am I to blame? Junior sister, haven't you left yet? Diao Changju asks, his face flushed with embarrassment. I shall leave now. Diao Changju silently struggles to rise and dress. At that moment, a voice resonates in his mind. Congratulations, host, on your separation. System activation successful. 90 years. A full 90 years. System, do you comprehend the torment of my existence over these past decades? Diao Changju exclaims with fervor. As a reincarnator from the Blue Star, he had once fantasized about the emergence of a system, yet none appeared, dashing his hopes for the standard enhancements of a Blue Star. Reborn, that he had resigned himself to the thought that his life would conclude without further developments, only for the system to emerge now. Who could have predicted that the host would only be abandoned by a woman at this point? This system is equally helpless. How difficult can it be to activate upon a separation? Who could foresee that it would take until today for you to be cast aside? Is this my fault? Chapter 2. Memories. Diao Changju, a reincarnator from the Blue Star, reflects on his past memories. 90 years ago, he met his untimely end beneath the wheels of a truck, only to be reborn as an embryo in Longxuan. 10 months later, he entered the world, experiencing life anew. His father was the village chief of a small hamlet, a figure of some renown, whose word commanded respect among the villagers. Liu Liyan was his childhood companion. Upon first encountering 1-year-old Liu Liyan, he recognized her destined beauty, envisioning a future together. Thus began their daily escapades, solidifying their bond as the closest of childhood friends, sharing baths and slumber. At the tender age of 18, two individuals indulged in the forbidden fruit, with only the symbolic ceremony of matrimony remaining. Both sets of parents were aware of their affair and granted their consent. Diao Changju initially believed he would share a blissful life with Liu Liyan. However, on his 20th birthday, a celestial maiden descended from the heavens into their secluded mountain village. It was then that Diao Changju realized the existence of immortals in this world. The maiden, upon passing through, intended to rest for a night before continuing her journey, but was taken aback upon seeing Liu Liyan. This is a pure, sacred body. It is the legendary anti-heavenly Constitution. How could such a remarkable physique appear in a remote village on the fringes of Longxuan Continent? The maiden, Hua Xiangxi, clutched Liu Liyan's hand tightly, her expression brimming with excitement. Liu Liyan remained in a daze, utterly confused by the maiden's words. Ahem. Hua Xiangxi managed to suppress her excitement and spoke earnestly. I am Hua Xiangxi, the sect leader of Lingshao sect. Would you be willing to become my disciple and practice cultivation, thus becoming my true disciple? Become your disciple and practice cultivation? Liu Liyan had never heard of such matters, as no one in her village had ever mentioned them. Indeed, by becoming my disciple and practicing with me, you can attain immortality, possessing the capabilities to traverse the heavens and reshape the earth, Hua Xiangxi declared. Gesturing towards a distant mountain, a beam of light emanated from her finger, turning the mountain into ashes. The villagers gasped in terror, exclaiming, "Oh, how frightening! How terrifying!" Hua Xiangxi felt a twinge of annoyance at their peculiar tone. Liu Liyan hesitated, casting a glance at Diao Changju, before saying to Hua Xiangxi, "I wish to consult my husband's opinion." Diao Changju, who had been anxious, finally felt a sense of relief. He feared that his wife might abandon him for the path of immortality. "Husband?" Hua Xiangxi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Liu Liyan was no longer a pure maiden. Her gaze shifted to the handsome young man beside her, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Hua Xiangxi quickly discerned that this young man possessed exceedingly poor aptitude for cultivation. Even with resources, he would never break through to the Yuaning stage in his lifetime. Liu Liyan, on the other hand, was destined to be the future leader of Lingxiao sect, with boundless potential. The thought that she had married a mere villager was a disgrace for the sect. The scandal would be monumental. Imagine a prominent sect leader married to a mountain village wastrel. In that instant, her murderous intent surged, directed not only at Diao Changju, but at everyone present. She intended to eliminate all who possessed knowledge of this affair, for they were merely a group of villagers without any backing. No one would seek vengeance for their demise. Liu Liyan seemed to sense Hua Xiangxi's murderous intent, her expression turning icy as she shielded Diao Changju behind her. "If anything happens to my husband, I shall not live either." Yu Hua Xiangxi's murderous intent dissipated entirely as she recognized the resoluteness in Liu Liyan's eyes. This was no jest. She had not anticipated such a profound bond between Liu Liyan and this village wastrel. "You are still young, destined to become the strongest being on the continent. Do not waste your life for the sake of a mere villager." Hua Xiangxi implored gently. "That I only know that he is my husband," Liu Liyan retorted coldly. Diao Changju felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, his knightly affections had not been in vain. Liu Liyan's heart now belonged entirely to him. "Very well. I assure you, I shall harbor no ill will towards your husband henceforth. Now, will you accompany me for cultivation?" Hua Xiangxi reluctantly conceded. She thought to herself that even if she spared this village wastrel, he would turn to dust within a century. There was no need to upset Liu Liyan over him. Upon hearing Hua Xiangxi's words, Liu Liyan's expression grew conflicted. Truth be told, she longed to follow Hua Xiangxi for cultivation. Yet, she could not bear to leave behind her parents and the villagers, nor could she part with her husband, Diao Changju. "I can go with you, but can we bring everyone from the village?" Liu Liyan proposed. "That is impossible," Hua Xiangxi chuckled softly, estimating that the village comprised around 1,000 souls. "Then surely, I can take my husband with me?" Liu Liyan tightened her embrace around Diao Changju, settling for a compromise. Diao Changju reciprocated the embrace, deeply moved. "Wife, you are truly wonderful." Witnessing their closeness, Hua Xiangxi felt exasperated. She had already turned down Liu Liyan's request to bring the entire village. Refusing to allow her to take her husband would be utterly heartless. After all, the future of Lingxiao sect depended on Liu Liyan. "You may take your husband, but you must conceal your marital relationship. You shall refer to each other as senior brother and junior sister in public." Hua Xiangxi sighed. Recognizing this as the most prudent solution, joy illuminated the faces of Liu Liyan and Diao Changju. Liu Liyan yearned for cultivation, and so did Diao Changju. However, he was aware that Hua Xiangxi looked down upon him, making it awkward for him to insist on being her disciple. Thus, after bidding farewell to their parents, the two accompanied Hua Xiangxi on their journey. Chapter 3: The Fortune-Bearing Maiden by Hua Jin. The rewards for the novice gift pack will be adjusted according to the host situation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. Reward 1. The host's physical abilities have been restored to youthful levels. Reward 2. The host's incomplete chaos divine body has been repaired to 1/10 of its original state. Diao Changju could comprehend the first reward, but the second left him perplexed. System, what does it mean to repair my incomplete chaos divine body to 1/10? Does the host not realize that you possess the chaos divine body? It is simply that your chaos divine body is incomplete, and currently, this system has only repaired 1/10. The host may continue to enhance its restoration by completing system tasks. Chaos divine body? Diao Changju, having lived for 990 years, had never encountered such a physique before. "What is the chaos divine body?" he inquired. "This is your physique, you ask me? How would I know? Then what use do you serve?" Diao Changju retorted. "Ahem, system. Please introduce yourself." This system is called subservient system. The host can subdue the fortune-bearing maidens, compelling them to submit to you in order to obtain rewards. The higher the subservience value, the more abundant the rewards. Subduing fortune-bearing maidens can be achieved through forced subservience or voluntary submission. Please proceed with forced or voluntary submission based on the actual circumstances of the fortune-bearing maidens. The host may utilize the fortune values of the subdued maidens to purchase various miraculous items in the fortune mall. How miraculous are these items? Everything you desire is available. Does that include black silk? Yes. Ahem. The system understands me. Diao Changju was truly curious to see what Liu Liyan would look like in black silk. Where can I find these fortune-bearing maidens? The system will notify the host upon detection. Hua Xiangxi smiled. Have you bid farewell to your little man? Liu Liyan had surpassed her as the former sect leader of Ling Shao sect after merely 900 years of cultivation. I have already said goodbye to my husband. Liu Liyan nudda. You will enter the secret realm of Ling Shao sect for cultivation, and when you emerge, it will be 20 years later. Your little man may only live for another 10 years at most, and he may not wait for your return. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Hua Xiangxi asked repeatedly. Years ago, Hua Xiangxi had taken in both Liu Liyan and Diao Changju as her disciples, the only two she had ever accepted. She had observed the bond between them. Each time she provided them with an equal number of precious elixirs. Liu Liyan would always hesitate to give them all to Diao Changju. The pure love between them, devoid of any ulterior motives, made even a woman like her, who had been single for 3,000 years, envious. I am certain, Liu Liyan nodded resolutely. There were compelling reasons for her to enter the secret realm of Ling Shao sect. The secret realm opened only once every 2,000 years. Within it, one could receive the sect's inheritance, greatly enhancing their cultivation. Only the sect leader of Ling Shao sect had the right to cultivate within the secret realm. Liu Liyan knew that she needed to become stronger to avenge her village. Hua Xiangxi understood Liu Liyan's determination and advised her, Liyan, those at that level are not ones we can provoke. Besides, you do not even know who the murderer is. Why must you be so obsessed? It would be better to spend your remaining time with your little man. Liu Liyan's expression turned icy at the thought of the events that transpired 970 years ago. She then realized that the entire village had been reduced to a bottomless black hole with no survivors. The surrounding area shimmered with the remnants of powerful laws, preventing them from drawing any closer. Hua Xiangxi was equally shocked by the scene before her. She knew that such destruction could not have been wrought by the inhabitants of Longxuan Continent. The lingering aura of terrifying laws indicated that it was far from simple. Hua Xiangxi believed it was unlikely that anyone had deliberately targeted the village. It was more probable that two powerful outsiders had clashed nearby, inadvertently drawing the innocent village into their battle and resulting in its annihilation. Overwhelmed by grief, Liu Liyan fainted in Diao Changju's embrace. Though he too felt immense sorrow, as a man, he could not display the same vulnerability as Liu Liyan. He held back his tears and erected a monument for the villagers not far from the black hole, to help Liu Liyan and Diao Changju with their emotional burdens. Hua Xiangxi sought out a malevolent sect to serve as a scapegoat. She had never disclosed this to Diao Changju. Missing this opportunity in the secret realm meant waiting another 2,000 years. Without Diao Changju, revenge would be her only motivation for survival. The day she avenged her village would also be the day she would join Diao Changju. In a world without him, even an additional second of life would be torment. Master, please do not inform my husband of these matters. I entrust him to you for the time to come, Liu Liyan implored. She had parted with Diao Changju to ensure she could cultivate in the Ling Shao sect's secret realm without distractions. Perhaps spending an extra 10 years with Diao Changju would bring her joy, but that joy would eventually be followed by thousands of years of loneliness and suffering. It was better to use this decade to lessen the duration of her impending solitude and pain. Changju is my disciple. I will certainly take good care of him, Hua Xiangxi replied with a smile. The next day, Diao Changju sprang out of bed with a sudden burst of energy. Ha ha ha, what a long-lost sense of ease. However, as he gazed into the mirror and touched his wrinkled, aged face, he realized that the system had only restored his physical capabilities, leaving his appearance and lifespan unchanged. If there is no breakthrough in my cultivation within the next 10 years, I will still meet my end, Diao Changju pondered. The greatest dilemma now was the uncertainty of where to find the fortune-bearing maidens. He also needed to compel them to submit. Why did an elderly man in the golden core stage have to make proud, fortune-bearing maidens submit to him? Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Elder Diao, I have come to help you clean the courtyard." Diao Changju opened the door to find an 18-year-old, beautiful outer sect disciple beaming at him. Though he was only at the mid-golden core stage, his status as Hua Xiangxi's disciple granted him considerable respect. The young, lovely outer sect disciple was named by Hua Jin. 1 year prior, she had accidentally wandered into his domain while lost, and thus they became acquainted. Upon learning that Bai Hua Jin also hailed from a small mountain village and possessed ordinary cultivation talent, Diao Changju felt a pang of sympathy and frequently bestowed upon her precious cultivation elixirs. Initially, he believed Bai Hua Jin to be as innocent as she appeared, intending to seek the outer sect elders to keep an eye on her. However, he soon discovered that Bai Hua Jin had garnered a poor reputation in the outer sect. Within a mere year of entering Ling Shao sect, she had deceived 10 seasoned outer sect male disciples of all their cultivation resources, and those disciples had not even held her hand. Bai Hua Jin was indeed a classic green tea bitch. Moreover, the deceived male disciples all claimed they did so willingly, expressing their willingness to die for her. This left the outer sect elders unable to find justification to punish Bai Hua Jin. Chapter 4. One must care for oneself or face divine retribution upon realizing that Bai Hua Jin was a scheming green tea. Diao Changju chose not to expose her true nature. After all, he found her quite pleasing to the eye and treated her with a grandfatherly affection. She diligently cleaned the courtyard, earning his satisfaction. As for the precious elixirs, he had plenty to spare. If she wished for them, he would simply give them to her. She worked diligently, paying for herself, which could be regarded as a normal transaction. Why did Hua Jing arrive so early today? Diao Changju revealed a warm smile. Bai Hua Jing, seeing the spirited Diao Changju, felt a bit surprised. Last week, when she came, Diao Changju was leaning on a cane, struggling to walk. "Diao, elder, have you made a breakthrough?" Bai Hua Jing exclaimed joyfully. "It could be considered a small breakthrough," Diao Changju said proudly, stroking his long beard. "I cannot attribute it solely to the fortune of the girl." At that moment, the voice of Tongzi echoed in his mind. Detected the daughter of destiny. Name, Bai Hua Jing. Age, 18 years. Fortune value, 10,000. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 6. Physique, Liu holy body, not activated. Description, the Liu holy body requires a substantial amount of medicinal resources to nourish it for activation. Once activated, the cultivation speed will soar. After reading the system prompt, Diao Changju stared in astonishment at the young lady before him. Could it be that this young lady is the daughter of destiny? Bai Huajing's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, saying, "Diao elder, why do you keep staring at your disciple? This young lady." Diao Changju's heart raced slightly. Bai Huajing's bashful demeanor was indeed quite captivating. One must admit, Bai Huajing's figure and looks were not inferior to Liu Liyan's. It was just that in the past, his heart had been entirely devoted to Liu Liyan, leaving no room for other women. "Tongzi, how should I subdue these daughters of destiny?" Diao Changju inquired of the system. There are 2 methods to subdue a daughter of destiny. The first is to force her into submission, making her your woman. The second is voluntary submission, allowing the daughter of destiny to willingly submit to the host. Forcing submission? Diao Changju pondered. Indeed, it was the simplest and most direct method, especially since Bai Hua Jing was only at Qi refinement level 6. If he were to force her, she would be unable to resist. With less than 10 years of life remaining, he had no time to coax Bai Hua Jing into willingly submitting, particularly since Bai Hua Jing was a young lady, and he was but an old man. Persuading her to voluntarily submit would be an arduous challenge. Diao Changju was not in a rush, knowing that Bai Hua Jing could not escape. "Hua Jing, go clean the courtyard," he said lightly. He then sat down at a stone table in the courtyard, slowly brewing tea. Bai Hua Jing nodded her little head and diligently began to sweep the courtyard. After interacting with Diao Changju, she realized he was not the type of lecherous old man. Bai Hua Jing held a favorable impression of Diao Changju. Had she known he was a lecher, she would not have visited him so frequently. Even if he gifted her with precious gathering pills, it would have been a clear case of giving away for free. Before long, Bai Huajing bounced over to Diao Changju, saying, "Diao Elder, the courtyard is clean." "Good," Diao Changju replied, producing a full bottle of precious gathering pills from his spatial ring and placing it before Bai Huajing. Bai Huajing froze, her expression bewildered as she opened the bottle, discovering it contained a total of 100 precious gathering pills. She nearly dropped the bottle in shock, as it was her first time seeing such a vast quantity of precious gathering pills. As an outer sect disciple, her monthly cultivation resources amounted to only 5 inferior gathering pills. 10 inferior gathering pills equated to 1 medium-grade gathering pill, 10 medium-grade to 1 superior gathering pill, and 10 superior gathering pills to 1 precious gathering pill. Thus, 100 precious gathering pills were equivalent to 100,000 inferior gathering pills. How could she not tremble at this realization? She knew Diao Changju had abundant resources, but she never anticipated it to be this plentiful. "Diao Elder, did you make a mistake?" Bai Huajing swallowed hard, unable to conceal her excitement. "There is no mistake. I will provide for your future cultivation resources," Diao Changju said, taking a sip of tea nonchalantly. Bai Huajing's heart sank. She was no fool, and she discerned the implication behind Diao Changju's words. However, she did not believe this amiable elder could be that kind of person. With a hint of trepidation, she replied, "Huajing does not understand Diao Elder's meaning." "Enough, Huajing. There is no need to feign ignorance. I have long heard of your exploits in the outer sect. To be direct, I am interested in you. Submit to me, and I will support you." Bai Huajing's complexion turned pale, her expression pained, tears brimming in her eyes. Diao Changju was not the first to utter such words to her. Coming from a small mountain village with no background or cultivation talent, she had endured countless such harassments over the years, all because of her beauty. She had thought Diao Changju was different from other lecherous men, only to find he was of the same ilk. "Diao Elder, you have disappointed me greatly," Bai Huajing declared tearfully, placing the pills down and preparing to leave. In the next moment, Diao Changju's icy voice echoed, "You may leave, but first return all the pills I previously gifted you." "You!" Bai Huajing turned around, glaring angrily at Diao Changju. In her mind, the image of the amiable elder had completely shattered. Those pills were clearly given to me. Bai Huajing had already consumed all the pills Diao Changju had given her. How could she return them? Moreover, she had no means to repay him. "Do you think a gift is simply a gift? I can claim you stole them. Guess who the outer sect elders will believe?" Diao Changju said coolly. However, he was on the brink of death, with only a short time left to live. One must be selfish in the face of mortality. Having activated the system, he was granted an opportunity to continue cultivating and living. He would seize the chance presented by Bai Huajing fiercely. "You!" Bai Huajing felt utterly despondent. Although Diao Changju rarely left the courtyard, he was an inner sect elder. How could the outer sect elders offend him for the sake of a mere outer sect disciple? She could only blame herself for being too greedy and trusting her instincts too much. She had always relied on her intuition, remaining untainted in a world of filth. Yet, she had not anticipated stumbling in front of Diao Changju. One could only say that Diao Changju had hidden himself too deeply. Chapter 5. Coercion and Temptation. Seeing that Bai Huajing was showing signs of submission, Diao Changju began. With a wave of his hand, 10 more bottles of pills appeared on the table. "Here are a total of 100 precious gathering pills. All of these will be yours if you agree to submit to me." 100. Bai Huajing's eyes widened in shock, her resolve beginning to waver. Diao Changju smiled and said, "I believe many have offered you deals in the past, but you declined because their offers were insufficient." With another wave of his hand, the table was instantly piled high with bottles of pills. "These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the golden core stage." She clenched her fists tightly, lost in thought. "Besides, being with me will not be a loss. I am the direct disciple of the former sect master, Hua Xiangxi. The current sect master, Liu Liyan, is my junior sister. Regardless of their cultivation level, everyone in the sect must respectfully address me as Diao Elder." As he spoke, Diao Changju poured Bai Huajing a cup of green tea. Bai Huajing hesitated, her little hands encircling the teacup, but she had no intention of lifting it to drink. She was still contemplating whether to accept the tea. Diao Changju was not in a hurry and continued to speak slowly. "Moreover, I have but a short time left, with less than 10 years to live. 10 years in exchange for such abundant resources. This would be enough for you to squander for 1,000 years. Diao Changju was not lying. Indeed, he had less than 10 years to live. However, if he unintentionally made a breakthrough, his lifespan could extend, and that would be another matter. 10 years, 10 years, Bai Huajing muttered, understanding that she had no right to refuse. Here it was just her and Diao Changju, and he was already at the mid-golden core stage, while she was merely a chi refinement novice. Should Diao Changju decide to use force, she would have no means to resist. After Bai Huajing finished her tea in one gulp, her expression turned icy as she spoke. I can submit to you, but you must not reveal our relationship. Bai Huajing contemplated that as long as Diao Changju perished in 10 years, she would remain the same pure and pristine fairy. That is acceptable, but while I am still alive, you are not permitted to engage in such activities, Diao Changju replied with a smile. Finally, he had managed to subdue this little green tea girl. Rest assured, if it weren't for the lack of cultivation resources, I wouldn't wish to navigate among those loathsome men. Bai Huajing retorted. She fully exhibited the virtue of a green tea girl, asserting that accepting gifts from him did not imply her acceptance. Although Bai Huajing claimed her submission to Diao Changju, the system remained unresponsive. Diao Changju, puzzled, inquired of the system, didn't Bai Huajing say, she submits to me? Why is there no reaction? Bai Huajing merely claims submission verbally. She does not genuinely wish to submit, hence the conditions for voluntary submission are unmet. I see. Diao Changju stroked his beard while scrutinizing Bai Huajing. It appeared that to tame this faithful girl, he would need to enforce her submission. But are you certain you can? Bai Huajing looked at the elderly man before her, his hair pale and face wrinkled, and couldn't help but laugh uproariously. She distinctly remembered Diao Changju needing a cane to walk just days prior. You'll find out if I can. Diao Changju replied with a grim expression as he stood up. Had it been 2 days ago, you would indeed have struggled. However, with the system's assistance, he had regained the physical capabilities of his youth, though he still appeared feeble. Diao Changju, do you need me to assist you into the room? Bai Huajing approached, leaning against him seductively. Having resigned herself to her fate, she showed no inclination to disguise her true nature as a demure girl in Diao Changju's presence. Without hesitation, Diao Changju lifted Bai Huajing onto his shoulder and strode towards the room. After a period of intimacy, Bai Huajing wriggled free from his embrace and began dressing. No need. She frowned, limping away. Isn't this your doing? You didn't check on me for an entire hour, yet now you feign concern? Bah, scoundrel. Upon seeing Bai Huajing leaving, Diao Changju began to seriously examine the system notifications. The host has successfully enforced Bai Huajing's submission. Congratulations to the host for capturing the fateful girl for the first time, and rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations. The host's cultivation has advanced to the late stage of Jindan. Congratulations. The host has received a 5-minute experience card for the peak of Tianji. Congratulations. The host has acquired a hidden cultivation skill. The host may now set a realm lower than their actual cultivation level. Outsiders will perceive the host's cultivation as the set realm. Diao Changju felt a wave of relief wash over him. The wrinkles on his body diminished slightly, though not significantly. After all, he had only progressed to the late stage of Jindan, which extended his lifespan by approximately 50 years. To undergo a qualitative change, he needed to break through to the Yuan-Ing stage to gain an additional 1,000 years of life and regain his youth. A 5-minute experience card for the peak of Tianji. Diao Changju gazed at the card presented by the system, sensing an ominous premonition. According to the usual pattern, the system would not casually gift such an item without reason. It surely indicated that something significant was to occur, necessitating its use. The system would not be so generous as to provide a peak Tianji experience card without cause. Unusual occurrences often herald hidden dangers. Diao Changju hoped he would never need to use this card. Chapter 6. Master's Fragrance and Affection. However, the hidden cultivation skill was indeed advantageous. It allowed him to play the fool to his advantage. Diao Changju nodded in satisfaction and adjusted his displayed cultivation level to the mid-stage of Jindan. He then opened his personal panel. Name, Diao Changju. Age, 990 years. Cultivation, late stage of Jindan. Physique, chaotic divine body, 1/10. Number of fateful girls submitted. Next. He opened Bai Jin's data panel. Name, Bihua Jin. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Physique, Liu Liyan sacred body. Activation progress 30. Fortune value, 10,000. Submission value, 4. Note, submission value indicates how much fortune the host can gain from this fateful girl. The current submission value from Bihua Jin to the host is 4. Diao Changju nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Bihua Jin's submission value of 4. It seems she was quite pleased with her performance during that hour. Are these two quarreling? Hua Xiangxi, half reclining on a soft couch, sighed. She had just sent her consciousness to probe Diao Changju and witnessed an outrageous scene, almost causing her to topple from the couch. As soon as Liu Liyan entered the secret realm, this scoundrel immediately entangled himself with an outer sect female disciple. Hua Xiangxi's face flushed with indignation on behalf of Liu Liyan. She had just seen something she shouldn't have, and Diao Changju left a deep impression on her. No, I must confront this scoundrel for clarity. Hua Xiangxi sat up. She had promised Liu Liyan to take good care of Diao Changju. If Liu Liyan learned that as soon as she entered the secret realm, Diao Changju was fooling around with another woman, she would undoubtedly dig up his grave. Diao Changju basked in the sun in the courtyard. He had initially believed that with his chaotic divine body repaired to 1/10, he could continue cultivating. However, upon attempting to practice, he found that his cultivation had not progressed at all. Thus, he resolved to take a more relaxed approach and rely on the system for improvement. Diao Changju opened his eyes, puzzled. Why did his master suddenly wish to see him? The last time he met Hua Xiangxi was 10 years ago. He entered Hua Xiangxi's mountain peak without obstruction. The female disciples guarding the base of the mountain lowered their heads and called out, "Elder Diao." Diao Changju nodded and followed a waterfall cascading from the heavens, making his way into a secluded path. Some of the younger female disciples whispered to each other, "Senior sister, who is this old man? Why do we not need to inquire with the Grand Elder when he arrives? He is the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. Show him some respect." What? He is the Grand Elder's personal disciple? Why is he only at the Jin dance stage? One of the female disciples, having reached the Yuaning stage, found it absurd that a personal disciple of the Grand Elder was only at the Jin dance stage. Diao Changju rarely revealed himself within the sect. So many were unaware of his true identity. They only knew him as the weakest inner elder. Do not ask what you should not. In any case, the Grand Elder has stated that only 2 individuals may be allowed to pass without notification: the current sect leader Liu Liyan and the aforementioned Elder Diao. Upon reaching the fragrant courtyard of the mountain's peak, Diao Changju lightly knocked on the door to Hua Xiangxi's room, speaking in a frail voice. "Master, it is Changju. Come in by yourself," came Hua Xiangxi's languid voice from within. Diao Changju entered the room. At that moment, Hua Xiangxi was still dressed in a thin garment, resting her forehead against her hand, half reclining on the soft couch. The translucent pink veil before her concealed her figure. Diao Changju skillfully made his way to the designated mat in front of the couch and sat down. He gazed at Hua Xiangxi beyond the veil, pondering how he had never realized before that his master was truly a stunning beauty. Hua Xiangxi possessed the allure of a mature woman, with a voluptuous figure that was also slender in the right places. If he had to describe her, it could only be as a pear-shaped figure. As the brilliant Tu Sivan found herself lost in thought, a voice resonated within her mind, emanating from the system. Detected, daughter of fortune. Name, Hua Xiangxi. Age, 3,000 years. Cultivation level, mid-stage of Tianji period. Physique, Yu Tunshin body, inactive. Fortune value, 100,000. Fortune overview. The Yu Tunshin body is a concealed physique that requires brute force for activation. Once activated, it grants an innate understanding of the law of devouring. Law of devouring, capable of indefinitely absorbing all forms of attack. Limitations. Cannot exceed 2 major realms above the current cultivation level. Tu Sivan's mouth fell agape. What? This Yu Tunshin body is truly terrifying. It can directly combat 2 major realms higher. Yet, why is her master the daughter of fortune? How could she possibly submit to him? Forceful submission? Tu Sivan recalled the Tianji period pinnacle experience card that the Tongzi had just given him. He understood that the system would not bestow such items without reason. Indeed, it was not a good omen. Hua Xiangxi was his master. How could he ever commit such an act of treachery as forceful submission? That would be an affront to his master. However, convincing Hua Xiangxi to willingly submit would prove even more challenging. Hu Sivan knew her well. Her standards were impossibly high, which explained her 3,000-year-long singlehood. Over these millennia, countless young talents had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest. Why would she willingly submit to an old man like him? With a sigh of resignation, Hu Sivan conceded that everything would have to unfold naturally. He would never force Hua Xiangxi into submission. She was not a woman liked by Hua Jin, whom he could toy with at will. In Hu Sivan's heart, Hua Xiangxi would always remain his most revered master, and he did not wish to cause her any harm. At worst, he would forego this daughter of fortune and seek to submit to another. The world was vast, and there were numerous daughters of fortune. Losing one would not hinder his ambitions. Chapter 7. Hu Sivan must have been deceived. Hu Sivan's heart lurched. How could Hua Xiangxi know so swiftly about his affair with Bai Hua Jin? He did not deny it, saying, "As his master is aware, she serves me, and I provide for her." Now that he had parted ways with Liu Liyan, he felt no qualms. "You." Hua Xiangxi sprang up from the soft couch. Pulling aside the gauze curtain, her exquisite face ablaze with fury as she pointed at Hu Sivan. "How can you treat Liyan this way? Liu Liyan has just entered the secret realm to cultivate, and you turn around to seek another woman." Anger surged through Hua Xiangxi, momentarily causing her to forget her scant attire. At that moment, she wore only a thin garment and a short skirt, her slender waist completely unadorned, exposing a vast expanse of pale skin to the air. Hu Sivan instinctively lowered his gaze, unwilling to dishonor the master he held in such high esteem. Yet his eyes were drawn to Hua Xiangxi's delicate feet. He had no choice but to bow his head further, staring at the floor. "Master, I have already broken up with Liyan," Hu Sivan replied calmly. Hua Xiangxi's expression faltered, disbelief flashing across her face. "You have broken up?" "Yes." "Who initiated it?" "It was Liyan who took the initiative." She certainly understood why Liu Liyan wished to part ways with Hu Sivan. But why did she not consult her master before making such a decision? "My foolish disciple, ending a relationship is not as simple as you think. Do you believe that breaking up with Hu Sivan equates to severing emotions? Truly foolish. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs." Hua Xiangxi rubbed her forehead. "But you must keep your relationship with that outer sect disciple a secret. It cannot be known to others. After all, Hu Sivan has at most 10 years left to live. Let everything unfold as it may." The only thing she could do was to help him keep this secret. Once Hu Sivan passed, she would swiftly deal with that outer sect disciple, burying their connection alongside him. When Liu Liyan emerged, Hu Sivan would remain in her heart as the perfect husband. "Naturally, I would not want outsiders to know about my relationship with Bai Hua Jin." Hu Sivan nodded. She could not be bothered to discuss Liu Liyan with Hu Sivan. With his lifespan dwindling to less than 10 years, sharing too much would only darken his spirit. It was better to let him live blissfully ignorant until the end of his days. Hu Sivan stood and respectfully bowed to Hua Xiangxi before taking his leave. Time passed day by day, and 2.5 years swiftly flew by. Under Hu Sivan's abundant resources, Bai Hua Jin had successfully advanced to the initial stage of foundation establishment, transitioning from an outer sect disciple to an ordinary inner sect disciple. During these 2 years, Hu Sivan had frequently roamed the sect, but had yet to discover any new daughters of fortune. His cultivation level remained stagnant at the late stage of Jindan. One day, Bai Hua Jin nestled in Hu Sivan's embrace and said, "Elder Hu, I have a request. I knew you were working hard today for a reason. Speak, what is it?" Hu Sivan gently stroked Bai Hua Jin's small head. Despite his persistent efforts, Bai Hua Jin's submission value had only reached 55, with no further increase. This made him realize that merely exerting effort was insufficient. One must also engage the heart. However, Bai Hua Jin hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "I wish to annul our engagement." "Annul the engagement?" Hu Sivan sat up abruptly. As someone well-versed in certain matters, he was quite sensitive to the idea of an annulment. Bai Hua Jin then recounted her entire story. It turned out that she did not enter Lingxiao sect through legitimate means. Instead, she had charmed a young master from a prominent family, who spent a significant amount of spiritual stones to pave the way for her entry into Lingxiao sect. However, as part of the bargain, she had agreed to marry him upon turning 20. Initially, Bai Hua Jin thought that once she entered Lingxiao sect, she would rise above, and that even if she wanted to break the engagement, the young master would be powerless against her. After all, that prominent family was not a top-tier one and could not afford to offend Lingxiao's sect. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh. Within Lingxiao's sect, she was merely an ordinary disciple, lacking significance. Moreover, that prominent family had established connections within the sect. For the past 6 months, they had incessantly pressured her to fulfill the marriage, causing her considerable distress. Initially, she had no intention of burdening Hu Sivan with this matter, fearing it would expose their relationship and compel him to intervene. However, the family's pressure had become unbearable, spreading rumors within the sect about her engagement and damaging her reputation. Bai Huajin could no longer tolerate it and sought Hu Sivan for support. Hu Sivan, who rarely paid attention to sect affairs, had remained oblivious until Bai Huajin's revelation. "You are truly foolish. Why did you not inform me of this sooner?" Hu Sivan smiled warmly, his wrinkled face radiating kindness. Bai Huajin was now his woman, and he would certainly assist her in annulling the marriage. He had no inclination towards cuckoldry. "However, if you want my help, won't it expose our relationship?" Bai Huajin expressed her concerns. This had been her apprehension in not bringing the matter to Hu Sivan earlier. "How can you be so naive? You can manipulate those men as you please. Yet you worry that my assistance will reveal our connection?" Hu Sivan chuckled in disbelief. "Aren't you now an inner-sect disciple? Surely there are elders seeking to take you as a direct disciple. My aptitude is ordinary. No elder wishes to take me as their personal disciple," Bai Huajin lamented. Her cultivation had been achieved solely through the use of medicinal pills, and those high-ranking elders could easily see that. "Then why not let me accept you as my direct disciple? Do not forget that I am an inner-gate elder," Diao Changju proudly proclaimed. Bai Huajin's eyes brightened as she instantly grasped his meaning. "Indeed, how could I not have thought of that? As your disciple, it is only reasonable for you to assist me in annulling the engagement. Your disciple is truly astute. Now, how shall I express my gratitude to my master? I shall serve you diligently." Half an hour later, Diao Changju led Bai Huajin to authenticate her identity. The elder responsible for registration was taken aback upon seeing Bai Huajin supporting Diao Changju. Bai Huajin's reputation within the inner gate was utterly tarnished. Accusations of deceiving her betrothal and entering the sect through underhanded means, as well as her deceitful behavior towards numerous male disciples during her time in the outer gate, had all been exposed. It was astonishing that such a disreputable female disciple could have an elder willing to take her as a direct disciple, especially one as formidable as Diao Changju. The higher-ups of Lingxiao sect were well aware of Diao Changju's terrifying identity as the cherished disciple of the Grand Elder, Hua Xiangxi. They even speculated whether Diao Changju had been deceived by Bai Huajin. Furthermore, they did not believe that Diao Changju and Bai Huajin shared any romantic entanglement. Diao Changju, being so aged, could hardly be swayed by Bai Huajin's beauty. It was clear that the innocent and kind-hearted Diao Changju had been duped by Bai Huajin. Chapter 8. Are you serious? Brother, are you certain you wish to take Bai Huajin as your direct disciple? You may not be aware, but her reputation within the sect is quite poor. The elder in charge of registration respectfully informed Diao Changju. Although both held the title of Inner Gate Elder, Diao Changju was his senior. He was known for his kindness, having received much care from Diao Changju in the past, and thus he held him in great esteem. He sincerely wished to protect Diao Changju from being tricked by Bai Huajin. It was well known that Bai Huajin often visited Diao Changju's mountain peak to clean his courtyard, while Diao Changju generously provided her with top-tier elixirs. However, they did not delve further into the matter. Diao Changju was indeed a generous soul, and as long as he was happy, that was what mattered most. Bai Huajin, upon hearing this, felt a pang of embarrassment. She had not anticipated that the matter had escalated to such an extent that even the elders were aware of it. She could not fathom that the elders were paying attention to her solely because she frequently went to clean for Diao Changju. If she were just another ordinary inner gate disciple, they would not have been so gossipy about her affairs. Little Li, do I not know who Bai Huajin is? Diao Changju tapped his cane on the ground. She has confided in me about those matters. A girl from a humble mountain village with no background. She can only rely on her beauty to change her fate. She has promised to turn over a new leaf, and, as her master, I will compensate for the resources she deceived others of. Today, Your sole responsibility is to alter her status to that of my direct disciple." Diao Changju affectionately ruffled Bai Huajin's hair with his aged hand. After hearing Diao Changju's words, Bai Huajin gazed foolishly at him, her eyes brimming with tears as the grievances she had harbored for years were released in that moment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw herself into Diao Changju's embrace and wept, "Master, I will never deceive anyone again." Although Bai Huajin continuously reminded herself that her relationship with Diao Changju was merely one of mutual benefit, at that moment, she could not help but feel that Diao Changju was her true master and her pillar of support. Diao Changju observed Bai Huajin weeping uncontrollably in his arms, his lips twitching slightly. This little green tea acted remarkably well, weeping on cue, nearly leading him to believe her performance. After a lengthy pause, Bai Huajin finally ceased her cries, shyly lowering her head as she emerged from Diao Changju's embrace, softly apologizing. "I'm sorry for embarrassing my master." "It's nothing." Diao Changju felt that Bai Huajin was behaving unusually, a sense of something inexplicable stirring within him. The elder, whom Diao Changju referred to as Little Li, was named Li Chenglu, 50 years younger than Diao Changju, yet already at the profound stage of cultivation. Seeing Diao Changju's unwavering determination, he refrained from further objections and promptly registered Bai Huajin as Diao Changju's direct disciple. Bai Huajin gazed at the ornate and prestigious token of her status as a direct disciple of an inner-gate elder, her heart swelling with excitement. This token was a coveted item for many sect disciples, and now it had come to her hands with such ease, deepening her gratitude toward Diao Changju. Aside from being somewhat aged and attracted to her beauty, Diao Changju had no flaws. He treated her with such kindness. Diao Changju cast a surprised glance at Bai Huajin, who was still admiring her new token. This little green tea was indeed peculiar. Even a token of little value could elevate her submission levels. As Diao Changju prepared to leave, he contemplated that annulling the engagement might trigger unforeseen circumstances, reminiscent of the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, followed by a 3-year agreement. When he thought of annulling the engagement, such notions flooded his mind, and for safety's sake he addressed Li Chenglu, "Little Li, 3 days from now, I plan to take Huajin to that small family to annul the engagement. To prevent any unexpected occurrences, arrange for a few disciples with higher cultivation to accompany me." Diao Changju considered that if that young master dared to utter something akin to 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, he would have them beaten mercilessly, leaving him no opportunity to speak. Should he dare mention a 3-year agreement, he would be silenced permanently. Despite Lingxiao sect being one of the 4 great sects of Longxuan Continent, he still harbored concerns. After all, Yunlan sect had once been the foremost sect. It was brought down by a mere engagement annulment. Better safe than sorry. "Rest assured, brother, I will make the necessary arrangements," Li Chenglu enthusiastically replied. "After over 900 years, I can finally assist my brother. I will wait for you at the sect entrance on the morning of the 3rd day." Diao Changju felt satisfied, realizing that his previous kindness towards these younger disciples had not been in vain. They were always ready to assist him in his time of need. After Bai Huajin helped Diao Changju depart, Li Chenglu immediately dispatched thousands of communication talismans. The messages conveyed that Diao Changju would be taking his direct disciple to a small family to annul an engagement in 3 days and needed a few stronger cultivators to lend their support. He would select volunteers from those available. "Why are you, a mere saint infant, trying to join the fray? Are you here to support Elder Diao or to embarrass him?" Those who were deemed unfit were dismissed without hesitation. The unfortunate souls who realized they had been eliminated lamented, as they had longed for a chance to assist Elder Diao, but were disqualified due to low cultivation. Although being at the Saint Infant stage was not weak and could dominate in smaller locales, within the talent-rich Lingxiao sect, it was merely adequate. One of those selected was Longxuan, one of the many transmission elders within the Inner Gate, responsible for instructing 1,000 Inner Gate disciples. At that moment, he was on a mountain peak, guiding his 1,000 disciples in their cultivation. Hearing Longxuan's sudden outcry startled the disciples below. Why is Elder Huang suddenly losing his mind? Upon hearing the whispers from the disciples below, Longxuan's ire was kindled. Had it not been for the daily obligation of instructing this group, of inept disciples. His cultivation would not have been delayed to merely the saint-infant stage. Upon hearing Huang Xuanyu's words, the 1,000 inner disciples below could not contain their dismay. The vastness of Lingxiao's sect was beyond comprehension. Even with their sword flight, it would take 3 days and nights to encircle it. Now, Huang Xuanyu was asking them to run a lap? They were perplexed as to why the usually benevolent Elder Huang would suddenly issue such an unreasonable task. You are merely at the saint-infant stage as well. Do not. Although you are at the earth-profound stage, there are others with superior cultivation. Hence you are eliminated. Chapter 9. It is not to break off an engagement, but to annihilate a clan scenes akin to Huang Xuanyu's unfolded repeatedly within the sect. Standing atop the peak, Hua Xiangxi gazed down at the bustling sect, pondering what significant event could have transpired. Why was the sect so lively today? She had a more pressing concern. Reports from disciples indicated that Diao Changju had accepted by Hua Jin as his direct disciple. While others were oblivious to the implications of Diao Changju's actions, Hua Xiangxi was acutely aware. The absurdity of taking one's own woman as a disciple was not lost on her. Although such occurrences were not rare in Longxuan Continent, in her mind, a master should remain a master and a disciple a disciple. This was one aspect of Diao Changju that Hua Xiangxi appreciated. He understood the boundaries of their relationship. She had assumed he was a person of principle, yet he had turned around to do something so outrageous. Perhaps Changju had no ulterior motives and simply wished to provide her with an identity to facilitate their engagement annulment. Hua Xiangxi mused. Simultaneously, she resolved that when next meeting Diao Changju, she must present herself impeccably, avoiding the previous casualness. If Diao Changju were to suddenly declare his affections for her, she would indeed find it difficult to face Liu Liyan again. Hua Xiangxi knew well the extent of her allure. Previously, she had thought Diao Changju indifferent to her beauty, respecting her as a teacher, and thus she had neglected her appearance in his presence, treating him as an equal. To put it bluntly, Diao Changju was the first man to have gazed upon her so intently, unlike any other. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Bai Hua Jin felt an oddity lingering in the air. It seemed that in these 3 days, she had encountered every inner elder, each greeting her warmly. Strangely, even the usually stern and fierce inner elders greeted her with smiles. Was it because she had become Diao Changju's direct disciple? Yet, Diao Changju was merely a nascent golden core. Despite being a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, it was hard to believe that would warrant such goodwill from the elders. Little did Bai Hua Jin know, these inner elders were all infatuated with Diao Changju. Although Diao Changju had once struggled in his cultivation, he excelled in interpersonal relationships, befriending the naive, genius disciples within the sect, offering them warmth and assistance. Over time, he had become a beloved senior brother to them. However, Diao Changju preferred solitude, which is why they refrained from disturbing him. Now that their esteemed senior brother had taken on a direct disciple, they were eager to pay their respects. As Diao Changju prepared for the formal disciple acceptance ceremony, they planned to present their gifts. Master, is there something on my face? Why do so many inner elders smile upon seeing me? Bai Hua Jin queried Diao Changju. He returned her a gentle smile, fully aware of who these inner elders were. They were his junior brothers. Pay them no mind. They harbor no ill will. We should prepare to gather at the sect entrance for our departure. All right. At the sect entrance, a neatly organized line of several hundred individuals drew the attention of onlookers. Most of these individuals were carrying various burdens. Outer disciples watched curiously, whispering among themselves, unsure of the purpose behind this gathering. What are you looking at? Have you completed your labor? An outer elder hurriedly approached to disperse the curious crowd, recognizing several inner elders within the group. Although he had no idea what had compelled the inner elders to gather today, it was clearly not a matter for outer disciples to discuss. Before long, Diao Changju arrived with Bai Hua Jin, soaring through the air on his sword. Upon seeing the throng, he was astonished yet amused. He recognized each one. They were all his junior brothers. What are you all doing? Diao Changju inquired with a smile. This assembly represented a fifth of Lingxiao sect's surface-level combat strength, a force sufficient to obliterate a large sect. Those unaware of Diao Changju's intent to annul the engagement might mistakenly assume he was preparing to lead an assault on another sect. Surely, I do not require such a large entourage to annul an engagement, Diao Changju remarked in disbelief. This time, we are preparing an abundance of resources. These are all volunteers tasked with carrying the burdens, Li Chengluo explained helplessly. Who would believe such a tale? Not to mention the existence of spatial rings, which would make carrying burdens unnecessary. Furthermore, where have you ever seen a group of Saint Infant and Earth-profound cultivators acting as porters? The porters, donning straw hats and dressed as outer disciples, averted their gazes, perhaps believing they could obscure their identities. Porters? Bai Huajin pondered, turning to scrutinize one of the bowed figures. Why does this person seem familiar? Suddenly, she lifted the straw hat from the individual's head. You are Elder Huang, she exclaimed. Longxuan, caught off guard by Bai Huajin's actions, felt the weight of Diao Changju and Li Chengluo's gazes upon him. He awkwardly stammered, Sister, you must be mistaken. I'm not Elder Huang, but rather his grandson, Huang Yiba. His astuteness led him to concoct the excuse of being a porter to successfully join the engagement annulment party. Others not selected had similarly devised this ruse. By the time everyone realized they wished to join, all the porter positions had been filled. You are clearly Elder Huang. You greeted me yesterday, Bai Huajin asserted, refusing to be misled. Sister, I truly am Huang Yiba, Huang Xuanyu lamented, regretting his earlier decision to greet her. Bai Huajin was baffled as to why Elder Huang would masquerade as Huang Yiba to act as a porter. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the faces of other disguised porters. Ah, are you not Elder Kai, Elder Chun, Elder Wang, and Elder Zhu? She exclaimed. The others hurriedly lowered their heads. Sister, you must have mistaken me. I am Kai Shukuan, son of Elder Kai. I am Chun Lining, son of Elder Chun. I am Wang Mingho, son of Elder Wang. I am Zhu Jingyan, son of Elder Zhu. Bai Huajin was rendered speechless, utterly confounded by the bizarre antics of these inner elders. Why were they aiding outer disciples as porters? Even when recognized, they stubbornly refused to confess, fabricating identities for themselves. Enough! Cease this charade. Do you take me for a fool? Diao Changju rapped his cane. He understood his junior brother's intentions. They feared that he, a mere golden core, would be looked down upon while annulling the engagement, thus attempting to bolster his standing. Yet the number of attendees was overwhelming, giving the impression that they were not simply annulling an engagement, but rather embarking on a campaign of annihilation against the clan. Chapter 10. There is a traitor within the sect. You may follow, but I implore you to conceal your presence. We are here to annul a marriage, not to annihilate a clan. Let us not frighten them. Diao Changju commanded. Understood, senior brother. The crowd exclaimed with excitement. Bai Huajin finally comprehended the situation. It was evident that these inner sect elders had come solely because of Diao Changju. She had underestimated his standing within Lingxiao sect. To have inner sect elders willingly take on burdens is a feat even the sect master might struggle to achieve. Every individual capable of becoming an inner sect elder is a proud and talented genius. If they were unwilling to shoulder responsibilities, even the sect master would find it impossible to compel them. Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly, Diao Changju gestured. Li Chenglu promptly retrieved a treasure ship from his storage ring, assisting Diao Changju aboard. In the presence of outsiders, Diao Changju feigned frailty to avoid suspicion from Bai Huajin. Feeling a tinge of irritation at being overshadowed, Bai Huajin hastily followed. Behind Diao Changju trailed two young men. One wore a cold expression, clad in coarse linen, disheveled in appearance, cradling a sword in his arms as he silently followed. The other, reeking of alcohol with a scruffy beard, swayed drunkenly, intermittently drinking from his flask while meandering behind Diao Changju. Bai Huajin had never seen these two before and questioned whether they were disciples of the sect. The disciples of Lingxiao sect typically donned refined attire, exuding an ethereal aura. These two were an anomaly. What business do you have standing so close to senior brother? There is no space for us. Li Shanglo grumbled. The drunken youth belched and stepped back a pace. The sword-wielding young man maintained his frosty demeanor, remaining silent yet also taking a step back. Bai Huajin quickly moved to the other side of Diao Changju, clutching his arm. These two were intimidating. Only by holding on to Diao Changju did she feel secure. Once everyone had boarded and taken their seats, Diao Changju occupied the main position while Bai Huajin stood beside him. Xiao Li, it has been decades since we last met. Your swordsmanship has indeed improved significantly. Diao Changju's aged voice resonated, laced with nostalgia. They were all prodigies. Cultivation came easily to them, unlike him, who had been stagnating at the Jindan stage for centuries. The cold expression of the sword-wielding youth moved his lips. Seemingly unaccustomed to speaking, his tone stiff, attributing his growth to senior brother's guidance. Not just within Lingxiao sect, but throughout the entire Longxuan Continent. Only Diao Changju would dare call him Xiao Li. His full name is Liu Liyan. Diao Changju recalled how he had merely exchanged a few words with him, and he suddenly experienced enlightenment. Truly, prodigies are extraordinary. Diao Changju had even forgotten what he had said to spark such insight. Xiao Zue, it has been decades. Your drunken prowess has also increased. Diao Changju shifted the conversation to the still-drinking youth. Xiao Zue's full name is Zue Mengsheng. Upon hearing this, he excitedly belched. Thanks to senior brother S. Jar of Erguo too. You damn prodigies. Jealousy twisted Diao Changju's features. One gained enlightenment from a mere few words, while another broke through after indulging in his wine. And what of him? Despite consuming elixirs like candy, his cultivation remained stagnant. Following this, Diao Changju engaged in casual conversation with his fellow junior brothers. It had been a long time since they had gathered in such a manner. The moment Diao Changju and the others set off, other sects were thrown into disarray. What? Lingxiao sect has suddenly assembled a formidable group aboard a treasure ship with an unclear purpose? What? Lingxiao sect is taking a group of strong individuals to annul a marriage? What? Lingxiao sect is forcefully annulling a marriage? What? Lingxiao sect is intending to obliterate a large family? What? Lingxiao sect is launching an assault on the other three major sects? In the Lingxiao sect main hall, Hua Xiangxi, clad in formal attire, observed the flickering communication talismans with a sense of dread. After Liu Liyan entered the secret realm, she, as the Grand Elder, had to temporarily manage the sect's significant affairs. The messages were all inquiries regarding the reasons behind attacking the other three major sections. Several Grand Elders outside were also seeking her input. Hua Xiangxi rubbed her forehead in exasperation. In the next moment, a group of white-haired Grand Elders hurried into the Lingxiao sect main hall, frantically questioning, Xiangxi, why didn't you inform us beforehand about such a significant matter as attacking the other three major sects? Indeed, I have long harbored discontent towards the other three sects. How could such a monumental decision be made without my knowledge? Leave that old crone from Yinu Xinzong to me. I've longed to put her in her place. That lecherous old man from Xiaoyao sect is mine to handle. This time, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Observing the chaotic scene below, Hua Xiangxi felt confused. It appeared that this directive to attack the other three major sects did not originate from the Grand Elders. So, who had issued the command? Earlier, she had sensed that over one-fifth of the sect's formidable talents were mysteriously absent. This missing fifth could easily decimate any major sect. Who could have given the order to attack the other three major sects? Could it be someone of higher authority within Lingxiao sect? However, why conceal such a significant matter from them? What advantage would there be in omitting this information? Unless there was a traitor within the sect. This traitor could very well be among this gathering of Grand Elders. Chapter 11. Diplomacy before warfare. The implication of a traitor among the Grand Elders escalated the gravity of the situation. Hua Xiangxi's expression turned solemn. Her gaze meticulously scrutinized each Grand Elder below, seeking any telltale signs. Yet, they appeared to be devoid of treachery. Silence, esteemed elders. Hua Xiangxi spoke softly. The elderly assembly ceased their bickering and turned their attention to her in unison. Since the order to attack the three major sects did not originate from us, then who could have issued it? Hua Xiangxi spoke gravely. The elders below displayed expressions of shock. It must be those ancient beings within the sect. Hua Xiangxi nodded, stating, since the command did not come from us, it must have been from someone of higher standing within Lingxiao sect. But why would they conceal such a monumental matter from us? The faces of the elders darkened. Unless there is a traitor among us. The elderly gentlemen and ladies erupted into another round of squabbling. Oh, Liu, I knew it. You are the traitor. When our master disapproved of your union with that enchantress from a Wan sect, you bore a grudge against the sect and became a spy. How dare you? How many years has it been since such events unfolded? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Yet here you are, Chen Laotu, who once harbored affections for the daughter of our master, only to see her wed to Xian Laotu, who ultimately ascended to the position of sect leader. Consequently, you nursed your grievances and became a traitor. Hey, do not drag me into your quarrels. I find no fault with Chen Laotu. Rather, I suspect Wu Laotu the most. He was once a mere servant disciple, having endured considerable bullying from others. And it was during that time that his resentment towards the sect began to fester. Becoming a supreme elder was merely his first step towards vengeance. Xian Laotu, how can you implicate me in this? It was you who, after marrying the master's daughter, frequently cavorted with some of the junior sisters within the sect. Upon discovery, the master broke your legs, leading you to harbor deep-seated resentment towards him and the sect, ultimately choosing to betray us. Hua Xiangxi, upon hearing the bickering of these elders, buried her face in her hands. The traitor had yet to be identified, yet the images of these esteemed figures in her heart crumbled entirely. They were all divulging scandalous secrets about one another. Alas, the sect is truly in disarray. Nevertheless, Hua Xiangxi discerned that these supreme elders were innocent. Who then could the traitor be? Could it possibly be her? Just then, the communication talisman glowed once more. News from the sect's undercover agents arrived. After reading the information, Hua Xiangxi was left dumbfounded. What was this about attacking the three major sects? It was merely Diao Changju accompanying his disciple by Hua Jin to annul a marriage. However, was it necessary to take away 1/5 of the apparent combat strength of Lingxiao sect for such an endeavor? Hua Xiangxi was speechless, unsure of who had spread such rumors. The annulment had been twisted into an assault on the other three major sections. Yet, one could hardly blame others. From an outsider's perspective, taking 1/5 of Lingxiao sect's apparent combat strength to annul a marriage with a minor clan seemed absurd. An annulment was merely a pretext. The true objective was to launch an attack on the other three major sections. Subsequently, Hua Xiangxi explained the situation to the elderly members gathered below. They felt incredibly awkward, having spent the entire day tearing each other apart only to discover it was all a misunderstanding. However, who was this inner sect elder, Diao Changju? How could he lead so many youngsters with him for a mere annulment? Elder Liu stroked his long beard and inquired. Hua Xiangxi awkwardly explained that Diao Changju was her personal disciple, although his cultivation talent was lacking only at the golden core stage. He was of a kind disposition and well-loved by his fellow disciples. He was going to assist his disciple in annulling a marriage with a somewhat influential minor clan, likely because his fellow disciples feared the clan would look down on Diao Changju for being only at the golden core stage. So they decided to accompany him to lend support. Does annulling a marriage require mobilizing 1/5 of Lingxiao sect's apparent combat strength? This is sheer madness. Elder Zhao exclaimed, exasperated. Just moments ago, his own disgraceful deeds had been exposed, leading to utter humiliation. Oh, Elder Zhao, are you simply envious of his disciples' affection for him? He can make those proud, talented disciples willingly serve as a supporting cast. Can you? Why can't I? And so, the elderly members began bickering once more, leaving Hua Xiangxi with a headache. The treasure ship moved swiftly, and by afternoon, Diao Changju and his companions had arrived at their destination. Before approaching the clan, Diao Changju repeatedly emphasized that everyone should conceal their auras to avoid alarming the clan. The clan's patriarch was merely at the Earth Profound stage. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Diao Changju led this lengthy procession to the front of the Shao family. The two guards at the entrance, upon seeing the hundreds of individuals in their midst, frowned and haughtily inquired, "Who are you?" Li Chenglu, seeing this little golden core gatekeeper's audacity, was about to explode, but Diao Changju intervened. Diao Changju instructed by Hua Jin to support him forward, declaring, "We hail from Lingxiao sect. I am Diao Changju, an inner sect elder of Lingxiao sect and a master of by Hua Jin. We have come to discuss the marriage contract concerning Hua Jin with your Shao family." "You, an inner sect elder of Lingxiao sect?" "Lingxiao sect." The guard looked skeptically at the group before him. He noticed Diao Changju was merely at the mid-golden core stage, and the others appeared to be ordinary people, especially those carrying burdens, who exhibited a lazy demeanor, like ruffians. You expect me to believe you are from one of the four major sects, Lingxiao sect? An inner sect elder at the Golden Core stage? Please wait a moment while I report this. One guard slowly walked inside, while the other kept a watchful eye on them. Senior brother, what is there to discuss with them? Just bring out the patriarch of the Xiao family. If he refuses to annul the marriage, we will force him to. Li Chenglu could hardly contain his indignation at Diao Changju's treatment. To them, the Xiao family was merely a minor clan, and in comparison to Lingxiao sect, even sending a mere profound inner-sect elder could obliterate them. This won't do. We are here to annul the marriage, and we must adhere to proper etiquette. Diplomacy must precede force. We must establish a just cause to avoid accusations of Lingxiao sect bullying the weak. Diao Changju stroked his long beard. These Xiao and Yi families are not to be trifled with. If the annulment can be resolved amicably, that would be ideal. However, if the Xiao family proves uncooperative and insists on a troublesome 3-year engagement, they shall not blame Diao Changju for being ruthless. Lingxiao sect has never claimed to be a righteous sect. As long as there are conflicting interests, Lingxiao sect has never hesitated to annihilate other sects or families. Their sect rule is simple. There is no absolute right or wrong, only eternal interests. In this realm of power, the Longxuan Continent, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, any action is justified. The guards at the Xiao family entrance watched their performance with incredulity. A mere Golden Core stage practitioner insisting on proper etiquette before resorting to force. Had they lost their sanity? Chapter 12. Could be you again, Yao Lao. In the Xiao family hall, the family patriarch Xiao Zhan was entertaining an elder. Thanks to Elder Xiao's assistance, their son's predicament was alleviated. Now Bai Huajin was a pariah in Lingxiao sect, and the next step would be to expel her from the sect, forcing her to marry their son. Elder Xiao chuckled lightly. Patriarch, no need for formality. We are, after all, distant relatives. This trivial matter is but a small effort. I'm just curious. Why go to such lengths for a mere girl? Elder Xiao, who had recently ascended to the position of inner sect elder after a millennium of seclusion, had finally broken through to the profound stage. There's nothing to be done. That girl must have cast a spell on my son, for he cannot forget her, insisting on marrying her. However, Bai Huajin clearly does not wish to wed him, hiding away in Lingxiao sect, leaving us with no choice but to resort to this plan. Xiao Zhan sighed. As they conversed, a guard entered, saying, Patriarch, a group of individuals claiming to be from Lingxiao sect, is outside. The elder leading them is at the mid-Golden Core stage and claims to be an inner sect elder and a master of Bai Huajin. They have come to discuss the marriage between Huajin and our young master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan turned to Elder Xiao, whose face paled, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, What audacity! A mere Golden Core practitioner dares to impersonate an inner sect elder of Lingxiao sect? Furthermore, if Bai Huajin is indeed a personal disciple of an inner sect elder, why was I not informed? Let them in. I shall see how they perform before a legitimate inner sect elder of Lingxiao sect. Elder Xiao declared coldly, daring to flaunt the name of Lingxiao sect to deceive others. They are truly courting death. Very well. The guard wore a look of amusement. He hastily approached the entrance and revealed a mocking smile to Diao Changju and the others. Follow me. The patriarch wishes to see you. He was eager to witness how these impostors would react upon encountering a genuine inner sect elder of Lingxiao sect. At that moment, he could hardly wait to see how the charade would unravel. Diao Changju paid no heed to the gaze of the guard. Should the negotiations for the annulment of the engagement falter, the guard, who now wore a smile, would soon face a grim fate. A group entered under the guard's lead. Upon nearing the main hall, the guard halted and disdainfully addressed the bearers behind him, instructing them to remain outside and refrain from dirtying their hall. Huang Xuanyu's expression soured. Today, he had exercised remarkable restraint. Was a mere Jin Dan stage cultivator so audacious? Regardless, once Diao Changju's matters were settled, this guard was destined for death. It was inevitable. Even the patriarch of the Xiao family could not protect him. Diao Changju understood Huang Xuanyu's sentiments and offered no counsel against them. Adults must be accountable for their actions. The guard, tasked with overseeing the entrance, exhibited such an attitude towards guests. He was merely asking for his doom. Huang Xuanyu and the others placed their burdens on the ground and began to meditate outside the hall. The guard felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Why was he so perturbed by a group of mere brutes? He was unaware that among those meditating outside, even the least accomplished Longxuan had already reached the Sheng-ing stage, while those at the Dixian stage were plentiful. One such cultivator could obliterate the Shao family numerous times over. The patriarch has arrived, the guard announced, pushing open the hall's door, leading Diao Changju by Huajin, Li Chenglu, Li Jianyuan, and Zui Mengsheng inside. High above, Elder Shao cast a sidelong glance at the five, his face marked by disdain. Is this it? A foundation establishment cultivator, a Jindan cultivator, and 3 pretenders dare to claim they are from Lingxiao sect? How laughable. Huajin, in just a few short years, you have attained the foundation establishment stage? Xiao Zhan remarked, showering by Huajin with false pleasantries. This is my master, Diao Changju, an inner elder of Lingxiao sect, and this is also Elder Li Chenglu. When Bai Huajin attempted to introduce Li Jianyuan and Zui Mengsheng, she faltered, unsure of their identities within Lingxiao sect. They are my junior disciples. Diao Changju interjected with a smile. Elder Xiao scoffed, remaining silent as he sipped his tea. Continue your charade. 2 inner elders of Lingxiao sect have arrived. What a grand boast. I have never even heard of Diao Changju or Li Chenglu. Seeing that Elder Xiao had no intention of exposing Diao Changju's deceit, Xiao Zhan was compelled to play along. Ah, so it's Elder Li from Lingxiao sect. Please have a seat. Xiao Zhan feigned surprise. No need, we shall stand. Li Chenglu replied, positioning himself beside Diao Changju, flanked by Bai Huajin. Li Jianyuan and Zui Mengsheng stood quietly behind Diao Changju, eyes closed in meditation. Even Zui Mengsheng, typically fond of drink, had adopted a serious demeanor, standing as still as Li Jianyuan. Li Chenglu's gaze flickered towards Elder Xiao. A mere Xian initial stage. He must be the patriarch of the Xiao family. Diao Changju wasted no time and addressed Xiao Zhan directly. Patriarch Xiao, the purpose of our visit is to annul the engagement between your young master and my beloved disciple, Huajin. She has no intention of marriage, preferring to devote herself to my teachings. As for the resources you squandered on Huajin, we shall return them tenfold. Just as Diao Changju was about to summon Longxuan and the others to bring in those resources, a young man burst through the door, shouting, I, Xiaohua, will not withdraw from this marriage. Diao Changju's gaze turned icy. This young man was the betrothed of Bai Huajin. The fact that the Xiao family was the one seeking the annulment, and that the young master bore the name Xiaohua, was the reason Diao Changju placed such importance on this matter. As a reincarnated soul from Blue Star, he was apprehensive upon encountering someone named Xiaohua, especially in the context of a marriage annulment. System detected the child of destiny. Name, Xiaohua. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 3. Fortune value, 10,000. Fortune summary, a mysterious powerful soul resides within the ring on Xiaohua's finger. After years of nurturing, this soul has awakened, guiding Xiaohua's progression at an extraordinary pace. I knew it. Yao Lao, is it you again? Chapter 13, what are you? Friendly reminder. The system will only alert the host of opposing children of destiny. These children of destiny may pose a certain danger to the host. Please, host, endeavor to eliminate these children of destiny. Upon the death of an opposing child of destiny, the host will receive all their fortune value. Upon hearing the system's alert, Diao Changju's eyes narrowed. This Xiaohua could not be allowed to live. He had long suspected that anyone with the surname Xiao possessed erring grandfather. Just as Xiaohua finished his declaration, the mysterious elder within the ring urgently spoke. Disciple, do not act rashly. These individuals are not simple. Master, you worry too much. They are merely impostors of Lingxiao sect. How formidable could they truly be? The real inner elders of Lingxiao sect are seated above. Xiaohua retorted dismissively. Xiaohua's refusal to annul the marriage stemmed from the fact that the elder recognized Bai Huajin's unique constitution at first glance, compelling him to do everything in his power to keep her. Once Xiaohua's cultivation advanced, he would teach her alchemy, easily activating her potential. However, both master and disciple were deceived by Bai Huajin, who entered Lingxiao sect and abruptly sought to annul the engagement. Upon learning of Bai Huajin's intentions, Xiaohua rushed over, What can a mere Di Xian initial stage cultivator perceive? The elder within the ring was alarmed. Upon closer inspection, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Not only were there several Sheng, Ying, and Di Xian cultivators outside, but even the person serving tea to Diao Changju was at the late Di Xian stage. And the two standing silently behind him were at least at the Tian Xian stage. You say these people are imposters of Lingxiao sect? I dare say the so-called inner elder seated above looks like the true fraud. The elder in the ring railed. Xiao Huahua was dumbfounded. Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? You think I would misjudge? The elder within the ring, known as Dan Lao, hailed from another realm. What shall we do now? Xiao Huahua felt despair creeping in. Having just vocally challenged them, what do we do? We cannot provoke them. Let the marriage be annulled. In time, when you grow stronger, women like Bai Hua Jin will naturally seek you out, Dan Lao advised helplessly. Had he been at his peak, he could have crushed these Di Xian and Tian Xian cultivators with a mere finger. However, now, he was reduced to a wisp of a soul. Even if he possessed Xiao Huahua, he could only exert the power of a Tian Xian initial stage cultivator, far inferior to Diao Changju's two companions. Thus, they could only tread carefully. Xiao Huahua harbored deep resentment toward Bai Hua Jin. This wretched woman. One day, I shall make you regret your decision today and have you begging me. Xiao Huahua's expression shifted to a smile. My sincerest apologies, esteemed predecessors. I was merely jesting. Since Hua Jin is devoted to her cultivation, let us proceed with the annulment of this marriage. Upon the utterance of Shi O Hu's words, astonishment enveloped the crowd, particularly Shi O Zhin, who wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He had presumed that his son had been intimidated by the charlatans from Diao Changju's group masquerading as members of the Lingxian. However, Diao Changju held a contrary belief. He was entirely convinced that Shi O Hu had received a hint from his grandfather's ring, leading him to concede in an instant. Yet, if Shi O Hu had indeed surrendered, what justification would there be for his demise? Fear not, Hu. The esteemed elder Shi O of the Lingxian is present. Should you wish to withdraw from this union, Elder Shi O shall take charge, Shi Ozij declared with a cold smirk, laying his cards on the table and dismissing the charade with the impostors. Oh, the elder Shi O of the Lingxian? Diao Changju and Li Changju exchanged puzzled glances towards the venerable figure of the old man seated high above, who was at the initial stage of the earth profound realm. They had initially assumed he was an ancestor of the Shio family. Yet, Shio Zhin was now asserting that he was an elder of the Lingxian. Why did it seem that none of them had encountered this so-called elder Shio before? Neither had they seen elder Shio, nor had he seen them. The Lingxian boasted numerous inner sect elders. Any cultivator who attained the earth profound stage could become one and enjoy the privileges thereof. Furthermore, many disciples preferred to seclude themselves for centuries at a time, with some not appearing for over 1,000 years, only to emerge having reached the earth profound stage. Elder Shi-O was one such individual who had secluded himself for a millennium. Li Changju and others, having risen to their positions within the last 1,000 years, were entirely unfamiliar with him. Li Changju was merely a registered elder, not the sole one. There were countless registered elders. Moreover, upon emerging from seclusion, he had come to the Shi-O family to seek benefits, relishing the status of an intersect elder of the Lingxian. Shi-O Hu realized that Shi-O Zhin remained oblivious to the true identities of Diao Changju and his entourage and felt compelled to explain. Yet, Diao Changju would not afford him the opportunity. The current turn of events was precisely what he desired. In the moment Shi-O Hu opened his mouth, Diao Changju struck him with a forceful palm from a distance, shattering several of his teeth. Who do you think you are to question our identity as members of the Lingxian? Blood streamed from Shi-O Hu's mouth as he felt an immense sense of injustice. No, I merely wish to clarify for you. I was not questioning your identity. Moreover, was it not my father who questioned your identity? Why strike me? Shi-O Hu was swiftly rendered unconscious by Diao Changju's formidable blow, executed with the full might of a golden core cultivator, aimed at obliterating the head of the Qi refinement stage, Shi-O Hu. Yet, he had only lost a few teeth and fainted, evidently shielded by the protective hand of his grandfather's ring. Hu! Shi-O Zhin rushed forward. cradling the unconscious Shi Ohuhu and cried out in anguish. Upon realizing that his son had merely fainted, he sighed in relief. Turning, he furiously pointed at Diao Changju and proclaimed, "You have gone too far. I implore Elder Shi O to adjudicate this matter and bring these impostors of the Lingxiazong to justice." I can no longer stand by. Elder Shi O rose, indignant. Not only do you impersonate the Lingxiazong, but you also act so ruthlessly as to tarnish our reputation. Today, you shall pay the price. Having withheld his own strength all day, Liu Liyan could no longer contain himself. He exuded an aura of terror, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the Earth profound realm. He stepped forward, exerting his pressure onto Shi Ozhin and Elder Shi O. The mere Saint Infancy stage, Shi Ozhin's legs wobbled, and he collapsed to the ground. Late stage of the Earth profound realm. Shi Ozhin's face was one of sheer astonishment. Who had claimed they were impostors of the Lingxiazong? A cultivator of the late Earth profound stage could only be one of their intersect elders. Chapter 14. The Ancestor Has Fallen. Shi Ozhin turned his gaze towards Elder Shi O, who at that moment appeared pale and distressed, disbelief etched upon his features. How could one so young have reached the late Earth profound stage? The Lingxiazong forbids internal strife over trivial matters, unless one has committed an unforgivable act. The full name of Elder Shi O was Shi Ozhin, aged 5,000 years, making him a venerable figure within the Lingxiazong. He hurriedly produced his identity token for Liu Liyan to inspect. Upon confirming Shi Ozhin's identity, Liu Liyan withdrew his oppressive aura, gesturing for him to step aside. Should you dare to interfere further in our affairs with the Shi O family, do not expect us to show any familial compassion. Very well. Shi Ozhin smiled sheepishly and quickly moved behind Liu Liyan, aligning himself with him. He was not foolish enough to offend a young prodigy like Liu Liyan over a trivial matter involving the Shi O family. Moreover, both he and Liu Liyan were members of the Lingxiazong. Even if Liu Liyan's cultivation was not superior to his own, as long as Liu Liyan held a certain status within the Lingxiazong, Shi Ozhin would promptly turn against Shi Ozhin. The Lingxiazong had a strong sense of unity, exhibiting a remarkable solidarity in protecting their own, regardless of right or wrong. This was one of the reasons the Lingxiazong had endured for so long. Initially, Shi Ozhin had thought Liu Liyan was an impostor. Now, realizing they were all on the same side, he readily aligned himself with Liu Liyan. Witnessing this turn of events, Shi Ozhin's complexion turned a sickly hue. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shi Ozhin, gritting his teeth. "Elder Shi O, you have betrayed us? Ha ha ha, what a grandest. I have always been a member of the Lingxiazong. Now that I do not stand with you, should I align myself with a mere Shi O family? Jedenasho Zhnp and Wiskoft defiantly. Despicable. You Lingxiazong are truly oppressive. Shi Uziaga any hit or did vehemently. In what way are we being oppressive?" Diao Changju interjected calmly. "First, your Shi O family bribed our intersect Elder Shi O, spreading slanderous rumors about my esteemed disciple, tarnishing his reputation. We shall set that aside for now. Secondly, I graciously approached your Shi O family with ample gifts to discuss the matter of the annulment. Yet your family treated us with such disrespect, humiliating our disciples by forcing hundreds of them to sit outside on the filthy ground under the sun, even allowing 2 gatekeepers to mock them. Is this how you treat your guests?" With a crash, Diao Changju hurled his teacup to the ground, shattering it. Shi Ozhin felt a sense of injustice. How was he to know that Diao Changju was genuinely a member of the Lingxiazong? Why did they all conceal their cultivation? Had they not hidden their strengths? Shi Ozhin and the others would never have dared to treat them in such a manner. Nonetheless, even in this situation, as he gazed at the barely breathing Shi Ohuhu in his arms, he remained steadfast in his belief that he had done nothing wrong. "Even so, my son Shi Ohuhu has not offended any of you. Why must you resort to violence against him? Even if you are one of the 4 major sects of the continent, you cannot act so unreasonably. Do you not fear becoming the enemy of the entire continent with such behavior?" Shi Ozhin cried out, his eyes bloodshot with fury. His words held merit. If the Lingxiazong were to injure others without cause, today it was him, tomorrow it could be someone else. Such actions would undoubtedly incite public outrage across the continent. After all, no one wished to be assaulted by the Lingxiazong while walking innocently down the street. You must provide a reason for injuring my son. He has just arrived and hardly said a few words. How can you claim he questioned your identity as a justification for grievous harm? Xiao Zhn shouted vehemently at Diao Changju. Who do you think you're to point at me and shout? Li Chnglu interjected sharply. Bai Hu Jin felt a flicker of sweetness in her heart, pondering whether Diao Changju's harshness towards Shi Ohu stemmed from jealousy over his connection to her fiancé. The sudden increase in the compliance value of the young green tea has left Diao Changju somewhat perplexed. Rising to his feet with an air of righteousness, he proclaimed, "Do you seek a reason? Allow me to provide one. I can see at a glance that Xiao Huahua is not an ordinary individual. He has been possessed by an evil cultivator who has seized his original spirit. I am ridding the people of a menace." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment, including Li Chenglu and others, who failed to discern any anomaly in Xiao Huahua. How could Diao Changju possibly see what they could not? "Brother, your reasoning is utterly forced," protested Xiao Huahua's grandfather, his expression darkening. Could it be that this mere Jindan stage cultivator had discerned his existence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a Huashan stage cultivator would not be able to perceive him. Nonsense. I know my own son. How could I not be aware if he had been possessed? Do not assume that the Xiao family can be easily bullied. If Ling Xiao sect does not provide us with an explanation today, this matter shall remain unresolved. Xiao Zhan, a Saint Infant stage cultivator, was far from a match for Li Chenglu. Although Xiao Huahua was currently merely at the third layer of qi refining 3 years prior, he had been a genius at the Jindan stage. It was unclear why he had regressed in cultivation, but they firmly believed that once Xiao Huahua recovered, he would lead the Xiao family to prominence on the continent. As Xiao Zhan crushed the jade pendant, a terrifying aura, that of a peak Dihuan stage cultivator, erupted from deep within the Xiao family. Who dares to cause trouble in my Xiao family? An elderly man, with a cold expression and hands clasped behind his back, soared into the hall with an imposing demeanor. Upon sensing the aura of the ancestor, Xiao Zhan's expression turned manic. He had not anticipated that the ancestor had made further progress, now reaching the peak of the Dihuan stage. His confidence surged. They would face their doom for daring to stir trouble in the Xiao family. Diao Changju and the others maintained their composure, even wearing faint smirks. In stark contrast, Bai Huajin's face turned pale as she clutched Diao Changju's arm tightly, seeking solace in his presence. What transpired next left Xiao Zhan utterly dumbfounded. Just as the proud ancestor of the Xiao family soared into the hall, he unexpectedly crashed to the ground, landing in a most ungraceful manner. "Ancestor!" Outside the hall, Longxuan and his companions, seated on the ground, ceased to conceal their cultivation levels, unleashing their oppressive aura. Since they had revealed themselves, they would observe the unfolding drama. Hundreds of Dihuan stage cultivators were present, with dozens at the peak of the Dihuan stage. Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. The Jindan stage gatekeeper who had previously mocked them was now trembling, his legs giving way, terrified to the point of wetting his pants. Good heavens! I just insulted this group of formidable Dihuan stage cultivators and humiliated them by making them sit on the floor under the scorching sun. The once proud ancestor of the Xiao family now found himself in a pitiful state, his face filled with terror, stripped of all arrogance. Under the pressure of hundreds of Dihuan stage cultivators, he could hardly move, awaiting his inevitable demise. The ancestor of the Xiao family hurriedly pleaded, "Sirs, you've misunderstood. I'm not a member of the Xiao family. I have no ties to them. I was merely passing through." The Xiao family ancestor, who had harbored thoughts of eliminating his descendants, now regretted provoking this formidable group of Dihuan stage cultivators. Had he known, he would have assessed the situation before emerging. Now, he only wished to save his own life and flee, disregarding the fate of Xiao Zhan and the unfilial descendants. If they perished, so be it. As long as he lived, he could relocate, take multiple wives, and sire more sons, establishing yet another Xiao family. You old fool. Xiao Zhan's countenance turned to ash, unable to believe that his own ancestor was such a coward. The once lofty and enigmatic image of the ancestor in his mind crumbled in an instant. Fear not. We are not bloodthirsty individuals. My actions against Xiao Huahua stem from the fact that he has been possessed by evil. I must act. Diao Changju spoke earnestly. Upon seeing Diao Changju's demeanor, others began to harbor doubts, their gazes shifting to the Xiao Huahua cradled in Xiao Zhan's arms. This is impossible. My son exhibits no abnormalities. Xiao Zhan was the first to object. Suddenly, he paused, realizing that Xiao Huahua's greatest anomaly was indeed his cultivation. 3 years ago, he had been at the Jindan stage, but had since seen a decline, now reduced to the third layer of qi refining. Could it be that Xiao Huahua truly had been possessed by evil? Moreover, given Diao Changju's apparent significance, he must be more than just a mere Jindan stage cultivator. He was likely a formidable figure from Lingxiao sect. He had no need to deceive the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan began to believe Diao Changju's words, gradually lowering Xiao Huahua to the ground and stepping back a few paces. According to Diao Changju's assertion, his son had long since perished, and the being currently inhabiting his body was merely a malevolent spirit. Please, Elder Diao, avenge my son, Xiao Zhan declared expressionlessly. Faced with the current situation, he had no choice but to trust Diao Changju. Even if Xiao Huahua had not been possessed, the assertion must be solidified in order to save the Xiao family from ruin. Rest assured, as an elder of Lingxiao sect, I cannot stand idly by when encountering such evil, Diao Changju proclaimed with righteous fervor. He then directed a palm strike towards Xiao Huahua, boldly commanding, "Reveal your true form. You wicked demon." Should this strike land on the unconscious Xiao Huahua, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, genuinely hoping that Xiao Huahua had indeed been possessed. Otherwise, the humiliation of losing his son at the hands of Lingxiao sect would be an unbearable grudge. Elder Dan, Xiao Huahua's grandfather, felt utterly helpless. He had not anticipated that this mere Jindan stage cultivator could discern his presence. Since Xiao Huahua had utilized his cultivation to mend his soul, they were now irrevocably linked. Unless his own soul grew significantly stronger, he would not survive Xiao Huahua's demise. As Diao Changju's palm descended toward Xiao Huahua, a sudden burst of white light enveloped him. He opened his eyes and waved his hand, dissipating the impending attack. Alas, Elder Diao, I bear no ill will towards you. Why do you persist in pursuing me? Elder Dan, having possessed Xiao Huahua, elevated his cultivation to the initial stage of Tianxian. The unexpected transformation of Xiao Huahua astounded everyone present. Initial stage of Tianxian. Li Chenglu positioned himself protectively in front of Diao Changju. At the same time, Li Jianyuan and Zue Mengsheng, who had originally stood with their eyes closed, opened their eyes, their gazes fixating on Xiao Huahua. Witnessing Xiao Huahua awaken and seemingly transform into a different person, reaching the initial stage of Tianxian. Xiao Zhan was now fully convinced of Diao Changju's claims. His eyes reddened, and he pointed an accusing finger at Elder Dan, exclaiming, "You wicked demon, what have you done to my son?" Outside the hall, the gathered crowd withdrew the oppressive aura they had directed at the ancestor of the Xiao family, flooding into the hall to encircle Xiao Huahua. They were well aware of the events that had transpired within. Their admiration for Diao Changju rose to new heights. Truly, he was worthy of being called senior brother. While they had failed to perceive any anomaly in Xiao Huahua, their senior brother had discerned it at a glance. "You shameless demon, return the lives of my ancestors and descendants." The ancestor of the Xiao family, now free to move, abandoned any thoughts of escape upon realizing that Lingxiao sect was not targeting the Xiao family. He pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Huahua, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, portraying a deep bond of familial love. Elder Dan furrowed his brow, recognizing the precariousness of his situation. He was not afraid of this group of Di Xinqi. He intended to flee, and this group could not hinder him. What truly troubled him were the two young men behind Diao Changju, who exuded a palpable aura of danger. "I am not a fiend. I am Dan Shun, also known as the Medicine God, a man from the Tian Sheng Shenzhou. I was nearly met with demise here due to treachery, but fortunately encountered Xiao Huohua, whose unwavering care allowed my fragmented soul to awaken. Dan Lao spoke respectfully. There is no choice. One must bow when under the eaves. In the past, just a mere glance could have obliterated this group of Di Xianqi and Tian Xianqi. How could Diao Changju possibly let me go? Utter nonsense. A fiend speaks such drivel. Dan Lao's gaze turned cold, realizing that the man before him was resolute in his intent to kill. Dan Lao wasted no time and charged toward Diao Changju, attempting to seize him as a hostage. Although he did not comprehend why these Di Xianqi and Tian Xianqi strongmen obeyed a mere Jin Dan Qi, capturing Diao Changju as a hostage would deter them from recklessness. Just as Dan Lao's hand reached toward Diao Changju, a flash of cold light appeared. Startled, Dan Lao attempted to retract his hand, but it was too late. His arm was severed, falling to the ground with a thud. Li Jianyuan had appeared before Diao Changju, his expression icy as he declared, "My senior brother is not someone you can touch at will." Tian Xian late stage. Dan Lao gazed at the young man before him, his face a mask of shock. He knew the youth was at the Tian Xian stage, but did not expect him to be at the late stage. Before Dan Lao could react, a kick struck his abdomen, propelling him skyward like a cannonball, shattering the roof above. Simultaneously, another figure pursued Dan Lao, another Tian Xian late stage. Panic filled Dan Lao's face as he realized his chance to escape had vanished. Zui Mengsheng caught up with Dan Lao and began to unleash a torrent of blows upon him. Dan Lao was utterly powerless to retaliate, for his expertise lay solely in alchemy, not combat. The onlookers in the hall had emerged to witness the clash above. With a resounding crash, Dan Lao was brought down to earth, his head crushed beneath Zui Mengsheng's foot. At that moment, Dan Lao had lost all combat capability. His body lay battered and broken, trampled like a dog. "Senior brother, how shall we deal with this fiend?" Zui Mengsheng inquired of Diao Changju. Dan Lao, with great difficulty, managed to speak. "I do not understand. I bear no enmity towards you. Why must you drive me to my demise?" "No enmity?" Diao Changju scoffed. With Xiao Huohua's nature, even without enmity, he could create animosity. "If I do not kill this pair of master and disciple today, they will surely seek my life tomorrow. It is merely the fate of Xiao Huohua to be adversarial to me. Kill him." Without hesitation, Zui Mengsheng struck Dan Lao with a palm. In an instant, both Dan Lao and Xiao Huohua turned to dust, dead beyond revival. The adversarial fate-bearer, Xiao Huohua, has perished. The host gains all of Xiao Huohua's fortune value. Fortune value, 10,000. Host fortune value, 10,000. Xiao Zhan expresses gratitude to Diao Changju, saying, "Thank you, Elder Diao, for avenging my son and vanquishing the fiend." Xiao Zhan was now fully convinced that Xiao Huohua had been possessed. Thankfully, Diao Changju saw through it, otherwise he would have been deceived by that fiend, mistaking the one who killed his son for a beloved child. It was but a trivial matter. I usually refrain from meddling, but when faced with such a situation, I cannot turn a blind eye, Diao Changju replied, amusement bubbling within him. "Poor Xiao Huohua, I killed you, and your father still thanks me." To express his gratitude, the elder of the Xiao family suggested, "I would like to host a banquet to reward everyone." Lingxiao sect is indeed one of the 4 major sects. Moreover, since Diao Changju commands the respect of many powerful figures within Lingxiao sect, his status must be significant. We must cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Diao Changju waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for a banquet. We came here solely to assist my disciple in annulment. Our Lingxiao sect is not unreasonable. The resources you previously expended on my disciple amount to 10-fold. Accept these resources as compensation for the annulment. Killing another son and then dining in their home? That is somewhat excessive." The members of the Xiao family dared not refuse and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Diao Changju and his companions departed. Before leaving, Longxuan struck down the 2 guards with a single palm. "Make sure to replace them with 2 well-mannered watchdogs." Xiao Zhan bore no anger and quickly agreed. Even if Longxuan had not killed the guards, he would have ensured their demise to demonstrate to Longxuan and his companions. These guards had brought their fate upon themselves, believing themselves superior simply because they stood watch at the Xiao family, forgetting entirely that they were merely gatekeepers. In that same room, Diao Changju sat on a mat, while Waxiangxi, fully dressed, sat elegantly on a soft couch before him. Changju, the commotion you caused while annulling the engagement was quite grand, Waxiangxi remarked with a hint of melancholy. The sect's surface combat power has diminished by 1/5, and, as the acting sect leader, I was unaware of any of it. Diao Changju sighed. Master, I did not wish to bring so many people along, but the junior brothers insisted on following. Ah, it seems your elder brother holds considerable influence among the junior brothers. While I wish to venture out, not a single one volunteers to guard me. Waxiangxi chuckled, applauding. Diao Changju recognized that his master was teasing him again. Should Waxiangxi express a desire for protection, her escort would likely extend for hundreds of miles. In front of others in the sect, Waxiangxi often presented a cold, ruthless, and proud demeanor. Yet, only in the presence of him and Liu Liyan did she reveal her true self, resembling a little woman who could become upset, feel aggrieved, and even feign tears. Thinking of how her former position as sect master had faded, and how the inner elders had collectively departed without informing her, she felt a deep sorrow and began to shed tears. Changju, do you know what those old codgers say about me? Your acting sect leader? They claim I have no authority whatsoever. With the sect's surface combat power diminished by 1/5, not a single person has come to inform me. They say a dog could take my place as acting sect leader. Those elders could not have possibly said such things. It's merely your imagination. Diao Changju replied. Master, I was wrong. I will ensure to report to you in the future if such matters arise again. No need for next time. You may take the position of sect leader. I believe your junior brothers would wholeheartedly support your ascension. Waxiangxi jested. Master, please do not jest. I am still in the mid-Jin dance stage. Diao Changju replied with a wry smile. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew heavy. Waxiangxi ceased her playful lamentations. Neither spoke further. After a long silence, Waxiangxi sighed deeply. Over the centuries, she had tried every means to help Diao Changju break through, but all her efforts had been in vain. No matter the miraculous elixirs or spiritual herb she offered, they seemed to vanish into a void, akin to being discarded into a trash bin. An ordinary person, under Waxiangxi's nurturing, would have long since ascended to the Yuan Ying stage. Yet, Diao Changju remained stagnant at the mid-Jin dance stage. Unfortunately, Diao Changju was simply ill-suited for cultivation. He lacked any innate talent for it, with a physique only slightly better than that of waste. The only means to alter Diao Changju's constitution lay within the legendary sacred pool of cleansing in the realm of the gods. It is said that a mere soak in the Su-Sh-Ngch can transform even the most inept into a genius. However, leaving aside the elusive timing and location of the opening of this mystical realm, which is fraught with peril, even those of formidable prowess may not emerge unscathed. A staggering 10 millennia have elapsed since the last appearance of this divine domain. Ngx harbors a fervent hope for its return, no matter the dangers within. She is resolute in bringing Diao along for the journey. It has been 2.5 years since you last sat here, and your remaining lifespan grows ever shorter. Today, let us indulge in conversation a while longer. Ngx spoke with a hint of melancholy. Years ago, Ngx took Diao as her disciple out of compulsion. Initially, she held little affection for him. What master would cherish a student who struggled with every lesson? Yet, Diao had a knack for crafting delightful trinkets and games that alleviated her monotonous training. Gradually, Ngx set aside her prejudice against this underperforming disciple and grew to embrace him as her own. While his cultivation may falter, he excelled at lifting her spirits. Witnessing Ngx's sorrowful demeanor sparked within Diao an urge to reveal his secret of possessing a system, hoping to ease her sadness. However, he refrained, understanding that such matters were not to be shared. If there were anyone in this world to whom Diao felt closest, aside from his parents and Liu Liyan, it would undoubtedly be Ngx. Alas, had Liu not entered seclusion, the three of them could have enjoyed a game of do diju together. Ngx expressed her regret. Ngx insisted that Liu Liyan was in seclusion, assuring Diao that they could still engage in many enjoyable games. Diao Changju cold in response, asking whether she preferred to play a game in which he would dominate or one in which she would torment him. We can indulge in both. Hushi NGX replied playfully, when you torment me, do not hold back. After all, when I dominate you, I will do so mercilessly. Despite her exceptional prowess in Wazizi, having never lost a match, Hushi NGX struggled in Shi NGQ, often resorting to underhanded tactics. Just don't cheat, she warned. Thus, the two spent the day immersed in their games of Wazizi and Shi NGQ. After Diao NGJ departed, Hushi NGX sighed, pondering whether this might be their final encounter. The boundaries between men and women, even within a master-disciple relationship, meant that Diao NGJ could not frequently visit her. No one knew precisely when his fate would arrive, but it certainly would not exceed 7.5 years. On any given day within that span, his end could come. Master, where have you been? I have not seen you all day, Diao NGJ queried in confusion upon finding Hushi NGX. I took the liberty of moving here. You aren't angry, are you? Bihu JN replied, looking rather pitiful. I couldn't care less. What of you? Are you not concerned about the opinions of the other disciples regarding your actions? He said, comfortably wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Previously, this young lady had been quite concerned about her reputation within the sect, treating Diao NGJ as a stranger in front of outsiders. Those people are always pointing fingers at me. I couldn't bear any longer, so I decided to move in with you, Master. It's much more comfortable here. Following recent events, her standing in the sect had been irrevocably tarnished. Comfortable? Really? Diochiacha NGG Pulid Buj Necloser. Master, you're insufferable, she exclaimed, blushing as she playfully struck his chest with her small fist. Thus, the carefree days shared between Diao NGJ and Bihu JN slipped by, and before long, 2.5 years had passed. Now, Bihu JN's loyalty had reached a remarkable 90. Under the continuous nurturing of Diao NGJ's miraculous elixirs, she had finally awakened her LSH and GT a year prior, demonstrating astonishing progress in her cultivation. Presently, her level had ascended to Ying stage, attracting the attention of the inner elders of Lngxi Oz Ing, who pondered the reasons behind her rapid advancement, especially since she had only been at the foundation establishment stage 2.5 years prior. The likes of Huing Su New York rationalized that her swift progress was quite reasonable, given her status as Diao NGJ's direct disciple. Although he might struggle in his own cultivation, he excelled in guiding others. On the mountain peak, Diao NGJ sat at a stone table, sipping tea. Alas, why have I yet to encounter a woman of fortune? He lamented. Over the years, he had attended the sect's annual recruitment assessments. Yet not a single woman of fortune had crossed his path. This predicament was untenable. Diao NGJ felt the weight of his stagnation at the late golden core stage and sighed. His broken HND ing SHNT was of little use, having only been repaired to 1/10 of its original form. According to the system, it needed to be restored to at least 1/5 to facilitate normal cultivation. Otherwise, 1/10 rendered it a worthless body. Though the system's Luck Mall offered the option to purchase cultivation levels with luck points, it was a last resort. The prices were exorbitant. To elevate from late golden core to Yuan Ing stage, the cost was a staggering 50,000 luck points. Currently, his personal account held a mere 5,000. Conversely, Bihu JN had seen her luck points soar from 10,000 to 40,000 alongside her cultivation breakthrough. Given her loyalty value of 90, Diao NGJ could utilize her 90 luck points, equating to a potential 36,000 points. Whether that would suffice for his advancement remained uncertain, yet spending 50,000 luck points on cultivation seemed an unwise investment. Chapter 18. I am prepared. Master, I have found something wonderful, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, cautiously presenting him with a rare Lingji mushroom. Diao NGJ gazed at the mushroom in astonishment. Little Bihu, this Lingji is 50,000 years old. Where did you uncover such a treasure? In this realm of cultivation, a Lingji of such age was exceedingly rare, its applications vast, whether consumed directly or refined into elixirs. The demand for Lingji was immense, with those over 1,000 years old fetching astronomical prices, let alone one that was 50,000 years old. Bihu J beamed with pride. I found it in a secret realm. You ventured into those perilous places again, Dochngj remarked. Knowing she lacked for cultivation resources, yet continually sought treasures, bringing them to him at the first opportunity. He pulled her into an embrace. Master, what are you doing? She gasped, attempting to break free. Dochngj, however, did not afford her the chance, forcefully lifting her skirt to reveal the numerous wounds concealed beneath. Notably, the deep claw marks on her smooth back were alarming, suggesting they were inflicted by a saint's spirit-level beast. Dochngj felt a pang of sympathy for this little green tea, recognizing that he had merely been exploiting her while she had gone to such lengths for him. Touching the wounds on her back, he gently inquired, "Does it hurt?" As Bihu J.N. lay across his lap, her body trembled at his touch, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. "Not at all," she replied with a grin. What a foolish girl, he thought. System, exchange for a bottle of top-tier healing ointment, he instructed. The price of the exquisite healing ointment is 1,000 luck points. Host, will you exchange? Exchange, Diao Changju replied without hesitation. Exquisite healing ointment exchange successful. Diao Changju applied the ointment to Bai Huajin. It hurts, master, be gentler. Bai Huajin trembled and said pitifully. Now you know it hurts? How many times have I told you not to recklessly venture into those perilous secret realms? The things you brought me, I have consumed countless times before, and they are of no use to me. Diao Changju spoke with a profound tone. In the end, she had to waste her own luck points to exchange for medicine to treat her. If she had not exchanged for the system's medicine, but relied solely on the sect supplies, the injuries left by the Holy Spirit monsters on her would take weeks to heal. But master, your time is running out. I want to do something for you, Bai Huajin said softly, lowering her head. Bai Huajin was an orphan without parents. In her eyes, Diao Changju was her only family. Whenever she thought about the limited time Diao Changju had left, her heart filled with anxiety. Once, she wished for Diao Changju to pass away quickly so she could be free. Now, she hoped nothing would happen to her. She understood that Diao Changju had tried every miraculous elixir, yet she still held on to hope, thinking perhaps there might be something useful for Diao Changju in those dangerous realms. Diao Changju paused in her application of the ointment, then silently continued. The two remained quiet until Diao Changju had treated all of Bai Huajin's injuries. Afterward, she patted her to get up. Bai Huajin joyfully moved her body, saying, Master, your medicine is truly miraculous. My wounds no longer hurt. Little by Hua, I have advanced to the late stage of Jin Dan, and my lifespan has increased by another 50 years. Please avoid such reckless actions in the future. Diao Changju said calmly. Initially, she had intended to keep her true cultivation level hidden, but feared that continuing to conceal it would deplete her luck points even further. Bai Huajin was taken aback, then excitedly threw herself into Diao Changju's embrace, exclaiming, Wonderful! Master, you finally broke through. That's amazing. Bai Huajin hugged Diao Changju tightly. Diao Changju gently stroked her head, intending to advise her against further adventures. It seems it's all my credit. Those elixirs are effective for you, Master. I must continue to explore those secret realms. Bai Huajin declared proudly. Diao Changju's expression darkened as she pressed Bai Huajin down on her lap and raised her palm. Smack, smack, smack. A round of playful slaps ensued. You still want to go to the secret realm? If you do, my luck points will plummet into the negatives. I don't care. I'm tired now. Bai Huajin nestled like a kitten in Diao Changju's embrace, closing her eyes. Diao Changju kissed her forehead, then rose, saying, Then sleep a little longer. Huh? No, Master. Why are you getting up now? I'm all prepared. I was always planning to get up. You were the one lost in thought. Truly, the wine doesn't intoxicate the beauty, but the beauty intoxicates herself. I was merely checking your injuries. The next day, Master, are you really not going to tell anyone about your breakthrough? Bai Huajin asked while brewing tea. What is there to tell? It's not too late to discuss it when I reach you on Ing, Diao Changju replied. At that moment, a message from Hua Xiangxi arrived, urging her to visit. Diao Changju set out, warning Bai Huajin not to sneak off to any secret realms in her absence, or she would be suspended for a beating. Blushing. Bai Hua Jin quickly nodded. Chapter 19. Voluntary Submission Value 100. Upon arriving before Hua Xiangxi, Diao Changju heard laughter from within the room. Xiangxi, it's been years. Your little hands are so soft, and you've grown quite a bit. Don't get handsy. Act serious. Changju is here. Diao Changju recognized from the voices that the old lecherous leader of the He Huan sect was taking advantage of his master once again. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. He was momentarily stunned by the sight of two beautiful women on the soft couch. Scattered across the floor were dazzling white petals. One of the women was playfully caressing Hua Xiangxi's enticing figure. Upon seeing Diao Changju, Hua Xiangxi blushed and said angrily, Changju, how could you come in without my permission? It wasn't me who opened the door. It opened by itself. My apologies. I'll step out. Step out? You've already seen. Besides, I opened the door. The stunning woman on top of Hua Xiangxi giggled seductively. Her name was Xineng Man, the leader of the He Huan sect, one of the four major sects alongside Lingxiao sect on Longxuan Continent. Xineng Man and Hua Xiangxi were close friends. She often visited Lingxiao sect to play, taking liberties such as bathing and sleeping together. She also enjoyed playing mahjong with Diao Changju, Liu Liyan, and Hua Xiangxi. Xineng Man's beauty was on par with Liu Liyan, Hua Xiangxi, and Bai Hua Jin, yet she was regarded as the most beautiful woman on Longxuan Continent. Hua Xiangxi was the second. The reason Xineng Man was considered first was due to her title as the sect leader, which carried significant weight. Thus, she was ranked highest. While Diao Changju pondered whether he should leave or just stand there with his head down, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected a woman of fortune. Name, Xineng Man. Age, 3000. Cultivation, early stage of Tianji. Luck value, 500,000. Physique, water spirit body, not activated. Fortune summary. The water spirit body is an auxiliary to the chaos body. When the water spirit body appears, the chaos body will certainly manifest within 3,000 years. Unique physique. Only one can exist in the world. Ding. Congratulations, host. For first obtaining a voluntarily submissive woman of fortune, a grand gift package will be distributed. Hostess cultivation level has risen from late Jin Dan to early Yuaning, who voluntarily submits. Diao Changju was bewildered. Xineng Man's submission value. 100. Is the system joking? How could she voluntarily submit? A submission value of 100? On what grounds? Diao Changju recalled that his interactions with Xineng Man were solely in gaming contexts. Each time she visited to play with Hua Xiangxi, he would only come to join in. Their conversations were few. Could it be that she harbored some strange affection? Did she fancy this wrinkled old man? Otherwise, her voluntary submission value of 100 seemed implausible. Even by Hua Jin's submission value was only 90. That 90 submission value had led Bai Hua Jin to become utterly compliant, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Yet, with Xineng Man's submission value of 100, her behavior left Diao Changju utterly perplexed. Wasn't she a lecherous woman? Did she come to Lingxiao sect for him, rather than for Hua Xiangxi? Do not doubt the system's data. Diao Changju gazed at Xineng Man, filled with incredulity. Her celestial beauty radiated health. Her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, long black eyelashes fluttering gently, her enchanting eyes captivating. Her straight nose resembled white jade, her lips a delicate shade of pink, parting slightly with each breath. Silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her slender neck, voluptuous figure, and alluring curves. What warranted such a stunning woman to voluntarily submit to him? He had done nothing at all. Noticing Diao Changju starring blankly, elf Neyman chuckled, Tis ingli asking, Changju. Why do you keep staring at me? The sight left others feeling rather embarrassed. XNNMN smiled radiantly, captivating the gaze of DOCH Ing-J. You mischievous girl, stop getting carried away and quickly dress yourself. My little disciple cannot withstand your trials. Hu Xiying X gently pushed X and NM in away and began to put on her outer garments. DOCH Ing-J lowered his head awkwardly. Indeed, he could not endure the temptation, hastily dispelling the impure thoughts that threatened to embarrass him. Once the two women were properly attired, DOCH Ing-J sat seriously on the mat. Yet his attention was perpetually drawn to X and N's dainty foot as it playfully swayed in the air. This enchanting creature is indeed worthy of being the leader of Hu Enzo. By the way, Ch has your little Lyn truly broken up with you? X and N inquired curiously, wrapping her arms around Hu X's slender waist. Did I not mention it once already? Why must you ask again? She had grown accustomed to X and N's affectionate behavior. After all, they were both women, and as long as boundaries were respected, Hu X allowed X and N to be affectionate with her. Indeed, J nodded. Wow, how could little Lyn be so oblivious? To break up with you, J? She didn't want you? I want you, J. Sister, would you marry me? X N jested with J. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. This woman had finally revealed her true intentions. Were it not for the knowledge that X N submission was at a staggering 100, he might have thought she was merely joking. Enough. You mischievous girl, do not cast your eyes on my disciple. He barely has enough lifespan left for a night with you. Hu X playfully admonished X N. How could I be that terrifying? Although I am the leader of Hu Enzo, I do not rely on men for my cultivation. I am still an innocent maiden. XNNM peut-être finir innocence. You may not rely on men for cultivation, but whether you are truly an innocent maiden, I cannot say. Husi naik vito unimpe. If XNNM were to behave like other disciples of Hu Enzo, frequently consorting with men, Hu X would never allow such closeness. She found it distasteful. Shall we prove it during our bath tonight? Amici vous smile crept, eponix, NNM neslips. Hu X's face flushed instantly as she covered NNM's audacious mouth. Let us keep such talk between us. J is still here, so please tone it down. She scolded, exasperated. What harm would it do for J to hear? I do not consider him an outsider. X and laughed boldly. Chapter 20. Have you been here before? What? Would I deceive you? I have not told anyone else. Only you. Isn't that enough for sisterhood? XNNM said, planting a kiss on Hu X's cheek. I will let it slide this time because you were the first to inform me of the appearance of the divine secret realm. Does anyone else know about the divine secret realm? Hu X asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Rest assured, aside from me, no one else is aware of the divine secret realm. XNNM asserted confidently. Then let us set off. All treasures within will belong to you, while the sacred pool will be ours, Hu X declared. XNNM was aware of Hu X's persistent search for the divine secret realm, hoping to let J soak in the sacred pool. Very well, XNNM nodded. Let us depart. XNNM stood and grabbed J's hand, leading him away. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. As they soared through the skies, flanked by XNNM and Hu X, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. XNNM skillfully wielded her sword, transporting both J and Hu X with remarkable speed, a testament to her prowess as a formidable Tianji stage cultivator. The winds whipped against J's face, rendering his eyes nearly unseeing. Before him, XNNM's hair danced in the wind, occasionally brushing against his wrinkled face. The gusts clung to her delicate garments, accentuating her alluring form. Suddenly, XNNM executed a sharp stop, causing J to collide with her petite frame, his aged hands instinctively wrapping around her. The warmth radiating between them was intense. Hu X, who was following closely behind, was likewise caught off guard, softly crashing into J's back. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly distanced herself. NNM, could you fly a bit steadier? Hu X chastised, her beautiful face tinged with color. Did you not see the flock of white cranes ahead? I must protect the little creatures. If I hadn't braked, they would have perished. XNNMN defended herself, her tone resolute, even as her face flushed from the proximity to Diao Changju. At that moment, she could not help but notice how tightly he held her. Diao Changju, still in shock, clung to XNNMN. Only then did Hu Xiying X notice his actions. She playfully struck Diao Changju on the head. Are you not going to let go of NNMN? He quickly released her, flustered. Hu Xiying X realized that XNNMN showed no sign of resistance, further affirming Diao Changju's belief in her unwavering submission. Had it been any other woman, she would have long since retaliated. It's all right, Changju. If you cannot steady yourself, you may hold on to my waist. XNNMN teased, her laughter light and airy. Hey, XNNMN, do you think I'm invisible? Hu Xiying X retorted, exasperated. She dismissed XNNMN's words as mere jest. It was implausible that a woman as exceptional as XNNMN would be interested in a man as aged and wrinkled as Diao Changju. As they continued their journey, XNNMN executed several more sudden stops. However, both Diao Changju and Hu Xiying X were prepared this time, avoiding the previous chaos. Hu Xiying X even began to suspect that XNNMN was purposely stopping abruptly. Yet, each excuse she offered was reasonable. Moreover, she had no benefit from these sudden halts, which only served to place Diao Changju in a position to take advantage of the closeness. Surely, she could not be doing this to allow him such liberties. After a bumpy ride, the trio finally arrived at their destination, a remote area of the original forest on the edge of Longxuan Continent. Here, amidst the desolation, it was indeed difficult for anyone to predict that such a rare divine secret realm would manifest. As XNNMN guided Diao Changju and Hu Xiying X towards the entrance, Hu Xiying X called out, "Wait." XNNMN. Her voice was cautious. "Are we really going in unprepared?" she asked, anxiety creeping in her tone. It is said that the divine secret realm is fraught with danger, teeming with intelligent, high-level magical beasts. What else should we do? XNNMN replied nonchalantly. Nearby, on a large tree, a middle-aged man overheard their conversation and scoffed. "Huh, 3 naive children. Do you think 2 Tianji stage cultivators and 1 golden core stage cultivator can simply waltz into the divine secret realm and seize treasures? I, known as the great Emperor Hao Yin, do not dare to enter recklessly, even at the initial stage of transformation. The great Emperor Hao Yin, an ancient being who had roamed Longxuan for tens of thousands of years, had discovered the divine secret realm shortly before XNNMN. Even though the realm was brimming with treasures and elixirs, he opted to remain in place, meditating to restore his peak condition. Countless transformation stage cultivators had perished within the divine secret realm, and he could not afford to be careless in his approach. As he was about to restore himself to his peak condition and enter, Xinengmen, Diao Changju, and Hua Xiangxi arrived. The composed Emperor Hao Yin decisively chose to hide and observe the situation. Should we activate any defenses before entering? Hua Xiangxi expressed her concerns. Is it really that complicated? Everything will be fine with me around. Xinengmen confidently walked in. Diao Changju and Hua Xiangxi exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Diao Changju was not worried about safety. With both Hua Xiangxi and Xinengmen being daughters of fortune, following them would only lead to opportunities, not dangers. Upon witnessing the 3 casually entering the mysterious realm, Emperor Hao Yin scoffed, mocking, 3 naive little children. Since you are so fearless, I shall conceal my presence and follow behind, letting you be the vanguards. He concealed his aura and also entered the mysterious realm. Once the trio stepped into the realm, a brilliant white light enveloped them. Before their eyes lay a vibrant forest filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers under a sunny sky. Observing the azure heavens, Hua Xiangxi wondered aloud. Why does this feel like a small world? That is precisely what it is. Xinengmen stretched lazily in front of Diao Changju, her perfect curves on display. Given the size of this place, I have no idea where the holy pool of cleansing resides. Remaining here any longer is perilous. Hua Xiangxi voiced her anxiety. We simply need to traverse this forest and reach that palace to find the holy pool of cleansing. Shi Ningmen pointed ahead. How do you know this, Shi Ningmen? Have you been here before? Hua Xiangxi questioned, her face a canvas of confusion. Chapter 21. I do not understand. Shi Ningmen felt a jolt of alarm, almost exposing herself. Haha, it's because our Hahuan sect has had seniors emerge from this mysterious realm who mapped its interior, she replied. Now it makes sense, Hua Xiangxi nodded. Knowing the location of the holy cleansing land would save them considerable time. Let us proceed, Shi Ningmen led the way. Hua Xiangxi remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings as they walked slowly. She soon realized that her divine sense was ineffective here, forcing her to rely solely on her sight and hearing. Diao Changju trailed closely behind Shi Ningmen. Even if danger lurked, his current Yuanian cultivation rendered him powerless. Shortly after entering the forest, a pack of wolf-like beasts appeared before them, seemingly asleep and unaware of their presence. These are peak-stage tribulation beasts. Hua Xiangxi's complexion paled as she communicated telepathically, knowing they were no match for such formidable foes. She was taken aback by the sheer terror of the mysterious realm, encountering a group of peak tribulation beasts so soon. Shi Ningmen chuckled, unfazed, and exclaimed, "Why are you so tense, Xiangxi? Shoo, keep your voice down," Hua Xiangxi urged, alarmed, covering Shi Ningmen's mouth. She glanced nervously at the slumbering beasts, relieved to see no signs of awakening. If they disturbed the peak tribulation beasts, they would surely meet a grim fate. Diao Changju, relying on his low cultivation, had adopted a laid-back attitude, simply following the two women wherever they went. Shi Ningmen pried Hua Xiangxi's hand away and laughed. "Xiangxi, why are you so nervous? These beasts are known as sleepy wolves. Once they fall asleep, they remain oblivious even if slaughtered." Approaching one of the beasts, she playfully kicked it. "See, even after I kick it, it shows no reaction." Hua Xiangxi, witnessing the beast continue to snore peacefully, believed Shi Ningmen's words and laughed. How can there be such foolish beasts in the world? Diao Changju, intrigued, also approached the beast and kicked it with force, exclaiming in wonder, "Incredible! This is my first encounter with such a foolish creature. Master, do you want to try kicking it too? Me? All right, I'll give it a go." Seeing Diao Changju kick it, Hua Xiangxi felt tempted. Cautiously, she stepped up to the beast and gently kicked it as well. The beast remained unperturbed. "All right, let's move on. There's nothing strange about these beasts," Shi Ningmen said with a mischievous smile. "Yes," Hua Xiangxi replied, eager to expedite the process of Diao Changju bathing in the holy pool of cleansing and exiting swiftly. Shortly after they departed, the sleepy wolf that had been kicked opened its eyes, glanced at the retreating figures, and then resumed its slumber. Moments later, Emperor Haoyan emerged from a nearby thicket. Approaching the beast, he laughed heartily. How can there be such foolish creatures in the world? I must give a good kick. Upon entering, he discovered his divine sense was ineffective, prompting him to follow the trio stealthily. He had overheard their earlier conversation and became intrigued by the sleepy wolves. After living for thousands of years, this was the first time he had encountered such peculiar beasts that remained unresponsive to harm while asleep. With excitement, Emperor Haoyan gave the beast a vigorous kick, shouting, "Sleepy wolf, remember this. It was I, Emperor Haoyan, who kicked you. Ha ha ha." After delivering the kick, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The once slumbering beasts had all awoken and were now glaring at him with their wolfish eyes. Rubbing his own eyes in disbelief, he thought he must be imagining things. Didn't they say these sleepy wolves wouldn't awaken, even if slaughtered? Why did they all wake up after I kicked one? Could it be that my kick was too forceful? Emperor Haoyan's face turned ashen, even in his initial transformation stage. Facing dozens of peak tribulation beasts posed a significant threat to his life. "Are you not sleepy wolves? Why have you suddenly awakened?" Emperor Haoyan retreated several steps, pointing at the beasts in panic. "I am the divine wolf of the heavens. What right do you have to kick me?" One of the awakened beasts retorted angrily. "Divine wolf of the heavens? What kind of species is that?" Emperor Haoyan's face turned pale. It was the first time he had heard such a name. "What species I am is none of your concern. You dare to kick me. Brothers, attack." The beast howled, and the rest of the pack lunged at Emperor Haoyan. Your name is Emperor Hao Yan, is it? Shi Ningmen sensed the commotion behind them and smiled faintly. What are you smiling about, Ningmen? Hua Xiangxi, her nerves taut, noticed Shi Ningmen's expression and inquired curiously. I just thought of something amusing, Shi Ningmen replied with a grin. Hua Xiangxi frowned, her tone serious. Ningmen, can you please focus? We are in the mysterious realm, where dangers abound. A moment's distraction could cost us our lives. All right, I won't let my mind wander. I will concentrate, Shi Ningmen assured her. After a fierce battle, Emperor Hao Yan fled in disarray. Fortunately, after a certain distance, the pack of divine wolves did not pursue him further. No longer resembling the ethereal figure he once was, his clothes were tattered, and his body was marred with wounds, presenting the image of a beggar. Why did they show no reaction when kicked by the others, yet attacked me? Could it be that these divine wolves are attracted to beautiful women, hence their silence upon being kicked? However, that diminutive man in the Jindan stage also kicked it. I cannot comprehend. The Emperor Hao Yan, having lived for so long, finds himself in such a predicament for the first time. Chapter 22. This young lady is the Qi Tian divine ape. The Emperor Hao Yan, in relentless pursuit, finally caught up with Diao Changju, Shi Ningmen, and Hua Xiangxi. Why had they not encountered any dangers along the way? The Emperor Hao Yan was baffled. Was it not said that the divine realm was fraught with peril? Yet they meandered through the forest as if on a leisurely stroll, only to encounter a pack of Tongtian divine wolves. The wolves did not even attack them. In the next moment, a monkey beast in the early stage of transformation appeared before Diao Changju, Shi Ningmen, and Hua Xiangxi. Early stage of transformation. The Emperor Hao Qian hurriedly concealed himself in the bushes, elated at the turn of events. How delightful it is to see you all in disarray now. They had encountered a monkey beast in the early stage of transformation. The monkey beast was notoriously irritable. Surely, they were doomed now. Ha 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 ha. Having previously endured a beating from the Tongtian divine wolves, the Emperor Hao Yan felt a sense of balance restored. Hua Xiangxi, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the monkey beast, turned pale, devoid of color. Early stage of transformation. The monkey beast stood 2 meters tall, its entire body enveloped in golden fur. It regarded the three with an expression of apparent confusion. Everyone, do not panic. Shi Ningmen stepped forward. She approached the monkey beast and explained, this creature is known as the gentle golden silk monkey. It possesses an exceedingly gentle temperament. As long as we do not provoke it, it will not harm us. Hua Xiangxi looked on in doubt. Is that true? I do not believe it. Diao Changju, however, was convinced. The golden silk monkey was indeed gentle, unlike the rowdy monkeys of a May mountain. Really, if you do not believe me, you can ask her. Shi Ningmen gently stroked the monkey beast's fur. The golden silk monkey nodded eagerly and let out a sound, meow. Sister, you are a monkey, not a cat. Shi Ningmen playfully kicked the golden silk monkey. The monkey beast wore an utterly aggrieved expression. Isn't it cuter to pretend to be a cat? Wait, isn't she a monkey? Why does she sound like a cat? Hua Xiangxi pointed at the golden silk monkey, bewildered. This monkey beast in the early stage of transformation exceeded her understanding. Forget the sound. The important thing is that she is gentle. Come here, let me pet your little paw. Shi Ningmen extended her hand to the golden silk monkey. The monkey eagerly placed its massive paw on her palm. Now, let me pet your head. Shi Ningmen indicated for the golden silk monkey to lower its head. The obedient creature complied, allowing Shi Ningmen to stroke it. What a well-behaved little darling. Shi Ningmen cooed as she caressed the golden silk monkey's head. Diao Changju and Hua Xiangxi exchanged glances, speechless. You are a beast in the early stage of transformation, not a dog. Would you like to pet her? As long as you do not harm her, she will not attack us, Shi Ningmen said to Diao Changju and Hua Xiangxi. Is it truly permissible? Hua Xiangxi felt tempted. Who would want to pet a beast in the early stage of transformation? Yes, Shi Ningmen nodded, with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Hua Xiangxi cautiously approached the golden silk monkey and reached out her delicate hand to stroke its head. To her astonishment, the fur felt incredibly smooth and delightful to the touch. Oh no, I think I'm getting addicted. Hua Xiangxi's hand quickened, as if she had discovered a new land, intent on petting the monkey beast bald. Is it true? I want to pet her too. Diao Changju rushed over to join in, only to stumble over a rock and fall directly onto the golden silk monkey's tail. Ah, the monkey beast squealed. The tail was its most sensitive part. It was taboo for others to touch it, not even its parents. Although Diao Changju did not inflict harm. The sudden impact startled the creature. It's going to be furious. Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju hurriedly retreated. Everyone, do not panic. This is merely a sign of the golden silk monkey's comfort. Shi Ninman quickly reassured them. After letting out a cry, the monkey beast, realizing it had startled them, immediately covered its mouth, appearing adorably innocent. Upon hearing Shi Ninman's words, it nodded vigorously in affirmation, almost as if it were about to verbally confirm it. Diao Changju and Hua Xiangxi were left puzzled. This is a sign of comfort? Indeed, Shi Ninman said, embracing the golden silk monkey's tail and playfully squeezing it. The monkey beast could not help but emit another sound. See, I told you I wasn't lying, Shi Ninman proclaimed proudly. Hua Xiangxi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the large tail in Shi Ninman's arms. Really? I want to pet it. Hua Xiangxi snatched the tail, alternating between gentle pulls and caresses. Wow, the texture is delightful. It even smells wonderful. Is it true? I want to pet the tail too. Diao Changju joined in, eagerly attending to the tail. Shi Ninman opened her mouth to object, but before she could utter a word, they were already lost in their petting frenzy. After a while, Diao Changju and Hua Xiangxi reluctantly released the tail and continued on their way. The golden silk monkey curled up on the ground, wearing a despondent expression, with 2 tears trickling down its cheeks. I'm not clean anymore. My tail has been petted in turns by 3 people. It had excitedly sought out Shi Ninman to play after sensing her presence, only to find the Emperor Hao Yan, who had been hiding in the bushes, overhearing their entire conversation. Having learned a lesson, he would no longer fall for Shi Ninman's nonsensical claims about the gentle golden silk monkey, which supposedly would not attack unless provoked. The Emperor Hao Yan was not convinced at all and decided to quietly circumvent the golden silk monkey to follow Diao Changju, Shi Ninman, and Hua Xiangxi. Just as he carefully attempted to pass by, the golden silk monkey suddenly spoke, its voice clear and melodious. You stepped on my tail. The Emperor Hao Yan glanced down at his feet, finding no tail in sight. He had barely brushed against a single hair. In the next moment, the golden silk monkey lunged at him, indignant at having its tail stepped on. The speed of the monkey beast left the Emperor Hao Yan no time to react. It seized his foot and began to slam him against the ground repeatedly. You stepped on my tail. You stepped on my tail. You stepped on my tail. 10 minutes later, the Emperor Hao Yan felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. He lay on the ground, battered and bruised. The golden silk monkey had mercilessly toyed with him. Struggling to speak, the Emperor Hao Yan asked, Aren't you the gentle golden silk monkey? Gentle my foot. I am the Qitian divine ape. The golden silk monkey sent him soaring into the sky with a kick, ejecting him from the secret realm. Chapter 23. The Heavenly Sacred Land of the Bai Family. Lingxiao Sect. At that moment, a white-haired old woman tore through space and emerged behind her. Gazing at Bai Hua Jin before her, she exclaimed with fervent excitement, At last, I have found you. Little Hua Jin. Bai Hua Jin, startled by the voice, turned around in a flurry, and upon seeing the suddenly appeared old woman, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, Who are you? I am your grandmother. The old woman said, reaching out to stroke Bai Hua Jin's head. Grandmother? Bai Hua Jin stood frozen in place. Was she not an orphan? With no parents? How could she have a grandmother? However, the aura emanating from the old woman evoked a profound sense of kinship within her, a feeling of blood connection. Ultimately, she was the one who had taken you away, and you both lost contact. For over 2 decades, we have searched through various realms, and, at long last, we have found you, my dear granddaughter. The old woman embraced Bai Hua Jin, tears streaming down her face. Had it not been for Bai Hua Jin activating the unique Liu Liyan holy body of the Bai family, emanating a distinct aura, we would have never located her. This implies that I am not an orphan. My parents are still alive? Bai Hua Jin asked incredulously. Growing up in a small mountain village, she had long envied other children who had parents and a home. Hesitantly, Bai Hua Jin inquired, reluctant to part with Diao Changju. The old woman furrowed her brow, grasped Bai Hua Jin's hand, and, after scanning her body with her spiritual energy, her face turned ashen. How could your body be damaged? Who did this? The old woman was furious. The Bai family is a prominent clan in Tiansheng Xinzhou. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Huajin is already designated as the future head of the family, currently serving as the young master. It is a disgrace for the young master of the Bai family to be harmed by a native from a remote area of Longxuan Continent. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Bai Huajin is betrothed. Before her birth, a powerful figure aided the Bai family through perilous times. His sole request being for the next young master of the Bai family, the Liu Liyan holy body, to serve their young master. This formidable being is merely a servant, which speaks volumes about the strength of the family he serves. It can be said that the young master of the Bai family, marrying him, is a significant elevation. However, now Bai Huajin has been compromised. Seeing the old woman so enraged only made it less likely for Bai Huajin to reveal her relationship with Diao Changju. Grandmother, I truly love him. If he dies, I shall not wish to live either, Bai Huajin declared defiantly. The old woman's anger dissipated immediately. At this juncture, there is no other choice but to have Bai Huajin's twin sister, Bai Chu Yuan, who also possesses the Liu Liyan holy body, marry the young master of that powerful figure instead. The old woman sighed inwardly, acknowledging the hardships Bai Huajin must have endured. Her cultivation level is merely at the Yuan Ing stage. Grandmother, do you have any precious pills or spiritual items that can enhance cultivation or cleanse one's physique? Bai Huajin asked, her face flushed. What? Do you intend to give them to your unworthy husband? The old woman scoffed. She could not fathom why Bai Huajin would ask for such items, and her impression of the man behind Bai Huajin had plummeted to an all-time low. Enhancing cultivation or cleansing one's physique. This signifies he must possess mediocre cultivation talent. Otherwise, Bai Huajin would not have emphasized those characteristics when asking her for items. Well, grandmother, do you have any with you? Bai Huajin sweetly clung to the old woman's arm. The old woman felt her heart soften. This is how a good granddaughter should be, unlike the cold Bai Chu Yuan at home, who even shows disdain when embraced. I have some, though they are not particularly valuable. We have plenty at home. I'll give you everything I have for your unworthy husband, the old woman said, her face beaming as she removed a spatial ring and handed it to Bai Huajin. This ring contains pills worth their weight in gold. Bai Huajin joyfully kissed the old woman's cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, grandmother. The old woman's face radiated happiness like a blooming chrysanthemum. This is how a good granddaughter should be, in stark contrast to the icy Bai Chu Yuan at home, who wouldn't even allow a single kiss. After Bai Huajin penned a heartfelt letter, she reluctantly followed the old woman as they tore through the fabric of space to depart. The sect has certainly become increasingly lively of late. In the forbidden grounds of Ling Shao sect, a little girl cradled a kitten in her arms, murmuring to herself. Chapter 24. Even saints cannot withstand. After finishing off the golden-haired monkey, the trio encountered no further beasts and directly traversed the forest, entering a luxurious palace. Huaxiang, she felt something was amiss. The journey had been remarkably easy and uneventful. The cleansing holy pool you desire is within. The beasts dare not enter this palace. You go soak in your pool while I search for treasures in the palace's chambers, Shinin Man stated. All right, Huaxiang, she nodded. Then Shinin Man began to act independently. Changju, let us also visit the cleansing holy pool, Huaxiang, she said to Diao Changju. Huaxiang, she was eager for Diao Changju to complete the cleansing process swiftly, wishing to leave this bizarre realm of the gods as soon as possible. The more they avoided danger, the more uneasy she felt, as if a wave of great peril awaited them. Huaxiang, she and Diao Changju cautiously navigated the corridors, finally arriving beside a steaming large bath. The water in the bath was golden and transparent, sparkling and clearly extraordinary. Is this the legendary cleansing holy pool that can transform one's body? Huaxiang, she cautiously dipped her hand into the water. Her expression turned to shock. Such pure spiritual energy. This is no ordinary water. It is spiritual energy condensed into liquid. Huaxiang, she exclaimed. Furthermore, as soon as her hand touched the water, it permeated her body, cleansing her sinews and bones. Truly, this is the cleansing holy pool. The effects are astounding. Huaxiang, she felt an overwhelming urge to jump in and cleanse her entire being. Changju, quickly remove your clothes and enter the pool. I will guard you. Hua she urged, though she suppressed her impulse. After all, her primary goal was to enhance Diao Changju's physique. Completely undress? Diao Changju blushed slightly. Although Hua she was his esteemed master, she was still a woman. What else? What is there to be embarrassed about? With your wrinkled body? I have no interest in looking. Hua she playfully tapped Diao Changju's forehead. Diao Changju reluctantly turned his back to Hua she and undressed. Leaping into the pool. How does it feel? Hua she asked. It feels wonderful. My cultivation seems to be increasing continuously. Diao Changju replied, astonished. This was not mere exaggeration. He genuinely felt his training speed accelerating for the first time. That's wonderful. Now focus on meditating and cultivating. Hua she encouraged Diao Changju, thrilled for him. The results are promising, validating her efforts to bring him to this divine realm. Hua she breathed a sigh of relief. She had promised Liu Liyan to take good care of Diao Changju. Now, having transformed his physique, she had extended his lifespan. Liu Liyan would surely be profoundly grateful upon her return. Where can one find a master as excellent as me? Hua she thought with immense pride. Observing Diao Changju, who had been meditating in the cleansing holy pool for half an hour without any issues. Hua she felt a growing desire to experience the pool herself. Considering that Diao Changju no longer needed her protection, and knowing such an exceptional opportunity should not be squandered, she could not resist the temptation. I should also enjoy a soak. How delightful that would be. Having experienced the pool's effects, Hua she could no longer hold back. After ensuring that Diao Changju remained deeply engrossed in his meditation, she stealthily approached a corner of the cleansing holy pool, shed her garments, and neatly folded them before allowing her jade-like feet to descend into the water. Wow! The effects of the cleansing holy pool are astonishing. I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the latter stage of Tianji. Hua she marveled, casting one last glance at Diao Changju, who remained in deep meditation nearby. She felt reassured and closed her eyes to focus on her own cultivation. In another part of the palace, Shinan man cradled a golden-haired little girl in her arms. Chi, are you sure the medicine in that pool is potent enough? Shinan man gently ruffled the little girl's golden curls. This is the previously docile, golden-haired monkey. Rest assured, Sister Nun, the medicine I added is powerful. Chi grinned mischievously, adding, once the effects kick in, even saints will be unable to withstand it. Well done. I shall reward you with a large peach. Retrieved a peach, larger than Chi-Chi's head, from her storage ring and handed it to her. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the peach, and she eagerly embraced it with her tiny hands, taking a bite. At that moment, Xiangxi suddenly opened her eyes, her body flushed. She glanced at Diao Changju, only to find him unconscious, his name particularly striking. Simultaneously, upon seeing Diao Changju, the poison within her erupted. Unable to control herself, she moved closer to him. An hour later, having regained her composure, Xiangxi gritted her teeth and dressed. As she gazed at the still unconscious Diao Changju, tears streamed down her face once more. At that moment, Diao Changju's true cultivation level was fully revealed, indicating he was in the late Yuanying stage. Moreover, his appearance had transformed from that of a frail old man to a handsome middle-aged gentleman. How infuriating! Why had no one mentioned that the Shisui sacred pool had such side effects? Xiangxi felt a deep sense of despair. Her innocence was lost in such a manner, and the individual involved was none other than Diao Changju. She had promised Liyan to take good care of him, yet here she was having taken such intimate care. When Liyan emerges, how could she possibly explain this? However, Diao Changju had remained unconscious throughout the ordeal. If she said nothing, he would likely remain oblivious to what transpired. Xiangxi tried to comfort herself, but the injustice weighed heavily on her heart as she glared at Diao Changju. Her innocence was stripped away, and with an old man. No less. Initially, Diao Changju appeared as an elder, only to gradually morph into a middle-aged figure. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. She too yearned for love, fantasizing about her future husband and the romance of wedding nights. Yet all of that had been ruined by this old man. She could only blame herself for succumbing to temptation. Even though her cultivation had inexplicably reached the tribulation stage now, she felt no joy. Xiangxi, in her moment of exasperation, rushed to Diao Changju and forcefully placed her foot upon his handsome face, exclaiming, "You disobedient disciple!" Lowering her gaze at Diao Changju only fueled her anger further. She realized that while she was now well, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. If the poison remained, he could continue to be in a stupor. With no other women present, and with Xineman mysteriously absent, she found herself at a loss. Regardless, it had already been an hour. A little longer would not matter. Once more, Xiangxi embraced Diao Changju. Fortunately, he no longer resembled the wrinkled old man he once was, but had transformed into a dashing figure, which made her feel a little better. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled to act in his conscious presence. Chapter 25, Uncle, please conduct yourself with decorum. Diao Changju groggily opened his eyes, feeling utterly drained, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Changju, you're finally awake? Xiangxi, seated beside him, spoke with a calm demeanor. Diao Changju sensed that his master seemed upset, perhaps even angry, as she addressed him with such a tone. Master, were we not in the Shisui sacred pool? How'd we end up in this room? He asked, bewildered, noticing that his clothing was properly arranged. How have I reached the late Yuanying stage? Diao Changju suddenly realized the change in his cultivation and was filled with delight. You fainted in the Shisui sacred pool. I fished you out, Xiangxi replied, her voice devoid of any hint of previous events. Xineman, observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the act. Thank you, master. Diao Changju quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling a bit embarrassed at the thought of Xiangxi having helped him dress. Just then, he noticed a series of unread messages from his system. Congratulations, host, for forcibly submitting to the fated daughter, Xiangxi. Congratulations, host, on receiving rewards. Reward 1. The host's chaos divine body has been restored to 50%. You may now cultivate normally. Reward 2. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the late Yuanying stage. What on earth? Diao Changju stared incredulously at Xiangxi. System, are you mistaken? When did I forcibly submit to my master? Host, take a look for yourself. Name, Xiangxi. Cultivation, mid-tribulation stage. Physique, Yuhu Tunshin body, activated. Fortune value, 150,000. Submission value, 8. Diao Changju rubbed his temples, realizing why he felt so drained and why his master's demeanor seemed odd. Something significant must have transpired while he was unconscious. The thought of Xiangxi being his and Liu Liyan's most revered master made him feel guilty. If Liu Liyan were to emerge from her seclusion and learn of this, would she pursue him with a blade? What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I will have your eyes. Xiangxi, noticing Diao Changju's prolonged gaze, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that this disobedient disciple discovered something? Impossible. He had been unconscious and could not possibly know of her actions. Diao Changju, feeling guilty, quickly lowered his head. It seemed that his master did not intend to disclose the incident, pretending as if nothing had occurred. In that case, it would be best for everyone to forget about it. Xineman reached out, brushing her hand against Diao Changju's handsome face, and a unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He also felt her weight leaning against his shoulder, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Xiangxi noticed the closeness between Xineman and Diao Changju, furrowing her brow with an inexplicable discomfort. Upon sensing Xiangxi's subtle expression, Diao Changju quickly pushed Xineman's warm, soft body away, adopting a serious tone. Master, please conduct yourself with decorum. Xineman then turned to embrace Xiangxi, feigning a pout. Your disciple actually dislikes me. Xiangxi was pleased with Diao Changju's reaction and chuckled. Xineman, do not tease my good disciple. He cannot withstand your antics. Well, the more I see Changju, the more I like him. How about you lend me your good disciple for a night? Xineman winked at Diao Changju. Diao Changju nearly nodded in agreement, but Xiangxi decisively refused. My good disciple cannot endure your advances. He can withstand you for 2 hours, so how could he not survive a night with me? Xineman chuckled wickedly in her heart. Diao Changju blinked innocently, indicating he did not understand. All right, we have wasted enough time here. It is time to leave. Xiangxi redirected the conversation. It was you who took nearly 3 hours to bring Changju out. Xineman feigned innocence, huffing. Huaxiangxi's ears turned slightly red. This was not her fault. It was Diao Changju's issue. She too had her difficulties. Eventually, the trio exited the secret realm without any hindrances. Take care on your journey. Huaxiangxi bid farewell to both Diao Changju and Xineman. Xineman summoned her sword, soaring into the sky like a streak of light, seemingly unwilling to take Diao Changju along. Diao Changju's face fell. He had not anticipated that his beloved master would refuse to even let him ride with her on her sword. Huaxiangxi cast a somewhat indifferent glance at Diao Changju. She had previously flown him on her sword many times, but after today's events, she felt a strange discomfort at the thought of doing so again. In her reverie, she envisioned a romantic journey through the skies, soaring on a sword alongside her Dao companion. However, the identity of Diao Changju in her heart had become inexplicably tangled. Not only was he her disciple, but he also held the title of her first man. Thus, the notion of flying with him on a sword brought a peculiar discomfort. What if an unforeseen incident were to occur? After all, he was merely in the late yuanying stage. She consoled herself, reminding that she had taken him along for Liu Liyan's sake, having promised to take good care of him. Thank you, master. Diao Changju respectfully addressed Huaxiangxi. Upon witnessing Diao Changju's unwavering respect, Huaxiangxi felt a slight solace within. In her eyes, Diao Changju remained blissfully unaware of the events of the day, still perceiving her as the esteemed master he revered. Perhaps it was she who was being petty. Huaxiangxi summoned her treasured sword and gracefully leapt onto it. All right. Diao Changju quickly followed suit, hopping onto the flying sword behind her. With a sudden burst of speed, Huaxiangxi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, releasing wafts of fragrance. Diao Changju gazed at his ethereal master, who seemed like a celestial being, his eyes momentarily lost in wonder. He could hardly believe she had truly become his woman, despite her seeming unattainable and being the person he held in utmost respect. Chapter 26. The new child of hostile fortune, feeling the intense gaze behind her, Huaxiangxi became somewhat uneasy. She could only silently accelerate her speed, eager to reach their destination. Your physique has been purified, and you may resume your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to seek me out at any time. With this parting remark, Huaxiangxi departed. A day and night had passed since their outing. Diao Changju grumbled as he pushed open his door, only to discover a letter and a ring on his table. Curiously, he opened the envelope. After reading its contents, he let out a heavy sigh. Tianshang Shenzhou's by family? Xiao Huajin possesses such an identity? After years of nightly companionship with Bai Huajin, Diao Changju had developed feelings for her. The thought of her departure left him despondent, as the courtyard now felt desolate. He had yet to showcase his charming side to Bai Huajin, presenting only the image of a grizzled old man. Just as the opportunity to impress her arose, she had left. A gentle smile formed on his lips as he read the final lines of the letter. What good is there in an old man like me? Aside from my name? Diao Changju examined the medicinal pills within the ring. Their quality was decent, comparable to the top-tier pills Huaxiangxi had bestowed upon him. I must focus on my cultivation. I cannot remain in Longxuan Dalu forever. I must visit Tianjin Shenzhou at least once, or my life would be in vain. With determination, Diao Changju began his meditative practice. A year later, Diao Changju awoke from his seclusion, having successfully advanced to the initial stage of Shengling. The terrifying cultivation speed of his half-complete chaos divine body was astonishing. He could only imagine how extraordinary the speed would be at full capacity. Stretching lazily, he emerged from his room. The courtyard, neglected and covered in dust and fallen leaves, stood in stark contrast to the arrival of spring. As new leaves began to sprout on the once barren trees, it seems I shall need to find a disciple to help me clean the courtyard every few days. Diao Changju mused. After considering the timing, he realized the day was the day for the sect's new disciple recruitment. I might as well go take a look. Perhaps I will encounter a child of fortune. With that thought, Diao Changju took to the skies on his sword, departing the mountaintop. At the outer gate of Lingxiao sect, a vast square was teeming with people. Today marked the recruitment of new disciples for Lingxiao sect, one of the 4 major sects, drawing countless hopefuls eager to join. However, the recruitment criteria were exceptionally stringent. Applicants had to be no older than 18 years and face 4 rigorous tests. The first test assessed aptitude. The second tested physical ability. The third involved ascending the heavenly ladder, and the fourth examined mental fortitude. Only those who passed all 4 tests could become outer disciples of Lingxiao's sect, with a staggering elimination rate of 90%. Outer disciples who reached the foundation establishment stage would then advance to the inner sect. Those who only passed 2 tests could opt to become miscellaneous disciples, remaining within the sect to complete daily tasks in exchange for cultivation resources. Only upon reaching the golden core stage could they shed their status as miscellaneous disciples and become inner disciples. The significance of the 4 tests was becoming increasingly apparent as the evaluations progressed to the 3rd phase, where true eliminations began. Having failed the first 2 tests did not equate to complete disqualification. As long as they succeeded in the subsequent tests, they could still join Lingxiao's sect as miscellaneous disciples. A colossal 100-step heavenly ladder was densely packed with thousands of participants. Only those who reached the summit would be deemed successful. With every 10 steps ascended, the pressure of the ladder increased. Most individuals fell off after barely reaching the 30th step, failing all 3 tests and being eliminated. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded ladder was reduced to fewer than 10,000 hopefuls. Among them, a golden-haired little girl was the first to reach the summit, proudly placing her hands on her hips and laughing triumphantly. "Is this it? This is nothing. Such a trivial heavenly ladder." Her taunts silenced the struggling participants below, who dare not voice their frustrations. The fastest among them, an unremarkable young man, had only reached the 60th step while the golden-haired girl had already claimed victory. At that moment, the disparity between individuals was starkly revealed, leaving the onlookers in awe. "She did it again. Who is this little girl? I don't know. She doesn't seem to belong to any prominent family." Her ascent had seemingly shattered the records set by Lingxiao's sect's prodigies, Liu Liyan and Zui Mengsheng. Once again, Lingxiao's sect had discovered a gem, as Liu Liyan and Zui Mengsheng had already eclipsed the other 3 sect's talents, and now, a little girl had emerged. Isn't that the waste from the Yi family? How was he leading the charge on the heavenly ladder test? Laughter erupted among the crowd. With Yi Bufan's qualifications, he dares to dream of joining Lingxiao's sect? Truly delusional. This unremarkable young man, who had managed to reach the 60th step, was indeed Yi Bufan. The Yi family was one of the 3 great families of Longxuan Dalu, only slightly weaker than the 4 major sections. The saying of the 4 major sects and 3 great families was well known. The 4 major sects included Lingxiao's sect, Yinu, Xian's sect, Hahuan's sect, and Xiaoya sect, while the 3 great families comprised the Li family, Yi family, and Zui family. Li Jianyuan and Zui Mengsheng hailed from the Li and Zui families, respectively. Though Yi Bufan was born into the Yi family, his mother was a maid who had been taken advantage of by the family head during a drunken stupor, resulting in his birth. Coupled with his ordinary cultivation aptitude, he held a lowly position within the Yi family, barely above that of servant. Chapter 27. Fellow inhabitants of Blue Star, Yi Bufan scoffed at the jeers surrounding him. A bunch of ants daring to mock him. The protagonist? This Yi Bufan was not the same as the original one from a month ago. After the original Yi Bufan was brutally beaten by his cousins and met his demise, the Yi Bufan from Blue Star successfully took over this body and activated the system, taking concubines to gain strength. In Blue Star, Yi Bufan had been a complete loser, lacking a stable job, spending his days obsessing over his favorite stars. After an all-nighter, he died suddenly and crossed over, inheriting the memories of the original Yi Bufan. The taking concubines to gain strength system was capable of detecting beautiful women. Based on dimensions such as beauty, cultivation level, and training aptitude, evaluations are made. The higher the quality, the more abundant the rewards. Over the past month, Yi Bufan has successfully deceived several attractive yet ordinarily talented women, leveraging his identity as the young master of the Yi family. Unfortunately, due to their ordinary status, the rewards provided by the system were meager and, in fact, utterly useless for his cultivation. Thus, he aspired to join Ling Xiao's zone, intending to ensnare the talented beauties within, believing that the rewards would far surpass those obtained from ordinary women. Moreover, he had heard that the previous sect master, Hua Xiangxi, was the second most beautiful woman in Longxuan Continent and remained single to this day. To him, it seemed as though she was destined for him, the protagonist. He had already envisioned the script. He would join Ling Xiao's zone, and Hua Xiangxi would fall for him at first sight, taking him as her disciple. What a perfect protagonist template. However, Yi Bufan nearly failed to pass the initial assessment of Ling Xiao's zone. The first test assessed aptitude, and his was not merely ordinary. It was akin to that of a hopelessly unfit individual. He failed the first test. The second test gauged physical strength. Not only was Yi Bufan's original body frail, but he was also a sedentary individual in Lanxing, rendering him utterly unprepared for this test. He failed the second test as well. At this point, Yi Bufan found himself with no escape route. Fortunately, the third test evaluated endurance. As a craftsman, he possessed great confidence in his stamina, leading him to outperform others by a staggering 20 levels in this trial. As he gazed at the golden-haired little girl at the summit, a strong sense of possessiveness flickered in his eyes. Upon her appearance, the marrying to become stronger system erupted with activity. Her quality rating soared to a terrifying level. Since awakening the system, Yi Bufan had encountered numerous beauties, the highest rating being merely average. The arrival of the golden-haired little girl solidified his belief that she was intended for him, the protagonist. Fellow disciples, such a glitch. Ultimately, this golden-haired little girl would undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love with him, an otherwise ordinary-looking male lead. Simultaneously, Yi Bufan's gaze shifted to a strikingly beautiful yet frail woman struggling on the 30th level below. Her quality rating was only average, and despite her exquisite appearance, her lack of aptitude diminished the system's evaluation of her. She must be the white moonlight prepared for him, the male lead. With just a little care from him, she would surely cry and throw herself into his arms. A wave of pride surged within Yi Bufan. However, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling, sending a chill down his spine. He had nearly been eliminated, unable even to become a mere servant disciple of Ling Xiao's zone. The memory left him shaken. This was a most crucial first step toward becoming a powerful individual, and he could not afford to be careless. Yi Bufan set aside his whimsical thoughts and focused on ascending the tower. When Diao Changju arrived at the assessment venue, the outer sect elders responsible for supervising the disciples immediately bowed upon seeing his identity token. They recognized him as an inner sect elder in his current middle-aged appearance. They failed to identify him as the Diao Changju who had come to observe the assessments in previous years, only addressing him with respect. The recruitment assessments of Ling Xiao's zone were held annually, primarily attended by outer sect elders, with few inner sect elders taking the time to observe unless a prodigy was present. For instance, the golden-haired little girl was an exceptional talent that warranted the attention of inner sect elders. Before Diao Changju's arrival, dozens of inner sect elders had gathered, all drawn by the golden-haired girl. "Brother, have you broken through to the Holy Spirit stage?" Huang Xuanyu approached, astonished. He recognized the handsome middle-aged man before him as Diao Changju. Just a few years ago, Diao Changju was at the Golden Core stage. What had transpired in these years for him to ascend to the Holy Spirit stage? He was almost on par with Huang Xuanyu, who was at the Holy Infant stage. Huang Xuanyu's admiration for Diao Changju increased significantly. "I heard there was a genius among the new disciples, so I came to see," Huang Xuanyu said awkwardly. Among the inner sect elders present, his cultivation level was the lowest. He felt embarrassed to mention taking on disciples. His status as an inner sect elder was mainly due to his excellent teaching abilities, which led Ling Xiao's zone to grant him this title as an exception. His full title was Inner Sect Transmission Elder. "Oh, a genius? Is it male or female?" Diao Changju inquired, suddenly intrigued. "Female. It's that little girl standing on the celestial ladder with her hands on her hips," Huang Xuanyu replied. In the first test, her cultivation assessment was golden, far surpassing the red ratings of Jian Yuan and Meng Sheng. In the second test, she also placed first, leaving her competitors far behind and breaking the record set by Jian Yuan and Meng Sheng in previous years. Now, in the third test on the celestial ladder, she has also broken the records they established. Huang Xuanyu pointed at the golden-haired little girl. "Isn't she the quintessential embodiment of a fate-bearing girl?" Diao Changju felt a thrill of excitement at encountering yet another fate-bearing girl. However, as he observed her, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Why had the system not provided any prompts? Was it malfunctioning? System, please assess this golden-haired little girl to determine if she is indeed a fate-bearing girl. Ding. System assessment complete. She is not a fate-bearing girl. What? Are you joking, system? She is so exceptional, and yet she is not a fate-bearing girl? Ding. System has detected a fate-bearing girl. Name, Shuang Long. Age, 18. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 1. Fate Value, 50,000. Physique, 9 Nether Demon Body, not activated. Diao Changju's gaze shifted to a strikingly beautiful yet frail woman struggling on the 35th level of the celestial ladder. She exuded a delicate aura reminiscent of Lin Diyu. Before Diao Changju could ponder deeply, the system's information reappeared. Detected hostile, fate-bearing child. Name, Yibu Fan. Age, 18. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 1. Fate Value, 1 million. Summary. Yi Bufan from Longxuan has usurped the body of the original Yi Bufan and activated the marrying to become stronger system, continuously growing stronger through marriage, ultimately dominating the myriad realms with numerous wives. Warning. The first step for Yi Bufan to grow stronger through marriage is to convert Ling Xiao Zong into his sect. Please eliminate Yi Bufan immediately. Warning. The host cannot personally eliminate Yi Bufan, as this may cause an intersection between this system and Yi Bufan's system, attracting the attention of the world's heavenly Dao. Warning. If this system is discovered by the world's heavenly Dao, it will be deemed an external evil force, leading to the annihilation of both the system and the host. Chapter 28. One must be ruthless toward enemies. Upon hearing the system's words, Diao Changju's expression darkened. It turned out that he was not the only individual from Longxuan who had traversed to this realm and awakened a system. More importantly, this compatriot from Longxuan was his mortal enemy. System, can this Yi Bufan discover my identity? This was Diao Changju's primary concern. The level of this system far surpasses that of Yi Bufan's inferior system, rendering it incapable of detecting our existence or information. The system replied smugly. That simplifies matters. Although I cannot personally eliminate Yi Bufan, Ling Xiao Zong is my territory. If he dares to target my sect, I shall ensure his downfall. A flash of mockery glimmered in Diao Changju's eyes. In Ling Xiao Zong, half of the Inner Gate elders are allies of Hua Xiangxi. How could Yi Bufan possibly contend with him? Even though Yi Bufan hails from the same blue star as he does, Diao Changju would show no mercy. If Yi Bufan survives, it is Diao who will meet his demise. Having lived for nearly a millennium in Longxuan Continent, he is no longer the kind-hearted individual for Blue Star. Kindness is reserved for one's own, while enemies must be dealt with ruthlessly. This is the immutable truth of this world. The unfortunate reality is that Yi Bufan stands against him. Had he aligned with Li Jianyuan and others, Diao Changju would have graciously received this compatriot from Blue Star. As time passed, the 4 assessments swiftly concluded. From the original thousands of candidates, only around 200 remained. Among these, a mere 20 successfully passed all 4 assessments, while the remaining 180 had only managed to complete 2 or 3, relegating them to the status of outer disciples until they reached the golden core stage to become inner disciples. Among these disciples were the golden-haired lowly Shuang Long and Yi Bufan. Despite her seemingly frail demeanor, Shuang Long managed to pass the 3rd and 4th assessments. Yi Bufan did likewise. The unexpected success of both Shuang Long and Yi Bufan in the final 2 assessments astonished the onlookers, particularly as both exhibited white cultivation aptitude during the qualification tests, suggesting they were nearly useless. The survival of these 2 wastes was indeed a surprise to all. Yi Bufan gazed at the proud, golden-haired lowly before him, feeling a surge of excitement. He approached her with a confident smile, greeting her. Hello, my name is Yi Bufan. May I ask for your name, miss? He harbored immense faith in his protagonist's aura. Throughout the past month, his attempts at charming various beauties had always resulted in them being enamored with him. Had he not deemed them unworthy of even a fleeting encounter, he would have already amassed a harem. This bolstered his confidence in his own allure, believing that no woman could resist his seemingly ordinary yet self-assured visage. However, the golden-haired lowly shot him a disdainful glance, wrinkling her nose as she stepped back 3 paces, exclaiming, "You stink. You're drenched in sweat. Keep your distance from me." Yi Bufon's expression froze in disbelief. Why had his smile failed to work? Glancing at his soaked attire, he acknowledged the strong odor of sweat. Nevertheless, he dismissed her reaction, smirking to himself. Truly, a beauty of such caliber was indeed challenging to woo. The more difficult the conquest, the more exhilarated he felt. In his mind, this golden-haired lowly was destined to be his. He simply had no urgency. Turning his attention to Xue Yinglong, he noticed her head bowed, her petite hands clutching her dress tightly, revealing her evident nervousness. A self-doubting girl is the easiest to coax. A sprinkle of kindness would surely make her think of him constantly. Yi Bufon smiled confidently, feeling his experiences in gentlemanly pursuits from Blue Star had not been in vain. He approached Xue Yinglong with assured strides and said, "You are truly remarkable. You managed to pass the later assessments." Xue Yinglong lifted her exquisite face to meet the sudden advance of Yi Bufon, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she took 3 cautious steps back. The aura emanating from him was one she found repellent, though she could not articulate why. Yi Bufon's expression stiffened once more, noticing the palpable wariness in her gaze. He realized that if he continued to engage her, she would certainly perceive him as a villain. Thus, he could only chuckle and turn away. How intriguing! These beauties of extraordinary caliber indeed posed a challenge. Yi Bufon smirked again. Beneath Xue Yinglong's anxious exterior lay a discernible smirk. She was a reincarnated being, not merely an ordinary girl. In her previous life, she had been the demon emperor of Longxuan Continent. Yet, when the calamity of the heavens struck, she, a mere transformation stage demon emperor, was destined to become fodder for the catastrophe and ultimately perished. Her reason for coming to Longxuan Continent was simple. It was one of the few safe realms amidst the chaos. Particularly, Ling Shaozong served as a bastion against the malevolent forces from beyond. Li Jianyuan was revered as the sword god, and Zue Mengsheng as the drunken god. Together, they instilled fear in the hearts of these external evils. Although Xue Yinglong could grow rapidly in the familiar Longxuan Continent, even her strength could not counter the external malevolence, and that realm would inevitably fall. Thus, it was wiser to join Ling Shaozong at the age of 18 and develop discreetly within its safe confines. Prior to the activation of her 9 nether demon body, her cultivation would remain at the Qi refinement stage, as any advancement would be absorbed by the 9 nether demon body. Only when it had absorbed sufficient power would it activate, propelling her cultivation to unprecedented heights. Now, the list of new inner disciples is to be announced. An outer gate elder stood to read the scroll in hand. Chi Tian Chi. The golden-haired lowly stepped forward with an air of pride. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, speculating about her origins. Chi Tian? That's an unusual surname. I've never heard of it. Yet, given her extraordinary performance, she cannot be from an ordinary family. Perhaps she is a genius from a small village. Diao Changju, seated at a high position, regarded the golden-haired lowly with a peculiar expression. How could someone still carry the surname Chi Tian? He pondered whether her family had a connection to the legendary Chi Tian de Sheng. Xue Yinglong also cast her gaze towards Chi Tian Chi. Her curiosity piqued. Given Chi Tian Chi's performance during the assessments, she would not fade into obscurity. Yet, she had never heard of a Chi Tian Chi within Ling Shaozong. Was it possible she had perished before realizing her potential? Xue Yinglong lamented this in her heart. Chi Tian Chi's performance exceeded even that of Li Jianyuan and Zue Mengsheng. Had she the opportunity to grow, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force against the external evil. Soon, the outer gate elder finished reciting the list and invited the inner gate elders to select their direct disciples. Diao Changju, occupying one of the 5 seats, rose. Xue Yinglong had noted this handsome elder long ago. Despite being at the Holy Spirit stage, he sat among the 4 other seats occupied by formidable Earth Profound stage cultivators, while numerous Earth Profound inner gate elders stood. This piqued Xue Yinglong's interest in Diao Changju's identity. Upon recognizing Diao Changju, the inner gate elders instinctively left a seat for him. They were all aware of his status. Aside from being a direct disciple of Hua Xiangxi, he was also a senior to Liu Liyan and had a legion of newly promoted inner gate disciples who idolized him. Who would dare let him stand? If he were made to stand today, his admirers would surely come to settle the score tomorrow. Elder Jiao, you may choose first, the elders suggested with keen understanding. The onlookers were left in astonishment by this display. Who exactly was this handsome elder at the Holy Spirit stage? The invitation to choose first was unmistakable. It implied that whatever he desired, the remaining inner gate elders would not contest. In the past, the inner sect elders would fiercely compete for talented disciples, never yielding to one another. Today, however, an unusually harmonious scene unfolded. Diao Changju, unreserved, stood up and approached the group of newly admitted disciples. To everyone's expectation, he would undoubtedly choose Qi Tainkiki as his direct disciple, given her exceptional qualities. After all, who would choose a worthless individual over her? Xuanglong's eyes also revealed envy towards Qi Tainkiki. Diao Changju's status was undoubtedly formidable. Being his direct disciple would grant her an abundance of cultivation resources. Qi Tainkiki, with her proud little face, slightly lowered her gaze. Her eyes filled with anticipation as they fixed on Diao Changju, as if silently urging him to choose her. Diao Changju noticed the fervent gaze of this golden-haired, proud little girl and felt perplexed. Why did it seem as though she was pleading to be chosen? Yet, Diao Changju had no intention of selecting Qi Tainkiki. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities in cultivation and did not wish to mislead a promising talent. Given Qi Tainkiki's remarkable gifts, and the fact that she was not the daughter of destiny, he saw no reason to select her. His attention was solely focused on one individual, the daughter of destiny, Xuanglong. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Diao Changju bypassed Qi Tainkiki without a glance and approached Xuanglong, offering her a smile. Would you be willing to become my direct disciple? The crowd was left dumbfounded. The spectators were no fools. They had deduced that Diao Changju possessed an exalted status. Yet, this esteemed figure had chosen a mediocre talent. One who had failed the first two tests, a mere servant disciple. Was this a jest? Especially for Qi Tainkiki. Her face flushed with anger as she stamped her feet. She had joined Lingxiao's sect with the intention of ingratiating herself with Diao Changju, convinced he would select her. To her astonishment, he chose a worthless individual instead. Was it solely because this worthless girl was older than her? Did Diao Changju have a preference for such women? Qi Tainkiki felt indignant. After all, she had just turned 18 with ample room for growth. As Diao Changju selected Xuanglong, the crowd's expressions turned somewhat lewd. If one were to pinpoint Xuanglong's virtue, it would be her beauty, appearing delicate and fragile, inciting a desire to bully her. One could easily imagine that a single punch would leave her whimpering for a long time. Diao Changju's actions did not seem like the selection of a direct disciple, but rather the acquisition of a bedwarmer. Such matters were understood among those in the know. It was common for inner sect elders to engage in such dealings, a mutual agreement where one provides warmth and the other offers cultivation resources. However, these transactions were typically conducted in private, unlike Diao Changju's public display before thousands of onlookers, which was indeed a disgrace to Lingxiao's sect. Longxuan and the others exchanged knowing glances. Previously, Diao Changju had appeared frail and close to death, having never found a partner. Now that he had finally broken through to the sacred spirit stage and regained his youthful vigor, it was only natural for him to seek enjoyment. Xuanglong's expression was particularly captivating. She had never imagined Diao Changju would choose her. Initially, she had envied Qi Tainkiki. Yet, when Diao Changju approached her and offered to take her as his disciple, her expression shifted from shock to indignation. She was not a naive young girl. She understood the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. With her mediocre talents and no connection to the exalted Diao Changju, why would he wish to take her as his direct disciple? It was merely a matter of her looks. He was lusting after her body. Xuanglong's face darkened. She had not anticipated that upon her arrival at Lingxiao's sect, she would be singled out by Diao Changju. Currently, Xuanglong had yet to activate her Juyo demon body, merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage, with no ability to resist. Moreover, given Diao Changju's status, even if she declined, as long as she remained in Lingxiao's sect, she could not escape his grasp. He might force her into submission, leaving her with nothing. The only way out was to leave Lingxiao's sect and abandon her identity as a servant disciple. Yet, She had exerted great effort to journey from Tianqian Continent to Longxuan Continent just to join Lingxiao sect. Longxuan Continent was notoriously exclusive during the Great Calamity. Had she not been cautious of the external demons, she could have been swiftly eliminated by the powerful from Longxuan Continent as an outsider. Shui Yinglong clenched her teeth, her face a tempest of emotions. Accepting would mean sacrificing her years of purity. After Diao Changju made his proposal, he felt a twinge of regret. He had forgotten that he was no longer the frail, elderly figure, but rather a robust and handsome middle-aged man. His actions could easily be misconstrued. He should have approached Shui Yinglong privately for a discussion. Furthermore, Shui Yinglong would inevitably submit to him in due time. This was merely a form of psychological preparation for her. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan watched Diao Changju with clenched teeth, seething with anger. In his heart, Shui Yinglong was already his woman. The audacity of Diao Changju to publicly pursue Shui Yinglong left him feeling both furious and powerless. He could only watch another man vie for his woman while being utterly helpless. It matters not. As a modern youth of the 21st century, I am unfazed by such matters. Who doesn't have a past? This intersect elder is merely helping me to nurture my future wife, imparting knowledge to her. The efforts of those before benefit those after. Ultimately, her knowledge will be mine, and I shall merely enjoy the fruits of her labor. Yi Bufan reassured himself. Viewed in this light, he was indeed gaining, directly acquiring the end product without the lengthy process of creation. What say you? Diao Changju, noticing Shui Yinglong's prolonged silence, pressed for an answer. Shui Yinglong suddenly lifted her head and declared, I am unwilling. The crowd was taken aback by her response, astonished that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such a fierce spirit. For a servant disciple to be selected as a direct disciple by an intersect elder was a coveted opportunity that many would vie for. Had it been anyone else, even if they had to ingratiate themselves with the intersect elders, they would at most receive a few resources and would never be easily accepted as a direct disciple. Being a direct disciple represented the honor of one's master, and intersect elders would guard their reputations, unwilling to take a bedwarmer as a disciple. This young girl was truly unaware of her fortune. To refuse such an opportunity was simply youthful folly. Once she became a direct disciple, the cultivation resources she would receive in a month would surpass what a servant disciple could gather in 10 years. She was still young. In a few years, wouldn't she come begging to be accepted? Indeed, this was the truth. How much could purity be worth? Cultivation resources were the true path, unfazed by the surrounding jeers. Shui Yinglong remained steadfast in her principles. If she yielded today, she would no longer be Shui Yinglong. Yi Bufan felt a swell of emotion. Shui Yinglong had refused the intersect elder to preserve her purity for him. He vowed silently to cherish her for a lifetime. Unlike Bai Huajin, Shui Yinglong had no leverage over him. As the daughter of destiny, she would not easily submit. Do you think I am only attracted to your beauty? Which prompted my offer to take you as my direct disciple. Diao Changju maintained an unchanging expression, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he spoke in a manner befitting a recluse. The moment his words left his lips, a wave of bewilderment washed over the gathered crowd. Their expressions seemed to convey a collective thought. Wasn't it solely due to her beauty that you wished to accept her as your personal disciple? To have her attend to your needs? What other reason could there be? I can hardly fathom what else you might find appealing about me. Is it my mediocre talent, or the fact that at 18, my cultivation is still merely at the first layer of qi refinement? Shui Yinglong sneered. Having resolved to confront Diao Changju, she no longer felt the need to maintain her facade. Diao Changju responded with a calm smile, asserting that even so, he had no reason to declare his intentions in front of such a multitude. Silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, even if Diao Changju wished to have Shui Yinglong as a servant, there was no need to conduct such a disreputable act on this significant occasion before all these outsiders. Had they truly misjudged Diao Changju? Even Shui Yinglong began to question her assumptions. Yet, with so many disciples present who possessed superior talents, why had Diao Changju singularly chosen her? Do you wish to know why I have chosen you as my personal disciple? Diao Changju inquired as the atmosphere thickened. Please, enlighten me, Shui Yinglong replied, her hostility towards him significantly diminished. Not only was Shui Yinglong curious, but so was everyone else present. Was there something extraordinary about this young girl that they could not discern? I have perceived that you possess a unique constitution that has yet to fully awaken. Until it does, it will continuously absorb your cultivation. I can assist you in awakening this constitution more swiftly, and once awakened, your cultivation speed will surpass that of ordinary geniuses, Diao Changju stated earnestly. The crowd stifled laughter at the absurdity of his claims. Such a ridiculous rationale. Only a child would believe such tricks. Surely, if Shui Yinglong had any special constitution, the inner gate elders at the Earth Profound Realm would have noticed it. How could a mere sacred spirit stage individual make such assertions? The following day, they might claim they had been mistaken, revealing that Shui Yinglong was nothing special. What could Shui Yinglong do then but obediently serve as his maid? Among those present, only Huang Xuanyu and Shui Yinglong herself believed Diao Changju's words. Huang Xuanyu was aware of Diao Changju's capabilities. If he claimed Shui Yinglong possessed a unique constitution, then indeed she must. As Diao Changju's devoted admirer, Huang Xuanyu believed unconditionally in his master. Meanwhile, Shui Yinglong appeared calm on the surface, though her heart churned with tumultuous emotions. Her nine-nether demon body remained undetectable even to powerful beings of the divine transformation stage until fully activated. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable sacred spirit stage gentleman before her had discerned it. No wonder he could command a group of Earth Profound stage experts to stand down while he sat. Diao Changju's stature in Shui Yinglong's mind soared. Simultaneously, she chastised herself for underestimating him. How could such a sage possibly be enamored with her mere exterior? She even suspected that the Lingxiao sect had become the most powerful safe haven due to Diao Changju's presence. This was indeed the right sect for her. She must cling tightly to this formidable ally. Really? Shui Yinglong feigned ignorance regarding her constitution, her voice tinged with excitement. Would I deceive you? Diao Changju extended his hand, gently patting Shui Yinglong's head with a benevolent expression. As his hand approached, she instinctively wished to withdraw, but recalling that he was a recluse, she restrained herself. Allowing him to caress her head, Shui Yinglong's cheeks flushed. It was her first time experiencing such closeness with a male. Previously, she had joined a female sect, the Baiwa sect, which preached the avoidance of men, advocating for the elimination of any male who dared to act lewdly. The Baiwa sect was renowned as a man-killer in the Longxuan Continent. Thus, throughout her 1,000 years of cultivation, she had only interacted with women. Chapter 31. All that is false is false. Observing Shui Yinglong's obedient demeanor, the onlookers felt a chill. It was over. This young girl had fallen for Diao Changju's deceit. She was still naive, easily swayed by dreams of a so-called special constitution. Yi Bufan watched Diao Changju's hand on Shui Yinglong's head, his jealousy boiling. His own husband had yet to touch her, yet this lecherous man had already done so. Internally, he cried out, Yinglong, do not agree. He must be deceiving you. He is merely lusting after your body. Unlike me, who loves you for who you are. Would you like to become my personal disciple? Diao Changju asked, reluctantly withdrawing his hand after a moment. Just like a little kitten? I would love to. Shui Yinglong replied, her excitement palpable. Diao Changju smiled with satisfaction, having anticipated that Shui Yinglong might doubt him and that he would need to elaborate further. All that is false. Yinglong, do not believe his words. That lecherous man is merely lusting after your body. Yi Bufan could no longer contain himself, jumping forward to point at Diao Changju and shout. Though he found the end result commendable, he recalled how Shui Yinglong had previously rejected Diao Changju to preserve her innocence for him. This underscored his significance in her heart. Now, Diao Changju was using lies to deceive the innocent Shui Yinglong, and she believed him. At this moment, if he did not stand up to expose Diao Changju's falsehoods, he would be unworthy of Shui Yinglong's affection. The atmosphere became eerily silent, all eyes turning towards Yi Bufan, while everyone was aware of the reality. To disrupt this scene of master and disciple affection was akin to courting death. You are but a mere servant disciple. Yi Bufan regretted his impulsive outburst, realizing that dozens of icy gazes now fixated on him, emanating from the inner and outer gate elders of the Lingxiao sect. Who do you think you are to slander my senior brother? Huang Xuanyu was the first to speak. unleashing the full weight of his sacred infant stage pressure upon Yi Bufan. With a thud, Yi Bufan, at merely the chi refinement stage, fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Regret consumed him. If only he could have a second chance, he would never have jumped out like that. His impulsive words had escaped his mouth without thought. Diao Changju frowned at Yi Bufan's sudden interruption. He had yet to address the matter, but found the young man confronting him. Considering the system attached to Yi Bufan, Diao Changju chuckled inwardly. Could it be that Yi Bufan had taken a liking to Shui Yinglong? As the daughter of fortune, Shui Yinglong indeed held an allure for him. Yinglong, do you know him? Diao Changju inquired. Shui Yinglong's expression mirrored her astonishment. She was baffled by the sudden outburst of this lewd young man. How dare he insult her esteemed master as a lecher? In Shui Yinglong's eyes, it was Yi Bufan who was guilty of coveting her. She was well aware of his lecherous glances at her figure. Had she still possessed her former cultivation, she would have long since turned him to dust. I do not recognize him, Shui Yinglong responded without hesitation, shaking her head. Upon the utterance of Shui Yinglong's words, a chorus of laughter erupted among the crowd. Could it be that this naive youth harbored a secret affection for someone? How amusing! Such self-delusion. The object of his affection didn't even recognize his name. So what right did he have to oppose anything? It was rather evident that his lecherous demeanor was the true manifestation of desire, prompting further laughter. Yi Bufan, with his head bowed, clenched his teeth tightly. He meticulously noted the names of those who mocked him. They had unwittingly paved their own path to demise. Yi Bufan bore no ill will towards Shui Yinglong for claiming not to know him. It was indeed the wisest course of action to safeguard him. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Bufan. If Shui Yinglong were to acknowledge their acquaintance, their bond would swiftly become known to Diao Changju. Consequently, Diao Changju would subject him to all manner of tribulations and underhanded tactics. Thus, Shui Yinglong's denial was a protective measure. Very well, Diao Changju required no justification for his actions. Time would ultimately reveal the truth. Diao Changju gestured to Longxuan to ease his oppression of Yi Bufan. There was no rush to act against him. After casting a fierce glare at Yi Bufan, Longxuan relinquished his hold. Wait, Chi Tien Kiki suddenly interjected, her voice sweet, yet imbued with distress. The arrogance had vanished from her expression, replaced by a look of vulnerability, her eyes glistening with tears. She pointed accusingly at Diao Changju, exclaiming, "Why did you not choose me? Am I not worthy?" Her words rendered the audience speechless once more. Today was undeniably lively. What did Chi Tien Kiki mean by this? Did she wish to enter Diao Changju's tutelage as well? Diao Changju turned, equally baffled. He had never anticipated that this prodigy would pose such a question. The thought of accepting Chi Tien Kiki as a direct disciple had never crossed his mind. Why not choose you? You are not the daughter of destiny. What merit do you hold? Diao Changju replied, perplexed. You are undoubtedly talented, but I am not your optimal choice. There are others more suited to you. The crowd was rendered numb by his refusal. Chi Tien Kiki, a super prodigy, had actively sought to become his disciple, yet he had turned her down. Such scenarios had previously been inconceivable. Every master sought to recruit extraordinary talents. The emergence of such a prodigy promised a formidable ally. I do not care. You must accept me as your direct disciple today, Chi Tien Kiki declared, disregarding reason as she dashed forward, clinging to Diao Changju's leg, refusing to let go, even using his robes to wipe her tears and runny nose. Standing at merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, the sight of her embracing Diao Changju's leg was indeed comical. Diao Changju found himself in a quandary, pondering what had drawn her to him. Was it merely his name? But she was far too young for such aspirations. Just as he grappled with this conundrum, a ripple coursed through the space. A breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from the distortion, adorned in ethereal garments that danced lightly in the breeze, shimmering with a silvery hue under the sun. Her skin, delicate as a newly bloomed lily, bore a faint blush. Her features were exquisite, with deep, bright eyes reminiscent of clear springs. Her high nose and slightly parted lips seemed poised to utter celestial melodies. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, glossy and radiant. With a graceful demeanor, she floated to Diao Changju's side, exuding an indescribable charm that captivated all present, enrapturing them in her beauty. She was none other than Hua Xiangxi, Diao Changju's long-absent mentor. The assembly was left in awe, unable to fathom the existence of such beauty. Even Xue Yinglong, confident in her own appearance, felt a pang of inferiority upon beholding Hua Xiangxi, a sentiment born from their disparity in cultivation levels. Were it not for her current status as a qi refining stage practitioner, Xue Yinglong believed she could rival Hua Xiangxi. Unfortunately, to others, she remained an ordinary mortal, and such a status was inherently inferior. What worth did beauty hold when one was deemed a commoner, sullied, and unclean? As Hua Xiangxi made her entrance, Yi Bufan found himself utterly spellbound. His system indicated that Hua Xiangxi was a woman of exceptional caliber. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. Indeed, he had chosen wisely by coming to Lingxiao's sect. Greetings, sect master. Everyone from Lingxiao's sect bowed respectfully to Hua Xiangxi. Was she truly the second most beautiful woman in Longxuan Continent? The accolades were well-deserved. Hua Xiangxi rarely made public appearances, and today, they had struck gold by witnessing her true visage. Do not harbor such thoughts. The man behind her is certainly not you, Yi Bufan mused, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of Hua Xiangxi. She has arrived. My destined partner has come. Hua Xiangxi, a woman of such extraordinary beauty, was meant to be his. No one else was worthy. Her unexpected presence at this moment only solidified Yi Bufan's conjecture about the unfolding tale. Surely, she had come for him, destined to develop an inexplicable fondness for this otherwise ordinary-looking man, ultimately embracing him as her direct disciple and falling hopelessly in love with him. Yi Bufan's gaze was fervent as he took in Hua Xiangxi's graceful form, his mind already weaving fantasies. Diao Changju, you must accept this little girl as your direct disciple, Hua Xiangxi asserted with an air of authority. Initially, she had not intended to attend, but upon learning that Diao Changju had emerged from seclusion, she hurried to the sect's new disciple recruitment event, eager to ensure he would not take on another beautiful yet mediocre disciple. The news had unsettled her. Just as she had dealt with by Hua Jing, now there was Xue Yinglong. Hua Xiangxi hastily donned her attire and rushed over, only to arrive a moment too late. Days had turned into nearly a year since they last met. Diao Changju noticed that Hua Xiangxi radiated an even more enticing aura than before, as if she had awakened her meridians. This was the distinction between a girl and a woman. Very well, master, Diao Changju acquiesced with a nod. With Hua Xiangxi's words, he found himself unable to refuse. Her satisfaction was evident as she nodded approvingly. Diao Changju had reservations about accepting only Xue Yinglong as his direct disciple, but having a little girl as well would set her at ease. With a petite girl of merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters by his side, Diao Changju would hesitate to engage in any flirtatious behavior with Xue Yinglong in her presence. Furthermore, Hua Xiangxi could oversee him under the pretext of mentoring Qi Tainkiki. Hua Xiangxi smiled, reaching out to pat Qi Tainkiki's head. This little darling truly was her lucky star. Unexpectedly, Qi Tainkiki tilted her head away, evading Hua Xiangxi's delicate hand. Clinging tightly to Diao Changju's leg, her face a picture of displeasure as she protested. Do not touch my head. You've already done so last time. What more do you want? Hua Xiangxi's expression turned awkward. This little girl was utterly unyielding, yet she could not be angry. Instead, she found Qi Tainkiki even more endearing. With Hua Xiangxi's arrival, the other intersect elders dared not sit and stood respectfully. The proceedings continued, yet without Qi Tainkiki. The other elders lacked the desire to recruit disciples. As the event neared its conclusion, Yi Bufan grew anxious. Why had Hua Xiangxi yet to accept him as her direct disciple? Was she perhaps too shy to voice her intentions? The more he pondered, the more logical it seemed. Since his wife was too shy to speak up, he, as a man, needed to take the initiative. However, Yi Bufan confidently stepped forward. All present wrinkled their brows, casting disdainful glances at this seemingly ordinary and somewhat unsavory man. They wondered what this menial disciple was about to say this time. Hua Xiangxi's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust. She was well aware of Yi Bufan's unwavering gaze upon her, but chose to ignore him, not wanting to stoop to the level of a nameless menial disciple. Little did she expect that, despite her efforts to avoid trouble, he would audaciously seek her out instead. You, a mere novice menial disciple, dare to question me? She remarked coldly. I have only 2 direct disciples, now and forever. Were it not for the presence of numerous spectators, Hua Xiangxi would have swiftly dealt with this insufferable menial disciple. Still, she felt compelled to maintain the dignity befitting the master of Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, Diao Changju stifled a laugh, having surmised Yi Bufon's intentions. Did Yi Bufon truly believe himself to be the protagonist? Did he think that every beautiful woman would want to be associated with him? He should take a good look in the mirror. He was hardly a striking figure deserving of instant affection. The notion of coveting his master's favor was utterly laughable. As Hua Xiangxi's words sank in, the onlookers discerned her growing irritation, their gazes toward Yi Bufon dripping with mockery. He was truly a fool, unaware of his precarious situation. Yet, Yi Bufon held a different interpretation. He believed that Hua Xiangxi's words implied she might consider making an exception for him. With excitement, he exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Henceforth, your direct disciples will number 3. What do you mean by that?" Hua Xiangxi's expression grew frostier. If you accept me as your direct disciple, then your total will indeed be 3. Yi Bufon proclaimed with pride. Before he could fully process his words, Hua Xiangxi sent him flying several meters with a swift slap. "You worthless fool, how dare you?" she exclaimed, barely able to contain her fury. Although she did not strike him with lethal force, the blow knocked out several of his teeth, leaving him spitting blood. Yi Bufon stared at Hua Xiangxi in shock, unable to fathom that she would resort to violence against him. "Master, please calm down. There's no need to stoop to the level of a newly initiated menial disciple," Diao Changju interjected, attempting to mediate. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, with everyone holding their breath, yet they secretly reveled in the spectacle. "Well done." Shui Long and Qi Tianqi both wore expressions of delight, having longed to see Yi Bufon, this insipid man, receive a well-deserved beating. Hua Xiangxi was now in a foul mood, having first dealt with Diao Changju's frivolities and now being disgusted by a menial disciple. "Diao Changju, once you've settled your 2 direct disciples, come to my mountain peak," she declared before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 33. Hua Xiangxi is jealous his mountain peak courtyard was quite spacious, with ample rooms to accommodate 10 more individuals. Diao Changju summoned his sword, ascended, and called to Qi Tianqi and Shui Long, "Come aboard." Qi Tianqi eagerly jumped up and clung tightly to Diao Changju's leg. Diao Changju looked at her with exasperation, wondering why his slightly handsome appearance warranted such devotion from this young girl. He perceived Qi Tianqi as a quintessential daddy's girl. Beyond that, he could not fathom why she was so attached to him, especially since today was their first encounter. Diao Changju lamented the fact that Qi Tianqi was not the daughter of fortune. How splendid it would have been had she been. The sword hovered a meter above the ground. Shui Long attempted to leap, but found herself unable to reach, her cultivation at only the first level of Qi refinement, rendering her akin to a mere mortal. Diao Changju extended his hand with a smile. "Let me assist you." While he could easily lower the sword to facilitate her ascent, he refrained, wishing to create a chance for interaction with his daughter of fortune. Diao Changju was in no hurry for Shui Long to submit immediately. He intended to gradually win her over with his charm. First, a lure then a name. Shui Long, unaccustomed to physical contact with the opposite sex, shyly extended her delicate hand to grasp Diao Changju's. With a gentle tug, he effortlessly lifted her slight frame onto the sword. "Thank you, master." Diao Changju nodded and said, "Steady yourself. We are taking off." "Understood." Shui Long nodded in response. With several teeth missing, Yi Bufon was assigned to a dilapidated house adjacent to a public restroom. Until he reached the golden core stage, he remained a mere mortal, needing sustenance and sanitation. Menial disciples were tasked with cleaning the toilets and preparing meals for outer disciples. Having offended many, the elders assigned Yi Bufon to a daily task of carrying excrement, placing him next to the public restroom for convenience. Yi Bufon did not blame Hua Xiangxi. Rather, he felt his actions had been hasty. He understood that his wife was still shy, too embarrassed to express her affection in front of so many people. "I knew my wife loved me. Though this slap seemed harsh, it merely cost me a few teeth. It was more for show," Yi Bufon reasoned. Diao Changju arrived at Hua Xiangxi's door and gently knocked, puzzled by why his master had summoned him. "Come in," came her languid voice from within. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see Hua Xiangxi reclining on a soft couch, clad only in minimal, form-fitting garments, her outer robe draped over a nearby rack. She lay sideways, one leg crossed over the other, her hand propping up her chin, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her delicate figure. Diao Changju was momentarily stunned, questioning why his master had so dramatically altered her demeanor, seemingly disregarding his presence as an outsider. His subservience rating remained unchanged at 8. Yet she was suddenly granting him such privileges. Hua Xiangxi appeared pleased with Diao Changju's reaction, confirming that he was still her obedient disciple. "Come sit," she beckoned, noticing him standing awkwardly at the door, head bowed. "Is this appropriate? Shouldn't you at least put on some proper attire first?" Diao Changju replied timidly. Aware that Hua Xiangxi believed he remained oblivious to her intentions, he dared not stand out, opting instead to play the role of the good disciple. "No, it's far too hot. This is much cooler. And besides, you're hardly an outsider." Hua Xiangxi pouted playfully. In the past, Diao Changju would have thought nothing of her playful demeanor, as she often acted like a petulant girl. However, now that their relationship had shifted, he couldn't help but overthink her words, sensing a hint of flirtation in her tone. Since Hua Xiangxi was unbothered, why should he be? After all, he had seen far more of her skin than any man should. In the past, Hua Xiangxi, Liu Liyan, Xinenmen, and Diao Changju would gather during the summer to play mahjong. Due to the sweltering heat, the three women often donned sheer, translucent veils over their light garments. At times, Diao Changju would stand beside them, fanning them gently. This was inevitable. Back then, Diao Changju's heart belonged solely to Liu Liyan. He wouldn't spare a glance at either Hua Xiangxi or Xinenmen, regardless of their efforts. Consequently, Hua Xiangxi gradually grew bolder, hardly perceiving Diao Changju as a man. Diao Changju maintained his composure and slowly approached Hua Xiangxi, sitting down on the soft mat before her. "Changju, why have you suddenly decided to take Shui Yinglong as your personal disciple?" Hua Xiangxi inquired, mentally reassuring herself that she was merely asking for Liyan's sake. Had Diao Changju been aware of Hua Xiangxi's forced submission, he would have candidly admitted that he was intrigued by Shui Yinglong. After all, Hua Xiangxi was his most esteemed mentor and closest companion. However, at this moment, Diao Changju could not reveal the truth, as Hua Xiangxi's question was laced with jealousy, resembling an inquiry of accusation. To speak honestly now would be tantamount to courting disaster. One must never underestimate the extent of a woman's jealousy, especially that of Hua Xiangxi. Although she refused to acknowledge her connection with Diao Changju, in her heart, he was already hers, and she would not tolerate any other woman encroaching upon that claim. "Master, did I not mention that I recognized her unique constitution? I do not wish to see her squander her talents," Diao Changju replied earnestly. "Unique constitution? You wretched disciple. You may deceive others, but do not attempt to deceive me." Hua Xiangxi exclaimed, playfully tapping his head. "It is true. She genuinely possesses a unique constitution." Diao Changju insisted with sincerity. "What unique constitution could she possibly have? I cannot discern anything unusual about her, yet you claim to have seen it?" Hua Xiangxi retorted, pulling at Diao Changju's ear. Diao Changju winced, feeling the sting of her playful vengeance. "You are merely infatuated with her beauty. Speak honestly. You have grown increasingly brazen, first with Bai Hua Jin, and now Shui Yinglong. Should you not dedicate your thoughts to cultivation?" Hua Xiangxi chastised him, feeling exasperated. She had invested considerable effort and sacrifice to ensure Diao Changju could cultivate properly, only to discover that he was preoccupied with women instead. "I not only perceive that Shui Yinglong possesses a unique constitution, but I also discern that you, master, have one as well," Diao Changju proclaimed, unveiling his trump card to win Hua Xiangxi's trust. Her expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. She had only realized her own extraordinary constitution upon activation. Before that, she had been wholly unaware of her remarkable gift. Although she had never heard of the Yuhu Tuntian constitution before, she understood it to be exceptionally formidable. The fact that Diao Changju could see it was astonishing. She released his ear and asked earnestly, "Are you not jesting? Why did you not inform me of my unique constitution earlier?" A trace of skepticism lingered in her voice. "I could only discern it now that I have reached the Saint Spirit stage," Diao Changju's explanation was reasonable. Is it true that Shui Yinglong has a unique constitution? Hua Xiangxi probed once more, feeling a lingering suspicion that Diao Changju might simply be enamored with her. Indeed, Diao Changju affirmed with a nod. Very well. I shall trust you. After all, it is your first time as a mentor, and you may not know how to guide them properly. I shall occasionally visit you to demonstrate, Hua Xiangxi declared. Thank you, master. Diao Changju had no choice but to acquiesce. While professing to assist him, she was effectively monitoring him to prevent any indiscretions. I shall take my leave now, Diao Changju said discreetly, glancing at Hua Xiangxi's fair legs before turning to depart, lamenting that he had been blissfully unaware at that time. In the Tianshang Shenzhou, Bai Hua Jin sat by the window, gazing vacantly at the chirping sparrows outside. On her desk lay a painting she had created, depicting a wizened old man with a head of white hair, none other than Diao Changju. I wonder if master is thinking of me now, Bai Hua Jin sighed. Currently, she found herself yearning for Diao Changju daily, missing his smile, his coat, the white robe he wore, the scent that lingered on him, his kisses, and the beloved essence of his name. Bai Hua Jin had reached the Saint Spirit stage in her cultivation. Despite the warmth of her home, it could not compare to the comfort of being in Master S' embrace. Sister, are you daydreaming about that old man again? A cool voice interrupted, as a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Hua Jin approached her. This was her twin sister, Bai Tiyuan. If one were to discern any difference between them, it would be that Bai Tiyuan exuded a cool elegance, with a youthful aura lingering in her demeanor. In contrast, Bai Hua Jin had matured under Diao Changju's influence, radiating feminine charm. Although Bai Tiyuan was of the same age, she had activated her Lili Saint body early on, having been rigorously trained by the Bai family, and had already reached the Tianji stage. Sister, do not speak ill of your brother-in-law. Bai Hua Jin playfully pinched Bai Tiyuan's cheek, relishing the joy of teasing her younger sibling. In the entire Bai family, only she dared to treat Bai Tiyuan in such a manner. Bai Tiyuan nestled closer to Bai Hua Jin, resting her head against her sister's shoulder, softly saying, "What is so great about that old man?" Bai Hua Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "You are still young. You will understand when you marry one day." "I have no intention of marrying. I want to be with you forever," Bai Tiyuan declared, greedily inhaling the fragrance that enveloped Bai Hua Jin. A remarkably self-absorbed individual, Bai Tiyuan held herself in high regard, having reached the Tianji stage at a young age. Looking down upon all the prodigies of Tianshang Shenzhou, she believed that no one in the world was worthy of her. The sisters spent their days inseparable, cultivating together, bathing together, and sharing the same bed. Bai Hua Jin naively considered Bai Tiyuan to be merely possessive of her sister's affection. "That cannot be. I already have a husband, and I intend to live with him." "You cannot follow," Bai Hua Jin chuckled, interpreting Bai Tiyuan's words as jest, ruffling her sister's hair affectionately. The clinginess of her sister was a source of mild annoyance. Bai Tiyuan said nothing, merely tightening her embrace around Bai Hua Jin. "Sister belongs to me. No one can take her away," she resolutely declared, imprinting Diao Changju's image in her mind. Diao Changju of the Lingxiao sect in Longxuan Continent, is it? Bai Tiyuan thought with a cold smile, vowing to find an opportunity to sneak away to the Lingxiao sect and eliminate that old man, ensuring her sister would remain with her forever. At that moment, Bai Chunhua entered the room, her expression grave. "An envoy from that esteemed individual has arrived." Both Bai Hua Jin and Bai Tiyuan's expression shifted. They were well aware of the family's secrets, and the arrival of an envoy indicated a summons to fulfill promises regarding marriage. Bai Hua Jin, already bound to Diao Changju, had no desire for another marriage, while Bai Tiyuan, infatuated with her sister, was even less inclined to wed. "You two must accompany me to the council chamber. The envoy has specifically requested to see you both," Bai Chunhua said, resigned. Bai Hua Jin and Bai Tiyuan exchanged glances of reluctance as they followed Bai Chunhua to the council chamber. At this moment, 3 individuals occupy the chamber of deliberation. Apart from the parents of Bi Hua Jin and Biku Yuan, the prominent figure in a resplendent red gown, exuding an aura of nobility and unparalleled beauty, is a woman named Shi Ninman. Biku Yuan's eyes light up upon seeing this woman, who aligns perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities, being only slightly less captivating than her own sister. If the members of the Diao clan were present, they would undoubtedly be left in awe. For this woman is none other than the esteemed leader of the He Huan sect, Shi Ninmen. In this moment, Shi Ninmen has shed her enchanting demeanor displayed before the Diao clan and now presents herself with an air of elegance and aloofness. Bihua Jin and Biku Yuan's father, Bai Wentian, appears visibly tense, refraining from making extended eye contact with Shi Ninmen. Despite his own formidable prowess, which ranks among the highest in Tianshang Xinzhou, he feels an overwhelming pressure in the presence of this enigmatic woman. He cannot fathom the terrifying extent of her cultivation level. Upon noticing the arrival of the two sisters, Bai Wentian respectfully announces, "Honored envoy, my daughters have arrived." "Indeed," Shi Ninmen replies coolly, her gaze suddenly fixed on Bihua Jin, causing her to feel an intensified pressure. "She is unworthy to serve my lord," Shi Ninmen states bluntly, pointing at Bihua Jin. An awkward silence envelopes the room as everyone contemplates the fact that Bihua Jin is already married, leaving only Biku Yuan as a viable choice. Shi Ninmen then directs her finger at Biku Yuan, declaring, "You will accompany me to serve my lord." With a defiant expression, Biku Yuan retorts, "I will not go. Why must we serve your so-called lord?" She is resolute in her refusal to serve Shi Ninmen's lord and equally adamant against her sister doing so. The only path left for her seems to be one of confrontation. "Biku Yuan, cease your nonsense," Bai Wentian admonishes, rising to his feet. "Father, why must I serve that insignificant lord of hers? Our Bai family is powerful in Tianshang Xinzhou. Do we fear her trivial clan?" Biku Yuan protests obstinately. Shi Ninmen remains silent, sipping her tea quietly. "Bai Wentian, you are foolish to resist," he replies darkly. "You must go. If it weren't for the upper clan, our Bai family would have long been extinguished. Even a mere envoy could obliterate us. Why would we dare oppose the upper clan? Moreover, serving my lord will grant you superior cultivation resources far beyond what we possess here, ensuring your future greatness. It is a fortuitous opportunity." With her own family failing to support her, Biku Yuan can only acquiesce with a look of dejection. Seeing the matter settled, Shi Ninmen places a spatial ring on the table, declaring, "These are precious resources and treasures as a bridal gift for your daughter. From this moment, she becomes part of our Jiao family." Precious resources, treasures. The astonishment is palpable, not only for Bai Wentian and others, but even Biku Yuan is taken aback. Is she truly worth such value? Precious resources are exceedingly rare in Tianshang Xinzhou, impossible to refine, only obtainable through ancient ruins and secret realms. The emergence of each precious item would incite frenzy among all major powers in Tianshang Xinzhou. Bihua Jin, equally excited, grabs Biku Yuan's hand, urging, "Sister, quickly agree. Go to the Jiao family." She envisions salvation for the Diao clan, for these are precious resources. Even a fool could become a genius with such gifts. Biku Yuan, however, realizes that her sister is prepared to sacrifice her. "Sister, you are fixated on that old man." Biku Yuan cannot reconcile Shi Ninmen's Jiao family with the desires of her heart. All she sees are the precious resources. "I suppose I must go," Biku Yuan concedes reluctantly, feeling powerless to refuse, especially with her beloved sister standing in opposition. Shi Ninmen rises, beckoning Biku Yuan closer. Her eyes brighten as she joyfully approaches, embracing Shi Ninmen's arm. Being near this older sister figure feels rewarding. As for the so-called lord, she resolves to endure, planning to rebel once her cultivation reaches new heights. Shi Ninmen immediately perceives Biku Yuan's hidden qualities, believing that life with her would be joyful. "Shall we not hold a farewell banquet before departing?" Bai Wentian inquires, aware that this departure may lead to an indefinite separation from his daughter. "No need," Shi Ninmen replies coolly. With a wave of her hand, the fabric of reality tears, and she steps into the void with Biku Yuan, the rift sealing behind them, their presence vanishing entirely. What manner of being is this Jiao family? Chapter 36. The saintess of the He Huan sect, as Biku Yuan follows Shi Ninmen into the void, blinding white light engulfs her, obscuring all visibility. Once the brilliance subsides and her vision returns, she finds herself in a room, curiously surveying her surroundings. Is this truly the fabled Diao family? Yet, As she senses the spiritual energy, her brow furrows. The concentration of spiritual energy here is surprisingly lower than in Tianshang, at least 5 times less. Is this indeed the mysterious Diao family? Is this your Diao family? Bika Yuan questions, perplexed. No, Shi Ninman stretches, feigning exhaustion from maintaining a serious facade. As she walks, she sheds her ornate attire, ultimately sitting casually in a chair, crossing her legs. Her alluring posture elicits an involuntary swallow from Bika Yuan. My apologies, sister, but it seems I must pursue new affections. Bika Yuan realizes she is not merely infatuated, but genuinely attracted to women. This is Longxuan Continent, the Huan sect, and I am Shi Ninman, the sect leader. She winks at Bika Yuan. Bika Yuan realizes her expression reveals too much, causing her cheeks to flush. Wait, is this the Longxuan Continent? Bika Yuan gasps, suddenly recalling that this is the realm where her rebellious sister traded her for resources to benefit an old man. Indeed, Shi Ninman smiles. What are we doing here? Am I not to serve your lord? Bika Yuan's impatience grows. This is not what she envisioned. She anticipated a sacred place for cultivation, where she would soar in strength and ultimately dominate the Diao family. Instead, she finds herself in a realm with even lower spiritual energy than Tianshang, which would only hinder her progress. Why the hurry? You are still oblivious. How could I trust you to serve my lord? Shi Ninman chuckles lightly. What do you mean? Bika Yuan's face stiffens as she contemplates the implications of being in the Huan sect, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. From this moment on, you shall be my personal disciple and the saintess of the Huan sect. Your name shall be changed from Bika Yuan to Shi Chu Yuan, Shi Ninman states, moving closer and patting Bika Yuan's shoulder. She then retrieves 2 volumes of scripture from her spatial ring, presenting them. This is the divine, technique-chaotic dual cultivation method. You must diligently cultivate it to perfection. This is the Huan sect's ecstasy, beautiful new world. You are to perform every movement in front of me 100 times until you master it. Divine technique. Bika Yuan's eyes ignite with fervor upon hearing these words, eagerly flipping through the pages, yet her cheeks flush with embarrassment at the content. It is indeed a divine technique. But why must it be a dual cultivation method? Upon revisiting JLMILXNSHG, Bika Yuan found herself blushing profusely. Listening to the title, one might assume it pertained to some serious cultivation technique. However, it was filled with images instead. Ah, how could I have almost forgotten? XNNM gently caressed Bika Yuan's face, then nodded in satisfaction. I have concealed your true visage and replaced it with another that remains equally beautiful. From this moment forth, only you shall know your real identity, while others will see only the face I have bestowed upon you. Remember, you must not reveal any aspect of your true identity. Henceforth, you are XQUN, the saintess of HH and Ziying. XNNM remarked while pinching Bika Yuan's cheek. Bika Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Considering her fame in TNSH, SH, and ZHU, should anyone recognize her as Bika Yuan, who had come to the Dragon Su NDL to take on the role of saintess, it would be utterly mortifying. A change of name and appearance suited her perfectly. The saintess of HH and Z in Dragon Su NDI was XQUN. What concern was it of Bika Yuan from TNSH, SH, and ZHU? What now? What am I to cultivate? Bika Yuan asked, bewildered. XNNM gestured towards the soft couch before them, smiling enticingly. Remove your shoes and take a seat. Begin your practice with JLMILXNSHG. I shall be here to guide you and provide assistance as necessary. Meanwhile, QTNQQ lounged lazily in her rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, while Su Ying diligently continued her cleaning duties with a broom. One could easily surmise that the pristine condition of the courtyard was due to Su Ying's efforts, as QTNQQ had done nothing at all. Diao Changju attempted to push her away, but found it impossible. Was her charm truly so compelling? Witnessing QTNQQ's attachment to him, Diao Changju began to question his own allure. He acknowledged his good looks, but thought it improbable that they could attract a super genius disciple, to cling to him so. Diao Changju sensed something was amiss with QTNQQ. Could it be that he had once saved her life when she was a child, and she now sought to repay that kindness? It seemed utterly absurd. Master, Su Yingl respectfully bowed to Diao Changju. She had been laboring alone to clean the entire courtyard and was now drenched in sweat, her garments clinging to her body, the damp hair on her forehead sticking to her skin. Nevertheless, she bore no complaints, silently continuing her work. Observing Su Yingl's delicate and pitiful appearance, Diao Changju felt a surge of compassion. He pinched QTNQQ's small face, exclaiming, "Look at you. You do nothing while Yingl is exhausted, and you're merely sunbathing." QTNQQ pouted defiantly. "It's not like I forced her to clean. What can I do if she insists? Is that your excuse, you little sloth?" Diao Changju playfully ruffled QTNQQ's exquisitely delicate face, becoming somewhat addicted to the delightful sensation. "Master, please be gentle," QTNQQ replied, her eyes brimming with innocence. Su Yingl observed their camaraderie with an expressionless gaze. Her purpose in becoming a disciple was solely to grow stronger and survive. "Enough, release her. Gather under the tree. I am prepared to impart the cultivation methods of Lingxi Oziying to you," Diao Changju finally declared after another playful squeeze of QTNQQ's face. "All right." QTNQQ reluctantly released her hold and jumped to the ground. She had been assigned to protect Diao Changju, and thus, it was imperative that she remain by his side at all times. "Master, may I first wash away the sin of sweat before joining you?" Su Yingl timidly inquired. She was quite uncomfortable in her current state, drenched in perspiration, and felt it inappropriate to sit beside them in such disarray. "Of course. Go ahead. We shall await your return," Diao Changju responded understandingly. However, noticing Su Yingl's prolonged stillness, he added quizzically, "Did you not say you were going to bathe?" With her head lowered, Su Yingl shyly replied, "Master, aside from your room, is there anywhere else with a bath?" She had just finished cleaning the courtyard and discovered that apart from Diao Changju's room, no other area contained a bathing facility. Diao Changju recalled that indeed, there was only a bathtub in his own room designed for solitary use. "Aside from the bathtub in my room, there is no other place for bathing. You may use mine, and I will summon disciples to prepare additional bathing facilities for you later," he stated. "Understood." Su Yingl nodded meekly, heading into Diao Changju's room and carefully closing the door behind her. Upon pushing open another door, a large bathtub appeared before her. This tub boasted a constant temperature and filtration system, with a small stream above continuously providing crystal clear water. After shedding her garments, Su Yingl gently entered the bath. Once she finished bathing and emerged, panic struck her. Oh no, she had forgotten to bring change of clothes. Su Yingl had always relied on her storage ring to produce clean garments, but since her rebirth, such a precious item was no longer within her reach. Thus, she frequently forgot to have spare clothing on hand during her baths. Glancing at her discarded clothes, now soaked from the water, she grimaced in distaste. There was no way she could wear them again. Yet, in her current state, she was left without attire. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to emerge from the bathtub and see if Diao Changju's room contained any clean clothes to borrow. Opening his wardrobe, she was astonished to find an abundance of women's garments. How exquisite! Su Yingl marveled at the beautiful dresses, her eyes sparkling with amazement. She gently caressed the fabric, astounded to realize that these were garments of exceptional quality and considerable value. How could her master have procured so many? The wardrobe held not only dresses, but also various intimate women's apparel. Could it be that master is some sort of pervert? Su Yingl felt a chill run down her spine. Just then, a jade pendant hanging nearby caught her attention. Picking it up, she saw inscribed upon it the name of Liu Liyan, the leader of Lingxi Oziying. Liu Liyan, the leader of Lingxi Oziying? Who is she? Su Yingl pondered, perplexed, as she recalled that the leader of Lingxi Oziying was Hu Ngx. As she considered the attitudes of the intersect elders towards Diao Changju, a startling revelation dawned upon her. These garments were unmistakably left behind by Liu Liyan. Frightened, Su Yingl quickly shut the wardrobe. Her perception of Diao Changju's noble image began to crumble. Surely the next wardrobe belonged to her master? She opened the last wardrobe, and upon seeing the men's clothing inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, a female outer sect elder had brought several sets of exquisite new dresses and intimate garments for both Su Yingl and QT. As she stepped out, QT had complained, "Why are you taking so long? Hurry up, it's getting dark." Although Diao Changju's clothing was finely crafted, it felt somewhat coarse against Su Yingl's delicate skin, making it uncomfortable to walk, especially with the neckline being so low. Shui Yinglong tightened her collar and strode forward with purpose. Beneath her robe, her two fair thighs were slightly visible. "I apologize, I forgot to bring a change of clothes, so I borrow my masteress attire," she explained as she sat cross-legged on the mat before Diao Changju. Diao Changju couldn't help but feel amused at the sight of Shui Yinglong, who was clearly wearing an oversized outfit that hung loosely on her frame. "Not to worry. Now that everyone is gathered, I will impart the teachings of Lingxiao sect's technique." Lingxiao, Diao Changju announced, commencing his lecture that lasted until the sun dipped below the horizon. He gently tapped Qi Tianqi's head, who had dozed off, causing her to wake with a start. "Is it over? Is it over?" she inquired eagerly. "It is over," Diao Changju replied incredulously, questioning if his teachings were so dull that she could not stay awake. Qi Tianqi had been snoring incessantly. However, upon observing Shui Yinglong, who had entered a meditative state with her eyes closed, Diao Changju smiled with satisfaction. At least one of them was absorbing the knowledge. Yet, Shui Yinglong was so engrossed in her cultivation that her already loose clothing began to slide down. The neckline was too wide, almost transforming her attire into an off-shoulder garment. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her clothing to slip further, making Diao Changju quite anxious. This girl had merely donned an outer robe, leading to a rather revealing situation. Earlier, during the teachings, Qi Tianqi insisted on being called senior sister, and Shui Yinglong had chosen not to contest her claim. Consequently, Qi Tianqi became the senior sister, while Shui Yinglong was designated as the junior sister. As Qi Tianqi observed the deeply focused Shui Yinglong, a mischievous grin crossed her face, and she confidently patted her unimpressive chest, assuring Diao Changju that she would take care of it. After Diao Changju turned to leave, Qi Tianqi raised her small hands with an impish expression directed at Shui Yinglong. Chapter 38. Where did that rebellious demeanor go? Just as Diao Changju settled into a seat, a shrill scream erupted from behind. He swiftly turned to inquire, "What happened?" There stood Shui Yinglong, her face flushed with embarrassment, clutching the neckline of her clothing tightly. In front of her, Qi Tianqi stood, head tilted back, whistling innocently, her hands clasped behind her back. "Master, I'm fine," Shui Yinglong managed to say, realizing it was her little senior sister playing a prank. "As long as you're fine," Diao Changju replied, uninterested in probing further, as it was evident that Qi Tianqi was the culprit. "Now that you are awake, come over. I shall distribute cultivation resources." Shui Yinglong felt a surge of joy and quickly joined Qi Tianqi at Diao Changju's side. She was in dire need of cultivation resources. Techniques alone would not suffice. "Oh, look at you, acting all tough," Qi Tianqi scoffed. "You've reached the divine transformation stage and still pretend to be a weak foundation establishment junior. How exhausting." Diao Changju then produced 10 bottles of elixirs for Shui Yinglong, stating, "Yinglong, your constitution is unique. Consider these elixirs as candy. Consume them and return for more." Shui Yinglong beamed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Her 9-nethered demon body activation required an abundance of cultivation resources. "Master, you're biased. Why do I only receive 1 bottle while my junior sister gets 10? Qi Tianqi protested, clinging to Diao Changju's leg in feigned distress. "Where did that rebellious attitude go?" he teased. "All right, here are 9 more bottles. Is that satisfactory?" Diao Changju handed over additional elixirs to Qi Tianqi. With a delighted gleam in her eyes, Qi Tianqi clambered onto Diao Changju's lap, counting her elixirs with glee. "Wait, this is a spatial ring. considered a gift to make carrying things easier. Observing Shui Yinglong's cautious handling of the bottles, Diao Changju decided to grant her a spatial ring as well. Setting aside other matters, he felt a twinge of pity for his disciple, who appeared so naive and inexperienced. Just a handful of elixirs brought her such joy, and her attire consisted of only a single set. "Thank you, master," Shui Yinglong exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she slipped the ring onto her slender finger, storing the elixirs inside. Finally, she possessed a spatial ring. Life without one had been quite burdensome. She adored the ring more with each glance. In her past life, she had grown accustomed to having everything at her fingertips, rarely needing to prepare luggage. This oversight had resulted in her forgetting her belongings during her entrance examination at Lingxiao sect. Seeing Shui Yinglong in such a state, Diao Changju sighed, pondering how he could forcefully subdue such a pitiful disciple. Having recently overcome a near-death crisis, he was no longer inclined to engage in unscrupulous acts. People often resort to such extremes only when they are left with no options. He would let fate take its course, simply ensuring that Shui Yinglong, the girl of destiny, remained by his side. At that moment, he noticed the clothes piled on the ground. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Blushing, Shui Yinglong called out, "Master, I forgot to take my clothes." A month passed swiftly. During this time, Hua Xiangxi had visited several times to impart teachings to Qi Tianxi and Shui Yinglong. After a few visits, she ceased coming, frustrated by Qi Tianxi's continuous slumber during her lectures. What was more infuriating was that Qi Tianxi inexplicably progressed from foundation establishment to golden core stage, while Shui Yinglong stagnated at the first layer of qi refinement, damaging her resolve, leading to her lack of desire to attend further sessions. "Sister, I, Yi Bufan, vow to treat you well," Yi Bufan declared passionately as he embraced an ordinary-looking servant girl. The servant girl was overwhelmed with emotion, despite Yi Bufan's average talent, unremarkable appearance, and an unpleasant odor. Yet, his thoughtfulness endeared him to her. "I love you, junior brother," she whispered as they collapsed onto the bed. 15 minutes later, Yi Bufan, still holding the woman, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Were it not for his urgent need for the system's rewards, he would never have lowered himself to this ordinary girl, whose mere presence paled in comparison to his wives, Qi Tianxi, Shui Yinglong, and Hua Xiangxi. Congratulations, host, for achieving the 100 slaughter accomplishment. Now issuing rewards. Host cultivation level has risen to foundation establishment stage. At last, he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Yi Bufan was overwhelmed with excitement. With the elevation of a servant disciple to the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation resources would increase, and he would be relieved from menial tasks, transitioning to lighter work. The following day, Yi Bufan reported to the outer sect management to register his new cultivation level. "What? I must complete a sect mission to enjoy the resources of the foundation establishment stage?" Yi Bufan exclaimed, bewildered as he faced the elder of the outer sect. Why was he subjected to such a requirement when other servant disciples were not? The outer sect elder glanced at Yi Bufan with indifference, affirming, "Indeed. Why have I never heard of such a rule before?" Yi Bufan gritted his teeth in frustration. He suspected he was being targeted. Indeed, the outer sect elder was singling him out. After all, who did he think he was to question the sect leader? Although Hua Rushi had not instructed them to make things difficult for Yi Bufan, the outer sect elders simply harbored disdain for him. "What are you? To speak with the sect leader?" The elder retorted. This rule was not in place until yesterday. It was established today. He threw a mission paper onto Yi Bufan's table. "This is your task. Go to the monster beast forest and slay a late foundation establishment beast, and you will have completed your mission." A late foundation establishment beast? I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage. How can I possibly defeat one? Yi Bufan protested angrily. "That is not my concern. If you fail, you can continue your menial work." The outer sect elder dismissed him with a wave of his hand, sending Yi Bufan out the door. The surrounding onlookers erupted in laughter at his expense. "Look, this is the very individual responsible for the dung collection. No wonder he exudes such a foul stench. How amusing. Once, while I was attending to nature's call, he was nearby gathering dung, and inadvertently, my excrement splattered onto his face. How disgusting. YBFN listened to the surrounding chatter, his expression darkening considerably. He had no desire to bear the identity of a dung collector for even a minute. The daily degradation had made him lose his appetite, shedding 20 pounds over the course of a month. Chapter 39. I am the protagonist. Jumping off a cliff will not lead to death. Despite the pent-up frustrations within, YBFN dutifully ventured into the beast forest to slay magical beasts. Not far from Longxuan lay a vast expanse of beast forest, where the magical creatures were of relatively low cultivation, the strongest merely at the Yuanying stage. Presently, YBFN's greatest challenge was his inability to fly with a sword, relying solely on his own 2 feet to traverse to the beast forest. Sword flight required cultivation of at least the Jindan stage. Sweat poured down YBFN's forehead as he sprinted along the path, glancing up at the scorching sun, feeling utterly stifled. Why must he endure such adversity when he was clearly the protagonist? At that moment, a graceful figure soared down on a flying sword beside him. She was a striking young woman, clad in the robes of an inner disciple of Longxuan. Junior brother, where are you headed? She inquired with a smile. Detected high-quality beauty. The system's notification echoed in YBFN's mind. He couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of her. Although she was not as beautiful as Su Yingling and the others, she was still quite attractive. YBFN felt a swell of pride. Indeed, as the protagonist, he was destined to be surrounded by beauties wherever he went. Senior sister, I wish to venture into the beast forest ahead, he replied. Esporting a confident Ismail. A flicker of disdain passed through her eyes before she donned a gentle smile and said, I see you are merely at the foundation establishment stage. If you walk, you might not reach the beast forest before nightfall. I happen to be heading there to collect some herbs. Why not let me give you a lift? YBFN pretended to hesitate, feigning concern. Wouldn't that take up your time, senior sister? Not all. Come aboard, junior brother, she replied, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Then I must trouble you, senior sister, YBFN said, maintaining a serious demeanor as he climbed onto her flying sword, deliberately standing at the back to keep his distance. Internally, he chuckled, adept at the art of seduction, believing that if she sought to draw closer, he would keep her at bay, keeping her under his thumb. Thus, they soared into the sky on the sword. What is your name, junior brother? She asked. I am YBFN. May I ask for your esteemed name, senior sister? He replied, adopting a dignified posture. You can call me Shio. Just call me COSHG. She casually fabricated a name. So you are COSHG. YBFN thought to himself, reveling in the peculiarity of the name. Shio fell silent, having randomly concocted a name without realizing its implications, while YBFN's thoughts wandered inappropriately. Half an hour later, Shio landed with YBFN in the heart of the beast forest. YBFN glanced at Shio's retreating figure and slapped himself internally. What was he doing? Now COSHG had gone. Surely. She believed he looked down on her, hence her cold demeanor, and now he felt regret. Sighing, he resolved to be warmer in their next encounter. However, where is he now? YBFN gazed at the towering trees around him, perplexed. This was his first visit to the beast forest, and he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Meanwhile, Shio had not strayed far. Are you not dead yet? Shio's true name was Li Ying, aged 960 at the Sheng stage of the same generation as LCHNGLU and others, and also a devoted admirer of DOZHNGJ. DOZHNGJ had been keeping tabs on YBFN's movements for the past month. He was aware of YBFN's breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage. The task of eliminating those at the late Foundation Establishment stage had been personally assigned by DOZHNGJ, intending to lure YBFN out of the sect and eliminate him. As long as YBFN lived, DOZHNGJ would feel uneasy. He could not allow YBFN to continue flourishing unchecked. Although Longxuan's rules forbade internal strife, one could still employ others to do the deed. As an outer sect steward, Liang followed DOZHNGJ's orders, vigilantly monitoring YBFN, having long since discerned his character. In just a month, YBFN had deceived 30 female disciples, and considering his prior behavior during the disciple assessments, Liang Gy could hardly contain her urge to strike him down. Now, she disguised herself as a benevolent senior sister, luring YBFN onto her sword, leading him to the central region of the beast forest where she set him down, surrounded by Yuanying stage magical beasts. She doubted a mere foundation establishment YBFN could escape from them. YBFN surveyed his surroundings, a sense of inexplicable dread gnawing at him, an instinct urging him to flee immediately. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Just as he did, a roar erupted, and a Yuanying stage beast lunged at him from the shadows. A Yuanying stage beast. YBFN's face drained of color. How could he be so unfortunate as to encounter a Yuanying stage beast when he was only at the Foundation establishment stage? He harbored no doubt that this was all a scheme orchestrated by COSHG. In his mind, she harbored affection for him. How could she wish him harm? In this critical moment of life and death, YBFN did not hold back, utilizing all the rewards he had previously acquired from the system. For a time, the Yuanying stage beast could not catch up with him, surprising Liang Gy. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator possess such speed? However, ahead lay the Zhu 11N cliff. Once he fell, he would be subjected to the laws governing it. Even a Tianshu stage expert would lose all cultivation and become an ordinary person. It was a dead end. Sure enough, YBFN found himself at the edge of the cliff, gazing despairingly into the unfathomable depths below. With no escape, he faced the approaching Yuanying stage beast. Steeling himself, he leapt off the cliff. I am a protagonist. I cannot possibly die from jumping off a cliff, YBFN shouted, bolstering his courage. Chapter 40. The crystal coffin beauty Liang Gy emerged from a distance, striking down the Yuanying stage beast with a single palm, amusedly remarking. Shouting while jumping off a cliff, how amusing. Approaching the precipice, she gazed into the abyss below, murmuring, now I truly do not believe you can survive. On a mountain peak, Diao Changju lay in a rocking chair, feeling a sudden difficulty in breathing, his nostrils filled with the fragrance of a young girl. Without a doubt, QTNQQ had once again stealthily nestled against him while he slept. DOZHNGJ opened his eyes and swiftly lifted the petite figure of QTNQQ, tossing her onto a nearby, small rocking chair. Ouch, that hurt! She cried out. Why does this rebellious disciple insist on sleeping on me every day? DOZHNGJ scolded, playfully rapping her on the head. He had prepared a special rocking chair, just for her, to prevent her from making excuses to squeeze in beside him. Yet, she still insisted on climbing onto him. Because it's so comfortable to sleep on master. QTNQQ retorted, unabashed. DOZHNGJ's chaotic divine body had an irresistible allure for her. Sleeping while embracing the chaotic divine body was incredibly delightful. Can you not learn from your junior sister? DOZHNGJ said, glancing at Su Yngling, who had been meditating nearby. She had now ceased her cultivation, her eyes fixed on the two lively individuals who quarreled daily. Observe how diligently your junior sister practices each day, while you merely indulge in eating and sleeping. Can you not exhibit a semblance of ambition? Diao Changju lamented. Am I not following your example, master? You two spend your days merely eating and sleeping. Qi Tianqi retorted, hands on her hips. Diao Changju was momentarily rendered speechless, as it seemed she had a point. After so many years of this routine, it had become a habit to neglect training. Moreover, what good was it that junior sister trained so hard if she remained at the first level of qi refinement? Meanwhile, I have already reached the golden core stage. Qi Tianqi declared proudly, tilting her chin upwards. Shui Long wore an innocent expression, exclaiming, please do not involve me in your quarrels. Just then, a message arrived through Diao Changju's communication talisman, and she chose to disregard the little girl Qi Tianqi, pulling out the talisman to read. It was a letter from Liang Gy, detailing a recent incident. Fell off a cliff? Diao Changju felt an unsettling premonition. The unfolding of events felt eerily familiar. Wasn't this the trope from novels? A powerful figure sending subordinates to eliminate the protagonist, only for the protagonist to fall off a cliff, survive, and emerge even stronger. Such a narrative seemed ominous. Yi Bufan had certainly not perished from the fall. Otherwise, a system notification would have been received. What cliff? Qi Tianqi inquired curiously as she nestled into Diao Changju's embrace, attempting to sneak a glance at the message. Diao Changju swiftly concealed the talisman, pinching Qi Tianqi's delicate face, and admonished, "Adults' matters are not for children." "Who is a child? I am already 18. Qi Tianqi protested indignantly. "If you do not wish to show me, then do not. It only makes me want to see it more. You miser." Diao Changju chuckled, grasping Qi Tianqi by the back of her collar and lifting her like a kitten, placing her onto her little rocking chair. "You two focus on your training. I must step out for a while," Diao Changju instructed the two girls. "All right," Shui Yinglong nodded. "Master, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Qi Tianqi lunged at Diao Changju, clinging to her. Diao Changju, with a stern expression, tucked her under her arm and deposited her into Shui Yinglong's embrace, commanding, "Yinglong, keep an eye on your senior sister." "Got it." Shui Yinglong smiled as she held Qi Tianqi. Over the past month, she had genuinely enjoyed their companionship. Qi Tianqi's lively spirit ensured there was never a dull moment. Diao Changju then took to the skies on her sword. She was well aware of the cliff of despair. She did not believe that a mere foundation establishment stage, Yi Bufan, could withstand the cliff's mysterious laws and survive the fall. The only explanation was that the cliff's mystical rules had ceased to function. Regardless, Diao Changju felt compelled to investigate. Soon, she arrived at the cliff of despair. For safety, she summoned a golden core puppet to descend first, checking if the cliff's enigmatic laws were still operational. As the puppet descended on its sword, nothing abnormal occurred. Indeed, the cliff's mysterious laws had failed. Diao Changju quickly followed the puppet down, intent on interrupting whatever fortuitous encounter Yi Bufan might obtain. While she could not directly harm him, she could certainly cause some disruption. Seeking fortune? Did he not seek her permission first? At the base of the cliff, the unconscious Yi Bufan opened his eyes. "Huh, I'm not dead. I knew I wouldn't die because I am the protagonist," Yi Bufan exclaimed with excitement. Fortunately, he had landed on a pile of bones that cushioned his fall. "Ouch, that hurts." After the thrill of survival, he became acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. Inspecting himself, he discovered not a single inch of unscathed skin. His body was riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely, with several ribs fractured. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his injuries as he swiftly trudged forward. For not far ahead stood a magnificent palace. Surely, within that palace lay his destined fortune. Yi Bufan pushed open the grand doors of the palace, only to find a raised platform at its center, upon which rested a crystal coffin. "Is this a grave?" Yi Bufan pondered, stepping cautiously toward the platform. Upon reaching the coffin, he was struck dumb by its beauty. Inside lay an exquisite woman clad in red, peacefully asleep, as though in a serene slumber. As Yi Bufan beheld her, his system began to react fervently. Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. The system repeated its alerts. Yi Bufan inhaled sharply. He had never encountered such a stunning woman. The last beauty he saw, Hua Xiangxi, was merely of a lower grade. This slumbering beauty before him undoubtedly deserved the highest accolades. She was surely destined to be his bride. Yi Bufan felt a surge of exhilaration. According to the narrative, if he were to awaken her, she would undoubtedly recognize him as her husband and serve him for eternity. However, as he reached out to touch the crystal coffin, a barrier repelled him, sending him tumbling from the platform. With a sickening crack, his leg broke. Tears streamed down Yi Bufan's face from the agonizing pain. His knee had bent at an unnatural angle, and the sharp agony was unbearable. At that moment, a figure soared into the palace on a sword, landing on the platform. Seeing another person arrive, Yi Bufan's face turned pale, and disregarding his broken leg, he scrambled to ascend the platform. This crystal coffin beauty was his bride. He could not allow anyone else to lay claim to her. Chapter 41. She has awakened. Standing on a platform was Diao Changju. Upon seeing the woman in the crystal coffin, she nodded in appreciation. Indeed, she was a superlative beauty, but alas, she was deceased. The woman within the coffin exuded no breath of life. Dressed in vibrant red, she appeared to be a love-stricken soul who had perished for her beloved. Had Diao Changju arrived a moment later, this woman would have been defiled by Yi Bufan, not even sparing the corpse. Diao Changju reached out to touch the crystal coffin, astonished to discover that it was crafted from a rare, innate spiritual treasure. No wonder the woman inside could maintain her physical form indefinitely. "You scoundrel! What do you think you're doing touching my bride?" Yi Bufan, having clumsily climbed back to the platform, turned green with envy upon seeing Diao Changju's hand resting on the coffin. He had not even touched it himself, yet now it seemed he had been outdone. Recognizing Diao Changju as the lecherous intersect elder who had taken Qi Tianqi and Shuering Long, he felt a surge of hostility towards him. Diao Changju, filled with disdain, retorted, "What do you mean your bride? Can you not be more repulsive? You would defile even a corpse. Did you not see the inscription on the crystal coffin?" Diao Changju pointed to a line of golden characters beside the coffin. "What does it say?" Yi Bufan inwarded. Following Diao Changju's gesture, "The wife of the Chaos Great Emperor, defilers shall be punished." Yi Bufan read aloud, each word weighing heavily upon him. Upon finishing, his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "So, she is not your bride after all? You would not spare even a corpse?" Diao Changju mockingly patted the crystal coffin. Toentink Yi Bufan. Diao Changju had never heard of the Chaos Great Emperor, likely a figure from a primordial era. The Cliff of Despair had always been a forbidden zone on Longxuan Continent. It was said that even a celestial transformation stage cultivator would instantly perish if they jumped down, owing to a foolish celestial transformation stage individual who had defied the odds and met their demise. In truth, even the formidable beings of the Huashan period dare not leap from this Zhaixin cliff. The mountain of white bones below serves as a grim testament to the fate that awaits those who do. Yi Bufan wore an awkward expression. In fact, a corpse would suffice. The woman within the crystal coffin is of extraordinary caliber. As Yi Bufan raised his gaze towards the crystal coffin, he was startled to find that the woman had inexplicably opened her eyes, her icy stare fixed upon him, a gaze devoid of emotion, a harbinger of death. Overcome with fear, Yi Bufan fell to the ground, memories of terrifying encounters from the blue star flooding back, as he pointed in horror at the woman in the coffin, exclaiming, "A ghost! There's a ghost! She has opened her eyes." Diao Changju frowned and turned his head, only to see the woman in the crystal coffin still peacefully asleep, her beautiful eyes closed. "There is no ghost here. It seems you're merely being paranoid." Diao Changju was certain that the occupant of the coffin was indeed a deceased person. He felt unease at leaving this woman in the crystal coffin behind, knowing that Yi Bufan was capable of anything. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he stored the entire crystal coffin into his spatial ring. Yi Bufan felt a surge of resentment as he watched the crystal coffin vanish. Even if that woman were a ghost, she would still be his wife. Damn Diao Changju for stealing his wife away. After a cold snort, Diao Changju took to the skies on his sword. For there was nothing of value here aside from the crystal coffin. He had initially considered capturing 2 yuan in stage magical beasts from the beast forest to throw down the Zhaixin cliff for Yi Bufan's amusement. But the system warned that such actions would be too conspicuous, likely leading Yi Bufan to conclude that he was responsible. Once Diao Changju released the crystal coffin, he scrutinized it closely, curiosity blossoming within him as he gazed at the woman inside, attempting to probe with his spiritual energy to sense her essence and cultivation. He was taken aback to discover that the coffin could entirely block external scrutiny, as if it existed in its own realm. Diao Changju's gaze intensified, feeling an increasing sense of strangeness. He understood that this was not merely the effect of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It seemed to contain a power that transcended his understanding. Could it be that this crystal coffin was the legendary object defying the heavens? Was the woman inside waiting for a chance at resurrection? Diao Changju's expression grew peculiar. If this were Yi Bufan's opportunity, could it be that the system would enable her revival simply through a slumber? How absurd! It must be noted that the woman within the crystal coffin was the wife of the so-called Chaos Emperor. To sleep with the wife of an emperor. What audacity! A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Diao Changju's mind, but ultimately he shook his head, casting aside those absurd notions. He focused his mind and attempted various forms of attack on the crystal coffin. Yet regardless of how he tried, the coffin remained utterly unresponsive, akin to an ordinary coffin. This innate spiritual treasure is indeed strange. How could it remain impervious to my attacks? How can such a crystal coffin adequately protect the woman within? It seems only capable of passively enduring blows. Diao Changju found himself utterly perplexed. Glancing out the window, he noted that the sky had darkened. After a long day, he felt fatigued and yawned, storing the crystal coffin back into his spatial ring before retiring to bed. Before long, Diao Changju drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the spatial ring on his hand shimmered, and a woman clad in a red wedding gown appeared at his bedside. She was the stunning woman from the Crystal Pavilion. The moment she materialized, a domain enveloped the room, isolating it from the outside world. The woman stood before Diao Changju, her expression frigid as she scrutinized him for an extended period, her eyes filled with disdain. A mere Saint Spirit stage insect, she uttered coldly, her expression betraying her contempt. After a long silence, she sighed, resigned, and delicately climbed into bed, embracing Diao Changju's cold body tightly. The chill of her touch sent a shiver through him, yet he showed no signs of waking. The woman had never anticipated that her future husband would be a mere insect at the Saint Spirit stage. She could not fathom how Diao Changju, a being of the chaos divine body, could still be of such lowly cultivation after millennia. The woman possessed a unique constitution requiring her to absorb the essence of the chaos divine body to survive. For millions of years, she had slumbered within the crystal coffin, awaiting the awakening by a chaos divine body. Yet, she found herself confronted by such an unusual specimen. How can such an insect be worthy of being my husband? Once I no longer require you, I shall cast you aside. The woman thought darkly, her delicate hands tightening around Diao Changju's neck. The following morning, Diao Changju awoke, feeling utterly drained. He had dreamt of being pressed down by a ghost, a red-clad specter clutching his throat, while he struggled in vain, his limbs betraying him, his mind alert, yet unable to open his eyes. That red-clad specter bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in the crystal coffin. He retrieved the coffin, observing the woman inside, as usual, and murmured in confusion, "Could there truly be a ghost? This is quite uncanny." Gazing into a mirror, he was startled to find himself sporting two heavy dark circles under his eyes. "I can't believe that I was actually drained of my vitality by a ghost last night." The woman from the Crystal Pavilion opened her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips as she observed Diao Changju's disheveled appearance. Last night, she had indeed absorbed a bit too much of his vitality. Currently, she remained in a state of false death, not yet fully revived. Turning to the woman in the crystal coffin, Diao Changju hesitated. This woman seems to bring bad luck. Having her around feels somewhat ominous. Yet if I do not keep her close, she will undoubtedly fall into Yi Bufon's hands. The woman in the crystal pavilion seethed with fury upon hearing Diao Changju's words. This insufferable man dares to call her unlucky? You shall await your demise tonight. Diao Changju secured the crystal coffin and stepped out of his room. At that moment, a small girl leaped into him, clinging to his neck. "Good morning, master." Chi Tian Chi exclaimed, fiercely inhaling. As she did, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Why does it feel like the aura of the chaos divine body on you has weakened significantly?" Dejected, Chi Tian Chi slid down from Diao Changju's neck to his thigh before scampering off to play elsewhere. Diao Changju sent a message to Liang Jia, instructing her to dispatch someone to monitor Yi Bufon's movements at the Zhaixin cliff, seeking an opportunity to engineer an accident. As long as Yi Bufon lived, Diao Changju's heart would remain unsettled. After reading the message, he couldn't help but admire Yi Bufon's patience, even managing to target an elderly woman. In Lingxiao sect, there are two conditions to become a supreme elder. The first condition is selection based on seniority and reputation. For instance, someone like Hua Xiangxi, upon stepping down from the position of sect master, automatically becomes a supreme elder. Those who achieve the title through the first condition enjoy the highest rights and privileges within the sect, even having the authority to dismiss the sect master. The second condition requires one to reach the transcendent stage. While those who become supreme elders through the second condition possess less authority than those from the first, they still enjoy rights second only to the sect master within Lingxiao sect. It is truly alarming how Yi Bufon has risen to power unnoticed. Diao Changju felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the faulty system preventing him from directly confronting Yi Bufan, he would have immediately crushed the peak experience card gifted by the system to eliminate Yi Bufan. Now, Yi Bufan has ascended to the status of a direct disciple of the esteemed Taishang elder, making matters quite complicated. It is no longer feasible to set traps for him as before. If others were to discover that the despicable Diao Changju had sent individuals to assassinate the Taishang elder's direct disciple, even Hua Xiangxi would be unable to protect him. The Lingxiao sect has a strict prohibition against infighting among disciples. Previously, with Yi Bufan's identity as a mere servant disciple, his demise would have gone unnoticed, as the sect would hardly concern itself with the death of an insignificant servant. However, now that Yi Bufan has transformed into the Taishang elder's direct disciple, the stakes have dramatically changed. On a mountain peak, a seemingly ordinary young man is cradled in the arms of an elderly woman. "Master, you must stand up for your disciple. That Diao Changju is truly intolerable," Yi Bufan laments, choking back tears as he speaks to Ma Yuchang. The elder's cultivation has stagnated at the early stage of the tribulation for millennia, and her time is running short. Thus, she bravely flew down the Zue Xian cliff, seeking fortune where she encountered Yi Bufan. Ultimately, through Yi Bufan's efforts, the elder Ma Yuchang was successfully taken under his wing. Although Diao Changju is merely at the sacred spirit stage, he somehow managed to bribe a high-ranking official within the sect, securing a position as an intersect elder. His lecherous nature led him to coerce and entice Xue Yinglong and Qi Tainkiki into becoming his direct disciples, driven solely by his lust for their beauty. Both Xue Yinglong and Qi Tainkiki endure a life of torment under his grasp. Furthermore, Diao Changju, aware of their affections for Yi Bufan, deliberately made things difficult for him within the sect, assigning him menial and degrading tasks. More infuriatingly, he was the first to descend the Zue Xian cliff, and the treasures and elixirs within the palace were rightfully his. Yet, the despicable Diao Changju appeared out of nowhere, snatched his elixirs and treasures, grievously injured him, and left him to fend for himself at the cliff, displaying unparalleled shamelessness. Yi Bufan weeps as he accuses Diao Changju of his various transgressions. Ma Yuchang's expression darkens as she gently pats Yi Bufan's back in consolation. This Diao Changju is utterly unhinged. I cannot believe that in the mere 3,000 years I have been away from the Lingxiao sect, it has fallen to such depths. How could a scoundrel of the sacred spirit stage be allowed to ascend to the rank of intersect elder? Fear not, my disciple. With me here, I shall advocate for you today. Master, you are truly wonderful. Yi Bufan suppresses his disgust and kisses Ma Yuchang. Although Ma Yuchang is rated at a high level, this rating is primarily due to her cultivation. At this moment, while Diao Changju is troubled over how to deal with Yi Bufan, Li Chenglu arrives on his sword, his face grave. "Brother, trouble is brewing. Taishang elder Ma Yuchang has convened an impeachment conference at the Law Enforcement Hall, specifically naming you for impeachment. And all available Taishang elders of the sect are in attendance." An impeachment conference? Isn't that aimed at the sect leader? Am I, a mere intersect elder, worthy of such attention? Diao Changju rises from his rocking chair, puzzled. He had not yet sought trouble with Yi Bufan, yet Yi Bufan has preemptively brought trouble to him. "Master, what is an impeachment conference?" Qi Tainkiki inquires with curiosity. Xue Yinglong, upon observing Li Chenglu's expression, realizes that this matter is serious. At this moment, within the Lingxiao sect's law enforcement hall, 10 elderly figures sit in the main seats. They're all Taishang elders, including Ma Yuchang. In addition to the 10 seated Taishang elders, thousands of intersect elders are present, with nearly all of them gathered, except for those in seclusion. Li Jianyuan and Zue Mengsheng are also there, standing at the forefront. Li Jianyuan silently embraces his sword with closed eyes, while Zue Mengsheng appears drunken, consuming vast quantities of alcohol. Ma Yuchang frowns upon seeing Zue Mengsheng's state, realizing that the Lingxiao sect is indeed in disarray if even a drunken fool can attain the status of an intersect elder. "I can no longer tolerate the rampant corruption within the sect," Ma Yuchang states earnestly. Indeed, she nods in agreement. "By the way, where's she girl gone? How could she be absent during such a significant event? Old Liu observes with a gleeful expression. Originally, they had no intention of attending this mundane impeachment conference. But upon learning that it concerns Hua Xiangxi's treasured disciple, Diao Changju, their interest was piqued purely for the sake of gossip. Hua Xiangxi is notoriously protective of her two disciples, especially Diao Changju. Even when they spoke the unembellished truth about Diao Changju's lack of talent, she responded with sarcasm. Now that she is at the mid-stage of the tribulation, they fear her wrath. How dare Ma Yuchang initiate an impeachment conference against Diao Changju, Hua Xiangxi's prized disciple? Should we wait for she-girl? Old Zhao pretends to inquire innocently. Ma Yuchang, upon hearing their conversation, feels somewhat bewildered. Who is she-girl? Having traversed other realms for 3,000 years, she has not kept abreast of matters within the Lingxiao sect, and thus does not recognize Hua Xiangxi. Before long, Diao Changju arrives with Li Chenglu, senior brother. Li Jianyuan, Zue Mengsheng, and others collectively greet Diao Changju. Ma Yuchang watches this scene, her heart filled with disdain. She perceives Diao Changju's actions as an attempt to intimidate her, signaling that these intersect elders are his allies. After all, these intersect elders remain silent in her presence as a Taishang elder, yet they enthusiastically greet him. It is evident that the Lingxiao sect is indeed facing a crisis. Intersect elder Diao Changju pays respects to all Taishang elders. Diao Changju respectfully bows to the 10 elders in the main seats. Ma Yukand Znortskoldi, leisurely sipping her tea without extending any courtesy to Diao Changju. Diao elder, you need not concern yourself with us. We are merely here to observe. This conference is presided over by the elder Ma Yuchang. Old Zhao states with a smile. They hastily distance themselves from Ma Yuchang, fearing that Hua Xiangxi might misunderstand their alliance with her against Diao Changju's cherished disciple. Indeed, Diao elder, you need not be anxious. We are simply here to observe. The focus is on elder Ma Yuchang's inquiries. The other Taishang elders echo, declaring their stance. Ma Yuchang feels perplexed by their statements, sensing something amiss. However, their words are technically correct. They're indeed here as observers, and she is the one presiding over this impeachment conference. Once Diao Changju and the 9 Taishang elders have exchanged pleasantries, Ma Yuchang forcefully places her teacup on the table, producing a resounding thud. The atmosphere grows eerily silent, becoming increasingly tense. Diao Changju, are you aware of your crimes? Ma Yukan could demand scoldly. Li Jianyuan, Zue Mengsheng, and the others fix their icy glares on Ma Yuchang. She remains unfazed by their scrutiny. Dare I inquire, Elder Ma, what crimes have I committed? Diao Changju retorts coldly. Buffon, Ma Yuchang calls out. Buffon steps forward, pointing at Diao Changju. You, Diao Changju, have coveted the beauty of my friends Xue Yinglong and Qi Tainkiki, using your position as an intersect elder to coerce and entice them to become your playthings. Do you dare deny it? The thought of his wife being subjected to Diao Changju's nightly advances fills Yi Buffon with profound sorrow. If not for the circumstances, who would wish to be trained in such a manner? Diao Changju stands bewildered, assuming that his machinations involving Liang Jiayi's schemes against Yi Buffon have been exposed. He never anticipated that his carefully crafted excuses would amount to naught. Absurd. I have lived my life with integrity. How could I engage in such actions? I merely recognized the cultivation potential of Xue Yinglong and Qi Tainkiki and accepted them as my direct disciples. How have I become a figure of coercion and temptation in your words? Diao Changju proclaims with righteous indignation. Indeed, how can my senior brother be such a person? You, as a disciple, should not tarnish my senior brother's reputation with baseless accusations. What do you mean by claiming my senior brother covets beauty? I perceive that it is you, this lecherous disciple, who is coveting their beauty. My senior brother is a paragon of virtue. Do we not know who he truly is? To coerce and entice. Such utter nonsense. Li Chenglu and others promptly voiced their support for Diao Changju. Upon hearing their words, Diao Changju felt a touch of embarrassment. Junior brothers, in truth, my senior brother is not as saintly as you portray. Cease your exaggerations. Enough. Chapter 44. You, a mere toad, aspire to consume swan flesh. At Hahuan sect, Hua Xiangxi and Shi Ningmen sat in a pavilion, while Bai Ziyuan stood beside them, pouring tea and serving water. Xiao Ningmen, is this your cherished disciple whom you have hidden for over 20 years? Hua Xiangxi gazed at the serene Bai Qian, her doubts about whether she truly was Shi Ningmen's disciple lingering. Given Shi Ningmen's fiery disposition, how could she possibly cultivate such a tranquil prodigy? Should she not be more like her? What? Do you fancy her? I shall gift her to you, so that our families may grow closer, Shi Ningmen said with a smile, pulling Bai Ziyuan into her embrace. Bai Ziyuan was left speechless. Prior to this, Shi Ningmen had informed her that Hua Xiangxi's disciple was the young master she was to serve, and that she must not reveal her true identity or cultivation level. Let's not go there. You enchanting fairies of a Huan sect, my disciple cannot withstand it, Hua Xiangxi firmly declined. That will not suffice. My disciple has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation and requires a sparring partner to break through. How about lending your precious disciple for a brief period? Shi Ningmen chuckled. Even for a brief use, that is unacceptable. Hua Xiangxi could not possibly agree. Are you certain? My disciple possesses a unique constitution. Whoever obtains her will see an enhancement in their own physique, Shi Ningmen spoke mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiangxi's interest was piqued. She was aware of such rare constitutions, though they were exceedingly uncommon. Are you certain? Enhancing one's physique is a coveted treasure across the continent. Hua Xiangxi worried that Diao Changju might become trapped in a realm indefinitely. Would I deceive you? Shi Ningmen asserted confidently, just as Hua Xiangxi was about to inquire further. Her communication talisman glowed, and upon reading its contents, her expression darkened, prompting her to stand abruptly. What is it, Shi Ningmen asked. What is so urgent? Master, am I to serve the young master so soon? Bai Ziyuan nestled in Shi Ningmen's arms, greedily inhaling her fragrance. Your intelligence is remarkable. You have swiftly absorbed my teachings. It is time to enter the battlefield. Shi Ningmen gently caressed Bai Ziyuan's soft waist, awaiting her return from the battlefield to impart further knowledge. Master, you teach so well. At Longxuan's law enforcement hall, am I speaking nonsense? On that day, you brazenly coerced Shui Yinglong before the entire continent. This is an undeniable fact. The whole continent laughs at us, Longxuan, mocking you, a shameless intersect elder. Yi Bufan roared, his eyes reddened with fury. Enough. Your quarrels yield no results. Why not summon Shui Yinglong and Qi Tianqi to clarify matters here? Old Zhao incited, reveling in the chaos. Indeed, having the parties present will shed light on the truth, Yi Bufan coldly retorted, exuding confidence. Soon, Shui Yinglong and Qi Tianqi were brought forth. Upon entering, Qi Tianqi immediately embraced Diao Changju's leg. Master, Shui Yinglong greeted Diao Changju, then bowed to those present. Disciple Shui Yinglong pays respects to the esteemed elders and intersect elders. Yi Bufan's heart shattered as he witnessed Qi Tianqi, enamored by Diao Changju, clinging to him. His wife had transformed so drastically in merely a month under Diao Changju's guidance. Shui Yinglong, Qi Tianqi, I ask you, did you voluntarily take Diao Changju as your master? Ma Yushang inquired sternly. Unaware of the circumstances, Shui Yinglong and Qi Tianqi merely knew they were summoned to the law enforcement hall. It was the disciples' choice. They affirmed simultaneously without hesitation, finding the question perplexing. You lie. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in alarm at their responses. Master, they must be fearful of Diao Changju's might, hence their reluctance to speak the truth. Yi Bufan insisted, his eyes brimming with urgency. Ma Yusheng, convinced by her little lover's words, sympathetically addressed Shui Yinglong and Qi Tianqi, saying, Do not be afraid, young ones. The esteemed elders are present. Did Diao Changju, out of envy for your beauty, coerce you into submission? Finally understanding Ma Yushang's intent, Shui Yinglong replied coldly, I voluntarily took my master as my mentor. She has never coerced or behaved improperly towards me. Clearly, this elder woman was targeting Diao Changju. Shui Yinglong recognized this and could not afford her any kindness. Yes, I beseech my master to accept me as her disciple. You foul old woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Qi Tianqi boldly pointed at Ma Yushang, berating her. Ma Yushang appeared taken aback. Their demeanor suggested they were not jesting. No, Yinglong, Chi, you must have been brainwashed by Diao Changju. With my master here to advocate for you, do not be afraid. Yi Bufan lamented, his heart fracturing. In his mind, Shui Long and Qi Tianqi had already been fully indoctrinated by Diao Changju over the past month. Excuse me, do we know each other? Is Long the name you called? Shui Long finally discerned the source of the chaos. She cast a frigid glare at Yi Bufan, realizing it was this repugnant young man causing the disturbance. It's me. I am Bufan. How could you forget me? Yi Bufan cried, his heart bleeding, feeling utterly despondent. I believe we have no connection. We merely exchange pleasantries during the sect's entrance examination. Do not act as if we are intimately acquainted. How revolting, Shui Long retorted icily. Now, she regarded Diao Changju as her master and held her in the highest esteem. She could not tolerate the slander of such a lecherous young man against her esteemed mentor. Oh, now I recall who you are. You are that repulsive man who approached me with a foul odor during the entrance examination. Qi Tianqi exclaimed, pointing at Yi Bufan with disgust. Their words elicited hearty laughter from Li Chenglu and others. So it turns out this Yi Bufan was merely indulging in self-delusion. How amusing. Out of love turned to hate, slandering my senior brother, only to be exposed on the spot. How embarrassing must that be? You, a mere toad, aspire to devour swan flesh. Yet do not even glance in the mirror to see your own reflection? Truly, your self-adoration knows no bounds. Average talent, average appearance, what grants you such confidence? Finished, in his imagination, surely all the beauties must be enamored with him. How ludicrous! Indeed, during the entrance examination, he even attempted to engage the sect leader in conversation. I also recall him being sent flying by a slap. Could he have thought the sect leader was smitten with him? This is not the case. This is not the case. You two must have been repeatedly toyed with and brainwashed by Diao Changju. Yi Bufan shouted frantically at Shui Long and Qi Tianqi. His outcry incited even the elders who initially wished to observe the spectacle to turn their gaze upon him in disgust. Do not tarnish my master's noble character with your filthy thoughts. Shui Long bellowed. Is this lecherous man never to cease? Shui Long elegantly extended her delicate hand, revealing the alluring pink mole at the center of her wrist, proclaiming, "This is my Shou Gong Sha. I would never jest with my purity. The filthy words that escape your lips are utterly laughable." If Shui Long did not prove her innocence, it seemed that Yi Bufan would only continue to spew nonsense. How could it be possible? How could you still be pure? Yi Bufan gazed at the Shou Gong Sha on Shui Long's wrist, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that Diao Changju was a eunuch? Or perhaps he was a pervert who delighted in other peculiarities? Fake. All of it is a fabrication. Your Shou Gong Sha must be false. Yi Bufan suddenly had a revelation and shouted defiantly once more. In launching, such things could easily be faked, let alone in the realm of cultivation. You are simply unreasonable. Shui Long furiously turned away, no longer wishing to engage in debate with Yi Bufan. To the onlookers, Yi Bufan's assertions seemed absurd and unacceptable. After all, a Shou Gong Sha is not something that can be fabricated. Typically, women do not whimsically adorn their wrists with such marks for amusement. The formation of a Shou Gong Sha requires the blessing of heavenly forces. Thus, it is a mysterious and authentic mark. To question the authenticity of Shou Gong Sha is to challenge the very essence of the heavens. Enough, my disciple. Ma Yuchang gestured for Yi Bufan to cease. She had grown weary of the spectacle. This is a misunderstanding, and I apologize on behalf of my disciple. Her nonchalant tone caused discomfort among those present, prompting thoughts of how such a significant matter could simply be dismissed. However, given Ma Yuchang's status as a supreme elder, they could only endure in silence. But regarding the incident at the Zue Xian Cliff, where you harmed my disciple and seized a spirit pill, Elder Jiao, do you not owe me an explanation? Ma Yuchang's voice suddenly turned stern, her powerful aura erupting like a torrential wave, sweeping across the assembly. The gathered crowd turned pale, feeling the suffocating pressure of her presence. Indeed, I was the first to arrive at the Zue Xian Cliff in search of treasure, but then Diao Changju appeared, injuring me and stealing my possessions, indifferent to my plight as he departed. Yi Bufan pointed accusingly at Diao Changju, seething with righteous anger. How could my senior brother be such a person? Cease your baseless accusations. Li Chenglu and others immediately stepped forward to defend Diao Changju, denouncing Yi Bufon's claims. What treasures could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possibly find? It is utterly absurd. Zui Mengsheng sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain. This individual was nothing but a braggart. This incident was surely a figment of his imagination. As Yi Bufon absorbed the ridicule of those around him, his eyes grew bloodshot, his teeth clenched in fury, and he fixed a fierce glare upon them, vowing to remember their faces. They had already paved their path to doom. I, Yi Bufon, never speak falsehoods. This is a recording stone documenting the evidence. Yi Bufon declared earnestly, producing a treasure and activating it. An image was projected before the crowd. Yi Bufon's system had previously rewarded him with a hidden camera, and he had consistently recorded moments, never anticipating that this would serve as pivotal evidence. Ma Yuchang had previously viewed this video. Otherwise, she would not have convened a meeting to support Yi Bufon. Elder Diao, do you have anything to say? Ma Yuchang coldly inquired. Indeed, the laws of the cultivation world dictate such matters. How could there be talk of theft? Li Chenglu and others concurred. This crystal coffin bears no name belonging to you, Yi Bufon, yet you claim my senior brother has stolen your treasure. It is laughable. Yi Bufon is truly disgusting. He likely believes that any beauty he encounters is his. You are grasping at straws. Ma Yuchang's eyes narrowed dangerously. I ask you, does Diao Changju acknowledge his wrongs? Her voice was a chilling command, pressing down upon Diao Changju with the weight of her power. Diao Changju felt the crushing pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As he gritted his teeth, expressionless. What sin can be fabricated? What wrongs must I acknowledge? Beside him, Qi Tianqi, clutching Diao Changju's leg, glared at Ma Yuchang with fury. Her adorable face contorted in anger. How dare this old crone bully her master? On the other side, although Shuang Long was only at the Qi refinement stage, she resolutely withstood the pressure from Ma Yuchang. Her face pale, yet unwavering, as she stood beside Diao Changju, her icy gaze fixed on Ma Yuchang. In her previous life, she had been a formidable demon emperor. This level of pressure was bearable for her. Li Jianyuan, Zui Mengsheng, and other intersect elders stepped forward, forming a united front behind Diao Changju. Their collective aura surged forth, each expression cold, eyes brimming with anger and discontent, glaring resolutely at Ma Yuchang. Despite their cultivation being below the earthly mechanism stage, they stood undaunted before Ma Yuchang, who felt a chill creep up her spine. What? Are you intersect elders plotting rebellion alongside Diao Changju? Ma Yuchang's expression darkened as she questioned coldly, her gaze sweeping over the assembly, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Supreme Elder Ma Yuchang, we merely seek a fair and just resolution to this matter, Zui Mengsheng asserted, having seemingly regained his composure. Do not be deceived by the flowery words of your disciple, Yi Bufon. Li Chenglu shot a venomous glare at Yi Bufon, his eyes filled with contempt. Are you threatening me? Ma Yuchang's eyes narrowed, an invisible pressure emanating from her, causing the air around them to thicken with tension. Her tone carried a hint of danger, instilling fear in those present. Not at all. How could we, mere intersect elders, dare to threaten the Supreme Elder? Laughter erupted around them. Today, I shall punish Diao Changju. What can you do to stop me? Ma Yuchang scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. We have long desired to engage you in a fair contest, Supreme Elder Ma Yuchang. Zui Mengsheng, Li Jianyuan, and others rose, their expressions challenging as they prepared for confrontation. The remaining Supreme Elders seated beside Ma Yuchang watched the scene unfold with bemusement, their faces adorned with smiles, seemingly eager for the spectacle. Feeling her dignity challenged as never before, Ma Yuchang's face turned a fearsome shade of pale. With a swift slap upon the table, she launched her attack towards Diao Changju. Just as Mengsheng and Li Jianyuan attempted to intervene, they found their bodies firmly restrained by Ma Yuchang's overwhelming power, powerless to act, and could only witness her hand descending upon Diao Changju. Their highest cultivation level was merely at the heavenly profound stage, while Ma Yuchang was at the early stage of transcendence. The gap of 3 major realms rendered it effortless for Ma Yuchang to subdue those beneath the earthly mechanism stage. In this critical moment, a figure appeared before Diao Changju like a ghost, striking with a single palm that sent my Yuchang stumbling back several steps. My disciple is not someone you, an old woman, can teach. The voice was chilling, as if it could freeze the very air. Chapter 46. I have endured you for long enough. The newcomer was a woman clad in white. Her graceful form resembled that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The flowing white robe danced in the wind. Her beauty was exquisite. Her skin as pristine as snow, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her finely chiseled features were perfectly arranged on her face, creating a portrait of perfection. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Her demeanor was elegant, transcendent, with every movement radiating authority and confidence that left onlookers in awe. She was none other than Hua Xiangxi. At this moment, she regarded Ma Yuchang with a frosty expression. "Master," Diao Changju exclaimed upon seeing Hua Xiangxi, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement, his voice trembling. In that fleeting instant, he truly believed he was doomed. "Do not fear. Leave this to me. I shall see who dares to harm you in my presence." Hua Xiangxi's icy gaze swept across the gathered crowd, ultimately landing on the 9 elderly onlookers who were merely spectating. Old Zhao and his companions' expressions shifted as they hastily clarified, "Xiangxi, do not misunderstand. This matter has nothing to do with us. We merely came to observe. Yes, indeed, we harbor no ill intentions towards your precious disciple." Another elder quickly chimed in. "I shall deal with you later," Hua Xiangxi retorted before turning her attention back to Ma Yuchang. Mid-stage of tribulation. Ma Yuchang's eyes flickered with surprise and jealousy as she beheld the young and stunning Hua Xiangxi. No wonder Diao Changju was so audacious. It turned out he had such an unreasonable and formidable master. Ma Yuchang scoffed. She had languished in the early stage of tribulation for millennia. Although there was a difference in levels compared to Hua Xiangxi, her actual combat strength was not inferior to that of a mid-stage tribulation warrior. Thus she did not fear Hua Xiangxi. The elders seldom appeared within the sect and cared little for its affairs. Upon hearing Hua Xiangxi's words, Ma Yuchang's expression darkened. "Who are you calling an old woman? Mind your language, you little brat." Hua Xiangxi disdainfully huffed. "I am referring to you." "What? Are you unable to take responsibility for your words? Disrespectful to your elders. It seems Lingxiao sect has truly changed. Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect your master and uphold the teachings." Ma Yuchang suddenly lunged at Hua Xiangxi, having lost all rationality. First, she was mocked by a group of juniors, and then Hua Xiangxi provoked her further. "Disrespectful to your elders?" Hua Xiangxi laughed coldly, her gaze piercing as she looked at Ma Yuchang. "What makes you think you are of such status?" Ma Yuchang's teeth clenched in fury, her body trembling with rage. She extended her hand, aiming a ferocious strike at Hua Xiangxi, intent on teaching this audacious junior a lesson. "Today, I shall thoroughly instruct you on respecting your master." She roared, her spiritual power erupting, overwhelming the onlookers with immense pressure. Hua Xiangxi remained unfazed, immediately channeling her internal energy to counter Ma Yuchang's assault. At that moment, the 9 elders sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly flew to Diao Changju's side, shielding him behind them. They understood that if anything were to happen to Diao Changju, they would genuinely face Hua Xiangxi's wrath. The battle between Hua Xiangxi and Ma Yuchang intensified, their strengths evenly matched, making it difficult to discern a victor. As time passed, their spiritual energies collided, creating a series of thunderous explosions. Hua Xiangxi seized the opportunity to familiarize herself with the innate devouring principles of her physique. As the 2 tribulation warriors clashed, the entire law enforcement hall trembled with their might. The fierce battle captured the attention of all disciples of Lingxiao sect. In the air, Hua Xiangxi and Ma Yuchang displayed an array of dazzling techniques. Hua Xiangxi wielded her sword with the grace of a spirit serpent, her strikes mesmerizing and overwhelming. The two exchanged blows in the sky, neither yielding, creating a scene of unparalleled intensity. In the secluded grounds of Lingxiao sect, by a tranquil lotus pond, a little girl clad in a charming belly band sat barefoot, playing in the water and murmuring to herself, "Oh dear, it has been quite a tumultuous time lately." Youth is indeed wonderful. Everyone is so full of vigor. However, this seemingly innocent girl spoke with a mature and alluring voice. Suddenly, the little girl addressed the air. Xiao Hanzai, go and mediate the fight. If they continue like this, the sleeping children will surely be awakened. She then added, oh, and that fellow Yi Bufan, along with Ma Yuchong, must be expelled from Lingxiao sect. With that, her figure vanished into thin air. As Hua Xiangxi and Ma Yuchong battled fiercely, a figure appeared between them, separating the two. Upon seeing this person, both Hua Xiangxi and Ma Yuchong wore expressions of astonishment. Greetings, esteemed elder. Ma Yuchong quickly said respectfully. Greetings, master. Hua Xiangxi's face showed surprise. Indeed, this elderly woman was Hanju, Hua Xiangxi's own master, who had reached the divine transformation stage. Hanju had long ceased to involve herself with the affairs of Lingxiao sect. Years ago, while traveling, she took Hua Xiangxi as her personal disciple, rarely showing her face afterward. Upon hearing Hua Xiangxi address Hanju as master, Ma Yuchong felt a sense of foreboding. The mid-stage tribulation warrior before her was, in fact, the direct disciple of Hanju. Hanju nodded at Hua Xiangxi and then turned her gaze to Ma Yuchong. Sigh, she exhaled. Having not engaged in sect matters for many years, she stated, Ma Yuchong, take your disciple Yi Bufan and leave Lingxiao sect. Ma Yuchong's heart sank. Hanju's words unmistakably indicated that she was being expelled from the sect. Elder, why? I, Ma Yuchong, have devoted countless years to Lingxiao sect, yet now, without discernment, you expel me for your disciple? I refuse to accept this. Ma Yuchong pointed an accusatory finger at Hua Xiangxi, shouting, what do you mean by without discernment? It is you who lacks discernment. Ask these old fools what transpired today. Hua Xiangxi pointed at the elderly men who had approached Hanju. Old Zhao and his companions looked embarrassed. How had they become entangled in this? They had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree. Even drawing the attention of Hanju, who would expel Ma Yuchong from Lingxiao sect. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have done everything in their power to prevent Ma Yuchong from convening a disciplinary meeting. In attempting to hold a meeting, Diao Changju had not been reprimanded, but rather had caused his own downfall. The elders had been indulgent towards Hua Xiangxi due to her status as Hanju's direct disciple. Seeing old Zhao and the others bow their heads in silence at Hua Xiangxi's remarks, Ma Yuchong felt as though the world had betrayed her. Do you all believe today's events to be my fault? She seethed with righteous indignation. No wonder they had distanced themselves from her from the outset. Claiming to be mere observers, they had long known that Diao Changju's background was not simple. Diao Changju's master was Hua Xiangxi, and Hua Xiangxi's master was Hanju. In other words, Hanju was Diao Changju's direct grandmaster. No wonder Diao Changju could act with impunity within Lingxiao sect, unrestrained and beyond the law. Who would dare provoke someone with such powerful backing? Very well. Today, I, Ma Yuchong, have finally seen the truth, she exclaimed, laughing maniacally. Lingxiao Zong has undergone a transformation, becoming a sect solely concerned with nepotism and self-interest, devoid of any semblance of sect rules or principles. Such a sect is no longer worthy of my presence. Ma Yuchong scolded. Hanju furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Ma Yuchong, are you still so stubborn at this point? Ma Yuchong had been completely blinded by the insignificant Yu Bu fan of the foundation establishment stage. Stubborn? How absurd. Ma Yuchong retorted. Indeed, I am stubborn. I should not have stood up for my kind-hearted disciple, Yu Bu fan, and impeached your heinously wicked direct disciple, Diao Changju, unable to endure any longer. Hanju struck Ma Yuchong with a palm, sending her flying from Lingxiao Zone. From this day forth, Ma Yuchong is stripped of her status as a supreme elder and expelled from Lingxiao Zone. Hanju's voice reverberated throughout the sect. She then cast a cold gaze upon Yu Bufan below, acknowledging that today's events were instigated by this morally corrupt disciple of the foundation establishment stage. Hanju recognized the murderous intent she harbored towards Yu Bufan, yet, as a powerful being of the transformation stage, it would be beneath her dignity to strike against such a lowly cultivator. Yu Bufan realized he had suffered a crushing defeat. You need not lay a hand on me. I shall leave Lingxiao Zone on my own. My master is right. I, Yu Bufan, shall not endure such an unreasonable sect, he declared, scoffing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Chenglu and others rushed forward to pummel him mercilessly. You worthless trash. I have tolerated you for far too long. Shout. Keep shouting. Give me a reason to shout. Chi Tian Chi seized a folding chair and joined the fray. Chapter 47. The Fool is Myself. After a considerable time, the onslaught ceased, leaving Yu Bufan utterly unrecognizable, his body marred with bruises. Each part of him racked with excruciating pain, particularly his bones, which felt as if they were shattered, causing unbearable agony. At this moment, Yu Bufan had lost all capacity for resistance, lying on the ground, convulsing. His cultivation had also been rendered null. Get out of my sight. Li Chenglu kicked him fiercely, sending Yu Bufan soaring into the air, expelled from Ling Xiao zone. Outside the sect, Ma Yuchang anxiously awaited Yu Bufan's return. Upon seeing him flying out, she immediately rushed to catch him. Seeing Yu Bufan's face swollen and body covered in wounds, her heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. Feina, ma dear Feina. Ma Yuchang held him tightly, weeping bitterly. Filled with rage and sorrow, she longed to storm back in and confront those responsible. However, she understood the necessity of safeguarding Yu Bufan's well-being. Ling Xiaozong, I, Ma Yuchang, will not let this matter rest, she cried out, her eyes shimmering with vengeful light. She vowed to make Ling Xiaozong pay dearly and avenge Yu Bufan. Subsequently, Ma Yuchang carried him away swiftly to a secure location for healing. The absence of news regarding Yu Bufan's demise left Diao Changju feeling regretful. How splendid it would be if Yu Bufan were to perish like this. Hua Xiangxi, accompanied by Diao Changju, Xue Yinglong, and Chi Tian Chi, approached Hanju, introducing them. Is he your direct disciple? I heard there was another. Hanju assessed Diao Changju, meeting him for the first time. There is another named Liu Liyan, under 1,000 years of age, who has already attained the late stage of tribulation and is the current sect leader of Ling Xiao Zong. Having entered the sect's secret realm for cultivation several years ago, Hua Xiangxi proclaimed proudly. Liu Liyan was her most esteemed disciple, one she loved to boast about. Hanju nodded and then turned her gaze towards Xue Yinglong and Chi Tian Chi. Xue Yinglong stood quietly behind Diao Changju, exuding calmness, which prompted Hanju to begin doubting her, wondering if such a composed and fearless woman could truly be just a mere cultivator of the Qi refinement stage. Chi Tian Chi clung tightly to Diao Changju's leg, displaying no sign of fear, which both amused and vexed Hanju, who inwardly lamented the peculiar nature of her own direct disciples. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Hanju turned to leave. Ma Yuchang brought Yu Bufan to a secluded valley, settling him in a cave to begin his healing. Fanny, you must hold on. Ma Yuchang's eyes brimmed with urgency and concern, as Yu Bufan's consciousness slowly returned. He felt a warm stream of spiritual energy flowing within him, akin to a gentle brook nourishing parched earth. Ma Yuchang's spiritual energy caressed him like a spring breeze, gradually mending his shattered bones and internal injuries. Fan, you are awake? Ma Yuchang exclaimed with joy, her eyes glistening with tears. Yu Bufan struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing Ma Yuchang's caring face, warmth surged within him. He attempted to speak, but found himself unable to produce sound. Do not rush. Your body is still very weak, Ma Yuchang gently reassured him. I will remain by your side until you fully recover. Yu Bufan nodded, filled with gratitude. He understood that had it not been for Ma Yuchang's timely intervention, he would have met his demise upon hitting the ground. Yet, the thought of his hard-earned foundation establishment cultivation being so easily wasted filled him with unbridled fury. The cultivation he had achieved was the result of countless sacrifices. How could it simply vanish? Yu Bufan nodded resolutely, vowing to strive towards rebuilding his cultivation. He was the protagonist, and defeat was not an option. His journey had only just begun. Ling Xiaozong, 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. Do not underestimate the youth. Yu Bufan proclaimed. I shall hold you to a 3-year agreement. In 3 years, I, Yu Bufan, will return to Ling Xiaozong to repay today as humiliation. Ma Yuchang felt a glimmer of comfort at his words. Fanner, you should rest well. I will seek some spiritual herbs to assist in your recovery, she said softly. Yu Bufan looked at her gratefully, his heart swelling with appreciation. Although he regarded Ma Yuchang merely as a tool, true bonds are forged in adversity. Her kindness surpassed that of any other woman. Aside from her age, Ma Yuchang embodied his ideal partner, powerful, gentle, and caring. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, disciple, for successfully breaking through to the golden core stage. Diao Changju exclaimed with a smile. Shui Long responded with a modest smile. Thank you, master. Diao Changju observed Shui Long, marveling at her astonishing 9-nether demon body. In such a short time, she had successfully advanced to the golden core stage. Truly, the daughter of destiny is formidable, Diao Changju mused. He then turned to Qi Tianqi, who was soundly asleep in a rocking chair. An awry smile crossed his face. With a practiced hand, he grasped the back of her collar and lifted her. You ungrateful disciple, look at your junior sister. She has already broken through to the golden core stage, and what of you? All you do is laze about and sleep. Diao Changju reproached lightly. Diao Changju was taken aback, filled with confusion. He quickly checked Qi Tianqi's aura and discovered, to his astonishment, that she had indeed reached the nascent soul stage. Almost catching up to him, her master. With wide eyes, Diao Changju asked incredulously, when did you break through? Upon hearing this, Diao Changju couldn't help but cover his face. Feeling utterly speechless, it seems the fool is none other than myself. Chapter 48, Seeking the Master Uncle. Over the course of the past year, Yu Bufan had seemingly vanished without a trace. Diao Changju felt an unsettling sense of unease in his heart. His most pressing issue now lies in his lack of personal influence and the absence of devoted subordinates to carry out his unsavory tasks. Yi Bufan has been rendered powerless and expelled from Lingxiao Zone. Should he continue to rely on Liang Jiai and others to gather information about Yi Bufan, it would undoubtedly cast him in a petty light. I have wasted the past few centuries. Diao Changju sighed. He had spent most of his time within Lingxiao Zone, rarely venturing outside. The tranquility of his previous life, devoid of adversaries, led him to believe that Lingxiao Zone was a haven where he could reside peacefully for eternity. As long as Yi Bufan remained alive, Diao Changju felt unsettled. Yet, who could he trust to inquire about Yi Bufan's whereabouts? This individual must be reliable and not affiliated with Lingxiao Zone. An alluring figure suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing his eyes to brighten. Yes, he could ask Shishu Xininmei for assistance. Although Diao Changju was perplexed by Xininmei's willingness to submit to him, with an inexplicably high loyalty value of 100, it nonetheless indicated that she was someone he could trust, never to betray him. As the leader of Hahuan Zone, requesting her to investigate Yi Bufan's movements would be a simple task. The only drawback was her potential desire for him. Nevertheless, Diao Changju's brow quickly furrowed again. He did not possess a communication talisman for Xininmei, and their meetings were solely initiated by her visits to Lingxiao Zone to see Hua Xiangxi. It had been quite some time since Diao Changju last encountered Xininmei. By the time she made her next appearance, Yi Bufan might have ascended to emperor. Thus, Diao Changju was reluctant to waste any time. He needed to visit Hahuan Zone. After instructing Qi Tianqi and Shui Long to keep a vigilant watch over his residence, he took flight on his sword. Upon arriving at Hahuan Zone, Diao Changju discovered an atmosphere strikingly different from that of Lingxiao Zone. The architecture of Hahuan Zone was adorned with enchanting curves, permeated by a subtle floral fragrance that stirred one's spirit. As he stepped through the mountain gate of the sect, a provocatively dressed female disciple approached him. She was in the yuanying stage, tasked with guarding the mountain gate. Upon seeing the dashing Diao Changju, her eyes misted over as she coyly inquired, "Esteemed uncle, may I ask the purpose of your visit to Hahuan Zone?" Diao Changju smiled gently and presented his identity jade token, stating, "I am Diao Changju, an elder of the inner sect of Lingxiao Zone, seeking an audience with the sect leader regarding urgent matters. Please inform her." After catching sight of Diao Changju's jade token, the disciple's eyes flickered with a strange light. Hahuan Zone and Lingxiao Zone maintained a cordial relationship, and upon recognizing Diao Changju, she regarded him with a knowing smile. "Please, Elder Diao, follow me to the guest hall while I announce your arrival." In the guest hall, Diao Changju waited quietly. The decorations around him exuded the unique allure of Huanzhong, with the air filled with a delicate floral scent. Numerous exquisite paintings of alluring women adorned the walls, inducing a dreamy reverie. He could not help but marvel at how. Indeed, Huanzhong was unapologetically open. Although Longxuan Continent was not particularly conservative, the longevity of life due to cultivation and the perils inherent in the practice resulted in frequent changes in female partners, rendering chastity of little significance. However, Huanzhong's level of openness was still unparalleled, especially when some sects adhered to extreme conservatism, with the Yinu Xianzong being a prime example, where it was rumored that even dogs were female. Huanzhong and Yinu Xianzong represented two extremes. As Diao Changju slowly sipped his tea in the guest hall, a strikingly beautiful woman entered. Her attire was modest, and her demeanor was cool, seeming out of place in Huanzhong. Diao Changju briefly wondered if he had conjured an illusion. Has she wandered into the wrong scene? My master instructed me to bring you to see her, the woman said coolly. She was Bai Tiyuan. Bai Tiyuan regarded Diao Changju, sensing a familiarity, as though she had seen him before, but could not place it. Master? You are Shi Nunmei's disciple? Diao Changju was taken aback, unable to believe that Shi Nunmei could mentor someone like her. Given Shi Nunmei's enchanting nature, how could her disciple embody such an aloof temperament? Surely there had been a mistake. Bai Tiyuan's gaze turned frosty as she looked at Diao Changju. What do you mean by that? Sensing his bias, she found herself resenting her identity as the holy maiden of Huanzhong. Huanzhong is one thing, but being its holy maiden? In this place, what sanctity remains? She also disdained the atmosphere, where every female disciple behaved recklessly. It was beneath her. The fact that this middle-aged man, a mere Shengling stage practitioner, presumed to judge her was infuriating. I meant no offense, Diao Changju replied awkwardly, admitting that he had formed a rigid impression of Huanzhong's disciples. Who said there could not be pure-hearted fairies among them? Moreover, Huanzhong had evolved beyond its former reliance on men for cultivation. The sex techniques had been reformed so that various postures during practice could yield effects similar to those achieved through male dependence. Otherwise, Huanzhong would not have become one of the four major sections. Nonetheless, the libertine nature of its female disciples remained unchanged. The more they understood, the more they wished to experience. Thus, their pursuit of men was not for cultivation, but simply for companionship. Bai Tiyuan snorted before leading Diao Changju onward. They flew on their swords, and under Bai Tiyuan's guidance, Diao Changju arrived at a mountain peak, traversing through fields of flowers until a delicate courtyard came into view. The blossoms here were a soft pink, and even the courtyard's colors echoed this hue, creating a dreamlike quality. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering petals across the ground, enhancing the ethereal ambience. Diao Changju could not help but exclaim, truly beautiful. As light footsteps approached, he looked up to see a captivating woman gracefully walking toward him. Clad in a flowing gauzy gown, her figure was enchanting, and her features were exquisite. It was none other than Shi Nunmei, the leader of Huanzhong. Changju, my dear brother, what brings you to visit this old woman so unexpectedly? Shi Nunmei's voice flowed like a gentle stream, imbued with a hint of charm. It caressed his heart, quickening his pulse and leaving him breathless. Chapter 49. This is not punishment. It is clearly a reward. Diao Changju hastily suppressed the tumult of thoughts flooding his mind. Shi Nunmei's allure was simply too potent. Checking her system information, he noted her loyalty remained at 100, which eased his worries. Sure, Shu, I have a favor to ask. May we speak privately? Diao Changju stated with gravity. Oh, if you have matters to discuss, why not approach your precious master instead? What need have you of me? You're sure, Shu? Shi Nunmei teased as she leaned closer, her body almost pressing against his. Diao Changju, maintaining a serious demeanor, quickly retreated. Sure, Shu, please maintain decorum. This matter is personal and not suitable for my master to know. Upon witnessing his retreat, Shi Nunmei feigned irritation. You won't even let me lean on you for a moment, yet you expect me to assist you? Diao Changju chuckled ruefully. Sure, Shu, please, I am here for serious business. Shi Nunmei languidly settled into a nearby wooden chair, crossing her long, elegant legs in a casual display. Bikwaiwen, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, turned and left. Her eyes filled with considerable hostility towards Diao Changju. It was the first time she had witnessed Xineman exuding such alluring charm towards a man, which left her feeling quite uneasy. After Bikwaiwen departed, Xineman turned to Diao Changju and inquired, "Speak up, little brother Changju. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Diao Changju made an effort to divert his gaze from Xineman's exquisite legs and replied, "Sure, Shu, I need your assistance in tracking the whereabouts of a man named Yi Bufan. He was once a servant disciple of our Lingxiao sect, but was later crippled and expelled." "Yi Bufan?" Xineman raised an elegant eyebrow. "Does he bear a grudge against you?" "Quite the opposite. I cannot allow him to exist in this world." Diao Changju confessed without hesitation. His 100 points of loyalty symbolized his unwavering dedication, allowing him to confide in her with ease. "I am curious," Xineman continued with a teasing smile. "Why not seek your esteemed master for assistance instead of coming to me, your humble Shirshu? Do you perhaps find me more trustworthy than your revered master?" Diao Changju's face flushed crimson. He had always maintained an image of a virtuous gentleman in Waxiangxi's eyes. Although Yi Bufan had received his due punishment, he feared that clinging to this vendetta might tarnish his reputation in Waxiangxi's eyes, making him appear petty and lacking in grace. After all, in Waxiangxi's view, there was no profound enmity between him and Yi Bufan, merely a moment of jealousy that had led to unfounded slander. When Xineman posed her question, Diao Changju nodded firmly, acknowledging her implication. Indeed, in his heart, he found her loyalty of 100 points far more worthy of trust than Waxiangxi's meager 8. Xineman, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "Men's words are deceitful. Just now, you wouldn't even let me lean on you, yet you speak of trust." Diao Changju could only manage a wry smile in response. He found Xineman's inexplicable loyalty perplexing, especially with such an unusually high score. Could it be that her admiration was not solely for his physical form, but also for his character? After all, Xineman was the leader of the Hahuan sect, skilled in martial arts. He felt unworthy to engage with her too closely, fearing he might be unable to withstand her allure. Now, in an effort to solicit Xineman's help, Diao Changju was willing to sacrifice his dignity, spreading his arms wide and proclaiming, "Come, sure Shu. This time I shall not resist." Xineman chuckled lightly, then feigned annoyance, saying, "If I lean on you, won't that leave me looking foolish? I have no desire to lean on you now." Diao Changju awkwardly lowered his arms, genuinely believing Xineman was consistently yearning for him. Yet now that he had offered himself, she seemed disinterested. "What must I do for you to assist me?" he asked, leaning closer in a bid to appease her. With her arms crossed and her legs crossed in a playful manner, Xineman huffed, "You just rejected me, making me lose face before my disciple. I must punish you." Acknowledging his previous transgression, Diao Changju lowered his head. "Indeed, I accept any punishment you deem appropriate." "Any punishment?" A glint of mischief sparkled in Xineman's eyes. Diao Changju sensed a foreboding feeling creeping in. Could it be that his Shirshu was a bit eccentric, intending to impose an excessive punishment? At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he nodded resolutely. "Yes, I will accept any punishment." "Oh," Xineman said, kicking off her shoes as she sat back in her chair. "Then your punishment shall be to massage my feet." Diao Changju internally muttered, "This hardly seems like a punishment." An hour later, Diao Changju emerged from the room. Outside, Bikwaiwen sniffed the air and frowned, questioning, "Why do you carry the scent of shizu? What transpired within?" "Goodness, your nose is quite discerning." Diao Changju replied earnestly, "What could possibly happen? I was merely discussing important matters with Shizu, and you, presenting a facade of coolness, harbor such filthy thoughts." "You!" Bikwaiwen exclaimed, her anger flaring as she rushed into the room to confront Xineman. Seeing Xineman in such a state, Bikwaiwen angrily accused, "Shizu, how could you behave this way with him?" Xineman, taken aback, turned to see Bikwaiwen's mix of anger and grievance, and could not help but chuckle. She embraced Bikwaiwen, saying, "Are you jealous? What wild thoughts are you entertaining? He was merely giving me a massage. Is that so?" Bikwaiwen frowned, still feeling unsettled by the scent of Diao Changju lingering on Xineman. "Would I deceive you? Come now, Shizu, let us practice together," Xineman said with a smile. This eased Bequaiwen's irritation somewhat, yet she pushed Xineman away, insisting, before we practice, let us first take a bath. Oh, you are picky about your Shizu, she teased. In truth, nothing untoward had occurred between Diao Changju and Xineman. He had simply been providing her with a massage, and not just of her feet. Diao Changju had often massaged Liu Liyan and Bi Qiaojin, becoming quite adept in the art. Diao Changju produced a pink jade pendant from his possession, the very one Xineman had given him for communication. With her assistance in investigation, Yi Bufan would no longer escape. As long as Yi Bufan lived, Diao Changju could not find peace. For the past year, he had been plagued by nightmares, waking each day feeling exhausted, all due to Yi Bufan's interference with his sleep quality. Chapter 50. Shizu, I shall save you. By the time Diao Changju returned to Lingxiao sect, it was already deep into the night. Qi Tianqi and Shuang Long had gone to bed. After a quick wash, Diao Changju collapsed on his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Soon, the woman in red reappeared within his spatial ring. She seized Diao Changju's face, squeezing it into various shapes. To think your cultivation is low, yet you attract so many women. Quite impressive. As for that so-called Shizu, I can't overlook it, and the two disciples as well. But how dare you not spare even your humble Shu? After a year of recuperation, her condition had nearly returned to normal. Yet she had no intention of stopping there. The woman in red grew increasingly furious. Today, I shall drain the essence of your chaotic divine body to prevent you from wandering about, sowing seeds of affection. The woman gently laid her head on Diao Changju's chest and activated her technique. Diao Changju's aura transformed into golden mist, flowing continuously into her form. The following day, Diao Changju emerged from his room, his eyes heavy with dark circles. Shizu, what has happened to you? Qi Tianqi rushed over, attempting to support him, sensing that his chaotic divine body aura was weaker than before. Although it could fully recover within 3 hours, he would be immensely weakened during that time. Diao Changju felt an overwhelming fatigue. His legs weakened, making it difficult to walk. Qi Tianqi, despite her best efforts to assist, could only reach his waist and ended up clutching his thigh. Noticing something was amiss, Shuang Long hurried over to support Diao Changju, asking, Shizu, what is wrong? I'm fine. Just an old ailment. A moment's rest will suffice, Diao Changju replied wearily. He was beginning to suspect that this might be a side effect of the chaos divine body, 5 out of 10. Master, if anything happens to you, I shall not live. Qi Tian Chi wailed as she clung to Diao Changju's leg. Diao Changju was taken aback by her distress. If her parents discovered that she failed to protect Diao Changju, she would surely face dire consequences. The two women assisted Diao Changju to a rocking chair where he could recline comfortably. They took turns feeding him elixirs and offering him water. After a morning of rest, Diao Changju finally regained his strength and was able to move freely. All right, I'm fine now. I apologize for worrying you, he said as he stood and stretched his limbs. Shuang Long furrowed her brow, silently grasping Diao Changju's wrist and using her spiritual energy to scan his body. Everything appeared normal, akin to his previous state of near death. A bold conjecture surfaced in Shuang Long's mind upon recalling Qi Tian Chi's earlier words. The reason she had never heard of Qi Tian Chi from Lingxiao sect in her previous life was perhaps because she had perished. But why did she die? Was it because she became Diao Changju's disciple, and upon his demise, she chose to follow him in death? Shuang Long was well aware of Qi Tian Chi's deep attachment to Diao Changju, especially when she had just exclaimed that she would not live if anything happened to him. This did not seem like mere jest. Contemplating this, Shuang Long's expression grew grave. In her previous life, she was an orphan, taken in by Shui Haikue, the sect master of Baiwa sect, who became both her teacher and mother. However, apart from Shui Haikue, she had no other close connections within the sect. Particularly after Shui Haikue's demise, she felt no attachment to Baiwa sect. Thus, upon her rebirth, she unhesitatingly joined Lingxiao sect on Longxuan Continent, driven by the desire to survive and later bring Shui Haikue to this realm, hoping to spare her from a tragic fate. She had endured enough pain from the loss of loved ones. Master, I must save you, Shuang Long resolved internally. In this new life, she sought to leave no regrets, determined to rescue not only her former kin, Shui Haikue, but also Diao Changju and Qi Tian Qi in this lifetime. By afternoon, Diao Changju had fully recuperated, leisurely basking in the sun on a rocking chair alongside Qi Tian Qi, while Shui Yinglong immersed herself in her training. A pink message talisman glowed, prompting Diao Changju to take a look. A slight smile graced his lips. The Grand Enchantress was remarkably efficient. It was indeed a message from Shinin Man, indicating that she had dispatched someone to track down Yi Bufon's whereabouts. It turned out that after being expelled from Ling Xiao sect, Yi Bufon and Ma Yuchong had joined the opposing sect, Xianyao sect. Both Ling Xiao sect and Xianyao sect were among the four great sects, existing in a state of rivalry, often engaging in skirmishes whenever their disciples encountered one another, though these conflicts rarely escalated to the level of sect wars. Joining Xianyao sect, it seemed Ma Yuchong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ling Xiao sect. Diao Changju shook his head, pondering whether it was worth it for a mere Yi Bufon. Don't just express your gratitude verbally. Give me a massage with your hands. Changju, come to the main hall's reception area. Understood, Diao Changju responded, somewhat perplexed about why Hua Xiangxi suddenly summoned him there. Did a distinguished guest arrive? After carefully moving Qi Tian Qi, who had fallen asleep on his lap, to the side, he took flight on his sword. Upon reaching the main hall's reception area, Diao Changju found Hua Xiangxi seated sternly in an ancient wooden chair, opposite a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, exuding an aura of authority. Changju, this is Bai Wentian, the head of the Bai family from Tiansheng Shenzhou, Hua Xiangxi introduced. Unable to discern Bai Wentian's cultivation level, she wondered why the head of the Bai family had come to Longxuan Continent's Ling Xiao sect, specifically requesting to meet Diao Changju. Tiansheng Shenzhou was a more advanced realm than Longxuan Continent, reportedly devoid of mortals, where even the most inept would possess golden core cultivation. The distance between Tiansheng Shenzhou and Longxuan Continent was considerable, and Hua Xiangxi was unfamiliar with either the realm or Bai Wentian's identity. Although she recognized that Bai Wentian's cultivation was undoubtedly above the transformation stage, the head of the Bai family from Tiansheng Shenzhou, Diao Changju's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the father of Xiao Huajin? She had mentioned such matters in her letter. This man was his father-in-law. Junior Diao Changju pays his respects to uncle. He said respectfully. Bai Wentian had come from Tiansheng Shenzhou specifically to find him, clearly aware of his connection to Bai Huajin. Addressing him as uncle struck a balance between familiarity and formality. Hua Xiangxi regarded Diao Changju with confusion, not understanding why he referred to Bai Wentian as uncle. She was unaware of Bai Huajin's circumstances, only knowing that Bai Huajin had suddenly vanished. Vanished? Good riddance, she thought. Bai Wentian scrutinized Diao Changju in silence, growing increasingly dissatisfied as he wondered what his daughter saw in him that made her so infatuated. You are Diao Changju? Bai Wentian's tone was unfriendly, accompanied by a dismissive snort. Diao Changju felt a chill. It appeared his unwelcome father-in-law was less than pleased with him. Yes, he nodded respectfully. How old are you this year? Bai Wentian inquired sternly. Hua Xiangxi observed their exchange, sensing something amiss, reminiscent of a young man meeting his future in-laws. At 995 years old, still only a spirit stage cultivator? Truly a disgrace. Others at 995 have already reached the tribulation stage. Bien tian ritortit coldly. Hua Xiangxi's expression hardened. Who are you to insult my disciple? Do you know how hard Changju has worked? She shot back. What right do you, a mere waste, have to claim my family's Huajin? Bai Wentian's fury was palpable, resembling a father whose daughter had been swept away by a scoundrel. All of Hua Xiangxi's doubts were dispelled. It indeed felt like a meeting of prospective in-laws. It turned out that Diao Changju's female disciple held such a remarkable identity, being the daughter of Bai Wentian, head of the Bai family from Tiansheng Shenzhou. Hua Xiangxi silently applauded Diao Changju for his exceptional prospects. He had managed to capture the attention of a lady from such a prestigious family. Tiansheng Shenzhou was known as the most powerful realm in this region of the cultivation world. Visitors from Tiansheng Shenzhou, even those from minor families, received the utmost courtesy from major sections. Diao Changju felt embarrassed. Is Huajin well? She is thriving. She has already reached the earth-profound stage, Bai Wentian replied. Both Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju were astonished. How much time had passed? Her cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Bai Wentian, however, thought it was slow. Bai Huajin and Bai Tuan are both of the Liuli sacred body. Bai Tuan has already reached the celestial stage, while Bai Huajin is merely at the earth-profound stage. This is a sacred-grade elixir I brought for you from Huajin. Cultivate diligently. If you can reach the transformation stage, I may begrudgingly accept you as my son-in-law, Bai Wentian said, presenting a spatial ring before Diao Changju with a stern expression. Sacred-grade elixir. Hua Xiangxi couldn't help but feel envious. Such elixirs were non-existent in Longxuan Continent. It was unexpected that Bai Huajin cared for Diao Changju to such an extent. Thank you, uncle, Diao Changju replied, deeply moved as he accepted the spatial ring. The esteemed master Bai has made a rare visit to Longxuan Dalu. Why not indulge in a few days of leisure? Hua Xiangxi politely urged. I find that Longxuan Dalu offers little in terms of entertainment, Bai Wentian candidly remarked. He had traversed numerous realms. Longxuan Dalu could only be regarded as a rather inferior cultivation realm. What could possibly be enjoyable here? Tomorrow marks the once-in-500-years sect competition, conveniently hosted at our Ling Shao sect. Master Bai might as well stay to witness the event, Hua Xiangxi suggested with a smile. No need, Bien Tian scoffed. He had no intention of befriending a mere Ling Shao sect from an inferior realm. Did they even warrant his attention? Hua Xiangxi was unfazed. A refusal was simply that. There was no need for Ling Shao sect to seek others' approval. Oh, have we guests today? A sultry voice chimed, and Shi Nimin gracefully entered. Upon seeing Shi Nimin, Bai Wentian was drenched in cold sweat. He had not mistaken her identity. She was indeed the envoy sent by the Diao family. But why was the envoy present here? Just as Bai Wentian intended to respectfully greet Shi Nimin, a single glance from her rendered him speechless. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped him. Had he unwittingly offended the envoy? Shi Nimin had been aware of Bai Wentian's arrival at Longxuan Dalu and had been observing everything from the shadows. Witnessing Bai Wentian audaciously scorn Diao Changju, labeling him a waste, Shi Nimin could no longer contain herself. What are you, to dare insult the young master? Shi Nimin reproached telepathically. Young master? I did not insult the young master. Bai Wentian shouted in his heart, feeling utterly wronged. How could he ever dare insult the young master of the Diao family? Encountering the young master, he would only seek to curry favor, not scorn. Suddenly, a disbelieving thought struck him. Bai Wentian abruptly turned to Diao Changju, swallowing hard. No way. Could it be? Diao Changju could not possibly be the young master of the Diao family, could he? Bai Wentian's eyes widened. With Shi Nimin's arrival, the only person he had scorned was Diao Changju. Did that not imply that Diao Changju was the enigmatic young master of the Diao family? Bai Wentian had never imagined that Diao Changju would have any connection to that mysterious young master. In his mind, that young master should be a prodigy of unparalleled talent, not a waste. Bai Wentian internally lamented his misfortune. He had inadvertently insulted the young master of the Diao family, even though his daughter was to marry the young master. Making him the young master as father-in-law, he still had no right to insult him. Shi Nimin, how did you come here? Hua Xiangxi was somewhat surprised by Shi Nimin's sudden appearance, fearing she might inadvertently offend this formidable figure from Tian Shang Shenzhou. She knew her Huan sect could not afford to cross the Bai family. Shi Nimin nonchalantly approached Diao Changju's side, lightly resting on his armrest, and in a teasing tone inquired, "Who is this middle-aged uncle?" Upon entering, I heard him insulting my younger brother Changju. Bai Wentian's expression flickered with embarrassment. Hua Xiangxi felt similarly. She had not anticipated Shi Nimin would speak in such a manner. Just as she was about to introduce Bai Wentian, he burst into laughter. I am but a humble master of the Bai family from Tianshang Shenzhou. I was merely jesting with Changju. I am quite affable, truly. I was just putting on an act, but it seems I can no longer maintain it. Ha ha. At that moment, Bai Wentian shed all pretenses, presenting himself as a carefree and amiable uncle. Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju exchanged bewildered glances. No, you were not like this a moment ago. Both Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju were momentarily at a loss, doubting whether Bai Wentian's earlier demeanor had been genuine or a facade. Changju, I was quite pleased with your recent conduct. I only scolded you to gauge your character, and I am thoroughly satisfied. I accept you as my son-in-law. I feel confident my daughter can marry you. Bien Tian exuberantly praised Diao Changju. Uncle Bai, isn't it a bit too early for my brother Changju to marry? Shi Ninman chuckled. Bai Wentian wished he could slap his own mouth for yet another blunder. Yes, you are both still rather young. My daughter is only in her 20s, far too early for marriage. We shall discuss the wedding later. Bai Wentian hastily laughed. Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju sensed something was amiss. It felt as though Bai Wentian was quite apprehensive of Shi Ninman. Do you two know each other? Hua Xiangxi inquired, puzzled. How could that be? This is my first encounter with this fairy, Bai Wentian replied with forced laughter. By the way, I am genuinely interested in your sect competition. I adore watching battles and bloodshed. If you would permit, I would like to stay at your sect and observe the competition, Bai Wentian said with a smile. Hua Xiangxi felt something was off, but agreed nonetheless. She then arranged for a disciple to escort Bai Wentian to a guest room for rest. Shi Ninman, do you truly have no fear of death? Do you know who that person was? Hua Xiangxi approached Shi Ninman, pulling her away from Diao Changju's chair. Shi Ninman had been seated too closely to Diao Changju, which made her uncomfortable. Didn't he say he was merely the master of a small family? Shi Ninman teased, embracing Hua Xiangxi's slender waist. He is the master of the Bai family from Tian Sheng Shenzhou. His cultivation far surpasses the transformation stage. You, in your mere heavenly machine stage, dare to shout at him? Are you courting death? Hua Xiangxi said, filled with trepidation. Oh, I shall be more cautious next time. Shi Ninman nestled in a Hua Xiangxi's embrace, inhaling deeply. How fragrant! Seeing Shi Ninman's carefree demeanor, Hua Xiangxi felt helpless. Shi Ninman had always possessed such a fearless character. She had been the same during their last encounter in the divine secret realm. She seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of fear. Shi Ninman, why did you suddenly come here? Hua Xiangxi also embraced Shi Ninman's warm, soft figure, asking with curiosity. Two stunning beauties embraced, a sight to behold. Yet only Diao Changju had the privilege of witnessing this enchanting scene. Tomorrow is the sect competition, is it not? I simply came a day early to spend time with you, Shi Ninman said, her exquisite face nuzzling into Hua Xiangxi's embrace. You, the sect leader of Yihuan, truly lack reliability. Instead of joining your sect's main party for tomorrow, you come here first. Hua Xiangxi chuckled. Diao Changju was aware that the sect competition was fast approaching. The competition consists of 3 tiers of arenas. The first tier is for those under 100 years of age. The second tier is for those under 1,000 years of age. The third tier is for those over 1,000 years of age. Generally, the third tier tends to be the most tedious, as it comprises a group of elderly participants with low cultivation levels, all vying for ranking rewards. As long as there is no deep-seated enmity, none will exert themselves to the point of serious injury. They merely aim to score points without wishing to suffer harm at their age. Conversely, the second tier is the most intense, attracting the promising young talents from various sects, all possessing considerable skill. These young prodigies, brimming with confidence, gather at the grand stage of the sect competition to prove who is the ultimate genius before the eyes of the entire continent. The first tier also sees fierce battles, but due to the participants being young talents under a century old, their cultivation levels are comparatively lower, giving the impression of primitive skirmishes, thus attracting fewer spectators. In the previous 2 sect competitions, Lingxiao sect had shone brightly, with Liu Liyan becoming the representative figure of Lingxiao sect. Liu Liyan's inaugural participation in the sect competition was within a century's arena, where she triumphed with overwhelming prowess, securing the first place. In her second engagement, amidst a millennium's arena, she, at the age of over 500, effortlessly vanquished seasoned prodigies, claiming the coveted title once again. Consequently, it was only natural that Hua Xiangxi elevated Liu Liyan to the esteemed position of the Lingxiao sect's leader, redirecting the sect's premier resources toward her benefit. Liu Liyan's ascension as the sect leader was also aimed at bestowing more elite cultivation resources upon Diao Changju, assisting him in enhancing his prowess. Thus, in the minds of all present, Liu Liyan was unanimously regarded as the champion of this sect competition. The disparity was too vast to contest. Diao Changju harbored no intentions of participating, while Qi Tianqi and Shui Long were quite intrigued, placing great importance on rankings. On the following day, the grand event of the sect competition commenced. With the dawn's first light, the gates of Lingxiao sect gradually became enveloped in a cacophony of excitement. The spectacle attracted countless cultivators, who converged from all directions, eager to witness the continent's most elite contest. In the sect square, a colossal arena had been established, surrounded by seats filled with disciples and elders from various sections. They either whispered among themselves or gazed intently at the arena, anticipating the fierce battles about to unfold. Hua Xiangxi perched upon a high platform, her exquisite beauty radiating even more vibrantly under the sun. As the representative figure of Lingxiao sect, her every movement commanded the attention of countless spectators. Simultaneously, Bai Wentian occupied the front of the VIP seating, leisurely sipping tea while discreetly observing Diao Changju and Shi Niamen, who were seated closely beside one another. "Ha ha, Hua Xiangxi, where's your disciple Liu Liyan?" Boomed a hearty laugh as a group of over 100 people sworded on swords. Leading the assembly was a middle-aged man, elegantly wielding a fan, who was none other than Liu Xiaoyao, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Both Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju turned their gazes toward the boisterous group, recognizing some familiar faces among them. Yi Bufan and Ma Yuchong were also present, their eyes filled with animosity as they regarded Hua Xiangxi and Diao Changju. Diao Changju was somewhat taken aback to see that Yi Bufan had already reached the Yuaning stage, astonished by his swift recovery. Hua Xiangxi, however, disregarded Liu Xiaoyao, Yi Bufan, and Ma Yuchong, instead scrutinizing the two young individuals standing before Liu Xiaoyao, a young man and woman. The man was somewhat handsome, while the woman possessed a modest beauty. Both wore expressions of arrogance, exuding unabashed disdain. The man was at the initial stage of tribulation, and the woman at the initial stage of Tianji, seemingly not hailing from Longxuan Continent, likely from other realms of prodigies. They alighted upon their designated positions. "My disciple is currently in seclusion and will not participate in this sect competition," Hua Xiangxi stated calmly, completely ignoring Ma Yuchong. This indifference further incensed Ma Yuchong, who had already been seething with rage. Despite glaring at her for an extended period, Hua Xiangxi did not spare her glance. The sensation was akin to being rendered a mere jester. Throughout, Hua Xiangxi had never regarded Ma Yuchong as significant. Ma Yuchong had long believed herself crucial to Lingxiao sect, as if the sect could not survive without her. On the surface, Ma Yuchong, at the initial stage of tribulation, indeed ranked among Lingxiao sect's pivotal combatants. Yet, the true combat strength of Lingxiao sect was knowledge reserved for its past leaders alone. Ma Yuchong's mere initial tribulation level did not even qualify her to lie among the sect's resting elders, those resting within the coffins of Lingxiao sect. Should any of them awaken, could astonish the entirety of Longxuan Continent. Although Lingxiao sect, Xiaoyao sect, Yunuxian sect, and Hahuan sect are revered as the four great sects of Longxuan Continent, Lingxiao sect boasts a legacy that extends back to ancient times, far surpassing the three later established sections. Particularly, Yunuxian sect and Hahuan sect have rapidly risen in the last few millennia. Xiaoyao sect, Yunuxian sect, and Hahuan sect may appear to possess a maximum combat strength of the transformation stage, but that is merely a fade. Lingxiao sect's ostensible maximum strength at the transformation stage serves only for others to perceive. Lingxiao sect has never deemed it necessary to compete for sect rankings. The title of the four great sects of Longxuan Continent was bestowed by its inhabitants. As Liu Xiaoyao and his companions settled in, a proud young man in the audience gazed fervently at Hua Xiangxi, exclaiming, "Is this the second most beautiful woman of Longxuan Continent? Truly captivating." Liu Xiaoyao immediately sought to ingratiate himself, stating, "If the young master desires, I can arrange a proposal. To be favored by you is her fortune." The proud young man smirked slightly, replying, "A proposal? Though she is beautiful, she lacks the qualification. A leader of a minor sect from a small locale is not worthy of my attention. Yet, HMPF, such a lowly woman, you deem worthy?" The woman beside him scoffed, her derision palpable. She was seated next to Yi Bufan, who felt the gaze of the young man upon him, prompting him to retort, sister. It seems you're the least qualified to criticize me. You arrived at Longxuan Continent and immediately entangled yourself with a waste. Yi Bufan offered an awkward smile. Lin Sandong, mind your tongue. My brother Bufan is no waste. In just a year, he ascended from nothing to the Yuan Ying stage, while it took you 3 years to reach the same. Do you have a right to call my brother Bufan a waste? The woman gripped Yi Bufan's arm fiercely, glaring furiously at Lin Sandong. Lin Sandong coldly shot Yi Bufan a glance, perplexed by how Lin Sighting, with countless admirers on Diao Changju, could have chosen this ordinary waste instead, even sharing a bed with him. Should their father discover this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Lin Sighting, during her cultivation journey, had not only failed to progress, but had also chosen a man of little renown. Ma Yuchang, observing Lin Sighting's close attachment to Yi Bufan, smiled with satisfaction, feeling her efforts to create opportunities for Yi Bufan were justified. A year prior, after aiding Yi Bufan in healing his injuries, Ma Yuchang had, in her quest for revenge against the Lingxiao sect, brought him into their arch-rival, Xiaoyao sect. Xiaoyao sect welcomed her with open arms, as they had only 3 tribulation-level cultivators. Shortly thereafter, Lin Sandong and Lin Sighting, passing through Longxuan Continent, encountered Lu Xiaoyao, who upon learning of their identities, immediately fawned over them, inviting them to be guests at Xiaoyao sect. Ultimately, Ma Yuchang had facilitated Yi Bufan's successful courtship of Lin Sighting. Lin Sandong and Lin Sighting remained at Xiaoyao sect until now. Yi Bufan, consumed by love turned to hatred, harbored deep resentment toward Hua Xiangxi, Shui Yinglong, and Qi Tianqi, feeling no affection whatsoever. In his mind, if he could not have them, he would seek to ruin them instead. Under Yi Bufan's twisted narrative, Lin Sighting had begun to perceive Lingxiao sect as a formidable antagonist, particularly Diao Changju, whom she viewed as an exceedingly nefarious intersect elder. The moment Lin Sandong appeared, Diao Changju felt a familiar yet unwelcome sensation as the system notification echoed in his mind. Detection of a rival destiny child. Name, Lin Sandong. Age, 550. Cultivation, early stage of tribulation transcendence physique. De Huang supreme body fortune value, 80. 000. Diao Changju squinted his eyes as he observed Lin Sandong, a 550-year-old, the early stage of tribulation transcendence, whose cultivation talent was indeed formidable. Upon noticing Diao Changju's gaze, Lin Sandong turned to him, but his attention was swiftly captivated by the enchanting Xinan man seated beside Diao Changju. If Lin Sandong merely wished to play with Hua Xiangxi, upon seeing Xinan man, he felt an overwhelming impulse to marry her and have her bear his children. Who is that beauty? Lin Sandong eagerly inquired of Lu Xiaoyao. The gazes of Lu Xiaoyao, Yi Bufan, and Lin Siting followed Lin Sandong's line of sight. Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. Yi Bufan's mind was instantly overwhelmed by the system's alerts, the notifications ringing incessantly. He swallowed hard. This marked the second instance the system had announced the presence of a high-quality beauty, and this one was alive. Upon seeing Xinan man, Yi Bufan swiftly deemed Lin Siting, who was of similar quality, to be less appealing. Lu Xiaoyao wore a knowing smile, stating, "Young master, this beauty is Xinan man, the leader of the He Huan sect. You understand, right?" The mention of the He Huan sect caused Lin Sandong and Yi Bufan's expressions to darken, as if a green shadow loomed over them. Surely, she must have countless men beneath her bed, they thought. Taking her out in public would likely provoke whispers of her beauty and the claim, "I have slept with her." Lin Siting's gaze toward Xinan man was rife with derision. Lin Sandong's expression was one of deep distress. He had finally encountered a woman who stirred his genuine feelings, only to discover she was a vixen from the He Huan sect. In their realm, Xingzhou, the He Huan sect existed as well. Its name could be charmingly interpreted, yet in harsher terms, it was akin to a brothel. The leader of the He Huan sect was essentially the madam, conducting business with her female disciples while simultaneously cultivating and profiting. With enough payment, even a leader could be won over. Even after learning that Xinan man was the leader of the He Huan sect, Lin Sandong remained infatuated. Stealing glances at her, and pondering how much it would cost to be with her. Xina Man feigned fear, clutching Diao Changju's arm, exclaiming, "Changju, that man is so lewd. He keeps peeping at me. How despicable." Before Diao Changju could express his anger, Bai Tian stood up, exclaiming fiercely, "I cannot tolerate this scoundrel peeping at Miss Shi. I will gouge out his eyes. Why is this old man involved? Did I speak to you?" Xinan Man retorted, clearly displeased. Diao Changju found Bai Tian increasingly suspicious. "What business is it of yours if someone peeps at my master? Could it be that you harbor feelings for my master?" The more Diao Changju pondered, the more likely he believed it to be true. Recalling Bai Tian's peculiar behaviors. "Oh no, my father fancies my woman. What should I do?" Urgently waiting online. Soon after, another group of over 100 women appeared, flying on swords. They were all clad in black robes, with only their faces visible. The disciples of the Yu Nu Xianzong had arrived. The crowd began to murmur upon witnessing their appearance. The attire was unmistakably that of the Yu Nu Xianzong. Leading the group was a tall woman. Though her face was obscured by a black veil, her beautiful eyes were enough to captivate the onlookers. Despite her loose black robe, the curves beneath it were tantalizingly hinted at, stirring the hearts of those present. She was none other than the leader of the Yu Nu Xianzong, Yu Fenmiao. "Xiangxi, it has been a while. I trust you are well." Her voice was gentle as water, bringing tranquility to those who heard it. "Fenmiao, I did not expect you to have broken through to the tribulation stage as well." "Hua Xiang," she responded with a smile, engaging in light conversation with Yu Fenmiao. The relationship between Ling Xiaozong and Yu Nu Xianzong was amicable, primarily due to Hua Xiang Shi, Xinan Man, and Yu Fenmiao being contemporaries of similar ages, fostering a friendly bond. After a brief exchange with Hua Xiang Shi, Yu Fenmiao gracefully approached Xinan Man. Inquiring softly, "Sect leader Shi, why do you sit here?" Xinan Man, still clinging to Diao Changju's arm, seemed to exude an air of pride as she replied, "Why does it matter where I sit?" Yu Fenmiao fell silent. Diao Changju and Yu Fenmiao were somewhat acquainted. She occasionally visited Hua Xiang Shi for conversation, and they enjoyed games such as mahjong and do diju. Over time, they had become familiar, though Yu Fenmiao had never removed her veil. So Diao Changju had never seen her true visage. He only knew that Yu Fenmiao was not only gentle in speech, but also in demeanor, making interaction with her feel remarkably comfortable. When Xinan Man and Yu Fenmiao met, it was akin to Mercury colliding with Earth. Even in a game of do diju, they would turn on each other despite being on the same side. Diao Changju found it perplexing that while Yu Fenmiao was gentle with everyone, she was not so with Xinan Man. Their mutual disdain created an atmosphere reminiscent of a battlefield. This animosity was likely due to one being from the Yu Nu Xianzong and the other from the Hehuan sect. "You sure, Shu, it has been a while." Diao Changju greeted Yu Fenmiao. "Ah Changju, it has been many days. I did not expect you to have broken through to the Holy Spirit stage. Congratulations." Yu Fenmiao replied with a smile. Chapter 54. Why is Father here? Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. Detected a high-quality beauty. As Yu Fenmiao made her entrance, Yi Bufan's system erupted once more. Lin Sandong and Yi Bufan's gazes were once again drawn to Yu Fenmiao, although they could not discern her features clearly. The subtle allure of her beauty was utterly captivating. Seeing Yi Bufan's reaction, Lin Si-ting angrily twisted his waist. "Is she beautiful? Oomph. Who is she?" Lin Sandong wore a foolish expression, nearly drooling. Lu Xiaoyao, witnessing Lin Sandong's eagerness, internally scorned him. The supposed young master of the Lin family from Xing, Yu Shangzhou, appeared utterly naive, his desires inflamed by the sight of beauty. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao conveniently forgot his own initial reaction upon encountering these women, which had been even more unseemly than Lin Sandong's. "Her name is Yu Fenmiao, the leader of the Yu Nu Xianzong," Lu Xiaoyao explained. "The leader of the Yu Nu Xianzong?" Lin Sandong's heart raced at the title. The name suggested a pure woman, far superior to the leader of the Hehuan sect. "Young master, would you like me to help introduce you to her?" Lu Xiaoyao inquired tentatively. "Yes." Lin Sandong nodded with a haughty air. "Nin man, could you be mindful of the impression you leave? Your close proximity to Changju in public will surely lead others to speculate," Yu Fenmiao remarked. frowning at the sight of Shinan man entwined with Diao Changju. I am the leader of the Hehuan sect. I care not for others' opinions. Shinan man defiantly pressed Diao Changju closer, challenging Yu Fen Miao with her gaze. You shameless woman. Yu Fen Miao glared at Shinan man, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Diao Changju had grown accustomed to the bickering between the two. The Hehuan sect and the Yunusian zone were inherently incompatible. If they did not quarrel upon meeting, it would be unusual. However, this time, their dispute had drawn him into the fray. Nonetheless, it was truly delightful. Hua Xiangxi's attention remained fixated on Diao Changju, her anger flaring at Shinan man's audacious claim over him. Hua Xiangxi had already agreed to allow Diao Changju to accompany Shi Ninman's disciple for training. Yet, Shi Ninman, the master, seemed oblivious to propriety, as if she desired Diao Changju to train alongside her. Training together as master and disciple? Yu Fen Miao quietly pulled out a chair and placed it beside Shi Ninman before sitting down. What are you up to, you little white? As soon as Shi Ninman spoke, Yu Fen Miao hurriedly covered her mouth. Yu Fen Miao, filled with embarrassment and indignation, exclaimed, "Call me by my name. You shameless woman. What is there to fear? Others are none the wiser," Shi Ninman replied with a sly smile. Even through the veil, Diao Changju could tell that Yu Fen Miao's face had turned a deep crimson. This nickname might be lost on others, but Diao Changju understood it well, for Shi Ninman often used it to poke fun at Yu Fen Miao during their quarrels. At this moment, Diao Changju had already distanced herself from Shi Ninman, feigning ignorance. You shameless woman will surely lead Changju astray. I cannot trust you to be with her, Yu Fen Miao declared, pulling Shi Ninman's slender form away from Diao Changju's shoulder. You're so high-minded, thinking you're so remarkable. You're the head of the Yunusian sect, Shi Ninman retorted. After this, she refrained from any overtly intimate actions towards Diao Changju. Bai Wentian, who sat beside Diao Changju, dared not speak, even shutting out his hearing to avoid eavesdropping on their conversation, quietly sipping his tea. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyao approached with Lin Sandong. This is Lin Sandong, the young master from the Lin family of the Xingyu Xingzhou, wishing to befriend the two sect leaders. Lu Xiaoyao and Lin Sandong seemed to disregard Diao Changju and Bai Wentian entirely. Yu Fen Miao pointed at Shi Ninman, stating, "She is the one you should befriend." Lu Xiaoyao's expression turned awkward. He had expected Yu Fen Miao to show him no favor, let alone the Lin family from Xingyu Xingzhou. Shi Ninman, clinging to Diao Changju's arm, remarked, "I already have a man. I'm not interested in befriending you. Seek her out instead. She is the head of the Yunusian sect, devoted to love, always veiled when she goes out, undoubtedly a virtuous wife and mother." Lu Xiaoyao's demeanor grew increasingly uncomfortable, as it was clear that both Yu Fen Miao and Shi Ninman had no desire to befriend Lin Sandong. However, Lin Sandong appeared unfazed, feeling exhilarated instead. The more Yu Fen Miao and Shi Ninman acted this way, the more he yearned to conquer them. Ahem. Perhaps the two sect leaders are unaware of the Xingyu Xingzhou. Lin Sandong began to introduce his family background, only to be interrupted by Yu Fen Miao. "Young master, the sect competition is about to begin. Let us converse another time." Her tone was gentle, yet it clearly conveyed rejection. Lin Sandong, however, felt no anger upon hearing this. Instead, he maintained a bright smile and politely replied, "Then I shall not disturb the two fairies' enjoyment. We shall speak another time." With a servile grin, Lin Sandong departed alongside Lu Xiaoyao. Shortly thereafter, 100-strong team appeared, soaring in on swords, capturing everyone's attention anew, especially the men, whose eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. This group, like the Yunusian sect, was composed entirely of women, yet their attire was markedly more revealing. With less than a third of their bodies covered, a vast expanse of skin was laid bare to the air. Upon their arrival, they began casting flirtatious glances and striking provocative poses at the men present. Were they from the Hehuan sect? Lin Sandong observed these brazen women with a furrowed brow. Glancing at Shi Ninman with skepticism, he began to doubt if Shi Ninman was truly the leader of the Hehuan sect. How could a sect leader lack disciples? In comparison to these Hehuan sect disciples, Shi Ninman's demeanor seemed quite conservative. Dressed modestly and behaving decorously, Bai Xian hid at the back of the group, her head lowered, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Upon inadvertently spotting Bai Wentian seated next to Diao Changju, her panic escalated. What is father doing here? Chapter 55. Were you enjoying your scolding? Oof. Truly vulgar. Bai Wentian frowned at the openly behaving women, letting out a cold snort. Shi Ninman narrowed her eyes and taunted. It seems the Bai family leader is rather displeased with the Hahuan sect. Diao Changju feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard, quietly sipping her tea. Yu Femiao appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, her beautiful eyes curving with a smile as she observed the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to Bai Wentian, Shi Ninman was the leader of the Hahuan sect. He had remained oblivious to the earlier conversation while diligently sipping his tea. Upon hearing Shi Ninman's question, he immediately launched into a tirade. Of course, as a woman, how can they behave so lewdly? I wonder if these women have any shame in joining the Hahuan sect? I feel embarrassed for their parents. If my daughter were to join the Hahuan sect, I would break her legs. Shi Ninman's eyes flashed with displeasure. As the leader of the Hahuan sect, she felt indignation at Bai Wentian's accusations. However, she did not react immediately, but instead smiled faintly, her tone laced with provocation. Bai family leader, your assertions are rather presumptuous. The Hahuan sect's cultivation methods differ from traditional practices. They pursue the ultimate pleasure of body and spirit. This is not vulgarity, but rather a celebration of life. Is living not about seeking joy? Their means of enjoyment merely differ from ours. Furthermore, your second daughter is also within the Hahuan sect. Do you not fear her hearing your words? Bai Tun, hidden among the Hahuan sect disciples, was so furious that she could nearly grind her teeth to dust. Ever since recognizing Bai Wentian, her focus had not strayed from him. To hear him say he would break her legs was infuriating. In truth, it seemed he desired the opposite. Bai Wentian's brow furrowed deeper at her words, and with a cold snort, he retorted, Seeking pleasure? They are merely using cultivation as a pretext for indulgence. Such practices lead only to the corruption of the youth. Shi Ninman's eyes ignited with fury as she prepared to counter, but Diao Changju quickly restrained her. As the tension mounted, Shi Ninman stood abruptly, calling out to the Hahuan sect disciples, Come here for a moment. Bai Wentian looked taken aback, unsure why Shi Ninman had suddenly addressed the Hahuan sect disciples. Did she intend to summon them for a debate? The female disciples of the Hahuan sect, upon recognizing it was their leader calling them, promptly ceased their provocative poses and descended on their swords, landing respectfully before Shi Ninman, Diao Changju, Yu Femiao, and Bai Wentian. They greeted Shi Ninman with reverence. Greetings, sect leader. Sect leader. Bai Wentian stood up in shock, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Shi Ninman. Internally, he lamented, It's over. He racked his brain, unable to fathom that Shi Ninman was the leader of the Hahuan sect. The first time he encountered Shi Ninman was at the Bai family in the Tianshan Shenzhou, where she exuded an icy elegance, her attire refined, with only her hands and neck exposed. Thus, Bai Wentian had assumed she was an exceedingly traditional and conservative woman. The second time he saw her was here. Although Shi Ninman's attire had transformed drastically since their last meeting, showcasing her enchanting figure, it remained fitting. What should not be revealed was still well concealed. Even with her behavior becoming more alluring and casual, it was only directed at Diao Changju. Assuming Diao Changju was merely the young master, Bai Wentian had not given it much thought. He never imagined that Shi Ninman was indeed the leader of the Hahuan sect. To make matters worse, he had just been deriding the Hahuan sect. Upon contemplating this, Bai Wentian had already sentenced himself to death in his heart. How could it be? Has no one informed you that I am the leader of Yihuan Zone? Were you not enjoying your earlier insults, Master Bai? XNNM remarked with a smile as she embraced Diao Changju's arm. At this moment, Bai Wentian felt an overwhelming desire to end his own life. By the way, did you not just declare that if your daughter were to join Yihuan Zone, you would break her legs? Gu Yuan, do you not fear your father's wrath in breaking your legs? XNNM pointedly addressed by Chu Yuan, who was concealed among the female disciples. Come on, hurry and break your daughter's legs. Bai Wentian was rendered speechless. His expression was a spectacle to behold. It suddenly dawned on him that his second daughter had been taken away by XNNM to serve the young master. Now he realized that the young master XNNM N referred to as none other than Diao Changju. However, Diao Changju was the beloved suitor of his eldest daughter, Bai Huajin, and now, Bai Chu Yuan was to serve Diao Changju. Did this not imply that he, Bai Wentian, had unknowingly allowed his two daughters to be entangled with one another? Had he known earlier that Diao Changju was the cherished suitor of Bai Huajin, he would have never permitted Bai Chu Yuan to be taken away by N. He would have simply let N take Bai Huajin instead, achieving a harmonious resolution. Bai Chu Yuan had initially intended to conceal her identity from Bai Wentian, but since N had so openly revealed it, she saw no reason to continue pretending. Moreover, she was already filled with pent-up frustration from Bai Wentian's earlier remarks. Stepping out from among the female disciples of He Huanzong, Bai Chu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the visibly uneasy Bai Wentian and coldly stated, "Before anything else, I shall send my father to his resting place." Bai Wentian awkwardly sipped tea to mask his discomfort. Although Bai Chu Yuan had undergone a transformation, Bai Wentian recognized her at a glance as his second daughter. He had just declared that he would break his daughter's legs should she join He Huanzong, and now it had come to pass that she indeed had joined. XNNMN, trembling with laughter, clung to Diao Changju's arm. Filial piety was paramount. As Bai Chu Yuan made her entrance, Yi Bufon's system erupted once more. Detected a high-quality beauty, Yi Bufon's expression was one of numbness. Not a single one of these beauties belonged to him. Soon, the competition commenced, with 3 platforms operating simultaneously. Qi Tianqiqi and Shui Yinglong also participated in this contest. Their objective was to seize victory in the century-old sect competition and vindicate Diao Changju's reputation. The century-old sect competition not only included Qi Tianqiqi and Shui Yinglong, but also Bai Chu Yuan and Yi Bufon. Initially, Bai Chu Yuan had no intention of participating, yet as the holy maiden of He Huanzong, she was compelled by N to join. The reason was simple. In every century-old sect competition, the rankings of Yunnu Xianzong consistently overshadowed those of He Huanzong. Yu Femiao would mock her relentlessly about it. Now that XNNMN had such a formidable fighter as Bai Chu Yuan at her disposal, it would be foolish not to utilize her. Meanwhile, Yi Bufon approached the competition with a mindset of vengeance. A year prior, Ling Xiaozong had deemed him a useless individual. Now, a year later, Yi Bufon had returned as a champion, having reached the Yuaning stage. In contrast, those disciples who had joined Ling Xiaozong alongside him a year ago were likely still struggling at the early stages of Jindan. Yi Bufon was determined to proclaim loudly to Ling Xiaozong that their decision to protect the deceitful Diao Changju, an intersect elder, was the gravest error they could have made. He, Yi Bufon, possessed the potential of an emperor destined to ascend as a ruler. To oppose him for the sake of the treacherous Diao Changju was Ling Xiaozong's monumental blunder. Ling Xiaozong had already paved its path to demise. Chapter 56. Useless or truly useless? The sect competition officially commenced. With the announcement from Hua Xiangxi, the 3 platforms began their matches simultaneously. Apart from voluntary forfeits, participants were prohibited from ascending higher than 10 meters. Otherwise, they would be deemed losers. Exceeding the boundaries of the platform square space would also result in disqualification. This was designed to enhance the competition spectacle. Ling Xiaozong's Shui Yinglong faced off against Tian Kunmen's Lei Tudou, a towering figure. A 2-meter-tall man with dark skin and a robust physique leaped onto the platform. Simultaneously, a slender figure, her waist slightly bent and her head lowered, stepped onto the stage. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of all spectators. Her skin was pale to the point of appearing almost sickly, exuding a haunting beauty. Her exquisite face, combined with her fragile physique, ignited a protective instinct among all the men present, especially considering she was pitted against a 2-meter-tall, muscular man. The stark contrast drew everyone's gaze. Tian Kunmen's Lei Tudou, at the late stage of Jindan, please guide me, the man declared, revealing a cruel smile as he looked at Shui Yinglong. All sects participating in the competition aimed to defeat disciples from the 4 major sections. A single victory would grant them a lifetime of bragging rights. Lei Tudou, at 99 years old and at the late stage of Jindan, was considered a minor genius, a disciple diligently cultivated by Tian Kinmen. Ling Xiaozong's intersect elder's third direct disciple, Shuang Long, please guide me. Shuang Long responded weakly, her voice barely audible. Some disciples of Ling Xiaozong recognized Shuang Long and were astonished. No way. Why is she here for this sect competition? Is she just here to make up the numbers? Oh, who is she? Quite a beauty. Could she be a genius from your Ling Xiaozong? Huh, what genius? She's clearly a useless one. Just a year ago, she was merely at the qi refining stage, and, by some stroke of luck, she was accepted as a direct disciple by an intersect elder. A female inner disciple remarked with jealousy. Why can't such good fortune fall upon me? I'm just as capable of warming a bed. Yi Bufan watched Shuang Long on the platform, with eyes filled with resentment. In just a year, her quality evaluation had risen significantly. It seemed this was all thanks to that treacherous Diao Changju's influence, who had trained her well. Brother Bufan, is she the shameless childhood friend you mentioned? Lin's sighting inquired, casting a hateful glance at the more beautiful Shuang Long on stage. Indeed, Ye Bufan nodded vigorously, stating, she was my childhood friend. I did everything to help her enter Ling Xiaozong, only to find that she quickly climbed into Diao Changju's bed and pretended not to know me. In the end, when I sought an explanation from my master, it was futile. Diao Changju's connections within Ling Xiaozong were too powerful, and ultimately my master and I were expelled from the sect. Lin Sandong couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. She had already learned the full story of why Yi Bufan and Ma Yucheng were expelled from Ling Xiaozong. What childhood friends? She had never even known you. How ridiculous. Only her dim-witted sister, Lin Sighting, would fall for such a tale. Moreover, Lin Sandong realized that Shuang Long had already reached the early stage of Jindan. A year ago, she had only been at the qi refining stage, and now she had achieved Jindan early stage. In this small Longxuan Continent, such a rapid cultivation speed only confirmed what Diao Changju had claimed about her special physique. However, Lin Sandong gazed at the frail Shuang Long on the platform, licking her lips with a glint of malice in her eyes. Shuang Long's demeanor was particularly provoking, igniting a desire to bully her. She longed to land a punch and witnessed the expression of helplessness as Shuang Long wept and cried. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I shall handle this Shuang Long for you. I will ensure your revenge is sweet. Lin Sandong declared with a hearty laugh. Lin Sighting, for the first time, urged Lin Sandong to take such action, cruelly smiling as she said, Brother, I hope you will unleash all your might on this vile woman and utterly ruin her. You can count on that. This is my specialty. Lin Sandong replied with a mischievous grin. As Lin Sighting and Lin Sandong exchanged glances, Yi Bufan observed the two siblings conversing and felt an urge to interject, wishing to ask, may I also join in? However, after some contemplation, it seemed wiser to refrain from uttering that statement, lest L and St. Ing be displeased. Presently, L and St. Ing had become the affluent patron of YBFN, who depended on her for sustenance and could not afford to engage in any behavior that might provoke her discontent. Litd twisted his neck and, with eager anticipation, addressed Su Yngling, little sister, I advise you to concede swiftly, otherwise you may find yourself injured, and that would be unfortunate. Standing at a mere height of 165 meters, Su Yngling appeared diminutive and vulnerable before the towering Litd, who stood at 2 meters. Yet, she remained silent. Although she was only at the initial stage of JNDN, her prior experience in her previous life, where she had reached the stage of Hu Shn, rendered her unconcerned about the imposing figure before her, who was at the later stage of JNDN. At the referee's command, Su Yngling made the first move. With grace and agility, she danced upon the arena like a delicate butterfly, her movements light and swift, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Despite Litd's robust physique, he appeared somewhat clumsy in the face of Su Yngling's nimble maneuvers. Mere trifles. How dare you flaunt your skills here? Litd scoffed, clenching his fists, his muscles as hard as steel. He launched a powerful punch, the wind howling as it surged towards Su Yngling. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Yngling's eyes as she deftly sidestepped Lit's attack. In a swift motion, she countered with an open palm, summoning a beam of golden light that struck directly at his chest. With a resounding crash, Litd was forced back several steps, a dull ache radiating from his chest. He was astonished, realizing that this seemingly fragile woman possessed such formidable strength, and he discerned her true cultivation level was indeed at the initial stage of JNDN. Come again, Illa. Charging towards Su Yingling once more. His fists fell like rain, each strike imbued with the force of thunder. Yet, Su Yingling glided effortlessly amidst his assaults, evading each blow with impeccable timing. The spectators marveled, astonished that Su Yingling, who appeared so delicate, exhibited such resilience. Some disciples of Lingshi Oziying, who had previously mocked Su Yingling, were now left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that this woman, once deemed a useless talent, could ascend to the initial stage of JNDN in just a year, while they had yet to reach the foundational stage of cultivation. Particularly, the female disciple who had ridiculed her most harshly felt a burning shame on her cheeks. Did you not call her a waste just moments ago? A year ago, she was merely at the first level of refining chi. Yet now she stands at the initial stage of JNDN. Are you deceiving me? No, this is a grave injustice. She truly was at the first level of refining chi a year ago. The female disciple cried out in protest. YBFN felt an even sharper pang of embarrassment. Watching the battle unfold, his expression twisted in discomfort. For he had always maintained to outsiders that Su Yingling willingly entertained Osage Njj for cultivation resources, claiming she was taken as a personal disciple due to her unique physique. He had once believed Su Yingling to be nothing more than a pretty face. Yet in just 1 year, she had progressed from refining chi to the stage of JNDN. This terrifying speed of cultivation surpassed the so-called geniuses from X, YSH, ZHU, L, NSND, and L, NST. YBFN's own ascent to the UNY stage within a year had relied solely on the rewards from the system. Su Yingling's extraordinary pace of growth perfectly validated DHNJ's assertions about her hidden special constitution at the time of her acceptance as a disciple. It was indeed because of Su Yingling's concealed special physique that DOCHNGJ had chosen her as a personal disciple, while YBFN's accusations of coveting her beauty had proven to be baseless. Unbeknownst to YBFN, the members of SHIOYOP, I had long been aware of his fabrications, and no one believed his words, apart from his own woman. Others dismissed his claims as nonsense, especially the naive LNST, who believed whatever YBFN said, until Su Yingling revealed her true cultivation level. LNST remained convinced that she was merely a waste at the first level of refining chi. Even upon witnessing Su Yingling's initial stage of JNDN, she still did not doubt YBFN's words. It's merely a stroke of luck that she advanced from the first level of refining chi to the initial stage of JNDN within a year. She remains a waste, likely to be stuck at the initial stage of JNDN for her entire life. LNST remarked venomously. LNSND and LSHIOYO exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing LNST's comments. Eldest Miss, do you not hear your own words? Merely a year from refining chi to the initial stage of JNDN, still a waste? Is it possible to be a waste after such progress in just a year? LNSND could hardly be bothered with his foolish sister. Love truly dulls the intellect. Suddenly, Litdu exploded with a powerful aura, his body aglow with a golden light. He bellowed, conjuring arcs of lightning with his fists, akin to thunder, descending upon Su Yingling. Furrowing her brow, she recognized that Litdu had unleashed his full strength. In a flash, she darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, both palms striking out. The golden light and lightning clashing in midair, radiating a brilliant illumination. With a thunderous boom, Litdu was sent staggering back dozens of steps, tumbling out of the arena. You have lost, Su Yingling stated coolly. Litdu's countenance darkened. He had not expected to be bested by a seemingly fragile woman. With a fierce glare directed at Su Yingling, he turned and departed. Unable to fathom how a practitioner at the later stage of JNDN could be defeated by one at the initial stage, especially one who appeared so delicate and frail. Su Yingling's victory ignited a wave of cheers from the crowd. Not only did she triumph over an opponent at the later stage of JNDN, but her very demeanor also stirred a frenzy of admiration among the male spectators. Chapter 57. I Return Your Sister. Following Su Yingling's match, the arena of the past century saw no more captivating contests, as all attention shifted to the arena of a millennium. The Millennium Arena was 5 times larger than the Century Arena and featured a square, transparent defensive array to shield the audience from the residual energies of the battles within. The young prodigies from various sects across the Su gathered in this Millennium Arena to determine their superiority. The arena for battles exceeding a millennium was the most tedious of all, although it was twice the size of the Millennium Arena, providing even more space for activity. It was merely a collection of elderly participants who lacked genuine vigor, emphasizing peace and love. As fatigue set in, competitors would concede, merely going through the motions, which left the audience utterly disinterested. Within the Millennium Arena, a figure was sent flying by a powerful palm strike, landing outside the arena. Jedenast o y os nugis lnhu vins. The referee announced loudly. Curse it! Lchnglu wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring unyieldingly at the seemingly plain young man on the arena. His defeat was entirely unexpected for the disciples of Lingxi Oziying, and even Hushi Ngx expressed surprise. After all, in addition to his status as an intersect elder, Lchnglu was regarded as a talented disciple of Lingxi Oziying, having reached the later stage of Disu In and was a favored contender in this sect competition. Originally, they believed he would at least advance to the final rounds, yet he had suffered defeat in the first round. The spectators began to murmur, speculating about the origin of Lnhuin, who had managed to defeat Lchnglu. The name of Lnhuin was unfamiliar to them, as if he had appeared overnight. The intersect elders of Lingxi Oziying are no more than this, Lnhuin said with a dismissive smile. His words rendered the disciples of Lingxi Oziying speechless, unable to express their indignation. He had indeed earned the right to say such things, having bested Lchnglu. With Lchnglu defeated at his hands, who else could possibly challenge him? The previous champion of the millennium, Liu Liyan, had ascended to the position of sect master and had since entered seclusion. Li Jianyuan and Zue Mengsheng have never participated in such competitions, as their sole focus lies in the pursuit of knowledge, showing no interest in these matters. A beaming smile. Lin Huan was not a disciple of their Xiaoyao sect, but rather a servant of Lin Sandong and Lin Siding. At over 800 years of age, Lin Huan had attained the pinnacle of Tianxian. To have Lin Huan participate in this Millennium Arena under the guise of Xiaoyao sect was akin to an overwhelming advantage. The championship of this sect competition was assuredly theirs. Meanwhile, the century-old arena once again stirred excitement, as Bai Tuan effortlessly defeated a mid-Yuan-ing disciple from Lingxiao sect with a single move. This disciple, only 90 years old, could be considered a prodigy and a strong contender for the championship. Yet, he was vanquished with such ease. The victor, Shi Ziyuan of Hahuan's sect, descended from the arena with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. She merely wished to conclude this tedious competition swiftly and claim the championship to satisfy Shi Ninmen. Her true cultivation had reached the initial stage of Tianji, and facing opponents who had yet to reach the DG stage offered her no intrigue whatsoever. As Lingxiao sect's top contenders fell one after another, spectators engaged in animated discussions regarding the sudden emergence of this dark horse, speculating about its identity and why no prior information had surfaced. Ninman, you're being unfair, exclaimed Yu Fenmiao, furrowing her brows at Shi Ninman. What do you mean unfair? Isn't she under 100 years old? Shi Ninman replied with a smile, arms wrapped around the long-tailed mink. Yes, but is she not the saintess of our Hahuan sect? Indeed, but how is it unfair that she fights on behalf of our Hahuan sect? Yu Fengmiao found herself at a loss for words. The battles continued until afternoon when Qi Tianqi faced off against Yi Bufan in the first round. Qi Tianqi from Lingxiao sect confronted Yi Bufan from Xiaoyao sect. Although Yi Bufan harbored deep resentment towards Shuang Long, Qi Tianqi, and Hua Xiangxi. Upon seeing the playful and adorable Qi Tianqi before him, all animosity dissipated, transforming into a profound affection. Rather than being angered by her words, Yi Bufan, with a heart full of concern, remarked, Qi, I had no idea you had been so severely brainwashed by that nefarious mink Changju. He merely desires your body. It is only I, Yi Bufan, who truly loves you. His melodramatic display of affection drew sympathy from the uninformed audience, who began to view Qi Tianqi as a heartless betrayer. Silence. You are utterly revolting. What makes you think you have the right to insult my master? I beg you, stop disgusting me. Qi Tianqi retorted, her expression filled with contempt. Qi, your demeanor truly pains my heart. Do not worry, I will rescue you from his clutches. Even if you are no longer pure, having been toyed with by him, I do not mind your past. I know it was never your intention, Yi Bufan declared, his voice dripping with melodrama. The female audience frowned at his words. How distasteful. Ugh, what a pathetic man. Male spectators also grew uneasy, sensing something amiss in Yi Bufan's speech, akin to that of cuckold. The referee, struggling to suppress his disgust, interrupted Yi Bufan's nauseating monologue. Qi Tianqi had long tolerated him, and upon hearing the referee's signal to start, she was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, as if donning protective armor. In an instant, she dashed towards Yi Bufan, executing a devastating kick that left him in utter shock. Yi Bufan's angonizit skridim ikoit, sending chills down the spines of the male onlookers. Yet, Qi Tianqi was not finished. Fueled by her pent-up frustration at Yi Bufan's revolting behavior, she unleashed a sweeping kick that shattered both of his legs. Yi Bufan's cries intensified, his eyes now filled with terror as he realized he was utterly powerless before Qi Tianqi. Before he could gather his thoughts, Qi Tianqi leaped into the air, delivering a crushing blow to his mouth, shattering his teeth and filling his mouth with a surge of spiritual energy to silence him. Now, Yi Bufan grasped the reality of his situation. He was no match for Qi Tianqi. Attempting to yield, he could only emit muffled sounds. Disgusted by his face, Qi Tianqi unleashed a flurry of kicks, leaving his visage a bloodied mess. Then, she shifted her focus to his limbs, each strike echoing with a sickening crack, rendering him incapacitated. Even as he desperately sought to concede, all that escaped his lips were muted whimpers. Qi Tianqi, still unsatisfied, seized his feet and flung him to the ground repeatedly, each impact painting the arena crimson. After a while, Qi Tianqi hurled Yi Bufan to the ground, and he rolled a few times like a lifeless corpse. She then soared into the air, descending with a flying kick aimed at his chest. The impact resonated, creating fissures across the arena. Surprisingly, you're still alive? She remarked, a hint of astonishment in her tone. Without hesitation, she leaped again, this time targeting his head. Just as she was about to strike, a figure rushed onto the stage, a furious palm sending Qi Tianqi stumbling back several steps. It was Lin Siding who, believing Yi Bufan had a hidden strategy, grew increasingly alarmed upon witnessing the true nature of the match. She scooped up the unconscious Yi Bufan and frantically administered a healing pill, tearfully calling out, Brother Bufan, what happened to you? Please wake up. Yi Bufan was a sight of devastation. His nose was shattered, revealing bone, his jaw dislocated, his face collapsed, and his eyes oozing. He lay there, barely clinging to life. Ma Yuchang, Lu Xiaoyao, and Lin Sandong quickly surrounded them, demanding the referee's accountability. Shouldn't Lingxiao sect provide an explanation? With Yi Bufan in this state, why did you not intervene? The referee, an intersect elder of Lingxiao sect and a devoted admirer of Mink Changju, harbored no desire to stop the match. I have acted according to the rules. Yi Bufan did not concede, so I could not intervene. Who could have known he would rather die than admit defeat? I dared not overstep my bounds, the referee proclaimed with self-righteousness. Lin Siding, rendered speechless by fury, realized the harsh truth of the situation. Indeed, Yi Bufan had not conceded. Even she had initially believed he had a plan. This time, We have been unfortunate. Ling Xiao sect. I will remember this. Lin, citing seethed. Me? Deliberately causing harm? As I was about to finish speaking, I saw Diao Changju anxiously holding Qi Tian Qi, exclaiming, Qi, what has happened to you? Suddenly, Qi Tian Qi let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly addressing Diao Changju. Master, I can barely hold on. This woman is so vicious. She actually attempted to kill me. I feel faint. With that, Qi Tian Qi's small head leaned against Diao Changju's chest, and she lost consciousness. Diao Changju, cradling Qi Tian Qi, had eyes filled with rage. The moment Qi Tian Qi was sent flying dozens of meters by Lin's sighting, he rushed over. He never anticipated the severity of Qi Tian Qi's injuries. Lin's sighting, witnessing the amount of blood Qi Tian Qi had lost, was equally astonished. When did I become so formidable? I clearly did not exert much force with that strike. Master, senior sister is still alive. Xue Yinglong hurriedly arrived, checking Qi Tian Qi's pulse, a peculiar expression crossing her face. This is no severe injury. She appears to be in excellent health. She could dismiss Diao Changju's concerns, but she could not deceive herself. Diao Changju, also checking Qi Tian Qi's pulse, found it weak but not fatal, and he let out a sigh of relief. He entrusted Qi Tian Qi to Xue Yinglong and stood up, intending to personally teach Lin citing a lesson using the peak experience card of Tianji. Although using such a card in front of everyone would be difficult to explain, he felt an obligation to avenge his disciple, who had sustained serious injuries at the hands of this early-stage Tianji woman. How dare you, an early-stage Tianji cultivator, ruthlessly attack a junior in the Yuanying stage? You owe me an explanation. Diao Changju glared at Lin's sighting, his voice filled with fury. I did not intend to harm her. I merely wanted to repel her. Lin's sighting, feeling a bit frightened under Diao Changju's intense gaze, stammered. This repulse? Diao Changju laughed heartily, pointing at Qi Tian Qi in Xue Yinglong's arms. My disciple lies gravely injured and unconscious, and you call that a repulse? Qi Tian Qi, who had been secretly peeking, quickly shut her eyes. Wow, Master looks so handsome when he's angry. This little gesture was only noticed by Xue Yinglong, who could not help but chuckle. Senior sister, if you're going to act, could you be a bit more professional? The surrounding spectators began to scold Lin's sighting. Indeed, as a cultivator in the Tianji stage, how dare you resort to deadly force against a junior? You have no shame. She's gravely injured, bleeding, and unconscious. Yet she insists she merely repelled her? Do you all lack sight? I believe she was merely anxious for her pretty boy who could not win against the opponent. I truly only meant to lightly repel her. You must believe me. Lin's sighting, overwhelmed by the crowd's accusations, felt tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly wronged as no one believed her. So, you are implying that my disciple injured herself? That she bled on her own? Diao Changju sneered. I suppose that might be the case. Lin, sighting, hesitated, nodding. Beyond that, she truly could not understand why Qi Tian Qi suddenly bled and fainted. Xue Yinglong and Qi Tian Qi struggled to suppress their laughter, recalling the sorrowful events. As the situation escalated, Liu Xiaoyao stepped forward, stating, "This young lady is the fourth miss of the Lin family from Xingzhou. She is new to Longxuan Continent and is unaware of the rules. Li Xiaoyao, apologize on her behalf and offer 10,000 spiritual stones as compensation." There was no choice. If Li Xiaoyao did not intervene, the matter would only worsen. Upon hearing Liu Xiaoyao's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Xingzhou? That is a relatively high-ranking cultivation realm. No wonder she is already in the early Tianji stage at such a young age. She is indeed a member of a prominent family from another realm. So what if she is from Xingzhou? Does that grant her the right to act recklessly? Exactly. Does being from Xingzhou make her superior? This is Longxuan Continent, not her Xingzhou. What if it is a relatively high cultivation realm? Our Longxuan Continent was once among the top 10 cultivation realms in this universe. Before Diao Changju could speak, Lin, sighting, interjected, "Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Moreover, my brother Bufin was harmed by this vile woman. Just as Lin Siding finished her statement, she was slapped hard across the face. "Shut up," Lin Sandong coldly rebuked. "Are you not embarrassed enough today? Engaging in such disgraceful behavior for a worthless person and still refusing to acknowledge it?" Lin Siding covered her face, tears streaming down, unable to believe that Lin Sandong did not trust her. "Brother, you don't believe me either? I truly did not intend to injure her. She must be pretending. Look at her pitiful state. How could that possibly be an act?" Lin Sandong bellowed, showing no mercy to Lin Siding. "You have been bewitched by this worthless Yi Bufin for too long. Now you are willing to disgrace yourself like this." Lin Sandong could not bear to see Chi Tian Chi, a charming and mischievous little sister, being harmed by Lin Siding. "I am sorry, but I must side with Chi Tian Chi on this matter. Forget about being my sister." Chapter 59. I must be serious. Hua Xiangxi swiftly approached Diao Changju, her expression icy. "Our Lingxiao sect is not a place where outsiders like you can act recklessly. I do not care what your background is from Xingyu Xingzhou. You must provide me with an explanation today." Setting aside the fact that protecting one's own is a long-standing tradition of Lingxiao sect, the behavior of Yi Bufin and his companions had already caused Hua Xiangxi considerable annoyance. Moreover, Chi Tian Chi was her disciple. This matter would not be easily dismissed. "What kind of explanation do you seek?" Lin Sandong, gazing at the stunning woman before him, gulped. "It is simple. Let your sister take a strike from me, and we shall consider this matter settled." Hua Xiangxi replied coldly. "A strike? Do you not find it embarrassing for a mid-stage crossing tribulation cultivator to say such things to an early-stage Tianji cultivator?" Lin Siding scoffed. "And is it not disgraceful for an early-stage Tianji cultivator to strike a junior in the Yuanying stage?" Hua Xiangxi countered. "I did not." Lin Siding protested, feeling utterly wronged. "All right, the sister is at fault. The brother is responsible. I admit I have not guided my sister well, but she cannot possibly take a strike from you. We are both in the crossing tribulation stage. Why not compete according to the sex rules? If I win, this matter ends here. If I lose, my sister can be at your disposal," Lin Sandong suggested. Although he did not approve of his foolish sister's actions, Lin Siding remained his blood relative. If Hua Xiangxi were to strike her, Lin Siding would be gravely injured, if not killed. Furthermore, he had always sought an opportunity to get closer to Hua Xiangxi. Thus, proposing a competition would allow him to showcase his strength while discreetly getting closer to her and rescuing his foolish sister. It was truly a win-win situation. Possessing the Dahuang Supreme Body, Lin Sandong was exceedingly confident in his abilities, even though he was only at the beginning stage of crossing tribulation. Challenging those of higher levels was his specialty. Even peak late-stage crossing tribulation cultivators were not his match, earning him the title of the strongest beneath the transformation god stage. Hua Xiangxi's mere mid-stage crossing tribulation cultivation was utterly insufficient in his eyes. Very well, Hua Xiangxi agreed without hesitation. She despised the way Lin Sandong looked at her with that insidiously disgusting gaze and had longed to give him a beating. Now that he had delivered himself to her doorstep, how could she refuse? Some individuals are simply drawn to trouble, seeking out conflict. Master, do not underestimate him. Lin Sandong possesses the Dahuang Supreme Body, Diao Changju conveyed through his thoughts. Diao Changju had initially contemplated using the peak experience card of Tianji, but now it seemed he would have no part in this. However, upon learning of Lin Sandong's Dahuang Supreme Body, he could not help but worry whether Hua Xiangxi would be able to contend with him. The characteristics of the Dahuang Jizun Ti remain unknown, even to him, as the system has not provided detailed information. Dahuang Jizun Ti. Hua Xiangxi felt a sense of confusion. It was the first time she had encountered such a physique. The name itself sounded quite formidable. However, Hua Xiangxi was not intimidated, for she possessed the Yu Hu Tun Tian Ti, which inherently embodied the laws of devouring. Upon her agreement, Lin Sandong's lips curled into a smug smile. The recent events had captured everyone's attention. The other two arenas had ceased their battles, and upon witnessing Hua Xiangxi's consent to compete with Lin Sandong, they immediately halted their matches, vacating the arena that had existed for over a millennium. Spectators eagerly gathered, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they turned their gaze to Hua Xiangxi and Lin Sandong. Hua Xiangxi was undeniably a celebrity in the Longxuan Continent, not only due to her breathtaking beauty, but also because she had claimed championships in the century, millennium, and over 1,000-year arenas during her era's set competition, her prowess beyond question. In the finals of that competition, 3 individuals were perennial contenders. The first was Hua Xiangxi, the second was Shi Ninmin, and the third was Yu Fenmiao. Now, after many years, they finally had the opportunity to witness Hua Xiangxi grace the arena once more. Those present to observe this set competition felt it was worthwhile. In an instant, both figures appeared on the over 1,000-year arena, the surrounding space seemingly warping slightly under the weight of their presence. An elder from the Ling Shao sect, who had reached the late stage of tribulation, acted as the referee, and with the call to commence, Lin Sandong launched the first attack. His form moved like lightning as he unleashed a punch, imbued with the overwhelming power of the Da Huang Jizun Ti, causing the air to tremble as if everything would be shattered. The sheer ferocity of Lin Sandong's strike made some late-stage tribulation experts present change their expressions in alarm. Though he appeared to be in the early stage of tribulation, his combat power had already reached the mid-stage. Yet, Hua Xiangxi remained remarkably composed in the face of such a formidable onslaught. With a gentle wave of her hand, a golden radiance coalesced around her, forming a barrier that collided with Lin Sandong's punch. His attack vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace. It would have been acceptable if Lin Sandong's assault had merely created a tremendous uproar upon clashing with Hua Xiangxi's barrier, resulting in a mutual cancellation. However, the terrifying force of his attack dissipated against Hua Xiangxi's seemingly effortless barrier, leaving them unable to comprehend this outcome. At this moment, Lin Sandong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In his view, he had only exerted a fraction of his strength, and Hua Xiangxi's ease in deflecting it was within his expectations. He flickered, transforming into an afterimage, and charged at Hua Xiangxi once more. This time, he withheld no restraint, pushing the power of the Da Huang Jizun Ti to its utmost limits. The entire arena trembled under the weight of his might, igniting the fervor of the onlookers. Was this truly a scene of a late-stage tribulation expert engaged in earnest combat? How astonishing! Witnessing such a battle between 2 titans in one's lifetime was a privilege for someone of the foundation-building stage. Chapter 60. Behold, Da Huang Jizun Finger. Sect Leader Hua. Be cautious. This time I shall employ 50% of my strength. Lin Sandong proclaimed with confidence. Why are you rambling so much? Hua Xiangxi suddenly pivoted, transforming into a streak of light. Lin Sandong's heart raced, and he hastily employed his agility to evade. Yet, Hua Xiangxi's assault followed him like a shadow, as if she could predict his movements. A palm strike landed squarely on Lin Sandong's chest, causing him to grunt and be sent flying to the ground with a heavy thud. You have lost, Hua Xiangxi stated nonchalantly, refraining from pursuing her advantage. Fuming with indignation, Lin Sandong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. I have not lost. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Lin Sandong had underestimated Hua Xiangxi and had suffered the consequences. His pride wounded, he resolved to hold nothing back. Initially concerned he might harm Hua Xiangxi, he realized she had emerged unscathed while he bore the brunt of the damage. With an eruption of fury, Lin Sandong's entire being was enveloped in a dark aura, and as he stomped down, the reinforced arena floor cracked with dozens of fissures stretching for several meters. At that moment, he fully activated his Da Huang Jizun Ti, no longer concealing any of his strength. I had no intention of using this technique, but you have forced my hand, Lin Sandong declared, his expression devoid of emotion. The spectators were taken aback by Lin Sandong's transformation. They could sense a stark contrast in his aura compared to before. Even some late-stage tribulation elders from the Ling Shao sect regarded Lin Sandong's current presence with solemnity and trepidation, prompting concern for Hua Xiangxi's safety. Lin sighting, witnessing Lin Sandong's demeanor, burst into ecstatic laughter. You are finished. My brother is going all out. In the Da Huang Jizun form, he has never known defeat. Even a peak late-stage tribulation expert cannot withstand my brother's 5 fingers. 5 fingers? Diao Changju's expression shifted slightly. Da Huang Jizun Ti, Da Huang Jizun Ti, and 5 fingers? In stark contrast to the apprehension of others, Hua Xiangxi's expression remained calm as she stood before Lin Sandong. A golden wave barrier, extending 5 heights away from her skin, enveloped her entire form. This golden barrier represented her power of devouring, a new method she had recently developed through experimentation. If this is all you can muster, I suggest you concede promptly. Hua Xiangxi spoke coolly. Arrogant. Be careful. You must brace yourself for this attack. Lin Sandong pointed skyward. The Huang Zhizun finger. One finger to imprison the heavens and earth. With Lin Sandong's furious roar, a jet-black beam descended from the sky, seemingly intent on devouring the entire arena. The onlookers from the Ling Xiao sect exchanged solemn glances. This technique was indeed formidable. Hua Xiangxi raised her hand, and a massive golden vortex appeared above her, enveloping the entire arena. The beam and the vortex collided, producing a deafening roar. The array on the arena flickered as it strived to withstand this terrifying force. The spectators retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Break for me, Lin Sandong shouted, channeling his strength into the beam. However, Hua Xiangxi's power of devouring was akin to a bottomless pit, continuously consuming and neutralizing the beam's energy. Within the golden vortex, tendrils of black light were devoured, fading into nothingness. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the beam was completely dissipated and the golden vortex gradually diminished. Lin Sandong's face turned pale, clearly exhausted from the effort. How is this possible? He managed to utter, disbelief filling his eyes. It was his first encounter with someone who could withstand his Da Huang Zhizun finger unscathed. I refuse to believe it. Again, Lin Sandong bellowed, raising 2 fingers at Hua Xiangxi. Da Huang Zhizun finger. 2 fingers to shatter mountains and rivers. Hua Xiangxi remained unfazed, her jade hand grasping the air, summoning a colossal golden fist that surged forth. The 2 beams collided with a massive golden fist, erupting into an even more violent cacophony. The elders of the Ling Xiao sect hastily employed their powers to reinforce the array surrounding the arena. Lin Siding held her breath in trepidation, aware of the immense power behind her brother's move. Even late-stage tribulation experts would find it challenging to withstand. Yet, Hua Xiangxi's unflappable demeanor stirred a sense of unease within her. The golden fist trembled under the impact of the 2 beams, but remained unbroken. In this moment, the power of the swallowing law wielded by Hua Xiangxi reached its zenith. Ultimately, the 2 beams of light dissipated entirely, and the golden fist gradually faded away. Hua Xiangxi remained standing in place, untouched and unscathed. Lin Sandong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He could hardly believe that someone could so effortlessly withstand his Da Huang Zhizun finger. How did you accomplish this? Lin Sandong inquired with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. I cannot lose. How could I possibly lose? At this moment, Lin Sandong appeared utterly deranged, unable to accept this reality. He bellowed, Da Huang Zhizun finger. 1 finger seals heaven and earth. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. 3 fingers obliterate living beings. 4 fingers break the firmament. 5 fingers shift the universe. With all 5 fingers combined, unleash the Da Huang Zhizun palm. His voice resonated with despair and fury as the dark aura enveloping him raged like a tempest. 5 pitch-black beams of light shot forth from his fingertips, imbued with the power to annihilate the world, racing towards Hua Xiangxi. Yet, before the swallowing law of Hua Xiangxi, his Da Huang Zhizun palm was rendered a mere toy, easily consumed once more. Hua Xiangxi remained in place, untouched and unharmed. Impossible. This cannot be. How can anyone withstand my Da Huang Zhizun finger? Lin Sandong screamed. At this juncture, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy and lost the ability to fight. Understood. You may retreat now, Hua Xiangxi declared, effortlessly striking Lin Sandong, who let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, crashing heavily out of the ring. Chapter 61. Yi Bu Fan is dead. Lin Siding, witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. She could not fathom that her brother Lin Sandong would be defeated. The members of Lingxiao sect erupted into applause for Hua Xiangxi's victory. Hua Xiangxi coldly turned to face Lin Siding. Sensing the impending danger, Lin's sighting attempted to flee. However, Hua Xiangxi would not allow her that opportunity, closing the distance in a single step and striking Lin's sightings back with a palm. Lin's sighting screamed in agony, spitting blood before collapsing unconscious. This palm is in retaliation for my disciple, Hua Xiangxi declared. You wish to lead Lingxiao's sect to ruin. The Xingyu Sacred Lands Lin family is not to be trifled with. Ma Yuchang, cradling Yi Bufan, could not help but laugh heartily. The young masters and mistresses of Xingyu Sacred Land were all injured by Hua Xiangxi. How could they simply let this pass? The disciples of Lingxiao's sect, upon hearing Ma Yuchang's words, wore grave expressions. Indeed, the Xingyu Sacred Lands Lin family was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, none of the onlookers harbored any resentment towards Hua Xiangxi. Lingxiao's sect had always been fiercely protective of its own, a principle ingrained in every disciple's heart. Regardless of the Xingyu Sacred Lands Lin family, as long as one dared to bully Lingxiao's sect, its disciples would seek vengeance to the end, even if it meant their own demise. Hua Xiangxi, however, displayed no fear, stating, "Why must Lingxiao's sect concern itself with the opinions of others?" Well said. An elderly voice echoed. An old woman stepped forth from the void. Ma Yuchang, Lu Xiaoyao, and Lin Sandong's expressions changed dramatically upon seeing her. Initial stage of transformation. Master. Hua Xiangxi respectfully bowed to the old woman. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Hua Xiangxi's master, Hanju. Her sudden appearance took Hua Xiangxi by surprise. She had not anticipated that today's events would attract Hanju's attention. The disciples of Lingxiao's sect quickly came to their senses, bowing hurriedly and shouting excitedly, "Elder!" Ma Yuchang appeared exceedingly flustered. At this moment, her identity was no longer that of a senior elder of Lingxiao's sect, but rather that of a traitor from Xiaoyao's sect. Hanju nodded to the crowd, then turned her icy gaze towards Ma Yuchang, speaking coldly. Ma Yuchang, a year ago, out of consideration for your years of service to Lingxiao's sect, I allowed you and your disciple to leave. Why did you not seek a secluded place to live in peace, and instead chose to join the opposing Xiaoyao sect? Are you determined to stand against Lingxiao's sect? Ma Yuchang gritted her teeth and retorted, Hanju, spare me the pretense. Were it not for your blatant favoritism towards your disciple Diao Changju, unjustly crippling my apprentice and expelling us from Lingxiao's sect, would I have joined Xiaoyao's sect? Those unaware of the situation gazed in shock at their exchange, astonished by the scandal that had unfolded a year prior within Lingxiao's sect. Stubborn and unrepentant. Since you and your disciple have made up your minds to oppose Lingxiao's sect, then today you shall remain here, Hanju stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuchang was filled with trepidation. Hanju was at the initial stage of transformation, while she was merely at the initial stage of tribulation. If Hanju sought to kill her, escape would be impossible. I am now a senior elder of Xiaoyao's sect. If you kill me, it will be tantamount to declaring war on Xiaoyao's sect. Ma Yuchang shouted loudly, attempting to bolster her courage, as Xiaoyao's sect was her only remaining support. Xiaoyao's sect? War. Hanju seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Lu Xiaoyao, mustering all his courage, stepped forward to respectfully address Hanju. Senior, I am Lu Xiaoyao, the current sect leader of Xiaoyao's sect. Ma Yuchang is indeed one of our senior elders. I implore you to reconsider. You, a mere Xiaoyao sect, dare to instigate a war against Lingxiao's sect? Begone. Hanju swatted Lu Xiaoyao aside with a single strike. Today, Ma Yuchang and Yi Bufan must die. No one can save them. On you déclare it. Unleashing a palm strike towards Ma Yuchang. Stop. A resounding voice rang out as an elderly man with white hair stepped through the air. He arrived too late to intervene. Ma Yuchang and Yi Bufan were obliterated under Hanju's terrifying palm. Reduced to mere pulp, their souls extinguished. Hanju, what a Lingxiao sect! The elderly man's face turned ashen as he pointed at Hanju. Ancestor, Lingxiao's sect has truly gone too far. I shall declare war on Lingxiao's sect. Li Xiaoyao will lead the charge. Upon seeing the arrival of the mid-transformation ancestor of Xiaoyao's sect, Lu Xiaoyao's confidence surged, and he stepped forward, angrily pointing at Hua Xiangxi and Hanju. 3,000 years ago, when the ancestor of Xiaoyao's sect broke through to the mid-transformation stage, He had long sought an opportunity to declare war on Lingxiao's sect and absorb it. After all, the strongest of Lingxiao's sect was merely Hanju at the initial stage of transformation. Fellow Taoists, bear witness. Xiaoyao sect has always been apolitical, devoted solely to the pursuit of the Tao. However, Lingxiao sect has been excessively oppressive, publicly and unjustly slaying our senior elder. Today I announce, Xiaoyao sect declares war on Lingxiao sect. To the death. The elder of Xiaoyao sect roared in fury. Upon hearing this declaration, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. What a spectacle! This sect competition has turned into a declaration of war from Xiaoyao sect against Lingxiao sect. The conflict between the two great sects would undoubtedly be the most intense battle. The Longxuan Continent had enjoyed peace for so long, but now war was upon them. Concerns arose for Lingxiao sect. Despite having numerous talented disciples, their highest cultivation level was merely Hanju at the initial stage of transformation. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Xiaoyao sect was already at the mid-transformation stage. What good were the many talented disciples of Lingxiao sect? To the ancestor of Xiaoyao sect, they were akin to worthless beings. From the perspective of outsiders, the impending war between Xiaoyao sect and Lingxiao sect seemed destined for the latter's defeat. With the loud declaration from the ancestor of Xiaoyao sect echoing through the heavens, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. 3 seconds later, a frail voice broke the silence. Oh, a declaration of war? Who dares to initiate war against Lingxiao sect? A brand new coffin soared through the air from a certain location within Lingxiao sect. The ancestor of Xiaoyao sect felt an ominous premonition upon seeing the coffin. As the coffin approached and hovered before him, the lid was suddenly kicked open with force. Before the ancestor of Xiaoyao sect could react, a figure sprang forth from the coffin and a gnarled, ancient hand tightly grasped his throat. In the eyes of the venerable ancestor of the Shi, Oi, Oz, Ing, a flicker of fear passed as he grasped tightly at the hand gripping his throat, his legs flailing desperately in an attempt to break free. Yet, he soon realized that escape was futile. More terrifyingly, he discovered that, as the powerful hand constricted around his neck, his entire cultivation was rendered dormant, sealed away. With a hint of disappointment, the old man disdainfully remarked, "You a mere waste. Dare to declare war on our Longxuan Ozing? What manner of person are you?" The Shi Oi Oz Ing ancestor trembled in fear. The old man responded with a hearty laugh. "You do not even know who I am, yet you presume to instigate a sect war?" With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly crushed the Shi Oi Oz Ing ancestor's skull, obliterating his primordial spirit. This scene astonished all present. Who is this old man? How could a mid-stage USHN ancestor of the Shi Oi Oz Ing perish so easily? Surely I must be dreaming. Among the crowd, the most panicked was El Shi Oi O, witnessing his once mighty ancestor dispatched with such ease by this suddenly appearing old man. He felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. A fusion stage. Lin S.N.D. Ing gasped, his expression one of disbelief. To think that a powerful being at the fusion stage would manifest in such a lowly realm as the Longxuan. The presence of a fusion stage expert in their humble domain was utterly surreal. How could a place with such scant spiritual energy support cultivation to the fusion stage? It was simply extraordinary. BWNTIN, upon seeing this enigmatic figure, shared Lin S.N.D. Eng's sentiments, finding the situation equally hard to fathom. How audacious of a mere Shi Oi Oz Ing to challenge us. Longxuan Oz Ing, the old man declared disdainfully, his voice echoing throughout the Longxuan. He issued a decree to all disciples of the Shi Oi Oz Ing, granting them 3 days to disband. Should they fail to comply, Longxuan Oz Ing would eradicate every self-proclaimed disciple of Shi Oi Oz Ing. His words rang out clearly, sending the entire Longxuan into a frenzy, with everyone speculating on the cause of such an ultimatum. In a nearby tavern, the mighty Hotndd, upon hearing the proclamation, scoffed. The Shi Oi Oz Ing dares to provoke the Longxuan Oz Ing? They must truly wish for their demise. The higher one's cultivation, the more one understood the terror of Longxuan Oz Ing. The Shi Oi Oz Ing, a mere insignificant sect was no match for them. Their highest cultivation was merely Hu Shn, while the lowest in Longxuan was also Hu Shn. There was simply no comparison. After the old man concluded his pronouncement, HNJ approached respectfully, bowing before him. "I apologize for disturbing you today, esteemed elder." Uncertain of the old man's name, she understood the gravity of the situation. "You may refer to me as Su Nlo. Do not blame yourself. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy in Longxuan Dol, reaching the Hu Shn stage is already commendable," he replied, stroking his beard. Hu Shngx and the others quickly came forth to greet Su Nlo, and she promptly instructed LCHNGLU to arrange their departure. LCHNGLU, well-versed in the sect's mountain utilization, respectfully led Su Nlo away on his sword. El Ngixi Ozengwe, I, Lin Snd Ying, shall remember you. Following this, the sect competition resumed. However, the events that had transpired left everyone distracted and disinterested in continuing. Particularly when facing disciples of Lngxi Ozing, they hastily surrendered, fearing retribution for any potential harm done. Hu Shngx regarded the situation with exasperation. "Our Lngxi Ozing is indeed quite friendly. How can we be so petty?" Meanwhile, DOZHNGJ wore a dark expression. Although YBFN had perished, LNSTing, who had grievously injured QTNQQ, was still alive. For the first time, DOZHNGJ felt the weight of his own weakness. As QTNQQ lay wounded by LNSTing, he found himself powerless to intervene, relying solely on the system's provided New Jersey Pinnacle Experience card for revenge. Yet, he lamented his own frailty. With the New Jersey Pinnacle Experience card at his disposal now, what of the future? How could he protect anyone with his current status? "I must grow stronger. I must become formidable." Su Yngl observed DOZHNGJ's troubled demeanor, feeling a pang of guilt. Had her senior sister bitten off more than she could chew? A glance at the slumbering QTNQQ revealed she had fallen asleep, drooling slightly. Su Yngl frowned, incredulous. Despite the chaos earlier, how could she still find time to sleep? Suddenly, the system chimed, "System upgrade complete. The fated child YBFN has been slain. Reward 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000,000 fortune points. Reward 2. Host cultivation has risen to the Holy Infant stage. System level 2. New functions now available. You may freely utilize the skills of the subjugated fated daughter." With the demise of YBFN, the system finally stirred to life, prompting a glimmer of hope in DOHNGJ's eyes. Particularly, the new function allowing him to wield his master's devouring principle piqued his interest. "Does this mean I can use my Master S skills?" he inquired eagerly. Hu Shngx's devouring principle was nothing short of extraordinary, capable of countering the formidable attacks of Lin Snd Ng's Huing GZH perfectly, especially the audacious ability to devour attacks to realms higher than oneself. Even Hu Shngx at the tribulation stage could not be handled by those at the fusion stage. "Good morning, Master," QTNQQ mumbled sleepily, opening her eyes. "QQ, you're awake?" DOZHNGJ sighed in relief. Had she remained unconscious, he would have been quite distressed. The little one stretched her arms towards him, playfully demanding a hug. DOZHNGJ chuckled, cradling the injured girl gently. QTNQQ wrapped her small arms around his neck, nestling her head into the crook of his shoulder like a sloth, hanging on him affectionately. Su Yngl observed the tender display, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Although DOZHNGJ was her master, she felt the boundary of intimacy was too great to cross. Yet, witnessing QTNQQ's affection for him stirred feelings of discomfort within her. Despite being a disciple herself, she had never received such warmth from her master. As the events unfolded, DOZHNGJ held QTNQQ for a moment longer before Hu Shngx summoned him to join her for a game of mahjong. Needing one more player, the set competition would span 3 days, and it was rare for the trio of good friends, who she NGX, X, and NMN, and YFNMIO, to gather. With QT and QQ now recovered, DOHNGJ felt reassured and flew on his sword to join them. Upon arriving at Hu Shi NGX's door, he heard X and NMN's voice calling him in. "Hurry, ZHNGJ, we're all waiting for you." Diao Changju pushed the door and entered, only to find an additional square table in the room, where the three women, Hua Xiangxi, Xi Ningmen, and Yu Funyao, each occupied a corner. Hua Xiangxi and Xi Ningmen were dressed in thin garments, with sheer veils draped over their delicate attire, while Yu Funyao stood out like an anomaly, fully covered, leaving only her exquisite eyes visible. Diao Changju expertly pulled out a chair and took a seat, inhaling the distinct fragrances that surrounded him. "What shall we wager this time?" Xi Ningmen inquired, noting that everyone had arrived. "Let us stick to the usual, wager spirit stones, with a minimum bet of 100 spirit stones," suggested Hua Xiangxi. They prefer to play the variant of mahjong that involved red dragons, as it was simpler, and they found overly complicated games uninteresting. "This is dull. Every time we bet spirit stones, it hardly stirs any competitive spirit since we are not lacking in them," Xi Ningmen retorted. "Indeed, wagering spirit stones becomes lackluster after a while." Yu Funyao nodded in agreement. "What shall we wager then?" Hua Xiangxi asked. "How about something more exhilarating?" A mischievous glint sparkled in Xi Ningmen's eyes. "What kind of exhilaration?" Both Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao inquired curiously. "Let us change the stakes to removing clothing. The loser must take off a piece," Xi Ningmen proposed with a playful smile. "No way. Absolutely not." Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao quickly rejected the idea in unison. "What? Are you afraid? When we talked about spirit stones, you all claimed there was no competitive spirit, but now that I suggest something daring, you refuse," Xi Ningmen scoffed. "If we were all women, it would be acceptable, but with Changju present," Yu Funyao said softly, glancing at Diao Changju with hesitation. "Indeed, with Changju here, whether I win or lose, it would be to my detriment." Hua Xiangxi blushed. "Humph. In the end, you are just scared of losing and have an undress in front of Changju." Xi Ningmen teased. "Who is afraid of losing? I just can't shamelessly undress in front of Changju like you can." Yu Funyao shot back, her face flushed with embarrassment. Diao Changju, aware of the delicate atmosphere, wisely kept silent, recognizing the precariousness of the situation. "All right then, how about this? If I lose, I will remove a piece, and if you two lose, you will each remove half a piece. Does that sound acceptable?" Xi Ningmen suggested with a giggle. Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao blushed at the proposition. "Who is afraid? Let us do it. The loser must remove a piece," Hua Xiangxi declared, her resolve firm. Yu Funyao, seeing Hua Xiangxi's agreement, reluctantly nodded in affirmation, reasoning that there were no outsiders present, and it was bound to happen eventually. Thus commenced a fervent game of mahjong. "I win. You all lose." Xi Ningmen triumphantly displayed her winning hand. "How did you win so quickly? I hadn't even started drawing." Hua Xiangxi lamented. "How do you have 3 red dragons? This isn't fair." Yu Funyao protested. "Master Uncle is impressive." Diao Changju praised. "All right, it's time for you all to undress," Xi Ningmen said with a grin. Diao Changju nonchalantly removed his outer garment, revealing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, showcasing the long hair on his legs. The sight elicited muffled giggles from the 3 women, who were surprised to see the ethereal-looking Diao Changju dressed this way beneath his robe. "Stop laughing, you too. It's your turn now," Xi Ningmen urged. Hua Xiangxi casually removed her veil, exposing her delicate, fair shoulders. As the veil fell away, her already scant clothing left little to the imagination. Yu Funyao hesitated, then unfastened her black robe. However, upon revealing the elegant dress underneath, both Hua Xiangxi and Xi Ningmen exclaimed that she was being deceitful, as her attire concealed her skin entirely. "You all chose to wear less. Don't blame me for wearing more," Yu Funyao retorted, unfazed. The game continued, with Diao Changju winning once again, while Hua Xiangxi countered one of his moves, avoiding punishment. Thus, only Xi Ningmen and Yu Funyao faced the consequences. Xi Ningmen eagerly shed her veil and provocatively challenged Yu Funyao, proclaiming, "Undress." Yu Funyao hesitated, but, under the gaze of her companions, removed her dress. "Whoa!" As Yu Funyao revealed her attire, Xi Ningmen couldn't help but exclaim, for beneath her dress was another pristine white outfit, even more form-fitting and delicate than the previous one. Her curves, previously obscured, were now apparent, her slender waist and ample bosom on full display. Diao Changju had always assumed Yu Funyao was slightly plump, only to discover that her bulk was merely due to her layers of clothing. "Are you out of your mind? How many layers are you wearing?" Shi Ningmen teased. "Just one outer garment, one inner dress, and a small outfit. What is so unusual about that? You're the one left with just a small outfit," Yu Funyao retorted, standing her ground. "Come on, let us see how many layers you're hiding underneath." After another round, Hua Xiangxu won, and all three, Diao Changju, Shi Ningmen, and Yu Funyao, faced punishment. Diao Changju removed his short sleeves, revealing his well-defined physique. Shi Ningmen, sitting nearby, playfully touched his abs and flirtatiously said, "Changju, not bad. Master uncle, please behave." Diao Changju quickly dodged, his expression serious. He hadn't anticipated Shi Ningmen to be so daring with Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao present. "If you want to touch, find a private place." "Hey, Shi Ningmen, keep your hands to yourself," Hua Xiangxi admonished, slightly annoyed by Shi Ningmen's actions. "You both hurry and undress." Yu Funyao, gritting her teeth, unveiled her veil, stating, "This veil counts as a piece." As the veil fell, her strikingly beautiful face, rivaling that of the other two, was revealed, astonishing Diao Changju. "I didn't realize you were so beautiful, you sure shu. Why do you always wear a veil?" Diao Changju asked in surprise. Yu Funyao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. "I don't like to draw attention to myself." "Is it your excuse for being deceitful?" Shi Ningmen scoffed. "A veil counts as a piece. If you can't handle losing, don't play." With that, Shi Ningmen reached behind her back, grasping the two small red strings of her garment. Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao exchanged alarmed glances, urgently calling out no. But they were too late. Shi Ningmen had already yanked the strings, causing her garment to fall away. Diao Changju's eyes widened in disbelief, only to be swiftly covered by Hua Xiangxi and Yu Funyao. "Shi Ningmen, you can't be serious," Hua Xiangxi exclaimed, hurriedly trying to rearrange her clothing. "You did that on purpose." Yu Funyao stood protectively in front of Shi Ningmen, her tone tinged with anger. Shi Ningmen chuckled. "I don't care. Why are you both so concerned?" As Hua Xiangxi finished fixing Shi Ningmen's clothes, she pinched her playfully and declared, "I'm done. Let's switch games." She began to suspect Shi Ningmen had intentionally lost. She had originally thought she was playing at a higher level, only to realize Shi Ningmen was on another plane altogether, an exhibitionist. Who 11 NGX spoke, and Diao Changju had no objections. Everyone silently redressed themselves. After playing a few more games, the night had deepened. XNNMN and YFNMIO both resided in Hu 11 NGX's courtyard. Exhausted from the day, Diao Changju rose to take his leave. Upon returning to the mountain peak, QTI, NQQ, and Su YNGLing were already asleep. Diao Changju removed his outer garments and lay down to close his eyes. As he drifted off, he felt a disturbance, turning over only to find himself pressed against a soft, warm figure, startling him awake. To his astonishment, it was XNNMN, who had unknowingly nestled beside him, her delicate gaze regarding him with a slight curve of her beautiful eyes. "SHSH, why are you here?" Diao Changju exclaimed, attempting to rise. But XNNMN's gentle hand pulled him back into her embrace. His mind reeled, overwhelmed by the unexpected intimacy. "CHNGJ, I cannot sleep. Would you be so kind as to massage me as you did last time?" She whispered into his ear. At that moment, if Diao Changju still failed to comprehend XNNMN's intentions, he might as well be a eunuch. Very well. A half-hour later, Diao Changju surrendered, turning away in frustration, leaving XNNMN with his back. He felt a lingering sense of indignity. For the second time, he cursed his lack of cultivation, unable to defend himself against such advances. Before him lay a delectable feast, yet he could only gaze longingly through a glass window. XNNMN giggled as she clung to him, saying, "Do not lose heart, SHNGJ. I shall always be yours. There is no need to rush. Just wait until your cultivation rises." SHSH, Are you truly at the T, New Jersey stage? Diao NGJ questioned, perplexed. Why can 11 NGX do it, yet you? At the same stage cannot? Guess. XNNMN replied with a smile. I refuse to speculate. I'm going to sleep. Diao NGJ pushed her away. Are you sure you can sleep? XNNMN said, her gaze fixed on him with a playful smile. Diao NGJ sighed. Even if I cannot sleep, I must try. What other choice do I have? CHNGJ, have you forgotten? I am the leader of the H-Who insect. Although I have not practiced, my theoretical knowledge is unparalleled. XNNMN seductively licked her enticing red lips. All roads lead to Rome. If this path is blocked, we shall take another. Why not take the smaller roads if the main one is unavailable? Indeed, you are the leader of the H-Who insect. An hour later, DOCNGJ, embracing XNNMN, fell into a deep slumber, breathing heavily from exhaustion. It seemed he was quite worn out. XNNMN propped herself up on his chest, casually draping a light veil over herself, and calmly inquired, "Did I invite you out, or did you come out on your own?" Just as she finished speaking, a stunning woman clad in a red wedding gown emerged from DOCNGJ's storage ring. Standing beside the bed, her icy gaze fell upon the two, and she scolded, vile, shameless, licentious. Unperturbed by the woman's accusations, XNNMN replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be ashamed of in the pleasures of a marital bed? As for you, after a year of absorbing my young master's chaotic divine body aura to restore your state, you still fail to recognize your own position. Now you have two choices. First, immediately clarify your identity to the young master and serve him faithfully. Second, leave at once, for my young master does not lack for your assistance." "Dare you speak to me with such disrespect?" The woman in the red wedding gown was infuriated. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Acknowledging her own guilt, she admitted to having overindulged in her absorption of energy on several occasions. "You are merely an assistant to the chaotic divine body. Without it, you are nothing. Hurry and make your choice." XNNM and commanded coldly. The woman in the red gown recognized the truth in her words. Her cultivation had reached this level solely because she was an assistant to the chaotic divine body, destined to serve it. If she refused to fulfill this role, no matter how high her cultivation, she would ultimately fall. Yet, with her proud temperament, how could she submit? "If you wish to leave, then leave." The woman spat, tearing through space as she departed. After watching her go, XNNM chuckled and shook her head, realizing that this was merely a lesson to make her recognize her place, making it seem as though she was the one being wronged by acting as DOCNGJ's assistant. With the voyeur finally gone, XNNM nestled back into DOCNGJ's embrace, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. "Young master, you must grow stronger quickly. And as for this troublesome external helper, be sure to keep her in line." Suddenly, XNNM reached into DOCNGJ's hair, pulling out a petite, blue-haired girl with white wings, who cried out in fear, "Please don't kill me. Rest assured, as long as you behave, I will not harm you," XNNM said, affectionately rubbing the girl's cheek, though the smile she wore struck terror into the little one's heart. The girl nodded frantically in response. Chapter 65. Chaotic Divine Body Liu Liyan in the morning, DOCNGJ awoke and reached out beside him, only to grasp the residual warmth of the bed. Why did SHSH rise so early? He lamented, feeling a sense of loss. He still felt unsatisfied. Had it not been for the lingering scent of XNNM on the sheets, he might have thought the previous night was merely a dream. Unexpectedly attacked while asleep by SHSH, he found himself unable to partake in the encounter. After rising and stretching, he felt invigorated. It was indeed YBFN's fault. Once he had perished, DOCNGJ felt utterly liberated, free from the weight of nightmares. He muttered to himself while checking his fortune value, which had soared to 1,005,000 after eliminating YBFN. Undoubtedly, YBFN was worth a great deal. Lin SN's fortune value was merely 80,000, while YBFN's was 1,000,000. With YBFN gone, DOCNGJ had become unexpectedly wealthy overnight. System, convert all my fortune value into cultivation, he commanded. After the events of the previous day, he realized just how low his cultivation truly was. Unable to protect his disciple, he felt utterly helpless. Ding! The host currently possesses 1,000,500 fortune value. Should the entire amount be converted into cultivation, the host cultivation will rise to the initial stage of Teen Sen. Confirm exchange? Exchange. Diao Changju declared without hesitation. Although 1,005,000 fortune value only allowed him to ascend 2 major realms from the Holy Spirit stage to the initial stage of Teen Sen, it seemed a slight loss. He could have taken years to cultivate to the T and Su-En stage gradually. However, Diao Changju could not afford to wait. He was eager to grow stronger. Ding! Exchange complete. The host cultivation has reached the initial stage of Teen Sen. As Diao Changju sensed the transformation within him, he marveled at the system's capabilities. Others had to face tribulations to advance their cultivation. One for the Holy Infant stage, one for the Teen Sen stage, one for the T New Jersey stage, and one for the transformation stage. Yet, he bypassed all that. The system simply granted him the ascension, allowing him to jump directly from the Holy Spirit stage to the T and Su-En stage without any tribulations. With his cultivation now at the T and Su-En stage, Diao Changju's appearance also underwent a remarkable change. Gazing into the mirror, he touched his youthful and handsome face, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It could be said that his charming visage played a significant role in winning over Liu Liyan. He wondered what she was doing now. When she had proposed their separation, she likely never anticipated that he would not only survive, but also flourish in strength, ultimately regaining his youthful and attractive appearance. Somewhere, in a place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, a barefoot little girl is sitting by the pond, playing with the water. Suddenly, the sky darkens with thunder and lightning. 9 bolts of purple lightning converge into a terrifying beam of light, cascading from the heavens, targeting a breathtaking woman meditating in the distance. This woman is Liu Liyan, who is practicing in the secret realm of the Longxuan sect. The little girl gasps in astonishment, her voice taking on an elder sister's tone. Could it be the 9 purple heavenly punishment? Has this girl offended the laws of the heavens? To undergo a tribulation, yet attract the 9 purple heavenly punishment is indeed a grave matter. The 9 purple heavenly punishment is well known as a dreadful thunder tribulation that instills fear in those who face it, ranking among the top 3 in terms of power. Historically, few have survived its wrath. Generally, only those who transgress the heavenly laws are subjected to such a punishment during their tribulations. The little girl furrows her brow, contemplating whether to intervene on Liu Liyan's behalf. She has quite the fondness for this girl, who possesses remarkable cultivation talent, keen insight, and a quick understanding of her teachings. Unlike many of the previous incompetent leaders of the Longxuan sect, who often failed to grasp her explanations despite repeated attempts. In recent years, aside from Liu Liyan, the only other with similar aptitude is her master, Hu Xingx. It is a pity that Hu Xingx's extraordinary physique, the YHTNTN, was not awakened at that time. Otherwise, her cultivation would have certainly reached the integration stage by now. Just as the little girl prepares to take action, Liu Liyan, without even opening her eyes, raises her jade hand and slaps the colossal purple beam descending from the sky. Begone! The immense beam shatters, and the thunderclouds above dissipate in a flurry of curses. The little girl watches in silence, realizing her concerns were unwarranted. Truly, as the legendary bearer of the chaotic divine physique, she is indeed formidable. The little girl marvels at the encounter, for it is her first time meeting someone with such a reputed physique. However, she finds it peculiar. Legends state that the chaotic divine physique typically manifests in males, yet she has encountered a female possessing this rare trait. After overcoming her tribulation, Liu Liyan immediately returns to her meditative state, feeling utterly despondent. Time is ticking, and the deadline for Diao Changju is approaching swiftly. Merely a year or 2 away. She yearns to cultivate fervently, to grow stronger, and, after avenging her village, she desires to be laid to rest alongside Diao Changju. Upon exiting her chamber, QT in QQ energetically leaps onto her. After taking a whiff of Diao Changju, QT in QQ's expression turns oddly curious. Why does her master smell like NMIG? Could it be that NMIG finally dropped her FAAD and sneaked in last night? QT QQ understands X and NMI's feelings. If she doesn't act soon, Diao Changju will be consumed by other vile women. Diao Changju gently pats QT in QQ's small head, smiling as he asks, "Are you feeling better now, QQ?" "I'm all better now." QT in QQ replies, her eyes narrowed in comfort. "What about your junior sister?" Diao Changju notices the absence of Su Wying Ling and inquires. "She went to continue participating in the sex grand competition." "Then let us go watch as well." "All right." Diao Changju cradles QT in QQ's warm, fragrant little form and takes to the skies on his sword, leaving the mountaintop behind. Chapter 66. My fate is determined by heaven, not by me. The sex grand competition commenced early in the morning with fierce contests. Before Diao Changju's arrival, Su Wying Ling had already taken the stage and won a round. Her opponent was an intersect disciple of the Lingxi sect at the Golden Course stage. At this moment, Huxing X, Y, F, N, M, O, and X, N, M, I had also arrived early. Huxing X cast a glance at Diao Changju before shifting her gaze away. YF N, M, O, still clad in yesterday's attire of a black robe and veil, conceals herself thoroughly, leaving only her beautiful eyes exposed. Her enchanting gaze catches Diao Changju holding QT in QQ, causing her brows to furrow slightly. How is it that Diao Changju appears younger today, yet his cultivation remains at the Holy Spirit stage? X and M, I greet Diao Changju with a smile, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. "Good morning, Changju." "Good morning." NNME. Diao Changju feels a bit awkward the moment he sees X and NMI. Memories of her passionate antics from the night before flood his mind, stirring something within him. "You look quite spirited today, Changju. It seems you had a restful night." X and NM, I suggest with a knowing glance. QTN QQ, nestled in Diao Changju's embrace, feels a twinge of guilt, lowering her head. "Is this your precious disciple, Changju?" XNN Duanithi asks, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at QT in QQ. "I intended for you to be placed under Diao Changju's wing, not to be clung to him. Indeed, her name is QT in QQ. QQ, greet your great aunt." Diao Changju gently shakes the small figure in his arms, prompting QT in QQ to timidly respond, "Great Aunt X and NMI. Do not call me Great Aunt. It makes me feel old. Just call me NNMIG. X and NMI laughs, extending her hands to pinch QT in QQ's delicate face playfully. QT in QQ dares not cry out, fearing the consequences. "Oh no. Sangri. I shouldn't have clung to my master in front of her. Changju, your precious disciple is truly adorable. May I hold her?" XNN Donis asks eokerly. "That depends on my disciple's willingness," Diao Changju replies. With her charming looks, is beloved by all. Huxing X had expressed a desire to hold her before, but QT in QQ had refused. MHM, QT in QQ quickly nods. Does she have the right to refuse? Would she dare? X and M, I skillfully scoops QT in QQ under her armpits and cradles her in her arms, proceeding to playfully pinch and squeeze her. And NMIG, I'm sorry. And NMIG, I'm truly sorry. I promise not to cling to my master anymore. I will keep my distance from him from now on. Yet, XNNM, I shows no signs of relenting. Diao Changju watches as QT in QQ is playfully manipulated into various shapes in X in MI's embrace, his lips twitching as he contemplates intervening. However, since QT in QQ does not express discomfort, he refrains from doing so. Ultimately, it is YF in me, who cannot bear to watch any longer. She reaches out and takes QT in QQ from X Mi's grasp, speaking softly, and Mi, please don't go overboard. She's still just a child. YF and me, oh gently smooths QT in QQ's tousled hair. QT in QQ feels deeply touched, nuzzling against YF in Mio's neck. YF in G is the best. Oof. X in Mi snorts, turning to embrace Diao Ch in J's arm, smugly proclaiming, it's still better to be with Ch in J. YF and Mio smiles but remains silent, using her spiritual power to alleviate the pain from QT in QQ's reddened and swollen face. From her elevated position, Hu Xiying X observes the intimate exchanges between X in Mi and Diao Ch in J, a sense of foreboding filling her heart. It feels as though X in Mi and Diao Ch in J share an inappropriate bond. Yet, X in Mi and Diao Ch in J have always been this close. In the past, X in M, I would frequently embrace Diao Ch in J in front of Li Lyn. Such actions had long since become commonplace. Li Lyn had never intervened, knowing that Diao Ch in J's heart belonged solely to her, and he would not spare X in Mi a glance. Even if X in M I stood before Diao Ch in J unclad, she believed he would remain unfazed. However, today, Hu Xiying X senses something amiss. This morning, she had seen X in Mi, who had been yawning incessantly, claiming she had not slept well and felt weak all over. Could it be that this mischievous NMIG had attempted a nighttime ambush on her disciple? A bold thought crosses Hu Xiying X's mind. Given X in Mi's character, she might indeed dare to do such a thing. Otherwise, why would she be acting so unusually? Why the sudden fatigue? Isn't this reminiscent of Hua Xiangxi's experiences in the mysterious realms of the deities? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No, tonight, while bathing with Xiao Naiman, I must conduct a thorough examination. Hua Xiangxi mused. If Xiao Naiman truly has entangled herself with Diao Changju, I shall certainly make her regret it. With so many men in the world, why must she pursue my disciple? He Hua Zong's Shi Chu Yuan. As the referee's voice echoed, Bai Chu Yuan cast a cold glance at the distant Bai Wentian and Diao Changju before stepping down from the platform, leaving behind a man on the stage, clutching his groin in agony. The male spectators gasped at the sight. Even from across the platform, they felt a piercing pain. This marked the fifth man she had incapacitated. I can't believe it. This woman is ruthless. Does she harbor a grudge against men? She kicks it down every single time. Let me tell you something outrageous. She is still the saintess of He Hua Zong. What? She is the saintess of He Hua Zong? Those unaware might think she belongs to a sect that despises men. As cultivators, even if they lose limbs, they can regenerate as long as they pay a slight price in their cultivation. Yet this pain becomes a lifelong shadow. Bai Chu Yuan has already realized that Diao Changju is the so-called cheap husband her sister Bai Hua Jin incessantly speaks of. No wonder she felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first encountering Diao Changju. It turns out he transformed from an old man into a middle-aged uncle. She failed to recognize him immediately. Upon recognizing Diao Changju's identity, Bai Chu Yuan promptly sought out Xiao Naiman to inform her that her sister was already involved with Diao Changju, urging her sister to serve him in her stead. However, to her astonishment, Xiao Naiman revealed that she had known this all along. Both sisters must serve Diao Changju, as they both possess the Liu sacred body, leaving neither an escape route. The Diao family extended their assistance to the Bai family solely for the purpose of obtaining the Liu sacred body to mend Diao Changju's chaotic divine body. If it were not for the intention to repair Diao Changju's chaotic divine body, the Diao family would not have intervened to save the Bai family, which would have perished long ago. This realization filled Bai Chu Yuan with an immense sense of anger, yet also left her feeling helpless. Chapter 67. Let me see. Full of positive energy, Xue Yinglong observed Bai Chu Yuan's performance on the platform with a heavy heart, recognizing that her true cultivation far surpassed what was visible. On the surface, Bai Chu Yuan appeared to be at the early stage of the Yuan-Ying realm, yet she might very well be at the Sheng-Ying or even the Dixian stage. At 25 years of age, reaching the Dixian stage, such talent in cultivation would qualify her as a super genius, even in the upper echelons of cultivation realms. How could such a phenomenon manifest in Longxuan Continent? Shui Yinglong understood that her quest for the championship had become exceedingly difficult. She merely hoped to avoid Bai Chu Yuan in the subsequent matches. Changju, do you fancy my disciple? Xiao Naiman playfully asked as she clung to Diao Changju's arm while pointing at Bai Chu Yuan. Not all. Diao Changju's scalp tingled at the thought of Bai Chu Yuan's merciless kicks on the platform. This was entirely in line with her icy demeanor. If such a woman were to exhibit similar behavior in bed, it would be quite alarming. Bai Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not fond of her, one daughter entangled with him was sufficient. There was no need for both. The ensuing battles were rather unremarkable, with Bai Chu Yuan and Shui Yinglong easily defeating their opponents. The two women emerged as frontrunners for the championship. Curiosity surrounded who would prevail if the two were to face each other. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the conclusion of the set competition for the day, with the championship bout scheduled for the following day. Upon returning home, the ever-suspicious Hua Xiangxi wasted no time and directly dragged Xiao Naiman to bathe. There were matters she needed to confirm for her peace of mind. "Oh, Xiangxi, what are you doing? Let me see." "Xiangxi, no, let me see." Hua Xiangxi soaked in the bath, washing her hands, utterly perplexed. How could she still be here? This was impossible. What on earth had gone wrong? Before she could ponder further, Xiao Naiman suddenly embraced her. "No." Hua Xiangxi gasped in alarm, resolutely rejecting the advance. She could not bear to witness, the moment she did, her pristine image would shatter. Unfortunately, Xiao Naiman was not one to accept rejection and had already taken action. "Oh, Naiman, what are you doing? Let me see." "Naiman, no. Let me see." A bear Eufunmio sauntered into the room. Observing Hua Xiangxi, who appeared utterly disheartened in Xiao Naiman's embrace, she wore a look of confusion. "Oh, little Bai Bai has arrived. Come over." Xiao Naiman beckoned cheerfully to Eufunmio. Slightly puzzled, Eufunmio stepped down from the bath and approached them. "What are you two up to?" Upon seeing Eufunmio slowly approach, Hua Xiangxi and Xiao Naiman exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous smile playing at their lips. The two lunged simultaneously toward Eufunmio. Eufunmio panicked, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "Oh, Xiangxi, Naiman, what are you doing? Let me see. Let me see." "Xiangxi, Nyanman, no. Let me see. Let me see." Eufunmio curled into a corner of the bath, hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face. "I'm not clean anymore." The two women laughed, floating in the water in a carefree manner. "You're as clean as can be. We can vouch for it." Eufunmio cried, even louder upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Xiao Naiman seized Hua Xiangxi in her arms and grinned mischievously. "Among the three of us sisters, you're the only one who has tasted the flavor of men. Quickly tell me what it feels like." Eufunmio, upon hearing Xiao Naiman's words, ceased her weeping, revealing only her head above the water, swimming over like a Yangtze crocodile to eavesdrop beside the two women. "What does it feel like?" Hua Xiangxi's cheeks flushed, feigning ignorance. "It's like..." Xiao Naiman leaned close to Hua Xiangxi's ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiangxi turned crimson, smoke seemingly rising from her head, as she playfully shoved Xiao Naiman away, exclaiming, "Stop it! What nonsense are you spouting?" Eufunmio, too, overheard Xiao Naiman's whispered words, her ears turning slightly red. Her expression conflicted. She wanted to continue listening, but also wished to retreat. "If you don't wish to share, you can tell me in secret which man has gained the favor of the esteemed Hua Xiangxi." Xiao Naiman teased. "What business is it of yours? I might have accidentally lost it." How could Hua Xiangxi possibly divulge Diao Changju? Xiao Naiman's eyes lit up, leaning closer to Hua Xiangxi's ear, whispering, "I never would have guessed that you, who seems so disinterested, secretly." Both Eufunmio and Hua Xiangxi turned beet red at this. "You're impossible. I've never tried anything." Hua Xiangxi pushed Xiao Naiman away forcefully. All she wanted was to retract her hands. Why must she inspect Xiao Naiman? Now, Xiao Naiman had no issues, but she herself had been found wanting. Xiao Naiman would never let her off the hook. Grabbing Hua Xiangxi's silky black hair, she threatened, "If you don't speak up, I'll let the whole continent know that the icy and pure Hua Xiangxi secretly harbors a penchant for men." Hua Xiangxi was left speechless. Xiao Naiman was undoubtedly a master of rumors. "Fine, I'll tell you." Hua Xiangxi conceded. She thought that since Xiao Naiman did not know who the man was, sharing it with her could be quite amusing. This thought gave Hua Xiangxi a thrill of mischief. Quickly, quickly. Xiao Naiman held Hua Xiangxi tightly, her eyes gleaming with thirst for knowledge. Aren't you the leader of He Hua Zone? Don't you know a lot? Why must you ask me? Hua Xiangxi questioned. I do know, but it's all theoretical. It's not like you have practical experience, Xiao Naiman replied with a sly smile. I've only had one experience myself. Now tell me what it feels like. It's just, all right, that's it, Hua Xiangxi concluded, her face aflame, wore an expression of lingering desire, lamenting, is that it? Just gone? Yu Femiao covered her flushed face as though she had committed a misdeed. What else do you wish to know? I intended to pose my question to Xineman, who leaned closer to Waxiangxi and whispered, how dare you ask such things? Waxiangxi exclaimed, playfully swatting at Xineman. Come on, I am eager to learn. Xineman clung to Waxiangxi, nuzzling her affectionately. All right, I shall reveal it. Waxiangxi resolved to divulge everything, as she had already shared both the pertinent and the trivial. In Chapter 68, Diao Changju lay restlessly on the bed, unable to sleep. Why has T-Shirshu come tonight? He pondered, fixated on Xineman, who he had anticipated would join him for a nocturnal visit. As the clock approached midnight, she was still absent. Suddenly, he sensed a presence nearing. A figure slipped into the room. It was Xineman's disciple, Ziquan. He found it peculiar that a different person had come for the night visit. Do Xineman and her disciple alternate their night visits? He wondered. What business could the saintess have with me at this hour? Diao Changju speculated, half-jokingly. She wouldn't be here to confront Kai Shuquan, would she? The evening breeze carried a chill. Ziquan regarded Diao Changju with an icy gaze. Diao Changlao, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. This is not a suitable place. May we relocate? Certainly, Diao Changju nodded, though puzzled by Ziquan's insistence to meet at this hour. Yet, as a formidable figure of Tianxian stage, he felt no fear towards her. A mere Yuaning early-stage practitioner. Ziquan summoned her sword and soared into the night sky, followed closely by Diao Changju. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow trailed behind. Cloaked in secrecy, it was Shuang Long, who had sensed Ziquan's approach and stealthily listened to their conversation. Concerned for Diao Changju's safety, she decided to follow. As they reached a secluded peak within Lingxiao sect, Diao Changju felt an unsettling energy. The area was fortified with advanced formations, designed to ensnare those within while concealing their presence and sound. What is the meaning of this, saintess? He inquired, realizing that Ziquan had orchestrated this trap. I intend to kill you, Ziquan replied coldly, summoning a sword of saintly quality. She had meticulously planned this ambush and set up these formations, undetectable even to those of fusion stage strength. Only her father, Bai Wentian, would be aware of the anomaly here. After learning of Diao Changju's identity and a quarrel with Xineman, she had conceived this plan. If Diao Changju were to survive her, she might begrudgingly accept him as her husband. If he proved weaker, why should she and her sister serve him? Death will be preferable. Why do you wish to kill me? We have no enmity, Diao Changju queried, perplexed. Ziquan remained silent, unleashing her full cultivation of Tianji stage upon him. Tianji stage. Diao Changju was taken aback. He had never imagined that this woman, merely 25 years of age, would possess such formidable strength. System alert. Detected a daughter of destiny. Name, Ziquan, age, 25, cultivation, early Tianji stage, fortune value, 200,000. Why did this system only inform me now that she is a daughter of destiny? Diao Changju exclaimed in frustration. This was disastrous. If he had known Ziquan's true cultivation, he would never have followed her here. The system's avatar, a little girl with white wings, felt a profound sense of grievance. Her small hands were crossed over her chest, her head tilted skyward at a 45-degree angle, pouting as she fought back tears. Did you think I didn't want to warn you sooner? But I was afraid to do so without Xineman's permission. If I had alerted you, my life would have been forfeit. This system faces its own challenges. Devouring law, Diao Changju decided to reveal his own power, enveloped in radiant golden energy as he wielded his sword against Ziquan. Early Tianxian stage, Ziquan noted with surprise at Diao Changju's cultivation. She had witnessed Waxiangxi in combat against Lin San and understood that even at the same stage, she could not match Huaxiangxi. Yet now, with her own advancement to early Tianji stage, she held a significant advantage over Diao Changju, who was merely at early Tianxian stage. Meanwhile, Xue Yinglong, who had stealthily entered, observed Ziquan assaulting Diao Changju. Tianji stage, Tianxian stage. She muttered in disbelief at the clash between them. What purpose did her following them serve? She realized she could not intervene in their battle, for even if she unleashed the power of the Jiao demon body, she could only reach the Dixian stage. Diao Changju, utilizing the devouring law, managed to withstand Ziquan's relentless attacks, aggravating her further. The longer the fight dragged on, the greater the chance of being discovered. Liu Liyan unleashed Lily Blossoms. Ziquan activated her secret technique, transforming into her Liu Liyan sacred body, surrounded by pure holy light. Her appearance became adorned in form-fitting white armor, her once black hair turning white, along with her eyes and brows. Her cultivation surged to the peak of late Tianji stage. Are you still capable of the little demon fairy transformation? Diao Changju felt an overwhelming weight in his heart as he faced Ziquan. Now, at the pinnacle of late Tianji stage, he had relied on the devouring law to maintain an equilibrium, awaiting Huaxiangxi and Xineman's arrival for rescue. However, with Ziquan's advancement, he feared his abilities might falter. Without further ado, Ziquan unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Diao Changju. He quickly attempted to defend with the devouring law, but the force was too potent to absorb entirely, resulting in a wound across his chest, blood seeping forth. Shizhuan, Xue Yinglong cried out in alarm. Since the onset of the conflict, she had been desperately sending messages for assistance. Unfortunately, the formations had severed all communication, trapping her within. In Chapter 69, the moment by Wentian, seated in meditation, opened his eyes, he sensed a curious energy emanating from the direction of Diao Changju and Ziquan. Strange. Why do I feel the presence of the Liu Liyan sacred body? What battle is that girl engaged in? The owner of this voice was Xineman. Huaxiangxi, have you and your beloved man ever experienced anything like this? She teased, striking a playful pose on the bed. Are you trying to kill me? Huaxiangxi retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Xineman has been teasing her incessantly tonight. Yufan Miao remained silent, yet silently took note of everything. How about this? No. What about this? No. And this? Please, Xineman, spare me. Huaxiang, she pulled the blanket over her head. She has only one way of expressing herself. What else can she say? Forget it. Time to sleep. Xineman burrowed into the blanket, embracing Huaxiang Shi. How about this? That's enough. Master, uncle, why haven't you come to save me yet? Diao Changju was constantly evading by Chu Yuan's attacks, his clothes already tattered with numerous wounds. All right, I have a 5-minute experience card for the peak of the Tianji late stage. Diao Changju almost forgot about this precious gift bestowed by the system years ago. Meanwhile, Bai Chu Yuan, unable to subdue Diao Changju, resolved to use her full strength. Liu Liyaoi, shine! Bai Juding, Bai Chu Yuan exclaimed, unleashing a terrifying energy attack shaped like a lily towards Diao Changju. Even one at the God transformation stage could not withstand her move. Sensing the overwhelming power of Bai Chu Yuan's Bai Juding, Diao Changju hastily communicated with the system. Quickly use the experience card for the peak of the Tianji late stage. Ding! The experience card for the peak of the Tianji late stage has been successfully activated. Master! Xuanglong also recognized the terrifying might of Bai Chu Yuan's move, her face pale as she shouted. In her eyes, Diao Changju was undoubtedly doomed. The next moment, a cold voice rang out. Devour! A golden vortex appeared before the lily, instantly extinguishing it. Bai Chu Yuan stared at Diao Changju in disbelief. The peak of the Tianji late stage. Master! Xuanglong quickly wiped away her tears, shouting excitedly. She knew Diao Changju was extraordinary. He cannot possibly die so easily. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Your cultivation is still at the peak of the Tianji late stage. Bai Chu Yuan felt a heavy weight in her heart. Diao Changju, disinterested in further conversation with Bai Chu Yuan, knew he had to act decisively during these 5 minutes as a true man, not wasting a single moment. He immediately launched an attack on Bai Chu Yuan. Now at the peak of the Tianji late stage, Diao Changju, combined with the Devour Law, made by Chu Yuan no match for him. Soon, he easily subdued her, sealing her cultivation and dropping her onto the soft grass. Oof. If you want to kill me, just make it quick. Bai Chu Yuan retorted defiantly. Although she acknowledged Diao Changju as worthy of being her man, she refused to yield verbally. How could Bai Chu Yuan possibly reveal her true feelings to Diao Changju? After subduing Bai Chu Yuan, Diao Changju pondered her connection to Xinan Man, planning to hand her over to Xinan Man after they exited. Speak. We have no enmity. Why do you want to kill me? Dia Hang you incurit. If you want me to say it, then I would lose face, wouldn't I? Bai Chu Yuan sneered. If you refuse to speak, then so be it. I'm not particularly interested. Diao Changju shrugged nonchalantly. After all, when Xinan Man arrives, she would surely be compelled to speak. Master, are you all right? Shuang Long rushed over, concerned. I'm fine. Diao Changju replied, his injuries merely superficial. Just then, the time for his 5-minute experience card at the peak of the Tianji late stage had expired. But master, why is your face so red? You're all flushed. Shuang Long exclaimed. She then caught sight of something she shouldn't have and stepped back, blushing. Diao Changju finally noticed something was amiss with his body. He anxiously asked the system, what happened? The disciple saw my name. This is the side effect of the 5-minute experience card for the peak of the Tianji late stage. Side effect? Why didn't you tell me before? Diao Changju was on the verge of exploding. I forgot to mention it. This isn't my fault. I was forced. The transform system, now a small lowly, had her small white wings drooping weakly, her little hands crossed over her chest, her small head tilted back at a 45-degree angle, pouting in a pitiful manner. Try not to let the tears fall. I've lost my authority. I had to do this to survive. Woo-woo-woo. Diao Changju's gaze turned wolf-like as he looked at Bai Chu Yuan. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Sitting on the ground, Bai Chu Yuan also sensed Diao Changju's unusual behavior, fearfully retreating. Now that her cultivation was sealed, she had no way to escape. Although she acknowledged Diao Changju as her man in her heart, it did not mean she accepted him in a romantic sense. They lacked any emotional foundation. Shuang Long sat helplessly on the ground, wanting to flee but unable to, merely watching in a daze. Help! Master is truly a beast. Chapter 70. The acting is too fake. 2 hours later, Diao Changju finally returned to normal. Congratulations, host, on successfully forcing the daughter of fate, Shi Chu Yuan, to submit. Shi Chu Yuan's submission value. 0. The host receives the following rewards. Reward 1. The host's chaos divine body is restored to 60%. Reward 2. The host cultivation is elevated to the mid-stage of Tianxian. Reward 3. The host receives a 10-minute experience card for the initial stage of God transformation. A submission value of 0. Diao Changju looked at the despondent and tearful Bai Chu Yuan with some surprise. It seemed Shi Chu Yuan was dissatisfied with his performance. He took a soft sheet from his spatial ring and covered her. Looking again at Shuang Long, she thought Diao Changju was about to strike her, her face turning pale as she shouted, "Don't come closer." She had witnessed Bai Chu Yuan's tragic state, and now she had developed a trauma regarding Diao Changju. She could no longer regard him as her master. The shock from the past 2 hours had been overwhelming, so much so that her mouth hung open in disbelief. Diao Changju sighed, quietly dressing himself. There was no way to avoid it. He would have to give Shuang Long some time to process today's events. Bai Chu Yuan gripped the sheet tightly. Her eyes filled with anger towards Diao Changju. She had no emotional foundation with him, and his actions were undoubtedly a violation. Oh dear, what happened? Why are you all here? Xinan Man approached, smiling as she flew in on her sword. Upon seeing Bai Chu Yuan lying on the ground, she hurried over to lift her up, her eyes filled with feigned concern. Disciple, what happened? Who did this? Bai Chu Yuan shot Xinan Man a cold glare. So fake. Your acting is too fake. She suspected Xinan Man knew about today's events. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the first to rush over to see the aftermath. Diao Changju awkwardly raised his hand. Master Uncle, it was me. Changju, how could you ruin the saintess of my Huan sect? Xinan Man scolded angrily. Diao Changju scratched his nose, about to explain. It's fine. I will take full responsibility. After all, he was in need of a vessel lately. Indeed, Xinan Man was on his side. But why did Xinan Man have such a remarkably talented disciple? At just 25 years old, she was at the initial stage of Tianji. This is too unbelievable. Bai Chu Yuan, enduring the pain, took out a new dress to change into, as her original garments had been torn to shreds. Good disciple, are you more obedient now? Xinan Man smiled as she transmitted her voice to Bai Chu Yuan. You set me up on purpose. Bai Chu Yuan retorted angrily. I did not. This was all your doing. I had no hand in it. It seems so. Who would have known Diao Changju was so formidable? By the way, good disciple, did what I taught you come in handy just now? Get lost. All right. Bai Chu Yuan gritted her teeth and nodded, considering it as if she had been bitten by a dog for 2 hours. No problem. BQUN expressed no objections, and naturally, DOCH Ingjae had none either. He not only did not lose, but even profited from the situation. Su Wying Elling felt utterly superfluous in this setting. Now, only Su Wying Elling and DOCH Ingjae remained. Diochiacha Inijij. Perceiving the palpable resistance emanating from Su Wying Elling, refrained from insisting she mount the flying sword. After speaking, he took flight on his sword. Once he departed, Su Wying Elling slumped to the ground, clutching her knees, lost in thought. Following today's events, she was at a loss as to how to face DOCH Ingjae in the future. The mere sight of him would inevitably evoke memories of DOCH Ingjae in the pitiful, helpless visage of BQUN. After a considerable time, she lifted her head and inhaled deeply. It is only human nature to desire. My master is no saint. How could he be devoid of desires? Today, I merely witnessed something I should not have. The reason for my master's behavior likely stems from the side effects of his sudden surge in cultivation. He has committed no wrongdoing. It is BQUN who is at fault. I should not let this distance me from my master. Upon returning to the peak, Su Wying Elling acted as though nothing had transpired, yet she deliberately maintained her distance from DOCH Ingjae. He, too, found himself at a loss. After the events of the previous night, neither Su Wying Elling nor BQUN had the heart to participate in the sect competition. Thus, a day passed in this manner. With the conclusion of the sect competition, X, N, N, M, N, and YF, N, me, took their leave in succession. BWNTN saw no reason to remain in L, and Shi Oz Ing and longed to depart swiftly. Before his exit, XNNMN cautioned BWNTN against revealing DOCH Ingjae's identity to be Hu JN. BWNTN nodded in agreement. Chapter 71. QSH Ing FI at this moment. The Xiao family of the Longxuan Continent welcomed a mysterious guest. A petite girl, approximately 1 meter 60 tall and strikingly beautiful, sat at the head of the Xiao family hall. An elderly woman stood silently beside her, eyes closed. Xiao Zhn and the ancestors of the Xiao family knelt before this young girl, trembling in fear. Their trepidation was not directed at the girl herself, but rather at the elderly woman beside her, who emanated an aura of unfathomable depth, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. The girl lifted a teacup, gently blowing away the steam before sipping it leisurely. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Had YBFN still been alive to witness this girl, his system would have undoubtedly exploded with notifications, declaring her a beauty of the highest caliber. She then raised her exquisitely beautiful face, her icy gaze fixed on the kneeling figures as she demanded, "Speak. How did my brother Shi-Ohuhu meet his demise?" Before Shi-Ozich-In could respond, the elders swiftly interjected, "Fairy, this is not my doing. I merely passed through. I am not one of the Xiao family. I have no ties to Shi-Ohuhu." The expressions of Shi-Ozhin and the others reflected shock and disbelief at their ancestor's words. No, ancestor. Not again. The Xiao family's elder was indeed a pitiful figure. Previously, when Shi-Ohu had offended the El in Shi-Ozing, he had been innocently implicated, forced to kneel in humiliation. This time, having done nothing wrong, he merely sought a moment of joy with a concubine, only to find himself abruptly seized by the elderly woman and compelled to kneel here. Silence. The elder woman opened her eyes and, with a wave of her hand, struck the Xiao family elder's head into the ground. Blood trickled from his head and tears streamed down his cheeks. Why is it always me who suffers? You. The elder woman pointed at Shi-Ozhin, commanding, "Speak." At least this person seems somewhat reliable. She OZH and recounted the events that had transpired, detailing everything without omission. The girl could not contain her laughter. What ALN she OZing? What a DOCH-ing J. What a possession by evil spirits. You fools believe everything you hear. She OZH in and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Is there something amiss? She OZH and asked, perplexed. The so-called evil spirit Dan was deliberately arranged for my brother Shi O Hu by his master. You tell me, is DNCH in an evil spirit? Did he possess my brother Shi O Hu's body? The girl shouted in fury. This girl, named QSH Ing Fi, was the young master of the Q family from TNSH Ing SH and ZHU. At merely 23 years of age, she had already reached the mid-stage of the earthly mechanism realm, making her the second most talented individual in TNSH, Ing SH, and ZHU. Second only to be QUN. Years ago, she had traversed the Longxuan Continent and fortuitously crossed paths with Shi O Hu. Although they had only traveled together for a day and exchanged few words, QSH Ing F, I became hopelessly infatuated with him. Shi O Hu possessed an indescribable charm that made their time together feel effortless. However, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their statuses. She, QSH Ing Fi, was the young master of the Q family, while Shi O Hu was several years her senior and still not yet at the nascent soul stage. Their union seemed impossible. Thus, QSH Ing F, I exerted great effort to help Shi O Hu grow stronger, hoping he could one day be worthy of her. Through her machinations, a spatial ring containing the soul of DNCH found its way to Shi O Hu. She believed that under DNCH's guidance, Shi O Hu's cultivation would flourish, allowing her to retreat into seclusion with peace of mind. However, upon emerging from her retreat, she discovered that Shi O Hu's life talisman had shattered. Enraged, she immediately journeyed to the Shi O family in the Longxuan Continent to uncover the truth and avenge her brother, Shi O Hu. What? Fairy, are you saying my son has not been possessed at all? Shi OZHN's face was one of astonishment. The two mysterious powerful figures before him had no reason to deceive them. Yet, the fact remained that his son's cultivation had inexplicably deteriorated year after year. To call you all foolish is an understatement. QSH Ing F, I laughed bitterly. She then explained why Shi O Hu's cultivation had declined, as well as the reason for his sudden awakening from unconsciousness, now at the heaven's profound stage. Upon hearing QSH Ing F's words, Shi OZHN's expression darkened in horror as he fully believed her. The realization that he had inadvertently encouraged the L in Shi OZing to kill his own son, even applauding their actions, ignited a furious rage within him. He understood that this was merely an excuse concocted by DOCH Ing J to eliminate Shi O Hu, all because their family had offended that Hu JN. Shi OZH prostrated himself before QSH Ing Fi. This young girl clearly held a deep connection with Shi O Hu, and it was evident to him that they were not from the Longxuan Continent, but from a higher realm of cultivation, possessing the power to confront L in Shi OZing and avenge Shi O Hu. You need not speak further. I shall exact this vengeance. You find an excuse to summon that DOCH Ing J here. I will slay DOCH Ing J first, and then annihilate L in Shi OZing in tribute to my brother Shi O Hu. QSH Ing F, I declared with a fierce countenance. Thank you, Fairy. I will go lure DOCH Ing J here at once. Shi Uziaga Ani Hisponde. Filled with excitement. In L N Shi OZing, DOCH Ing J lounged in a rocking chair under the sun with QT NQQ, while Su Wying Elling sat beneath a tree, meditating and cultivating as usual. Both deliberately chose not to mention the events that had transpired previously. System, I have suddenly realized a problem. What problem? Didn't TX, N, M, N willingly submit to me? Why do I feel as though I cannot utilize her fortune nor her abilities? Diochiacha Eniji J inquired. He was able to simultaneoususly employ the devouring laws of Hushing X and the transformation abilities of XQUN. This question stumped the system. Shio X, Internally, Xiao cursed. That madwoman has an alarmingly high fortune value. How could she dare grant you full access? If I were to allow that, I would be obliterated in the next moment. Because the host is not broken through, it is impossible to use. He opened a panel of Bai Hua Jin. Name, Bai Hua Jin. Age, 25 years. Cultivation, early earth profound. Submission value, 95. Physique, Liu Liyan sacred body, activated. Fortune value, 200,000 long ago. Diao Changju had discovered that the fortune values of these women with destiny would increase alongside their cultivation. Initially, Bai Hua Jin's fortune value was merely 10,000, but it has now multiplied 20-fold. If memory serves, that Shi Chu Yuan also possesses the Liu Liyan sacred body and is of the same age as Xiao Hua Jin. What a coincidence! Were it not for the fact that Shi Chu Yuan and Bai Hua Jin bore no resemblance, he might have suspected they were twin sisters. One is Hua Jin, the other is Chu Yuan. He opened Shi Chu Yuan's panel. Name, Shi Chu Yuan. Age, 25 years. Cultivation, mid-heavenly mechanism. Submission value, 0. Physique, Liu Liyan chaotic divine body, activated. Fortune value, 500,000. Chapter 72, supplementing chaotic energy. Liu Liyan chaotic divine body. Fortune value, 500,000. Diao Changju questioned whether he had misremembered. Previously, when he had checked, Shi Chu Yuan was clearly a Liu Liyan sacred body. How could she have transformed into a Liu Liyan chaotic divine body? Moreover, her fortune value had suddenly soared from 200,000 to 500,000. A bold thought emerged in Diao Changju's mind. But why has Bai Hua Jin, who also possesses the Liu Liyan sacred body, not transformed into a Liu Liyan chaotic divine body? Truly perplexing. He opened his eyes in meditation. Bai Chu Yuan was filled with joy. Had she known of such benefits, she would have seized command at all costs. Do you know what your current physique is called? Shina Man inquired. I don't know. It feels like a Liu Liyan sacred body, yet it isn't. However, my cultivation speed has surpassed that of the Liu Liyan sacred body by at least 5-fold. Bai Chu Yuan pondered, furrowing her brow. Remember, I will only say this once. Your current physique is known as the Liu Liyan chaotic divine body, Shinan Man stated solemnly. The Liu Liyan chaotic divine body? This was the first time Bai Chu Yuan had heard of such a physique, and the name sounded incredibly powerful. Of course, the Liu Liyan chaotic divine body is formidable. But without the chaotic divine body, it is nothing, Shinan Man explained. Chaotic energy? Bai Chu Yuan's face turned even redder. Whether you wish to supplement your chaotic energy is entirely up to you. Cultivate diligently. I must step out for a moment. After saying this, Shinan Man turned and left. Eventually, wouldn't she obediently seek to replenish her chaotic energy? The communication talisman of Diao Changju lit up. Upon inspection, it was a message from Li Cheng Lu Resurrection. Diao Changju frowned. His first reaction was disbelief. Xiao Huo is not Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, with 1 million fortune value, was exceedingly difficult to kill, yet Xiao Huahua only had 10,000 fortune value and had already died beyond resurrection. The only possibility was that the Xiao family was deceiving him, or someone was impersonating Xiao Huahua. Regardless, their goal was to lure him to the Xiao family. He thought of the broken engagement, Xiao Huahua and Dan Lao. Could Xiao Huahua possibly have a sibling named Xiao Sun Air? And what if Xiao Sun Air knew of Xiao Huahua's demise and sought vengeance? The more Diao Changju pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Even with the transformation initial stage experience card, he hesitated to casually visit the Xiao family. Who knows if Xiao Sun Air has a formidable protector by her side? To go or not to go? Diao Changju found himself in a dilemma. Not going would make him appear cowardly, while going could entail danger. If he couldn't overpower the adversary, bringing along Li Jin Yuan and others would only lead to their demise. Just as he was torn, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. A pair of soft jade hands covered his eyes. Longju, guess who your master ant is? How could there be any need for guessing? Without self-introduction, the unique fragrance could only belong to Shi Nun Man Master Ant. I cannot guess who you are. Then do not open your eyes. I am your master, Shi Nun Man, she said, planting a kiss on Diao Changju's cheek. Diao Changju was startled. After all, Qi Tian Qi Qi and Shuang Long were present. How audacious of Shi Nun Man. What if their relationship were to be exposed? Qi Tian Qi Qi, aware of Shi Nun Man's arrival, silently turned over, indicating she had seen nothing. Shuang Long glanced at Shi Nun Man and resumed her meditation. Master, it appears you truly enjoy playing around. I saw nothing at all. Master Ant, what brings you to my place? Diao Changju sat up and poured tea for Xinan Man. She was not shy, resting her chin on her hands as she sat opposite him, saying, I missed you. Can I not come see you? Diao Changju smiled, replying, Of course. Master Ant can come whenever she wishes. It would be best if you came at night. Daytime visits are less convenient. Longju, what were you thinking so deeply about just now? Xinan Man asked. I was not thinking of anything, Diao Changju replied. Pouring a cup of tea for Xinan Man, observing her elegant tea-drinking manner, a bold notion surfaced in his mind. Master Ant, is your cultivation truly only at the initial stage of heavenly mechanism? Diao Changju inquired. What do you think? Xinan Man shot him a flirtatious glance. Diao Changju had no choice but to consult the system. System, are you certain my Master Ant's cultivation is only at the initial stage of heavenly mechanism? Under Xinan Man's threatening gaze, Xiaoxi hurriedly responded. Currently, this system detects that Xinan Man's cultivation is at the initial stage of heavenly mechanism. Why is that? Because this system is currently at level 2, thus its abilities are limited. If a powerful being above the integration stage conceals their cultivation, this system cannot detect it. So, you mean to say my Master Ant's true cultivation is already at the integration stage? It is possible. Diao Changju's heart trembled as he looked in astonishment at the enchanting figure before him, who was utterly compliant. Everything began to make sense. No wonder he could not break through her defenses. No wonder her direct disciple was already at the initial stage of heavenly mechanism at the age of 25. It turned out that his Master Ant was the hidden powerhouse. However, why would she willingly submit to him with a submission value of 100? System. Display my Master Ant's data panel. Name, Xinan Man. Age, 3006 years. Cultivation, initial stage of heavenly mechanism. Fortune value, 500,000. Physique, water spirit divine body, not activated. Fortune synopsis, the water spirit divine body is an auxiliary to the chaotic divine body. When the water spirit divine body appears, the chaotic divine body will inevitably manifest within 3,000 years. The water spirit divine body serves as an auxiliary to the chaotic divine body. Upon reading this, Diao Changju finally comprehended. It was likely that Xinan Man had long recognized his chaotic divine body. Thus, as an auxiliary to the chaotic divine body, she willingly submitted to him with a value of 100. Yet, Diao Changju still felt something was amiss. Even if the water spirit divine body is an auxiliary to the chaotic divine body, possessing the water spirit divine body should not equate to a voluntary submission value of 100, right? What does a submission value of 100 signify? It is akin to a willingness to die for him. Chapter 73. Nirvana, Sacred Body. Longju, do not stare at me so. It makes me shy. Xinan Man feigned a bashful demeanor. This enchantress. Diao Changju chuckled. Now that he knew Xinan Man's cultivation was at the integration stage, he felt at ease. Master Ant, do you have time today? Yes. Are you already eager to play games with me? Xinan Man extended her delicate tongue to lick her alluring red lips, exuding a suggestive charm. Cough. I was speaking of serious matters. If you have time, would you accompany me outside for a moment? Diao Changju stated earnestly. And nodded slightly. So when we fly the sword later, will it be you or me? Is there a difference? Dozhing asked with a hint of confusion. If I fly the sword, you will hold on to me. If you fly the sword, I will hold on to you. Just then, Dozhing, unable to contain herself after sipping her tea, burst out laughing, splattering tea all over X and NMN's face. This damned enchantress, X and NMN, unbothered by the mess, merely wiped the water from her face. Accustomed to it, as long as it was Dozhing's, she would not mind even more outrageous things. You can let me fly the sword for a while first, then you can take a turn, and finally, we can switch. Stop. Let's just fly first. After instructing her two disciples, Dozhing and X and M mounted a precious sword together and soared away, leaving El Nexi, Ozing. Zhing JDD. Let me tell you a secret. This sword has a shielding formation. Do you see this transparent dome outside? It can isolate everything happening inside here. XNNMN gave Dozhing a knowing look. embracing N's slender waist. Dozh laughed. Master Uncle, did you just add this formation today? Don't call me Master Uncle. Call me NMNG. XNNMN turned around, affectionately caressing Dozh's youthful and handsome face. It was originally hers. XNNMN wrapped her arms around Dozh's neck and kissed him deeply. For this moment, to kiss the youthful Dozh, she had waited a full 3,000 years. The two of them traversed mountains and rivers, enduring hardships as they flew on their sword. After 3 hours, they finally arrived at the Xiao family. They were a striking couple. The guard, seeing the two ethereal beings approach, quickly stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask who you two are?" "I am Dozh, an elder of the intersect of El Nexi Ozing." Dozh replied. "What? You are Dozh of El Nexi Ozing?" The guard exclaimed, swiftly gesturing for them to enter. "Elder Dio, please come this way. The head of the family has been awaiting you in the reception hall," the guard said respectfully. Prior to this, Xiao had instructed them that if Dozh arrived, they should bring him directly to the reception hall without announcing his arrival. Upon entering, they found Xiao and his companions kneeling on the ground, with Qsh seated in the main position. The moment Dozh laid eyes on Qsh, the system prompt sounded, detected the daughter of destiny. Name, Qsh, age, 23, cultivation, earthly mechanism mid-stage, fortune value, 100000, physique, Nirvana sacred body, inactive, fortune summary. The Nirvana sacred body is a unique physique. Even if the physical body and soul are destroyed, as long as there remains a trace, such as a nail, hair, or a piece of flesh, it can be resurrected. The cultivation level remains unchanged upon revival. Dozh's pupils constricted sharply. This Nirvana sacred body is exceedingly formidable, truly an indomitable force. System, if I forcibly subdue Qsh, can I acquire her Nirvana sacred body ability? Dozh eagerly inquired of the system. He considered that if he could transform using the devouring principle, perhaps resurrection could also be utilized. Affirmative. Xiao replied without hesitation. This is inherently your ability. After receiving the system's confirmation, Dozh's gaze towards Qsh, I ignited with fervor. Chapter 74. You scoundrel. Qsh, I furrowed her brows. Sensing that Dozh's gaze was unsettling, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. You are Dozh. Qsh, I demanded. Indeed, you're the one who summoned me here. Dozh chuckled. You're quite astute. Since you are so clever, then prepare to meet your demise. Without further ado, Qsh, I launched her attack, exclaiming, "Return my brother, Xiaohu's life." The mid-stage earthly mechanism cultivation burst forth from Qsh, although Dozh was merely at the mid-stage of heavenly arcana. He did not fear her. "Leave that elderly woman to me," he told XNNMN. Then, Dozh shouted, "G-E-Ipun." This was akin to the glorious release of BQUN's Liel sacred body, but Dozh merely found it amusing to announce it thus. Instantly, a platinum energy armor enveloped him, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of earthly mechanism. As the energy armor formed, Dozh invoked the devouring principle, layering a golden energy fluctuation over the armor. At this moment, bolstered by both the glorious release and the devouring principle, Dozh was entirely unafraid of Qsh, who was at the mid-stage of earthly mechanism. The ensuing battle turned the entire reception hall of the Xiao family into ruins. Xiao and his companions ceased kneeling, hastily retreating to the side. Such a conflict was beyond their capacity to intervene. What in the world have we done? The ancestor of the Xiao family hastily took the opportunity to escape. He dared not remain in this crumbling Xiao family any longer. He had no desire to entangle himself in this battle. All he wanted was to live in peace. Was that too much to ask? Forget about the Q family of T in SH, in SH, in ZHU. Forget about El Nexi, Ozing. I wish to have nothing to do with them. Ancestor, why are you running? This is our Shi-O family's moment of glory. Some elders of the Shi-O family shouted anxiously as they saw their ancestor flee. Old you know who? Don't call me ancestor. I have no relation to you. Go play among yourselves. I just want to find a quiet place to enjoy life. Is that too difficult? From today on, I shall change my surname to Y. I have no ties to the Shi-O family. How could she, possessing the cultivation of the mid-stage DG, be overpowered by a mere native of the Longxuan Continent at the same level? If the people of Diao Changju were to learn of this, she would be ridiculed for eternity, labeled as a worthless mid-stage DG. Diao Changju showed no mercy towards Qi Xingfei. When she attempted to strike him, he had no intention of showing her leniency. To be merciful to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. His sole desire was to capture Qi Xingfei, force her to submit, harness her abilities, and then eliminate her. His only vexation lay in how to completely eradicate her, lest she seek vengeance in the future. After all, her 1 million luck value was truly formidable. The last person he encountered with a luck value of 1 million was Yi Bufan. A moment's neglect could lead to Yi Bufan's rapid ascension. Who knows if this Qi Xingfei might encounter some mysterious young master to become her benefactor in the future. That would certainly be a source of endless trouble. Therefore, the best outcome would be to eliminate Qi Xingfei immediately after utilizing her. Miss, the old woman, witnessing Qi Xingfei in a losing position and defeat becoming inevitable, could no longer refrain from intervening. She had initially believed Qi Xingfei could easily dispatch a mere mid-stage Dixian. Yet, Qi Xingfei was utterly powerless against Diao Changju and frequently found herself on the receiving end of his slaps. Where are you going? Your opponent is me. Shi Ninmin stood before the old woman. The old woman scoffed. With your mere initial stage of Tianji, do you think you can challenge me? You are not worthy. Oh, am I unworthy? Shi Ninmin replied with a faint smile. She raised her jade hand, grasping the air. With a thunderous boom, the entire Shao family was reduced to ashes in an instant. The members of the Shao family were still unaware of what had transpired before they were turned to dust. Not a single soul from the Shao family survived. Who would have thought my master would be so decisive in his killings? Diao Changju marveled. Thousands of individuals from the Shao family, regardless of age or gender, even the smallest pets, were all exterminated in this manner. Fusion mid-stage. The old woman's expression darkened. She herself was merely at the fusion mid-stage. She had assumed that such a trivial place as Longxuan Continent could scarcely harbor any beings of the transformation stage, let alone those of the fusion stage. Moreover, there were regulations in place prohibiting those above the fusion stage from acting against lower planes. Thus, she deemed her presence sufficient to assist Qi Xingfei in Longxuan Continent. Yet, unexpectedly, a being of fusion mid-stage appeared before her. Qi Xingfei was the future of the Qi family. She could not afford for anything to happen to her here. Without hesitation, the old woman shattered a jade pendant, summoning aid from the Qi family. However, she soon realized that the space here had been severed, and her message could not be conveyed. Panic seized her. Who on earth are you? You cannot merely be a fusion mid-stage. Me? I am the leader of the Hehuan sect of Longxuan Continent. What else could I be? Shi Ninmin chuckled softly. The ancestor of the Shao family, fleeing not far, turned to beheld a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. With a resounding explosion, the vast Shao family was consumed in flames. He patted his chest in fear, muttering, "Thank goodness I ran fast. What business do we small fries have in a conflict between deities? Should we involve ourselves just to become cannon fodder?" From that day forth, he vowed to rename himself Yi Fan, to lead a life of simplicity and ordinariness. Just as he finished his declaration, a colossal handprint emerged from space, reducing him to a mist of blood. I had intended to spare you for your keen insight, yet you sought death by renaming yourself Yi Fan. Young master, flee quickly. I will hold her back. The old woman shouted in a panic at Qi Xingfei. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Xingfei turned and fled without hesitation. Where do you think you're going? Diao Changju would not allow her to escape. This was a golden opportunity presented to him. Block me? Do you truly believe you can hinder me? Shi Ninman struck the old woman with a forceful blow, toppling her to the ground. Blood spilling from her mouth as she lost her combat capability. Elder He, Qi Shengfei cried out in distress upon witnessing the old woman's effortless defeat, her fate uncertain. Taking advantage of the moment, Diao Changju approached her, sealing her cultivation, seizing her wrists as if she were prey, scrutinizing her closely. Not bad. Even at only 1.60 meters, there's still some flesh. Let go of me, you shameless scoundrel. Qi Shengfei protested, her face flushed with indignation, her legs kicking futilely against Diao Changju. However, with her powers sealed, her feeble attempts could not inflict any harm upon him. Chapter 75. I want to utilize her. Shi Ninman floated over, wrapping her arms around Diao Changju from behind, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Changju, what are you planning to do? Diao Changju turned and placed a gentle kiss on her exquisite face. Sister Ninman, I wish to make use of her. Is that acceptable? If you wish to use her, then go ahead. Why ask me? Shi Ninman pouted, slightly displeased, and pushed Diao Changju away. He smiled knowingly, aware that Shi Ninman would not oppose him. Her 100 obedience points spoke volumes. This is not a suitable place for our endeavors. Please take me to a more secluded location. Do you want me to prepare the bed for you as well? That could be arranged. Shi Ninman tore open space with her bare hands and stepped inside. Gumin, all right. Diao Changju, still holding Qi Shengfei, followed her in. At this moment, Qi Shengfei was oblivious to Diao Changju's intentions and was filled with dread, struggling desperately. No, I don't want this. Please spare me. I am a young master of the Qi family from Tian Sheng Shenzhou. I can give you anything you desire, but not this. Unfortunately, Diao Changju and Shi Ninman paid her no mind. What I desire is your nirvana sacred body. As the space closed, the trio's presence vanished without a trace. Young master, Elder He, gravely injured, watched this scene unfold and succumbed to his fury, fainting. After a burst of bright light, Diao Changju found himself within a luxurious palace. Where's this? He inquired. This is one of my secret hideaways, Shi Ninman casually replied, leading Diao Changju to a room and pushing open the door. Inside was a bedroom. Go in. I will wait for you outside. She pushed Diao Changju inside and closed the door behind him. Leaning against the door, Shi Ninman waited a moment, and upon hearing movement from within, she departed, a smile gracing her lips. Finally, it's repaired to 80%. That troublesome Liyan must not be together with her. They must clean up the mess in the end. Who shall go next to make repairs? Shi Ninman stretched lazily, her perfect figure on full display. Without a complete chaos divine body, defenses cannot be breached. Shi Ninman was even more anxious than Diao Changju. Half an hour later, the system chimed, congratulating the host on forcibly subduing the luck daughter Qi Shengfei. Rewards were granted. The chaos divine body was restored to 80%, and the host cultivation was elevated to the late stage of Tianxian. The host could now utilize the skills of the nirvana sacred body. Warning, warning, warning. The system has detected the host's murderous intent towards the luck daughter Qi Shengfei, issuing a warning. Should the subdued luck daughter perish, the host will be unable to employ her skills. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Shengfei's eyes were filled with terror as she regarded Diao Changju, who had just attempted to strangle her to death. Please don't kill me. I promise I will obey. Qi Shengfei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she harbored a profound hatred for Xiaohua. She could not fathom why she had ever been foolish enough to be enamored with such a waste. Why had she come to Longxuan Continent to seek revenge for this good-for-nothing? Now, not only had she failed to avenge herself, but she had also put herself in jeopardy. Qi Shengfei was filled with regret. She was a proud daughter of heaven. How could she possibly die here? She was unwilling to accept such a fate. She has yet to lead the Qi family to become the fourth family of Tian Sheng Shenzhou, and she has not yet dominated Tian Sheng Shenzhou as its sovereign. How can she possibly fall here? No, it cannot be. At this moment, Qi Shengfei only wishes to survive. Dignity has become irrelevant. She embraced Diao Changju, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, I will be obedient. I will do anything you ask. Please do not kill me. Diao Changju's expression was dark and uncertain. Truth be told, he felt no affection for Qi Shangfei and genuinely wished to dispose of her once she had served a purpose. However, the system intervened, warning him that if the fated girl surrendered were to perish, he would lose access to her skills. He had spent half a day striving for the Nirvana sacred body. If he were to kill Qi Shangfei, he would forfeit the Nirvana sacred body, rendering his efforts futile. Keeping her imprisoned was also not an option. The Qi family would undoubtedly send someone to Longxuan Continent if they could not contact Qi Shangfei. Eventually, the truth would be exposed. Thus, only one course remained: to tame her. Qi Shangfei's submission value: 10. Qi Shangfei's submission value: 10. Only 10? This is not secure enough. You will do anything I ask? Diao Changju asked in a deep voice. Yes, I will do anything. Qi Shangfei eagerly nodded, sensing a glimmer of hope. Then, from now on, I shall be your master. Yes, master, Qi Shangfei replied, swallowing her humiliation. Diao Changju then inquired of the system. Is there a camera available for exchange? There's a recording stone here, but regrettably, it only captures images without sound. It lacks excitement. 4 infinite power cameras are priced at 50,000 fortune points, including a luxurious 4-screen and 3 immersive sound system set. 50,000 fortune points? You might as well go rob someone. Will the host exchange? Exchange. Yu Xiao Huajin's fortune points. Diao Changju gritted his teeth and confirmed. Ding. 4 infinite power camera exchange successfully. Delivered to the host's spatial ring. Please check. Xiao Huajin's fortune points: 50,000. Xiao Huajin's fortune points: 150,000. System: does the reduction in fortune points affect Xiao Huajin? No. That reassures me. Diao Changju then pushed Qi Shangfei aside and retrieved the camera. 2 hours later, Qi Shangfei looked at the screen, her face ashen. If this were to leak, her reputation would be ruined, and she would be unable to show her face to anyone. If you do not wish for this footage to be seen by others, you must obey me well. After today, we shall have no further relations. You will remain the high and mighty young master of the Qi family in Tiansheng Shenzhou. However, should you seek to trouble me, do not blame me for sharing this footage with all manner of realms, Diao Changju threatened. Qi Shangfei bit her lip and nodded. She understood now why she had been made to face that black box. It was utterly shameless. Qi Shangfei submission value: 10. Qi Shangfei submission value: 20. Chapter 76. You have been transformed by me since he had struck her down. He naturally had to offer her some sweetness as well. Qi Shangfei remained unaware that her constitution was the Nirvana sacred body. Given her ignorance, this Nirvana sacred body belonged to Diao Changju. He seized Qi Shangfei's delicate arm, akin to sheep fat, as she looked at him with a flicker of fear. Is it happening again? It hurts now. Without a word, Diao Changju transformed his finger into a blade and made a cut on her soft arm. It hurts. Qi Shangfei cried out in pain, cursing inwardly. This perverse lunatic. What new trick is this? Yet, the next moment, her expression froze. The wound that should have bled now emitted a green light, and within seconds, it healed completely, as if no cut had ever been made. Not bad. It seems my transformation has been quite successful, Diao Changju declared, unabashedly pleased. Upon hearing his words, Qi Shangfei, astonished, asked, "What do you mean? What transformation?" "Your current constitution has been transformed into the Nirvana sacred body," Diao Changju explained, elaborating on its characteristics. After listening, Qi Shangfei was astonished. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "I have no reason to deceive you. You will find out the truth when you cultivate in the future." Dia Changju replied enigmatically. Qi Shangfei was overjoyed. If what Diao Changju said was true, with the infinite rebirth granted by the Nirvana sacred body, she would be invincible in the world. If a disagreement arose, she could self-destruct, instilling fear in everyone. Apart from being a bit twisted, Diao Changju was remarkably handsome, and she felt she had not lost out, having gained such a formidable Nirvana sacred body without any cost. This thought significantly diminished her resentment toward him. Qi Shangfei submission value: 30. Qi Shangfei submission value: 50. Diao Changju nodded in satisfaction. A submission value of 50 indicated that Qi Shengfei posed at least no threat to him. A small hand tugged at him, and Qi Shengfei, head bowed and cheeks flushed, whispered, "Master, may we stay here a little longer?" An hour later, Qi Shengfei submission value 4. Qi Shengfei submission value 54. Qi Shengfei followed Diao Changju out of the room with great difficulty. In the outer hall, Shi Nun Man, lounging on a soft couch, yawned and said, "You finally emerged. I thought I would have to wait until the seas ran dry and the rocks eroded." Diao Changju smiled and introduced the obedient Qi Shengfei. "Sister Nun Man, this is Qi Shengfei, my maid." "Hello, Sister Nun Man." Qi Shengfei's voice was hoarse as she quickly greeted. She clearly remembered that Shi Nun Man had knocked Elder He unconscious with a single slap, indicating that her cultivation was far beyond the mere integration stage that it appeared to be. "Shengfei, you are truly obedient," Shi Nun Man said, rising to embrace the petite Qi Shengfei, who stood at only 1.6 meters and began to ruffle her hair. Shi Nun Man, towering at 1.75 meters, dwarfed Qi Shengfei. After the three of them left, they remained within the Shao family as premises. Poor Elder, he was still unconscious on the ground. He felt no affection for Qi Shengfei. As long as she was alive and he could utilize the Nirvana sacred body, that was sufficient. "Yes, master." Qi Shengfei gazed at Diao Changju's retreating figure, feeling a bit aggrieved. She glanced at her own delicate form and then at Shi Nun Man. She had lost utterly and was dismissed by Diao Changju. No wonder they said not to seek him out without important matters. "As if I were eager to find you." "Humph." Qi Shengfei huffed disdainfully. With the Nirvana sacred body, she felt she was not far from dominating Tian Sheng Shenzhou. Approaching Elder He, she roused him from his slumber. "Young master, are you all right?" Elder He's first reaction upon awakening was to anxiously check Qi Shengfei's condition. Upon seeing her pale face, he turned furious, chastising, "This beast. The young master is only 1.6 meters tall. How could Diao Changju dare to lay a hand on her?" "Enough." Qi Shengfei interrupted Elder He, her expression impassive as she commanded, "Elder He, swear by the heavenly Tao that everything that transpired today remains a secret." Elder He, sensing her demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he refused, Qi Shengfei would not hesitate to kill him. He promptly swore an oath by the heavenly Tao. Once Elder He completed his oath, Qi Shengfei departed with him. As they left, the previously isolated space was reopened. "In Xingyu Xingzhou, Lin family. Mother, that Ling Xiao sect has gone too far. Not only did they kill my extraordinary brother, but they also severely injured me." Lin Siting sobbed into the arms of a woman. "Old Lin, say something. Do you not see your daughter's injuries?" The woman scolded, cradling Lin Siting with concern, directed at a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, who was the head of the Lin family, Lin Qiankun. Lin Qiankun quietly sipped his tea, remaining silent. Lin San moved his lips, but did not speak. To speak honestly, Lin Sandong's heart still leaned towards Ling Xiaozong. For Huaxiang, she was the sect master of Ling Xiaozong. He was contemplating finding an opportunity to sneak away to Ling Xiaozong and indulge in the company of Huaxiang Shi. The prowess demonstrated by Huaxiang, she was certainly sufficient for her to qualify as his wife. As the saying goes, one must engage in combat to truly understand another. Prior to his confrontation with Huaxiang Shi, Lin Sandong regarded her merely as a lowly woman from an inferior realm, someone he could toy with. However, after being defeated by her, she had now earned the right to be his spouse. He feared that in a fit of rage, Lin Qiankun would dispatch a powerful force to annihilate Ling Xiaozong. As the tea reached the bottom of the cup, Lin Qiankun placed the cup on the table, raised his head, and fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Sandong, speaking with an air of authority. "Sandong, you must tell me in detail what transpired on Longxuan Continent. Speak the truth without omission." Lin Sandong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Qiankun would doubt the fabricated tales spun by Lin Siting. Just moments ago, Lin Siting had elaborately portrayed Ling Xiaozong as the villain. "Father, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you do not trust my words? You do not believe me?" Lin Siting shouted vehemently, pointing at Lin Qiankun like a mad woman. Lin Mu was flustered upon witnessing such disrespect from Lin Si-ting towards Lin Qianquan and hastily attempted to intervene. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Qianquan's authority was inviolable, even by his own daughter. Usually, Lin Si-ting was too intimidated to speak in Lin Qianquan's presence. Yet now she dared to shout at him. Lin Sandong was also somewhat astonished by Lin Si-ting's behavior. He was aware that after encountering Yi Bu-fan, Lin Si-ting's intelligence had evidently diminished, but he did not expect it to decline to such an extent. Before Lin Mu could finish her words, Lin Si-ting was struck by Lin Qianquan's invisible hand, sending her crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Qianquan Diloveth. Wretched girl, do not presume that I am unaware that your chastity has been compromised. I have already consented to the union with the young master of the Hun family, and yet you create this scene? Upon hearing Lin Qianquan's words, Lin Sandong was taken aback. The young master of the Hun family, Hun Tuoshi, was a genius renowned alongside him in the Xing Yu Xing Zhou, having reached the early stage of tribulation at the age of 560. He was handsome and possessed a formidable background, far surpassing that useless Yi Bu-fan in every regard. Lin Si-ting had always been his devoted admirer, fervently pursuing her. However, Lin Si-ting seemed to lack any appreciation for Hun Tuoshi, ignoring him completely. Lin Qianquan had long harbored thoughts of a union with the Hun family. What union? Father, I refuse this union. Who would desire that tall, handsome Hun Tuoshi? He is not even worthy of being compared to my brother Yi Bu-fan's little toe. If you wish to marry him, do so yourself. After receiving a slap, Lin Si-ting continued to shout defiantly. Si-ting. Lin Mu quickly covered Lin Si-ting's mouth, while internally she harbored a deep resentment towards Yi Bu-fan. She could not fathom what kind of enchantment Yi Bu-fan had cast upon Lin Si-ting to transform her once obedient daughter into a madwoman. Oof. You have raised a fine daughter. Lin Qianquan did not spare Lin Si-ting a glance, turning instead to Lin Sandong and commanding, speak. Lin Sandong, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted everything that had transpired on Longxuan Continent, including Yi Bu-fan's character. All lies. It is all falsehood. How dare you malign my brother Yi Bu-fan in this manner? Lin Sandong. Father, do not listen to Lin Sandong's nonsense. Lin Si-ting, incensed by the slander against her beloved Yi Bu-fan, erupted in fury. Brother Yi Bu-fan is dead, and you still do not relent? You wish to defame him further? At this point, Lin Mu could no longer restrain herself and delivered a slap to Lin Si-ting. Be quiet. Do you truly believe we are fools, unable to discern right from wrong? After being struck by Lin Qianquan and Lin Mu, Lin Si-ting's cheeks swelled, resembling a pig's head. At that moment, she felt as though the entire world had betrayed her, convinced that she alone possessed wisdom. You do not believe me? Not even you believe me. Mother, Lin Si-ting cried out, tears streaming down her face. And you, Lin Sandong, do not think I am unaware. You have fallen for that wretched woman, Huaxiang Shi of Ling Shao Zone, and that is why you distort the truth. Lin Si-ting pointed accusingly at Lin Sandong, exclaiming, do you truly value that wretched woman more than your own sister? I admit that I have feelings for Huaxiang Shi, but I did not intentionally conceal anything or malign Yi Bu-fan. If you continue to behave in such a foolish manner, you will indeed hold less importance in my heart than Huaxiang Shi. Lin Sandong replied in a calm tone. Were it not for the sight of Lin Si-ting's swollen cheeks, he might have slapped her himself. Upon hearing his words, Lin Si-ting's expression brightened. Father, mother, did you hear that? Lin Sandong admitted that he has feelings for that wretched woman, Huaxiang Shi. This proves that he was lying to you just now. Be silent. Get out. Lin Qianquan struck Lin Si-ting again without hesitation. Were it not for the fear of disfiguring her, Lin Qianquan would have shattered her teeth. How could he have given birth to such a foolish child? With Hun Tuoshi available, why did she fixate on that useless Yi Bu-fan? You are all deceived by Lin Sandong. He is lying. You must believe me. Lin Si-ting shouted, clutching her face. Lin Qianquan could no longer tolerate her outburst, raising his hand and fixing her with a cold gaze. If you do not leave now, I will truly slap you to death, you wretched girl. Realizing that Lin Qianquan was not jesting, Lin Si-ting, feeling wronged, covered her eyes and fled the room in tears. After Lin Si-ting departed, The room finally fell silent. Sandong, are you certain that Ling Xiaozong has appeared with a powerful being in the fusion stage? Lin Qiankuan inquired. Father, this matter is absolutely true. I would not mistake it, Lin Sandong affirmed with a nod. The secmaster of Ling Xiaozong, Huaxiang Shi, possesses cultivation at the mid-tribulation stage and was able to defeat you. It appears that Ling Xiaozong is not trivial, Lin Qiankuan remarked with narrowed eyes. He was well aware of the might of his son Lin Sandong's De Huang supreme body. Being invincible below the transformation stage was no mere jest. The domain lord had established a rule. No powerful beings in the fusion stage or above may act against lower realms. In other words, Ling Xiaozong was an invincible entity on Longxuan Continent. It was no wonder Ling Xiaozong disregarded the Lin family's authority in Yuxingzhou and dared to injure Lin Siting. Regardless of Lin Siting's madness, she remained the fourth young lady of the Lin family. This debt would be remembered by the Lin family. Once the time set by the domain lord for this regulation expired, the Lin family would ensure that Ling Xiaozong paid the price, which will be in less than 1,000 years. Yes, father, Lin Sandong's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that time, not only Huaxiang Shi, but also Yu Fen Miao and Xinan Man will all belong to me. Cursed! Why does no one believe what I say? They are truly foolish beyond measure. Lin Siting stormed into the garden, wielding a sword and furiously chopping at the flowers to vent her frustration. At that moment, a handsome young man approached, smiling as he said, Siting, why are you here, sulking alone? Have you encountered something unpleasant? Upon seeing this young man, Lin Siting's face contorted in disgust. Hun Tua Shi, can you not follow me like a pesky shadow? Are you not annoying? This young man was Lin Siting's fiancé, Hun Tua Shi. He was unfazed by her disdain, having grown accustomed to her insults. If Lin Siting did not scold him, he would feel uncomfortable. Siting, your father has already agreed to our union. You are my fiancé now. Hun Tua Shi declared cheerfully. Who is your fiancé? Let me tell you. Hun Tua Shi, you might as well give up on that idea. I, Lin Siting, will never marry you. Lin Siting did not conceal her disdain for Hun Tua Shi in the slightest. Hun Tua Shi maintained his cheerful demeanor, completely disregarding Lin Siting's words. He nonchalantly retrieved a box from his storage ring and presented it to Lin Siting, exclaiming, Siting, this is a pseudo-holy grade elixir I secretly took from my father. I hope you will accept it. Oomph. Lin Siting snorted coldly, snatching the box without hesitation and stowing it away in her storage ring. Did you consume the more than 10 pseudo-holy grade elixirs I previously gave you? What do they taste like? Did they have any effect? Hun Tua Shi inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Lin Siting. I did consume them. They were quite pleasant. Sweet, even, Lin Siting replied with a blissful expression. In truth, she had given those elixirs to Yi Bu Fan, who would kiss her after each consumption. Yi Bu Fan's rapid advancement to the Yuan Ing stage within a mere year relied entirely on the pseudo-holy grade elixirs provided by Hun Tua Shi. Chapter 78. Finally, someone understands her, did you really? Then I shall continue to steal more for you next time. Hun Tua Shi declared joyfully. The goddess smiled. The goddess finally smiled. How beautiful she looks when she smiles. Oomph. I did not instruct you to steal. That was entirely your decision. Lin Siting repressed her smile, growing increasingly disgusted with Hun Tua Shi. Though he was not as powerful, handsome, or well-connected as Yi Bu Fan, and his cultivation talent paled in comparison. Yi Bu Fan possessed a gentleness that endeared him to her. Yes, I solely wish to steal them. It has nothing to do with you, Hun Tua Shi replied, nodding eagerly in an attempt to curry favor. The sight of Hun Tua Shi in such a state repulsed Lin Siting, as she imagined how she would be startled awake at night by his loathsome face if she were to marry him. I must inform you, Hun Tua Shi, that I am no longer a maiden. Look, my chastity mark has vanished, Lin Siting proclaimed, extending her wrist for Hun Tua Shi to see. Hun Tua Shi's expression froze, and he stood there in shock. He had never anticipated that his goddess would lose her virtue. Siting, you must be joking. He forced a pained smile, asking. Seeing Hun Tua Shi's reaction, Lin Siting felt a surge of delight. There's hope. Since she could not withdraw from the engagement, she would simply allow Hun Tua Shi to initiate the annulment. Thus, she escalated her claims, smiling blissfully as she said, "Not only am I no longer a maiden, but my entire being has been experienced by Yibu Fan." Hun Tuo Shi's eyes reddened with fury as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Who is Yibu Fan?" Witnessing Hun Tuo Shi's reaction amused Lin Siting. Let him become enraged and then seek to annul the engagement. Lin Siting produced a recording stone and activated it. Instantly, a provocative scene unfolded before them. Though there was no sound, the two figures were clearly visible. Lin Siting smugly remarked, "Do you see? This is my Yibu Fan." Previously, Yibu Fan enjoyed using the recording stone to capture their tender moments. Little did he know it would serve a purpose here. Hun Tuo Shi stared at the scene in a daze, swallowing hard. He never expected the usually willful and haughty Lin Siting to display such an endearing side, resembling a pet. The more he watched, the more he craved. Lin Siting found Hun Tuo Shi's changing expression perplexing. Why was he not furious? Instead, he appeared excited? That shouldn't be the case. Logically, a man should be enraged upon witnessing his beloved in affectionate moments with another man, not thrilled. "Enough. You are truly repulsive," Lin Siting declared, putting away the recording stone. Hun Tuo Shi sighed, feeling a bit unsatisfied. He had not seen enough. "You've seen the recording stone. I did not deceive you. Do you have nothing to say?" Lin Siting gefrowned. "May I see it once more?" Hun Tuo Shi asked, his face flushed. "Are you out of your mind? After seeing this, shouldn't you be discussing the annulment with me?" Lin Siting scolded angrily. I do not mind these things. I love you. Even if you are no longer a maiden and recorded affectionate moments with another man, I do not care. I only wish to marry you." Hun Tuo Shi stammered. "You are truly insane. Not a single person here is sane." Lin Siting was left speechless. "Siting, I genuinely love you. I do not mind your connection with Yibu Fan. As long as you agree to marry me, I am willing to do anything." Hun Tuo Shi pleaded humbly. "Oh, you would do anything?" Lin Siting's eyes brightened. "Indeed," Hun Tuo Shi affirmed with a nod. "Then go to Longxuan Continent and kill a few people. If you succeed, I will agree to marry you," Lin Siting coldly suggested. Lin Qiankuan's disbelief in her words led him to refuse sending anyone to annihilate the minor Ling Shao sect, leaving her with no choice but to send Hun Tuo Shi. A minor sect like Ling Shao could easily be destroyed by a mere elder from her father's side. Yet he chose not to act. What kind of father was this? His daughter was grievously injured, and he remained indifferent, refusing to believe her words. From the beginning, Lin Qiankuan had never regarded her as his daughter. Since he would not assist her in seeking vengeance, she would find someone else. "Who shall I kill?" Hun Tuo Shi asked without hesitation. "Kill Diao Changju, Hua Xiang Shi, Shui Yinglong, and Qi Tian Qi Qi," Lin Siting stated, her eyes filled with hatred. She then recounted the events that transpired on Longxuan Continent. Upon hearing her tale, Hun Tuo Shi erupted in anger, cursing what a Ling Shao sect, what a Diao Changju, especially that wretched Hua Xiang Shi. How dare she injure Siting? Upon learning that Yibu Fan had perished, Hun Tuo Shi inexplicably felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to witness the affection between Yibu Fan and Lin Siting firsthand, to observe how he tamed her and perhaps learn from him. Lin Siting found herself favorably inclined towards Hun Tuo Shi upon hearing his words. Finally, she had found someone who believed in her. Finally, someone understood her. She felt as though she had found a confidant. She recounted the recent events to Hun Tuo Shi, who similarly condemned Lin Qiankuan, Lin Sandong, and Lin Mu. Lin Siting's admiration for Hun Tuo Shi grew with each passing moment as they exchanged insults throughout the day until nightfall. "All right," Lin Siting said proudly, nodding. They approached her room, and Lin Siting halted Hun Tuo Shi, who was about to leave. "Tuo Shi, the night is still young. Could you come in and share a drink with me?" Lin Siting suddenly wrapped her arms around Hun Tuo Shi's arm. He trembled with excitement. After pursuing Lin Siting for over 500 years, this was the first time she had called him Tuo Shi, the first time they had shared such intimate contact, and the first time she had invited him into her room. Previously, he had been denied entry. "Certainly," Hun Tuo Shi eagerly nodded. Lin Siting felt a flicker of disdain. Were it not for her fear that Hun Tuo Shi would not wholeheartedly assist her in avenging Yibu Fan, she would not allow him to take advantage of her. Nevertheless, she found him more agreeable now. What harm would it do to let him stay the night? Chapter 79. Truly like a dog, a half-hour later. Get off. Lin Si-ting kicked Han Tuoshi off the bed. Why can't you be as accommodating as my Yibu fan? He never took more than 15 minutes. And you lack his gentleness, fearing to hurt me. You exerted no strength whatsoever. Lin Si-ting berated him. I apologize. I will improve. I cannot manage 15 minutes, but I will try my best next time. Han Tuoshi humbly apologized. Next time? You won't have a next time until you bring me the heads of those wretched individuals. Lin Si-ting shouted. All right. I will definitely bring their heads to you. Han Tuoshi exclaimed excitedly. He then hurriedly dressed and dashed out. Truly like a dog. Lin Si-ting mocked as she observed Han Tuoshi's departure, munching on the holy great elixirs given to him by Wen Tian as though they were candy. A month has swiftly passed, and all the sacred pills have been consumed by Diao Changju, whose cultivation has now advanced to the late stage of Tianxian. The cultivation speed, enhanced by the chaotic divine body and the sacred pills, is remarkably swift. The system opened my panel. Name, Diao Changju, age, 996, cultivation, late Tianxian, physique, chaotic divine body, 80%. Fortune value, 0, number of submissive fortunes, 5 next. I accessed the data panel of Qi Shengfei. Name, Qi Shengfei, age, 23, cultivation, mid-DG, submissive value, 54, fortune value, 1000, 000, physique, Nirvana sacred body, fortune summary. The Nirvana sacred body is a unique physique. Even if the physical body and primordial spirit are obliterated, as long as a remnant of a fingernail, hair, or flesh remains, resurrection is possible. The cultivation level remains unchanged upon revival, with a submissive value of 54. It signifies that Diao Changju can utilize 54 of her fortune value, equivalent to 540,000. System, convert Qi Shengfei's fortune value entirely into cultivation for me. The current host can use Qi Shengfei's 540,000 fortune value to convert into cultivation, raising the host cultivation to the initial stage of Tianji. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. Diao Changju nodded without hesitation, for it was not his fortune value. He felt no remorse in spending it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. The host's cultivation has been elevated to the initial stage of Tianji. Qi Shengfei's fortune value, 540. 000. Qi Shengfei's total fortune value, 1,000,000, actual usable, 460,000. Diao Changju, since the transformation in his cultivation, he finally possessed some combat prowess. Now, with the initial stage of Tianji paired with Liu liberation, his cultivation could ascend to the peak of the late stage of Tianji, coupled with the devouring law. He would not falter even against the pinnacle of the late stage of Huashan. Stepping outside, he found Qi Tianqi still basking in the sun and napping. Strangely, her cultivation had inexplicably reached the Holy Spirit stage. Under the great tree, Xuanglong opened her eyes, glancing at Diao Changju with a hint of surprise in her tear-filled gaze. She sensed that Diao Changju's cultivation had grown stronger. At this moment, Xuanglong's own cultivation had also reached the nascent soul stage. The 9 nether demon body cultivates rapidly as long as sufficient resources are provided. Congratulations, Master. On progressing further after your retreat, Xuanglong respectfully addressed Diao Changju. Diao Changju nodded. Both chose not to mention prior events. Yinglong, have you finished your pills? Diao Changju inquired. I have, Xuanglong replied softly, her head lowered. Come here. Diao Changju beckoned her over to the stone table. After a moment's hesitation, Xuanglong slowly approached. She dared not look at Diao Changju for long. The more she did, the more his figure would linger in her mind. Throughout the past month, she had been plagued by nightmares featuring Diao Changju. Diao Changju, unfazed by Xuanglong's peculiar behavior, retrieved 10 bottles of pills from his storage ring and placed them on the table, saying, "Finish these pills and come to me for more." Thank you, Master. Xuanglong gratefully accepted the pills into her storage ring. Such a benevolent master, and yet I feel so guilty. Why does the Hahuan sect behave this way? Why is my cultivation speed slowed? Bai Tsuan lamented in the cultivation chamber. Over the past month, She had become accustomed to this pace of advancement and found it addictive, unable to revert. In the courtyard pavilion, Shi Ninman was respectfully brewing tea for a noblewoman. At that moment, Shi Ninman had set aside her usual seductive demeanor, becoming quite serious. The noblewoman exuded an aura of regal authority that compelled Bai Tsuan to feel an instinctive urge to kneel upon first glance. Both the noblewoman and Shi Ninman turned their attention to Bai Tsuan, the former's gaze scrutinizing. "Tsuan, you have arrived just in time. I shall entrust the tea brewing to you," Shi Ninman said with a smile. Bai Tsuan, who had initially intended to turn and leave, found herself compelled to approach due to Shi Ninman's call. The identity of the noblewoman, capable of rendering Shi Ninman so deferential, was evident. With utmost caution, Bai Tsuan prepared tea for the two, her heart racing with anxiety, fearful of making a mistake. "Xiao Mei, I do not care what plans you are concocting, but ensure you maintain proper boundaries. I do not wish for Changju to become a debauched individual." The noblewoman spoke in a calm, yet reproachful tone. "Rest assured, our primary goal is to help Changju break free from his dependency on Liu Liyan. Changju is not the type to be captivated by beautiful women," Shi Ninman respectfully replied. "Alas," the noblewoman sighed, "it is only unfortunate for that girl, Liu Liyan. What has Liu Liyan to be pitied? She has displaced Changju's chaotic divine body with her pure light divine body. If it were not for her, we would not need to go to such lengths to assist Changju in restoring his chaotic divine body," Shi Ninman expressed with a hint of melancholy. "She has not even made an appearance and has already stolen the family away. She is the one most wronged, yet perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Changju has acquired the ability to transform into the pure light divine body, capable of replicating others' abilities without affecting their physique. This is precisely why I fear Changju may stray down the wrong path," the noblewoman said, her concern evident. "The pure light divine body is unique to women and is also a singular physique, known as the poison widow physique. A woman possessing the pure light divine body can usurp the physique of a male on his first encounter. Diao Changju's chaotic divine body had been usurped by Liu Liyan's pure light divine body for over 900 years. Fortunately, the chaotic divine body remained robust, not entirely depleted. The final 1/1000th remained untouched, no matter how much Liu Liyan's pure light divine body tried to extract it. However, Liu Liyan successfully usurped 999 parts, simultaneously bestowing upon her both the pure light divine body and the chaotic divine body. The indomitable chaotic divine body, refusing to be outdone, also manifested a modified version of the usurpation ability. As long as the target is a female on her first encounter, an invisible connection can be established, allowing the user to harness the other's abilities without affecting their physique. This is contingent upon the target still being alive. Should they perish, the connection ceases, and the user can no longer utilize the other's abilities. Moreover, it has evolved a self-repair capability, enabling it to borrow from other physiques for restoration. Chapter 80. Experience monster. I have subjected her to rigorous interrogation, and she has divulged everything. Shi Ninman glanced at Bai Tsuan, noting that such matters were not for her to know. Then, she communicated telepathically with the noblewoman, detailing the situation. Upon hearing, the noblewoman's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted, causing Bai Tsuan to shiver uncontrollably. This piqued her curiosity about what Shi Ninman had discussed with the noblewoman. "Very well, they have plotted against Changju." The noblewoman's gaze was icy. "However, rest assured, that system is now entirely under my control and poses no threat to Changju. We might as well turn the tables on them," Shi Ninman suggested. "You may proceed as you see fit. Changju will be entrusted to your care. We have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to oversee him," the noblewoman replied, finishing her tea and rising. "Take care." Shi Ninman quickly stood, offering her respect. With a single step, the noblewoman crossed the space, creating a ripple that caused her to vanish. Once she departed, Bai Tsuan could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed into a chair. The noblewoman's presence was overwhelmingly formidable, creating immense pressure just by standing beside her. "Master, who was that person just now?" Bai Tsuan, having gathered hints from their conversation, sought confirmation of the noblewoman's identity. "Changju's mother," Shi Ninman replied with a smile. "His mother?" Bai Ziyuan could hardly believe it. How could someone with such unimpressive cultivation have such a terrifying mother? You should count your blessings. Others may wish to see her, but lack the privilege. Were it not for your connection to Changju, you would not even merit the right to stand here and brew tea. Shi Nimin lightly patted Bai Ziyuan's head. That night, a shadow slipped into the room of Diao Changju. Shui Long, who had been sleeping in a room, opened his eyes and stealthily approached, concealing his presence as he hid by the window of Diao Changju. Could it be that Bai Ziyuan, with her thieving heart, still harbored ill intentions towards the master? Shui Long pondered. Diao Changju sensed the presence and awoke, looking at Bai Ziyuan standing before her with a perplexed expression. What brings the saintess to my abode at this hour? Do you wish to challenge me to a duel? Diao Changju replied cautiously. Spare me your prattle. Disrobe and lie down. Do not force my hand. Bai Ziyuan threatened with a disdainful expression. Is it possible, saintess, that you have come to rob me of my virtue? Shui Long blushed furiously from his hidden vantage. Alas, why did I choose to come here and witness such an inappropriate scene? An hour later, Bai Ziyuan, after donning her clothes, left with satisfaction. Before departing, she issued a stern warning. This matter must not be disclosed. If a second person learns of it, prepare for dire consequences. Diao Changju's expression darkened. Has she truly taken advantage of me? Just as I was beginning to alleviate the shadows of my past, they have now deepened once more. Bai Ziyuan appeared flustered, her legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. O disciple, where have you been wandering at this late hour? Shi Nimin embraced Bai Ziyuan to prevent her from falling, smiling as she asked. I just stepped out for a breath of fresh air. Bai Ziyuan stammered in her lie. A breath of fresh air, yet your chaotic energy is overflowing, is on the verge of spilling out. Shi Nimin observed her knowingly. Realizing that Shi Nimin had seen through her, Bai Ziyuan ceased her explanations, resolutely pushing Shi Nimin away, stating, Master, I shall go cultivate. Shi Nimin waved her hand playfully, saying, Go on, and remember to replenish that chaotic energy when it runs low. Upon hearing Shi Nimin's words, Bai Ziyuan nearly stumbled. Be careful not to spill it. Shi Nimin laughed heartily. Bai Ziyuan, feeling utterly embarrassed, hurriedly fled. The following day, after waking, Diao Changju planned to venture outside Lingxiao sect to scout for other potential rivals among the destined children of fortune. The threat posed by Yi Bufan, with his million fortune points and system, was far greater than the current one. There was no rush to eliminate him, with merely 80,000 fortune points. Even if he were to cultivate for another century, he would only reach the late stage of tribulation. Once my cultivation reaches a higher level, I shall easily deal with him on Xingyu Shengzhou. He is even inferior to my two junior disciples, Li Jianyuan and Zue Mengsheng. Li Jianyuan possesses a natural sword body, while Zue Mengsheng has the Zue Meng holy body. Had it not been for the thin spiritual energy on Longxuan Continent, they would have already reached the divine transformation stage. In other words, Lin Sandong is merely a minor fish, a small wild monster by the roadside, easily dispatched or ignored without any threat. The true threats lie with those children of fortune who possess high fortune points. Shortly after Diao Changju departed Lingxiao sect, a man followed closely behind. Finally out, I thought you would remain at Lingxiao sect for a lifetime. Diao Changju. Hun Tuo, she exclaimed with excitement. What he saw was not Diao Changju, but rather Lin Siding's grandbed. Hun Tuo, she was at the early stage of tribulation, aware of the many strong individuals within Lingxiao sect. He did not recklessly charge in to confront Diao Changju and the others. That would be foolish. Thus, he chose to adopt a strategy of waiting. He lingered outside the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect daily, anticipating the emergence of his target. He knew he could not contend with Hua Xiangxi, as even Lin Sandong was no match for her. How could he possibly approach her for a confrontation? Therefore, his only targets were Diao Changju, Shui Long, and Qi Tianqi. His first order of business upon arriving at Longxuan Continent was to gather information on Diao Changju, Shui Long, and Qi Tianqi, committing their images to memory. After waiting here for a month, he finally witnessed Diao Changju leaving Lingxiao sect. A mere mid-stage earth profound cultivator dares to roam freely. Today, I, your brother Han, shall teach you a lesson about the dangers of wandering alone without guards. Because Diao Changju concealed her true cultivation. Others could only perceive her as a mid-stage earth profound practitioner. Chapter 81. The Death of Han Tuo Shiding. Detected hostile child of fortune. Name: Han Tuo Shi. Age: 555 years. Cultivation: early stage of tribulation. Physique: heavenly dog, holy body. Fortune points: 70,000. A licking dog, holy body? Diao Changju couldn't help but chuckle. She had long sensed someone trailing her from behind. A 555-year-old early-stage tribulation cultivator was clearly an outsider, and it was evident he was targeting her. The only individuals who bore a grudge against her were Lin Sandong and Lin Sighting. Thus, Han Tuo, she was likely from Xingyu Shengzhou. System: does Han Tuo, she have any other powerful allies? Diao Changju inquired, her concern primarily focused on this point. A single early-stage tribulation Han Tuo, she was not to be feared. What worried her was if he had brought reinforcements. In that case, Diao Changju would have to seek assistance. No, fortune points delivered to her doorstep were not to be squandered. Therefore, Diao Changju deliberately flew toward some desolate areas. Han Tuo, she was overjoyed, cackling as he emerged from the shadows, thinking, I was just pondering how to lure this Diao Changju to an isolated location to strike secretly. And here she is, willingly heading towards such a place. Diao Changju arrived at a monster-infested forest and feigned a pause to rest. Han Tuo, she, brimming with excitement, stepped out from the shadows, laughing maniacally. Diao Changju, today is your day of reckoning. In Diao Changju's eyes, he appeared as a mere 70,000 fortune points. Is that so? I do not believe it. Han Tuo, she, noticing her calm demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition of death. This is impossible. He was merely a lowly earth profound practitioner. How could he fear her, an early-stage tribulation cultivator? Remember this, Diao Changju. The one who seeks to end your life is Han Tuo, she, the betrothed of Lin Sighting from Xingyu Shengzhou. Han Tuo, she bellowed, attempting to bolster his confidence. He was a genius from Xingyu Shengzhou. How could he fear a mere earth-profound cultivator from Longxuan Continent? Oh, is Lin Sighting not already entangled with Yi Bufan? Your betrothed seems to have a rather green glow about him. Diao Changju mocked. Silence. Do not use such vulgar terms to demean my goddess. My goddess is genuinely in love with Yi Bufan. Han Tuo, she roared in fury. Do you even hear what you are saying? Your points of anger are rather peculiar. Your fiancé, Yi, is involved with another man, yet you claim they are truly in love? What, then, is your role as her betrothed? Are you merely a pushy bystander behind Yi Bufan? How absurd. Han Tuo, she's reaction indicated he was aware of Lin Sighting's association with Yi Bufan. Was he seeking revenge for Yi Bufan? I bear no enmity towards you, so what brings you here to confront me? Moreover, we were the ones who helped you eliminate Yi Bufan. Logically, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Yi Bufan is the one whom Sighting loves dearly, and thus, Yi Bufan is also someone I cherish. Your grievances with Yi Bufan and Sighting extend to me. Han Tuo, she shouted. Well, no wonder you are a heavenly dog, holy body. I am impressed. Diao Changju acknowledged with a thumbs up. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall avenge Sighting now. Diao Changju, you are truly arrogant to venture out without guards. Let us see who can save you now. Han Tuo, she laughed heartily and launched the first attack. A palm imprint was unleashed, targeting Diao Changju directly. He envisioned the moment when Diao Changju would be reduced to dust beneath his palm. How laughable. A mere minor figure of the Di Xian realm. Is that not a reflection of your own predicament? Venturing out without guards. Who shall come to your rescue now? Diao Changju scoffed with disdain. In an instant, he activated the Liu liberation, reaching the pinnacle of the Tianji late stage, while simultaneously enveloping himself in the devouring law. Diao Changju raised his hand and grasped. The palm imprint emitted by Han Yuan, she was instantly extinguished by him. The pinnacle of the Tianji late stage. Han Yuan, she appeared somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that you had concealed your cultivation. However, do you truly believe that your meager pinnacle of the Tianji late stage can allow you to survive under my initial stage of tribulation? Han Yuan, she laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Why do you always articulate what I intend to say? Surely you do not think that you, a mere initial stage of tribulation, can survive against me? Diao Changju retorted with a smile. utterly arrogant. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a genius of the Longxuan. I am an existence beyond the reach of a trivial figure from the Longxuan Continent. Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of fortune, Hunyuan Shi. The host has obtained 70,000 fortune points. Host's fortune points, 70,000. Diao Changju spat disdainfully. Bah, is this what they call a genius of the Longxuan? Such a trivial fish talks too much. At the Soul family's command plate guarding ground, a crisp crack echoed as Hunyuan Shi's command plate shattered. The disciple guarding the command plate was taken aback, not anticipating that the command plate of the Soul family's young master would suddenly break. This is dire news. The young master's command plate has shattered. The disciple guarding the command plate shouted in terror as he rushed out. What? The young master's command plate has broken? Isn't he at the Lin family? Are you certain you did not make a mistake? The entire Soul family was thrown into chaos, everyone rushing to the command plate guarding ground to ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing the command plate marked with Hunyuan Shi's name indeed shattered, they were all left in shock, unable to believe it. Hunyuan Shi was supposed to be the next heir of the Soul family, already at the tribulation stage at such a young age. Who would have expected this sudden calamity? At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, crashing into the Soul family's command plate guarding ground, creating a hole in the roof. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, the current head of the Soul family, Hun Tiandi. When Hun Tiandi saw that Hunyuan Shi's command plate had indeed shattered, he let out a mournful wail. Shi, my Shi. The disciple guarding the command plate knelt in despair, pleading for mercy, head of the family. It has nothing to do with me. I did not break the young master's command plate. It shattered on its own. Upon hearing this, Hun Tiandi, enraged, struck the disciple guarding the command plate, causing his head to explode. The disciple could not comprehend why Hun Tiandi wanted to kill him until his dying breath. He was merely a guardian of the command plate. How was Hunyuan Shi's command plate breaking his fault? Was he expected to dash forward and shield the command plate from shattering when it was about to break? Hun Tiandi merely sought to vent his fury, and the disciple guarding the command plate happened to be the target of his wrath. Chapter 82. A world of ignorance and foolishness. She has been residing at the Lin family all along, and now her command plate has shattered. How convenient for the Lin family. Just recently, they decided to form an alliance with us, and now they have taken my Shi's life. Hun Tiandi's eyes burned crimson. Although Hun Tiandi had numerous wives and concubines, Hunyuan, she was his only true offspring. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became to conceive. After much difficulty in having a son, Hun Tiandi had spoiled him beyond measure. Where are the 5 elders? And Tiandi bellowed. Instantly, 5 aged figures emerged from the void. What orders does the head of the family have? Follow me to the Lin family. I shall see how my Shi met his demise. Hun Tiandi declared in fury. As you command, the 5 elders replied in unison. Subsequently, Hun Tiandi propelled himself, and with a thunderous boom, he soared into the sky like a cannonball, leaving the floor cracked and caved in. A fierce shockwave erupted, toppling all disciples present. A cacophony ensued as the entire command plate guarding ground descended into chaos. The 5 elders swiftly followed suit. At the Lin family's Longxuan, in a pavilion, Lin Siding gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, radiating happiness. This was the offspring of her extraordinary elder brother, and she was already 3 months along. Had her abdomen not begun to swell, she would not have realized her pregnancy. Her extraordinary elder brother was indeed remarkable. While others might take thousands of years to conceive, he had achieved it in merely a year. Lin Siding fondly stroked her belly, as though she were caressing Yi Bufan himself. If a boy is born, I shall name him Yi Fan. I do not seek for you to be extraordinary like your father, only that you grow up to be an ordinary person. Then her tone shifted, turning icy as she uttered scornfully. Just as Lin Siding finished her words, a tremendous explosion erupted from the Lin family. The entrance of the Lin family was reduced to rubble, with dozens of disciples meeting untimely ends, while many others lay on the ground, maimed and wailing in agony. Lin Qiankuan, come out! Hun Tiandi hovered in the air, accompanied by the 5 elders, roaring in fury. His voice echoed throughout the entire city. A peak transformation stage expert from the Lin family soared forward, angrily demanding, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Lin family?" Before he could finish speaking, Han Tiandi appeared before him in a flash, striking him into a mist of blood. "I cause a ruckus? You trash dare to shout at me?" The disciples of the Lin family, witnessing the peak transformation stage expert reduced to blood mist by this mysterious figure, turned pale with fear and hurriedly distanced themselves. "Han Tiandi, why have you come to my house in such a frenzy?" A deep voice resonated as a dignified middle-aged man appeared before Han Tiandi. This man was Lin Qianquan, his expression dark and foreboding. "Am I in a frenzy? You say I am in a frenzy?" Han Tiandi laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Lin Qianquan frowned slightly, puzzled by Han Tiandi's sudden behavior. For centuries, due to Han Yuanxi's affection for Lin Siding, the Lin family and Soul family had maintained a cordial relationship. Just months ago, they had finalized their alliance, celebrating together with wine. Now, Han Tiandi was attacking the Lin family without provocation. It was utterly bewildering. "Han Tiandi, you must provide a reason for your sudden aggression towards our Lin family." Lin Qianquan spoke coldly. The strength of the Lin family was comparable to that of the Soul family. If the two families were to clash, it would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other families to take advantage of the situation. "A reason? You Lin family are responsible for your own misdeeds, and you dare question me for a reason?" Han Tiandi, infuriated, laughed derisively. "What do you mean by that? What has our Lin family done?" Lin Qianquan was utterly confounded. It seemed he had not ordered anyone to target the Soul family. Had he? Was it possible that the ancestor intended to strike against the Soul family without informing him, the family leader? Meanwhile, at a distance, Lin Sandong and Lin Siding arrived at the scene to observe. "Sister," Lin Sandong remarked, noticing Lin Siding's slightly protruding belly. His expression filled with astonishment. Lin Siding had remained secluded in her courtyard since being struck by Lin Qianquan, and he had not expected her to be pregnant upon their reunion. Lin Sandong could easily deduce that this was Yi Bufan's doing. Lin Siding, brimming with happiness, proudly caressed her belly, saying, "Are you envious? This is my extraordinary elder brother's child. You are courting death. Do you not realize that you are to be wed to Han Yuanxi? You flaunt a large belly at such a critical juncture?" Lin Sandong felt an overwhelming urge to slap this foolish sister. He had not anticipated that while Yi Bufan appeared to be a waste, he was so formidable in this regard. In less than a year, Lin Si-ting became pregnant. It would indeed be a waste not to be a breeding stallion. What is there to fear? I merely need to assert that this child belongs to Huan Tuo-shi. Lin Si-ting remarked nonchalantly. Can we not claim that Huan Tuo-shi accompanies us to the Longxuan Continent? Huan Tuo-shi, this persistent shadow, has shamelessly resided in the Lin family. As long as we maintain a unified narrative, the Huan family will naturally believe us, Lin Si-ting confidently stated. Why is he not cooperating with me? He is well aware of my relationship with Bufan Gugu, and he seems to take delight in witnessing our affectionate moments. He even mentioned that if he were present when Bufan Gugu lacked strength, he would be willing to give him a push from behind. Lin Si-ting said with pride. Lin Sandong, upon hearing Lin Si-ting's words, covered his head with both hands, feeling as if his mind might explode. What kind of madness is this? Now he finally understood. No wonder Huan Tuo-shi clung to Lin Si-ting so stubbornly. It turns out that like attracts like, and foolishness begets foolishness. It is utterly overwhelming. The realm of the foolish is beyond his comprehension. Chapter 83. The Child of Tuo-shi. Upon overhearing the conversation between Lin Qianquan and Huan Tiandi, Lin Sandong felt an ominous premonition. The only reason Huan Tiandi would act recklessly against the Lin family is due to his precious son, Huan Tuo-shi. Lin Sandong anxiously inquired of Lin Si-ting, "Did you send Huan Tuo-shi to the Longxuan Continent to avenge Bufan?" At this moment, Lin Si-ting, unaware of the gravity of the situation, nodded affirmatively. Lin Sandong's heart sank. It was over. Huan Tuo-shi must have encountered trouble. Are you out of your mind? Huan Tuo-shi is merely at the initial stage of tribulation. How could you send him a Ling Shao sect to kill? They have powerful beings in the integration stage. Lin Sandong barely restrained his impulse to slap Lin Si-ting. What? If you all refuse to help my Bufan Gugu seek revenge, Does that mean I cannot send Huan Tuoshi to assist him? Lin Siting scoffed, asserting, in the end, you do not regard me as family. When I am bullied, none of you dare to speak up. I finally see through your true colors. Only Huan Tuoshi treats me as family. Only he is willing to stand up for me. Lin Sandong clenched his fists, trembling with anger. If not for the fact that Lin Siting was his biological sister, he might have genuinely wished to strike her down. Before meeting Bu Fan, Lin Siting had been somewhat normal. Though her personality was not the best, she was not entirely foolish. Yet after encountering Bu Fan, she seemed to have undergone brainwashing, becoming utterly disconnected from reality. Had he known this would occur, he should have eliminated that useless waste the moment he laid eyes on him. Now, Lin Sandong was certain that Huan Tuoshi was undoubtedly dead. Huan Tiandi had come to demand an explanation. Huan Tuoshi is dead. You should consider how to explain this to Huan Tiandi. Lin Sandong scoffed, closing his eyes. What? Huan Tuoshi is dead? He truly is a worthless fool. How could he fail at such a minor task? Lin Siting felt no sorrow over Huan Tuoshi's demise. In fact, she blamed him for not accomplishing her wishes. Lin Sandong could not help but mock Huan Tuoshi in his heart. His death was well-deserved for falling for such a woman. A shameless sycophant. Even if he died for his goddess, she would not shed a tear for him. Lin Sandong was aware that Huan Tuoshi often pilfered treasures from his family to present to Lin Siting. He had repeatedly advised him against such foolish behavior. As a friend, Lin Sandong understood his sister's nature. Yet Huan Tuoshi remained obstinate. Such a sycophant deserved his fate. No one would mourn his passing. What have you done? My son Tuoshi's life token has shattered. What have you done? Huan Tiandi roared in fury. What? Huan Tuoshi is dead? Lin Qiankuan was equally shocked. Huan Tuoshi had always been at the Lin residence. How could he possibly be dead? If someone had targeted him, how could they have failed to notice? Lin Qiankuan recalled how Lin Siting had persistently demanded he send Huan Tuoshi to the Longxuan Continent for vengeance, which he had refused. However, Huan Tuoshi was Lin Siting's loyal sycophant. If she ordered him to do something, he would comply without hesitation. Could it be that this fool sent Huan Tuoshi to the Longxuan Continent for revenge, only for him to be slain? The more Lin Qiankuan thought about it, the more plausible it became. Lin Siting, come here. Lin Qiankuan bellowed, his face darkened. Upon hearing Lin Siting's name, Huan Tiandi's eyes narrowed, locking onto her with rising murderous intent. He was all too familiar with Lin Siting. His son had persistently pursued her, yet she remained indifferent. Furthermore, she frequently took treasures from his household to offer to her. Huan Tiandi had turned a blind eye to these matters, pretending not to know. He had even attempted to introduce Huan Tuoshi to women more beautiful than Lin Siting. Yet Huan Tuoshi would not spare them a glance. He was infatuated with Lin Siting alone. Upon seeing Lin Siting's slightly rounded belly, Huan Tiandi's murderous intent intensified. My son has pursued you and even become engaged to you, yet you have turned to another man and become pregnant? At that moment, Lin Siting, locked in Huan Tiandi's piercing gaze, felt genuine fear. She clutched Lin Sandong's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Brother, what should we do? Please save me. I don't want to die. Only now do you know fear? Only now do you recognize me as your brother? Lin Sandong, observing Lin Siting's frightened demeanor, could no longer feel any anger. No matter how foolish Lin Siting may be, she remained his sister. Given her lack of sense, once she stood before Lin Qiankuan and Huan Tiandi, she would undoubtedly babble nonsensically and expose everything. Lin Sandong could not abandon her to her fate. Do not speak recklessly. Leave everything to me, he instructed Lin Siting. Lin Siting nodded gratefully. Lin Sandong and Lin Siting approached Lin Qiankuan and Huan Tiandi. Throughout the encounter, Lin Sandong communicated with Lin Qiankuan, coordinating their story. The moment Lin Qiankuan noticed Lin Siting's protruding belly, he comprehended that she was carrying Bu Fan's child, his expression darkening alarmingly. After receiving the full account through Lin Sandong's communication, he felt as if he might suffer a brain hemorrhage. How had he ended up with such a foolish daughter? However, with Huan Tiandi confronting him, if he revealed Lin Siting's actions, it would undoubtedly lead to war between the Lin and Huan families, resulting in mutual destruction. Huan Tiandi was unyielding, but Lin Qianquan was not prepared for such a confrontation. Thus, he decided to follow Lin Sandong's suggestion, shifting the conflict to the Lingxiao sect on the Longxuan Continent. Room? Huan Tiandi frowned upon hearing Lin Qianquan's words. When did Tuo Air climb into this woman's bed? After glancing at Lin Si Ting's rounded belly, an incredulous thought crossed his mind. Could this child be Tuo Air's? Despite being somewhat prepared, Lin Si Ting was still taken aback by Lin Qianquan's intensity and stammered, unsure of how to respond. Lin Sandong quickly interjected, "Father, do not frighten Si Ting. It will be detrimental to the fetus. It belongs to Taoshi," Lin Si Ting murmured, lowering her head, continuously apologizing to Bu Fan in her heart. Sorry, Bu Fan Ye. I had no choice. I can only burden our child. Chapter 84. Be rational. Huan Tiandi soon regained his composure, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Lin Si Ting. Lin Si Ting panicked. Not expecting Huan Tiandi to deduce the truth so quickly, she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Sandong immediately stepped forward, stating, "Senior Hun, you may not be aware, but during our journey of cultivation, my sister and I were accompanied by Tuo Shi. Many events transpired, and my sister Lin Si Ting accepted Tuo Shi. They even shared a bed during a drunken night, growing inseparable thereafter." Lin Sandong's words were meticulous and convincing. Upon hearing this, Hun Tiandi's heart began to believe. He had previously proposed a union between the Hun family and Lin family more than once. But each time Lin Qianquan declined, citing respect for Lin Si Ting. However, this time Lin Qianquan readily agreed. It turned out that Lin Si Ting and Tuo Shi were already together, unbeknownst to him. Lin Qianquan, is what Sandong said true? Hun Tiandi inquired, still feeling uneasy. Had it not been for Si Ting's consent, how could I have agreed to your Hun family's alliance? Lin Qianquan responded, resembling a father whose daughter had been taken away. Hun Tiandi's expression lightened considerably. Since Lin Si Ting was already carrying Tuo Shi's child, the Lin family would surely not act against him. Lin Si Ting had memorized the narrative prepared by Lin Sandong. At this point, overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed into Lin Sandong's arms, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother Bu Fan, your death was so tragic." Hun Tiandi's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Lin Si Ting's lament. Her heart-wrenching display did not appear feigned. "Who dares to kill my Tu?" Hun Tiandi bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze. He suspected that other families from Xingyu Shangzhou were envious of the alliance between the Han and Lin families, prompting them to assassinate Tuo Shi. "Sister, you didn't tell Tuo Shi about that incident, did you?" Lin Sandong suddenly interjected. "What incident?" Hun Tiandi narrowed his eyes. Lingxiao sect possesses formidable cultivators during the integration period. Under the domain Lord's decree, which prohibits higher realm cultivators from intervening in lower realms, Lingxiao sect remains invincible. Father could only swallow his pride. At that time, my sister was already pregnant, thankfully without miscarriage. We thought Tuo Shi had endured the humiliation, but it seems he went alone to Longxuan Continent to confront Lingxiao sect, only to be slain by their experts. Lin Sandong lamented. "It's my sister's fault for revealing this to Tuo Shi. She has brought misfortune upon him." Hun Tiandi gritted his teeth in anger, roaring, "Lingxiao sect. How dare they?" He understood his son's character well. If his wife were injured while pregnant, he too would not remain passive. Yet, why did Tuo Shi seek revenge on Lin Si Ting's behalf without confiding in him? Hun Tiandi seethed with rage. "Where is Longxuan Continent?" he demanded. Seeing Hun Tiandi's demeanor, Lin Qianquan felt uneasy. Was he planning to personally annihilate Lingxiao sect? He hurriedly advised, "Brother Hun, remain rational. The time set by the domain lord has not yet elapsed. Let us endure a little longer. After a millennium, the rules will expire, and a mere Lingxiao sect will be easily dealt with. There is no need to violate the domain lord's regulations. How can I endure? My only son has been killed. How can I endure? I am not like you with a horde of sons." Hun Tiandi screamed. Lin Qianquan realized that reasoning with Hun Tiandi was futile and suggested, "The highest cultivation in Lingxiao sect is merely at the integration stage. We can dispatch some integration stage death warriors to eliminate Lingxiao sect without needing to act ourselves. Death warriors are the most loyal members of each family. willing to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Moreover, they're the most esteemed family assets, challenging to cultivate due to their required loyalty and high cultivation. If possible, Lin Qingquan wished to avoid wasting his family's integration stage death warriors on this matter. However, he was ultimately at fault and reluctantly decided to send one. The fact that Lin Siting was not carrying Tuo Shi's child would eventually be uncovered by Han Tiandi. Thus, it would suffice to cause Lin Siting to miscarry beforehand. Lin Qingquan's primary objective was to shift blame, attributing Tuo Shi's death entirely to Ling Shao sect. Our Lin family bears some responsibility for Tuo Shi's demise. We are willing to send an integration stage death warrior to assist, and you shall send one as well. That would suffice to eliminate a small Ling Shao sect without needing to violate the domain lordess rules. Han Tiandi's expression darkened as he contemplated, ultimately finding the rationale reasonable. The authority of the domain lord must not be infringed upon. Chapter 85. An unexpected encounter with Huang Yuxuan after slaying Tuo Shi. Diao Changju ventured to the nearby grand city, Longxuan City, to search for any wild, opposing children of destiny. The speed of gaining fortune points by killing opposing children of destiny far surpasses self-cultivation. Unfortunately, after wandering the streets all day, he encountered no such individuals. Senior brother, what brings you to Longxuan City? A voice filled with surprise inquired. Diao Changju turned to find Huang Yuxuan. It had been a long time since they last met, and Huang Yuxuan had finally advanced to the initial stage of the Earth Profound Realm. Xuanzi, what are you doing here? Diao Changju responded in astonishment. He had anticipated encountering his junior brother in Longxuan City. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of surprise. In just over a year, Diao Changju had advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm and appeared rejuvenated. Truly impressive. Well, I had nothing to do in the sect, so I decided to come out and enjoy myself, Diao Changju explained. Huang Yuxuan, brimming with excitement, said, in that case, senior brother, you must visit my Huang family as a guest. Let me extend my hospitality. Seeing Huang Yuxuan's eager expression, Diao Changju could not refuse. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, visiting his family was acceptable. Then I shall trouble you, he replied. No trouble at all. It is my honor to host you, senior brother, Huang Yuxuan exclaimed enthusiastically. The Huang family was indeed a prominent family, far superior to the Shao family. The Huang family's patriarch was at the initial stage of the Heaven Profound Realm and served as the city lord of Longxuan City. As Diao Changju accompanied Huang Yuxuan to the Huang family, they engaged in casual conversation. Huang Yuxuan's cultivation at the initial stage of the Earth Profound Realm was already quite impressive. He then solemnly remarked, however, it is not a trivial matter. This past year, numerous cultivators have mysteriously disappeared in Longxuan City. Initially, it was scattered cultivators, and their absence went unnoticed, but soon, residents of Longxuan City began to vanish as well. These individuals possessed increasingly higher cultivation levels, from the Qi refinement stage to the current nascent soul stage, with even some of our Huang family's nascent soul disciples inexplicably missing. Now, the entire Longxuan City is gripped by fear. Our patriarch suspects that an evil cultivator has appeared in Longxuan City, using the lives of cultivators to enhance their power. I have stayed here for several months, yet I remain baffled as the disappearances continue daily. Huang Yuxuan sighed deeply. Diao Changju raised an eyebrow. Could it be the work of a child of destiny? Senior brother, do you have any means of uncovering the hidden evil cultivators in Longxuan City? Huang Yuxuan gazed at Diao Changju with admiration. In his eyes, Diao Changju was an omnipotent figure. Feeling uneasy under Huang Yuxuan's radiant gaze, Diao Changju replied, You ask me? Who should I ask then? This was the first time he had heard of such matters. He had been at Ling Shao's sect, completely unaware of these occurrences. However, unable to dismiss his junior brother's adoring gaze, he refrained from stating his inability to help outright. System, do you have any solutions? Diao Changju could only turn to the system for assistance. Shaoxi responded with exasperation, Brother, I am a system, not a deity. Do not direct all your inquiries toward me. You inquire of me, but whom should I question? This matter exceeds the capabilities of this system, rendering it unable to provide solutions for the host. Diao Changju made every effort, but could only offer a vague response to Huang Yuxuan. stating that he would assess the situation and could not guarantee a solution. In Huang Yuxuan's mind echoed 4 words: "I have a solution." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, thanking his senior brother for the assistance. Diao Changju sensed that Huang Yuxuan might have misunderstood something. After expressing his thanks, Huang Yuxuan promptly sent a secret message to his ancestral figure. "Ancestor, my senior brother has arrived. This evil cultivator is doomed. My senior brother claims he can undoubtedly capture this minor evil cultivator." The Huang family ancestor was overjoyed upon receiving the message. As an inter-sect elder of Lingxiao sect, Huang Yuxuan's senior brother must be a formidable figure. With his senior brother's intervention, that insignificant evil cultivator would find it impossible to escape. The Huang family ancestor immediately commanded preparations for a feast. A gathering was to be held to honor Huang Yuxuan's senior brother for his valorous act against the evil cultivator. What? Huang Yuxuan's senior brother is coming to vanquish the evil cultivator? What? Huang Yuxuan's senior brother has located the evil cultivator? What? The evil cultivator has already been slain by Huang Yuxuan's senior brother? What? A banquet is to be held to express our gratitude for his deeds. Suddenly, the Huang family was abuzz with activity. Everyone busily prepared the venue. A strikingly beautiful woman emerged from a room, observing the bustling Huang family, and inquired of a maid, "What is happening? Huang Yuxuan's elder brother has slain the evil cultivator?" The woman displayed a puzzled expression. Her name was Huang Zuilio, the eldest daughter of the Huang family. Aged 200 years, possessing mid-stage Yuanying cultivation, she was regarded as a prodigy. In Longxuan Continent, talented disciples from every family would be sent to major sects for training. Those not chosen, yet with decent potential, remained with their families for cultivation. For powerful families, if a disciple could not enter a major sect, it was preferable for them to cultivate within the family. Huang Zuilio was a disciple meticulously nurtured by the Huang family. She had passed Lingxiao sect's tests 3 times but only qualified as a servant disciple. Rather than serve as a mere servant at Lingxiao sect, she chose to cultivate within her family. She was also hailed as the foremost prodigy and beauty of Longxuan City, a dream for many suitors, yet she remained aloof, believing none were worthy of her. Her ideal husband must possess both handsome looks and exceptional talent, along with a powerful background. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to herself. Why should she settle for an ordinary man when she possessed such beauty and talent? Chapter 86. Diao Changju's Purity. By lineage, Huang Yuxuan was Huang Zuilio's cousin, yet their interactions were minimal. When she participated in the Lingxiao sect assessment, Huang Yuxuan was merely an ordinary inner disciple. Although he was well-connected within the sect, his integrity prevented him from using his influence to assist Huang Zuilio, leading her to harbor grievances against him. Especially after Huang Yuxuan rose to the status of an inner elder, her resentment only grew. She often pondered how different her circumstances might have been had he facilitated her entry into the sect as an outer disciple. Huang Yuxuan's senior brother? He must possess considerable skill. I wonder if he is handsome. If he is, I might begrudgingly make his acquaintance, Huang Zuilio mused. Upon the arrival of the two, the Huang family elder and others bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome, Elder Diao." Diao Changju felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a delicate flower amidst a grand gathering. Huang Yuxuan beamed, giving a thumbs up behind Diao Changju, exclaiming, "Well done." Onlookers speculated about the identity of the young and handsome man who warranted such a warm welcome from the city lord of Longxuan. Many recognized Huang Yuxuan, a notable figure in Longxuan City and an inner elder of Lingxiao sect. Observing Huang Yuxuan standing respectfully behind Diao Changju, they inferred that this striking youth was indeed a person of great significance within Lingxiao sect. Soon, news of a prominent figure from Lingxiao sect visiting the Huang family spread throughout Longxuan City. Huang Yuxuan introduced the Huang family ancestor. "This is our esteemed ancestor, Huang Chuanqiu." Huang Chuanqiu, with graying temples and slight wrinkles, appeared around 70, yet was lively and spirited. Huang Yuxuan then introduced Diao Changju. "This is my senior brother, Diao Changju, also an inner elder of Lingxiao sect. His background is remarkable. He is a direct disciple of the previous sect master, Hua Xiangxi, and the current sect master, Liu Liyan. is his junior sister. My senior brother is upright and benevolent, always ready to assist others, and possesses striking good looks and sharp insight. He often dispenses golden wisdom. Huang Yuxuan enthusiastically extolled. The more they listened, the greater their admiration for Diao Changju grew. The more Diao Changju heard, the more he wished to vanish. Interrupting Huang Yuxuan to say, "All right, Xiaoxian, there's no need to speak of these trivial matters." Huang Yuxuan reluctantly ceased, reflecting on his senior brother's preference for humility. "Elder Diao, the banquet is prepared. Please follow me," Huang Chunqiu respectfully invited. Diao Changju could only muster his courage and follow Huang Chunqiu. As they passed by the lined-up disciples, each one erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "Greetings, Elder Diao." This overwhelming display of enthusiasm left Diao Changju speechless. Such an extraordinary welcome ceremony. One could only wonder who conceived it. Soon, Diao Changju entered the banquet hall, taking his seat of honor. The assembly consisted of Huang family's disciples, arranged by status, with the most esteemed seated closest. All gazed eagerly at Diao Changju, for he was indeed a person of great significance. Diao Changju felt increasingly uneasy under their fervent scrutiny. At that moment, a beautiful woman entered the banquet hall. It was Huang Zuelio. Huang Chunqiu, upon seeing her, exclaimed joyfully, "Zuelio, come forth and pay your respects to Elder Diao." "Elder Diao?" Huang Zuelio's gaze shifted to the handsome young man in white robes, gracefully savoring tea at the head of the table. Upon seeing him, her heart, which had remained calm for 2 centuries, began to race uncontrollably. How handsome! Such high cultivation, such a powerful background. This was indeed the ideal husband she had envisioned. Diao Changju subtly raised his head, also observing Huang Zuelio, a flicker of appreciation crossing his gaze. She was indeed quite attractive, possessing a certain delicate charm akin to Shuang Long, though perhaps slightly lacking. Huang Chunqiu, who had been keenly observing Diao Changju, noticed the glimmer of admiration in his eyes and smiled. It seemed this elder Diao favored beauties of Huang Zuelio's disposition. He mused that if Diao Changju and Huang Zuelio were to unite, the Huang family would undoubtedly soar to great heights, given Diao Changju's formidable identity within Lingxiao sect. Huang Zuelio lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and approached Diao Changju, her voice soft and shy. This humble girl, Huang Zuelio, pays her respects to Elder Diao. Huang Chunqiu cast a meaningful glance at the crowd before speaking. "Chui Lu, you shall attend to Elder Diao together with your cousin Yuxuan. As young individuals, you surely have much in common to discuss. We, the older generation, find it challenging to keep pace with your youthful minds and shall refrain from intruding." Subsequently, Huang Chunqiu and his companions withdrew, leaving Diao Changju, Huang Yuxuan, and Huang Chui Lu together. Huang Chui Lu, sensing the moment, took it upon herself to serve tea and water. Huang Yuxuan, understanding his ancestors' intentions, also hoped that Diao Changju would take a liking to his cousin. Thus, he continually steered the conversation towards Huang Chui Lu. Despite her several affectionate gestures, he skillfully evaded them without leaving a trace. Diao Changju acknowledged his own romantic entanglements, admitting to being quite the philanderer. His affections were divided among Liu Liyan by Hua Jin, Shi Ninmen, and Hua Xiangxi. However, he was not the type to fall for every woman he encountered. He discerned Huang Chui Lu's evident interest in him and was determined not to offer her any opportunity. After the banquet, Diao Changju expressed his fatigue and requested Huang Yuxuan to arrange for him to rest. Watching Diao Changju depart, Huang Chui Lu's expression fell, for she was accustomed to being pursued by other men, always feigning indifference. Yet, Diao Changju's indifference towards her was unmistakable. She was not foolish. His actions clearly conveyed that he held no interest in her. Observing Huang Chui Lu's despondency, Huang Yuxuan smiled gently and reassured her, "Cousin, do not be disheartened. My senior brother has always been this way. He has maintained his integrity and, to this day, has neither a partner nor engaged in any intimate acts with other women. He is a rare gem among men. His cold demeanor towards you is the same he displays towards all women. Keep your spirits up," Huang Yuxuan encouraged her. Conveniently disregarding Shi Ninmen and Shi Tianqi, one being the sect leader of a Huan sect and the other his disciple. Their occasional close interactions were quite normal. Really? Huang Chui Lu's spirits reignited at his words. It was rare to encounter such a high-quality man, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She resolved to take bold steps to solidify her connection with him, believing that Diao Changju's upright character would ensure he took responsibility for her. Chapter 87. I am merely a traveler on your path to immortality. Upon returning to his room, Diao Changju intended to rest when a knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found Huang Chui Liu standing there, his brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, Huang Chui Liu had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Her cheeks flushed, and her attire was quite revealing, hinting at her vulnerability. Miss Huang, what brings you here at this late hour? Diao Changju's tone was somewhat frosty. May I come in to discuss something important with you, Diao Gongzi? Huang Chui Liu said shyly. It is late, and it would be unwise for a man and a woman to be alone in a room, as it may tarnish your reputation, Miss Huang. We can converse here. Diao Changju replied, unwilling to allow her entry. If Huang Chui Liu failed to grasp his intentions, she would indeed be foolish. Tears welled in her eyes as she plaintively asked, Am I that unattractive? Diao Changju sighed. Were it not for Huang Chui Liu being Huang Yushuan's cousin, he would not waste his breath on her and would simply tell her to leave. You are not unattractive, but I am not your best choice. I have no feelings for you. Just because you like someone does not guarantee that they will reciprocate. You will encounter better men in the future. That man will be your true match, while I am merely a fleeting traveler on your path to immortality, he said calmly. He had repeated this line countless times before, having turned down many infatuated disciples during his youth at Lingxiao sect in the same manner. Huang Chui Liu could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she choked out, But why did I have to meet someone like you? A man as extraordinary as you stands out like a firefly in the dark. So vivid, so exceptional. Compared to other men, you leave them in the shadows. How could I ever hope to meet another man as outstanding and of such high quality as you? You will, Diao Changju assured her. Those disciples he had previously rejected had also once expressed similar sentiments. In the end, they all found their destined partners. Diao Changju never believed that his rejections would keep them enamored with him. Once they moved on, they were capable of loving again. Such scenarios only existed in fairy tales. Wan Dukui Liu fled in tears. A man, having stealthily arrived, witnessed her disheveled appearance, hands covering her face as she ran out of Diao Changju's courtyard, sobbing loudly. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Hastily, he followed her, asking, "Sister Chui Liu, what has happened?" Huang Chui Liu, upon hearing his words, cried even harder, ignoring him as she hastened her retreat. The man, filled with a surge of anger, began to piece together the situation. Just imagine, at such an hour, a disheveled woman runs out of a man's courtyard, crying. It was clear that she had just been wronged by that man. Lingxiao sectis Diao Changju. The man's eyes burned with intense hatred. He wished to rush in and kill Diao Changju immediately. Yet that would not be enough. Diao Changju had wronged the woman he secretly adored, Huang Chui Liu. Simply killing him would not suffice for revenge. He wanted to see Diao Changju disgraced and then perish. This man was named Huang Tong, an orphan adopted by the Huang family, now over 250 years old and at the peak of the Yuaning stage. He was considered a notable figure within the Huang family, a key candidate for cultivation. By chance, he had accompanied Huang Chui Liu on a mission, leading to their acquaintance. The stunningly beautiful Huang Chui Liu captivated Huang Tong deeply. From that day forth, he regarded her as a goddess, harboring a secret affection for her. Additionally, he had slain a malevolent cultivator, for which the Huang family held a celebratory banquet to honor Diao Changju. This amused Huang Tong immensely, as it was evident that Diao Changju was deceiving everyone. How could Diao Changju have slain a malevolent cultivator? Nonsense. Huang Tong was the very evil cultivator spoken of among the populace of Longxuan City. He was still very much alive. That was not a slaying. A century ago, Huang Tong was merely an ordinary disciple, cultivating for 100 years and still at the foundation establishment stage. It was only after he met Huang Chui Liu that his self-doubt prompted him to seek strength by any means necessary. By a stroke of luck, he stumbled upon a secret realm and obtained the inheritance of a being known as the evil god. It was through this inheritance that he learned the evil god was an evil cultivator. His method of cultivation involved absorbing the life force of others to enhance his own. allowing him to temporarily unleash power several realms above his own. Initially, he was apprehensive about cultivating this nefarious technique, the star absorption method, fearing he would become a pariah. He had hoped to cultivate steadily and earnestly. Unfortunately, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Stuck at a certain realm for many years, he watched the gap between himself and Huang Chui Lu widen, compelling him to finally embrace the star absorption method. At first, he only dared to discreetly absorb the life force of inconspicuous loose cultivators. However, as he began to taste success and his cultivation advanced rapidly, he grew bolder. As Huang Tang's cultivation improved, the benefits of absorbing weaker individuals diminished, forcing him to target those with higher cultivation levels. In recent years, the increasing number of missing cultivators in Longxuan City had raised suspicions about the presence of evil cultivators. As for the missing disciples from the Huang family, some had grievances against Huang Tang. Some had stumbled upon him absorbing and refining corpses in his room, while others were simply infatuated with Huang Chui Lu, constantly mentioning her name. He felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity as he decided to ascertain the truth of the situation. To his surprise, upon arriving outside the courtyard of Diao Changju, he witnessed Huang Cuilio, disheveled and appearing as though she had been wronged, weeping as she fled from the premises. His relentless pursuit of the sinister arts had been solely for the purpose of deserving Huang Cuilio. He had intended to propose to the Huang family's elder, seeking her hand in marriage. Yet, this shameless inner elder of Lingxiao sect, Diao Changju, had shattered his path to happiness. The thought that he had never even held Huang Cuilio's delicate hand, now tainted by Diao Changju, filled Huang Tang with immense rage. He swore that Diao Changju would pay dearly for his transgressions. The following day, the Huang family hosted a banquet in honor of Diao Changju. This gathering was open to the public, attracting notable figures from Longxuan City, all eager to witness the grandeur of this esteemed member of the Lingxiao sect, hoping for a chance to forge connections with him. Diao Changju sat impassively in the main seat, quietly sipping tea. Had he known that attending the Huang family would entail such trivial matters, he would have declined the invitation. He felt like a mere spectacle. As each guest approached him before taking their seats, Huang Yuxuan, noticing Diao Changju's displeasure, wore an awkward expression. This banquet had been arranged by Huang Chunxiu, who was entirely unaware of the underlying tensions. Meanwhile, Huang Cuilio had composed herself after a night of contemplation. She had come to terms with the harsh realities of life. The person one admires may not reciprocate those feelings. Suppressing her affection for Diao Changju, she quietly fulfilled the role of serving tea beside him. Indeed, as an inner elder of the Lingxiao sect, Diao Changju was impressively skilled, appearing younger than Huang Yuxuan, and was even a senior. Upon his arrival in Longxuan City, Diao Changju had swiftly dealt with a malevolent cultivator. "Is that true? Can I boast about it?" exclaimed one onlooker, recounting how Diao Changju, clad in white, had single-handedly dispatched a fearsome evil cultivator with his sword. The attendees continued to extol Diao Changju's prowess. Although his true cultivation level was at the early stage of Tianji, he had concealed it, leading others to perceive him only as being at the mid-stage of Daiji. Diao Changju found the flattery bewildering. When did I slay any evil cultivator? I myself was unaware, he thought, irritated by the unfounded rumors. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome man strode into the hall, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Diao Changju. Witnessing Huang Cuilio, who had been wronged the previous night, still serving Diao Changju, only intensified his anguish. The crowd fell into a stunned silence as Huang Tang's voice cut through the air. "What madness is this?" shouted a middle-aged man of the Shengying stage, Huang Tianba, Huang Cuilio's father, as he accused Huang Tang of causing a scene. Huang Tianba, a prominent figure within the Huang family, was second only to Huang Chunxiu. Diao Changju slowly raised his head, looking down at Huang Tang. At that moment, a system notification appeared, revealing, "Ding, hostile fate child detected." The details displayed were startling. Name, Huang Tang. Age, 251. Cultivation, late Yuaning. Fortune value, 300,000. Fortune summary. An ordinary Huang Tang unexpectedly inherits the ancient evil god's legacy, the Shixingju, allowing him to absorb and refine others to enhance his own cultivation, enabling him to surpass his original limits. Shishingju? Isn't that the technique of the evil cultivator in Longxuan City? Diao Changju couldn't help but smile at Huang Tong's brashness. You're merely at the late Yuanying stage, yet you dare to act so arrogantly? You are the mad ones. You all claim that Diao Changju has slain the evil cultivator. Yet who among you has evidence? Huang Tong retorted angrily. How dare you question Elder Diao? Huang Tianba thundered. Yet Huang Tong's words began to sway some in the crowd, as doubts surfaced regarding the absence of the evil cultivator's remains. Wait, didn't you say you witnessed Elder Diao slay the evil cultivator? Someone interjected. Why are you not speaking up now? I never said that. Stop fabricating stories. Huang Tong protested. You clearly stated that you saw Elder Diao, clad in white, dispatch the three-headed, six-armed evil cultivator. The crowd chimed in. Huang Tianba's brow furrowed at the murmurs around him. He believed in Diao Changju's account of slaying the evil cultivator. Huang Yuxuan found the situation perplexing, realizing that Diao Changju had never claimed to have killed any evil cultivator. Who was spreading these rumors about his senior? Silence. I witnessed Elder Diao slay the evil cultivator with my own eyes. How dare you question him? Huang Chunqiu interjected, pointing at Huang Tong. Both Diao Changju and Huang Yuxuan exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, it turns out it was you, Elder, who started this rumor. Huang Yuxuan exclaimed, aghast. As Huang Chunqiu spoke, the tide of opinion shifted dramatically. With the city lord's endorsement, Diao Changju's supposed victory over the evil cultivator was deemed irrefutable. The crowd began to murmur against Huang Tong. Huang Tong merely smiled disdainfully, anticipating that his words would be met with disbelief, but he had prepared a countermeasure. Suddenly, a disciple burst into the hall, breathless and alarmed. City Lord, trouble. The evil cultivator has reappeared, having slain a Shungying stage rogue cultivator. Leaving a message declaring his next target is none other than Elder Diao Changju. What? Gasps of shock filled the room as all eyes turned to Diao Changju. Hadn't it been claimed that the evil cultivator had been slain? Even Huang Chunqiu regarded Diao Changju with uncertainty. Seizing the moment, Huang Tong cried out, You fools have been deceived by this two-faced Diao Changju. He did not slay the evil cultivator. Instead, he took advantage of his status to lure Suelio into his quarters and assault her. What? The crowd gasped again, turning their shocked gazes toward Huang Suelio, whose face had turned pale. She had never anticipated Huang Tong would reveal the events of the previous night, let alone distort the truth to tarnish Diao Changju's reputation. Stop your nonsense, Huang Tong. I am innocent in my dealings with Elder Diao. Do not spread falsehoods here. Huang Suelio retorted angrily, realizing her denial stemmed from pressure. Huang Ting thought, what a fool. Huang Tianba, unable to contain himself, unleashed his Shungying stage power and lunged at Huang Tong. In the minds of the Huang family, even if Diao Changju had wronged Huang Suelio, they were more than willing to overlook it, for aligning with such a powerful figure would elevate their clan to greatness. They are not afraid that Diao Changju has thoughts about Huang Suelio. Rather, they dread the possibility that Diao Changju may lack any such thoughts. Consequently, even if Diao Changju did indeed bully Huang Suelio last night, they would remain silent. Huang Tianba is furious that Huang Tong has made this matter public, exposing it before all the notable figures of Longxuan City. How brazen is Diao Changju? How shameless is the Huang family? Death. Huang Tianba shows no mercy and only wishes to smash Huang Tong's head with a single slap. Chapter 89. Clearly, he is merely at the Yuanying stage. The crowd immediately distances themselves from Huang Tong, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. To them, Huang Tong, at the late Yuanying stage, stands no chance against Huang Tianba, who is at the peak of the Shungying stage. Bring it on. Faced with Huang Tianba's fierce attack, Huang Tong displays not an ounce of fear. Instead, he wears a look of excitement. He has awaited this moment for far too long. Though he possesses strength surpassing the DG stage, he must feign the demeanor of a mere Yuanying stage weakling. He craves an opportunity to prove his worth, to earn the admiration of the Huang family, and to show Huang Suelio just how remarkable he is. From this moment forth, he will boldly proclaim his imperial bearing. In an instant, Huang Tong activates the Shishingju elevating his cultivation to the late Shungying stage, delivering a powerful strike that sends Huang Tianba flying. Before reverting to the late Yuanying stage, Huang Tianba crashes to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, his expression one of shock as he exclaims, "How is this possible?" This scene astonishes the onlookers. Never did they expect Huang Teng, merely at the Yuanying stage, could injure Huang Tianba. Father, Huang Zuilio rushes over to assess Huang Tianba's injuries. "Oof. Were it not for your connection to Zuilio, that last strike would have been your end," Huang Teng boasts, secretly believing that Huang Zuilio must now harbor feelings for him. He has grown powerful enough to inflict serious harm on her father. Huang Teng's gaze shifts to Diao Changju, who remains elegantly sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to his existence. This makes him feel like a mere clown. Huang Teng points at Diao Changju and declares, "Next. It'll be your turn." Impudent. Before Diao Changju could respond, Huang Chunqiu, his face ashen, bellows in anger. Today, the Huang family has truly lost face. Before Huang Chunqiu can act, Diao Changju's devoted admirer, Huang Yuxuan, can no longer contain himself and charges forward. "How dare you call my master by his name?" Huang Yuxuan strikes out in fury. The pressure from his early DG stage cultivation leaves the crowd gasping for breath. Here, there are but a few whose cultivation reaches the DG stage or higher. Ha! Huang Teng is in deep trouble now. A DG stage expert has intervened. He, a mere Yuanying stage, cannot possibly withstand the attack of a DG stage powerhouse. I acknowledge that Huang Teng capitalized on Huang Tianba's carelessness to wound him, but against a DG stage opponent, he can no longer rely on cunning. Huang Teng is doomed. Yet again, the outcome shocks everyone as Huang Teng counters Huang Yuxuan with a single strike. Huang Yuxuan grunts, hurtling backward, blood spilling forth, unable to rise. Yuxuan, Huang Chunqiu, witnessing this, can no longer underestimate Huang Teng. If Huang Teng's victory over the Shungying stage Huang Tianba could be attributed to luck, then his triumph over the DG stage Huang Yuxuan indicates that this is no mere fluke, it is true strength. This child is extraordinary. Huang Chunqiu's expression grows solemn. Huang Teng's cultivation is only at the late Yuanying stage. Regardless, today Huang Teng must lie on the ground. Huang Chunqiu stands, preparing to take action. The crowd erupts in excitement. The city lord is about to strike. After all, the city lord is a powerful expert at the early Tianxian stage. I admit Huang Teng is impressive, but he is far too arrogant and ostentatious. Is he not courting death? Diao Changju finishes his tea with a resounding clap, slamming the cup down on the table, which echoes through the room. All eyes shift to him, the atmosphere growing tense and silent. Diao Changju rises, his expression unreadable, and states, "First, I never claimed to have slain any evil cultivators. Second, I have never bullied Huang Zuilio under the guise of my status. Third, I know who the evil cultivator is." Huang Chunqiu quickly interjects. "Are you implying that you have identified the evil cultivator?" Diao Changju, standing tall, points at Huang Teng and proclaims, "The evil cultivator is him." The crowd's gaze swiftly shifts from Diao Changju to Huang Teng. Panic flickers in Huang Teng's eyes. He never anticipated that Diao Changju would expose him as an evil cultivator. However, if he resolutely denies it, what can Diao Changju do? Thus, Huang Teng feigns calmness and retorts vehemently, "Preposterous. Just because you say I am an evil cultivator, does that make it so? Is this how a distinguished elder of Ling Shao sect conducts himself? How dare you distort the truth and defame the innocent?" Upon hearing Huang Teng's words, the crowd's eyes dart away, pondering whether Diao Changju intends to pin a crime on Huang Teng to exonerate his own actions. Diao Changju smiles faintly and asks, "How do you explain your late Yuanying stage cultivation while inflicting injuries upon those at the Shungying and DG stages? If I am not mistaken, you are practicing the Shixingju. The Shixingju is a nefarious technique that enhances one's cultivation by absorbing and refining the energy of other cultivators, enabling one to exhibit strength beyond their stage. However, the technique has its drawbacks. The greater the power exerted beyond one's level, the more intense the bloodlust becomes, and one's appearance grows increasingly grotesque. This is the side effect of the Shixingju." Huang Teng feels a wave of panic at Diao Changju's words, unable to fathom how he possesses such knowledge of the Shishingju. Utter nonsense. Huang Ting resolutely refuses to admit it. Whether it is true or false will soon be revealed. Diao Changju suddenly lunges forward to attack. Elder Diao, be careful. Huang Chunqiu shouts anxiously. Diao Changju is merely at the mid-DG stage, while Huang Teng has just severely injured Huang Yuxuan, who is at the early DG stage. If Diao Changju were to sustain any injury, the Huang family would be unable to bear the consequences. After all, Diao Changju's position and influence within Lingxiao sect are formidable. At this moment, Diao Changju has come to confront him directly, igniting Huang Teng's excitement. Upon learning that Diao Changju had bullied Huang Zuoyo, he has harbored resentment toward him. Now, Diao Changju has unwittingly provided Huang Teng with an excellent opportunity. He thinks to himself, "Fortune favors me. I have been troubled about how to find a chance to eliminate this detestable individual, and now he has foolishly presented himself." Huang Teng resolves to make Diao Changju pay dearly. Essence of the Shishingju. Huang Teng unleashes a powerful strike, the force of which surges forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, the intensity of his attack rivals that of the late Tianxian stage, causing the surrounding air to grow stiflingly hot. Huang Teng's eyes brim with confidence and pride. In his estimation, this strike is more than sufficient to reduce a mere mid-DG stage opponent to mere pulp, with not a shred of doubt. After all, the disparity in strength between the DG and late Tianxian stages is vast, akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant. Chapter 90. It is not only you who can challenge across stages. Diao Changju, already at the early Tianji stage, sees no need to employ even the devouring principle against Huang Teng. With a single strike, he sends Huang Teng reeling, blood spilling forth. How is this possible? Huang Teng's eyes widen in disbelief. Diao Changju has been concealing his true cultivation. He is not merely at the mid-DG stage. No wonder he is my senior. Huang Yuxuan gazes at Diao Changju with admiration. Huang Chunqiu's anxious heart finally settled. Indeed, Ling Xiaozong's newly appointed sect leader's disciple, Diao Changju, was extraordinary. Diao Changju must have concealed his true abilities, as even Huang Teng, at the Tianxian stage, could not see through him. After delivering a palm strike that sent Huang Teng spitting blood and flying, Diao Changju did not relent. Instead, he pressed the attack. If you continue to hide your strength and do not unleash your full power, you shall perish here. Diao Changju unleashed another palm strike, aimed directly at Huang Teng's Tianling point. At that moment, Huang Teng felt the chilling threat of death. He had initially planned not to use his full strength. Once he did, he would indeed transform as Diao Changju described, his body saturated with blood energy, his visage terrifying, resembling neither man nor ghost, easily identifiable as an evil cultivator. However, he had no choice. If he did not unleash his full power, he would die today. The profound essence of the Shishingju. Full power. Huang Teng roared. At this moment, he no longer intended to conceal his identity as an evil cultivator. He only contemplated exterminating all those in Longxuan City and fleeing with Huang Zuoyo to a place where no one recognized him. A torrent of blood energy enveloped Huang Teng, while his pupils turned crimson and dark veins bulged grotesquely across his body, making him appear utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Tianji stage. He then thrust his fist forward. The impact of his fist colliding with Diao Changju's palm produced a deafening roar. The clash between them unleashed a series of violent winds, sending everything in the banquet hall tumbling. The onlookers, fearing for their safety, retreated several miles in terror. Both Diao Changju and Huang Teng staggered back several paces. The crowd gasped upon witnessing Huang Teng's fearsome transformation. Huang Teng is indeed an evil cultivator. Diao Changju did not deceive us. It is astonishing how deeply Huang Teng had concealed his true nature. He appeared rather docile on the surface, yet beneath lay a ruthless murderer. Huang Teng, you owe me my son's life. Huang Teng, what have you done to my wife? Upon realizing Huang Teng was an evil cultivator from Longxuan City, the crowd erupted in furious accusations. Hearing their insults, Huang Teng sneered, "A bunch of rubbish. Once I eliminate Diao Changju, none of you will escape. You will all become sustenance to elevate my cultivation." Ha 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 ha. Diao Changju observed Huang Ting effortlessly advancing from the late Yuanying stage to the Tianji stage in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly, he is worth 30,000 fortune points. Compared to the mere 70,000 of the minor monster, Huang Teng is an elite. Had it not been for Huang Teng's reckless emergence, Diao Changju might not have deemed him killable. The Xixingju is exceedingly monstrous. This is why some individuals would rather be labeled as evil cultivators. Their techniques are simply too perverse. Tianji stage. Witnessing Huang Teng's unveiled strength, Huang Yuxuan grew increasingly concerned for Diao Changju. Diao Changju, however, had no intention of holding back. He mocked, Huang Teng, do you believe your current strength renders you invincible? Why not? Huang Teng boasted, laughing heartily. With the cultivation of the Tianji stage, he feared no one except the supreme elders of the four major sections. Then you shall meet your end here. Diao Changju activated his Liu Liyan liberation and devouring laws instantaneously. Diao Changju's cultivation surged to the early crossing tribulation stage. Huang Teng was unsettled by this revelation. How can you possibly be at the crossing tribulation stage? In this world, nothing is impossible. If you can elevate from the late Yuanying stage to the Tianji stage, then surely it is not excessive for me to rise from the early Tianji stage to the crossing tribulation stage. Dazzling with golden light, Diao Changju floated like a deity, creating a stark contrast with the blood-soaked, fearsome Huang Teng. In that moment, Diao Changju resembled a divine arbiter of justice, ready to dispense punishment upon the malevolent fiend. Witnessing this, Huang Zuiliu, supporting Huang Tianba, felt the last flicker of hope extinguish within her. In that instant, she comprehended the vast chasm separating her from Diao Changju. Diao Changju was the unattainable sun above, while she was merely an ordinary mortal on the ground. How could a mortal dare to covet the lofty sun? Huang Tianba perceived his daughter's thoughts and comforted her with a gentle pat on the back. Zuiliu, you are not lacking. It is merely that Diao Changju is exceptionally outstanding. I refuse to accept this. Huang Teng was unable to bear the reality before him, descending into a frenzied state. What does it matter if you are at the crossing tribulation stage? I am invincible. The profound essence of the Xixingju. Overload. As Huang Teng roared, signs of his body beginning to collapse emerged. The bulging veins oozed blood, and his entire form became drenched in crimson. Huang Teng's cultivation ascended to the late crossing tribulation stage. The full power of the Xixingju was already his limit. If he pushed beyond that, he would face complete bodily collapse and be unable to utilize his abilities for a month. Yet, in this moment of desperation, he could think of nothing else. With his cultivation now at the late crossing tribulation stage, Huang Teng's words became more resolute. He yearned to swiftly conclude the battle, annihilate everyone present, and then find a place to hide until he recovered from his weakness. Diao Changju effortlessly employed the devouring law to counter Huang Teng's assault. Huang Teng's seemingly terrifying attack vanished without a trace. The moment you chose to recklessly emerge, your fate was sealed. How is this possible? How could you possibly block my attack? I am at the late crossing tribulation stage. Huang Teng's eyes brimmed with disbelief. You are merely at the early crossing tribulation stage. How dare you thwart my attack? Why? Unable to accept this truth, Huang Teng launched a frenzied offense. There are others in this world who are formidable, and you are not the sole challenger capable of surpassing levels. You ought to have laid low with your cultivation at the late Yuanying stage, yet you chose to recklessly flaunt yourself. What are you posturing for? Diao Changju mocked. The ensuing battle was without suspense. Diao Changju effortlessly vanquished Huang Teng. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the adversarial child of fortune, Huang Teng. The host receives all of Huang Teng's fortune points. Host fortune points, 300,000. Host current fortune points, 370,000. Chapter 91. Enemies from Lingxiao Zone. Truly, my senior brother is remarkable. Huang Yuxuan, the little admirer, shouted fervently. Diao Changju smiled silently. Just moments ago, Huang Yuxuan was grievously injured and spitting blood. Yet now he appeared lively and unharmed. Truly, the Xiangui sacred body is resilient, with rapid recovery capabilities, though its training speed is somewhat lacking. The banquet hall lay in ruins, and the guests lost all desire to continue the festivities. Moreover, Diao Changju harbored no fondness for such gatherings. Huang Chunqiu did not urge anyone to resume the event. With the matter of the evil cultivator resolved, Huang Yuxuan saw no reason to remain in the Huang family any longer. With him around, how could Diao Changju be burdened with the labor of flying with a sword? Meanwhile, in another realm, a young man roared with fury, "Diao Changju, you have ruined the physical vessel I prepared for years." His name was Xiexing, the founder of the Shixingju. After reincarnation, he had chosen Huang Tong as his backup vessel. Should anything happen to his original body, he could immediately seize Huang Tong's body, which had also cultivated the Shixingju. Yet unexpectedly, Huang Tong, being a useless fool, failed to cultivate properly and recklessly met his end at the hands of Diao Changju. Xiexing could sense the events surrounding Huang Tong through the Shixingju. Lingxiao zones Diao Changju from Longxuan Continent. I shall remember you. Once I participate in the once-in-a-millennium 10,000 Realms Talents Conference, I will surely seek to eradicate you, Xiexing declared in rage. The secret technique of the Shixingju for backup vessels could only be employed once. He had initially believed that selecting a lower-tier cultivation plane, like Longxuan Continent, for a backup vessel would be the safest choice. In the lower realms of cultivation, the prowess of the formidable beings is not particularly high. Huang Tong, through the Shixingju, has gradually absorbed and refined the entire Longxuan Dalu. Yet, Huang Tong is an utter fool, failing to cultivate diligently and instead becoming distracted. At this moment, Xue Yinglong observed their appearance, and some unsavory images flashed through her mind. Lingering like shadows in her thoughts, she envisioned the delicate figure of Qi Tianqi, standing at a mere 1 meter and 3 centimeters. Abruptly shaking her head, Xue Yinglong cast away those chaotic thoughts, berating herself for such madness. How could she entertain such notions? As time passed slowly, tranquility enveloped the Lingxiao sect until it was shattered 3 days later. Above the sect, spatial fluctuations heralded the emergence of a multitude of powerful beings from the void. Their cultivation levels were all at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. These individuals comprised the formidable coalition from the Xingyu Xingzhou, including the Lin and Hun families. Due to the Domain Master S regulations, Lin Xinquan and Hun Tianyi dispatched only 2 powerful death servants at the fusion stage, while the rest were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Their purpose for coming was to annihilate the Lingxiao sect. Hua Xiangxi, along with the Elder Council, promptly sensed the anomaly and ascended into the air, their expressions grave as they regarded the incoming adversaries. Their intentions were clearly malevolent, a sentiment shared among the assembly. Diao Changju, along with Li Jianyuan and the other intersect elders, also took to the skies to assess the situation. Diao Changju approached Hua Xiangxi, addressing her as master. A nod from Hua Xiangxi acknowledged his presence. Hanju and Elder Xian also arrived, their demeanor betraying no hint of panic or fear. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hua Xiangxi and the others turned awkward. Apart from Hanju, none present had reached the transformation stage. "Changju, why are you still here?" Hua Xiangxi inquired, frowning at Diao Changju's reluctance to leave her side. "Master, I possess a secret technique that can temporarily elevate my cultivation to the transformation stage," Diao Changju replied, his concern for Hua Xiangxi's safety evident. Although Hua Xiangxi could theoretically withstand a fusion stage adversary due to her tribulation stage cultivation and his devouring principles, he still could not dismiss his worries for her safety. After all, he possessed the capability of nirvana rebirth, rendering him unafraid of death. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Hua Xiangxi retorted, clearly skeptical and somewhat angered. "Master, have I ever deceived you?" Diao Changju whispered into her ear. Hua Xiangxi's ears flushed crimson, and she hastily distanced herself from him, her tone a mix of embarrassment and reproach. "Do as you wish. I shall not be responsible for any consequences." The long-dormant protective formation of the sect was activated, enveloping the entire Lingxiao sect in a golden shield. Meanwhile, Lin Xinquan and Hun Tiandi, accompanied by Lin Sandong, Lin Sighting, and 2 fusion stage warriors, were the last to emerge from the spatial rift. The spatial disturbances subsided, revealing the coalition of the Lin and Han families before the members of the Lingxiao sect. Aside from the two fusion stage warriors and Lin Qinquan, Han Tiandi, Lin Sandong, and Lin Sighting, there stood a full 100 formidable beings at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Such combat strength was sufficient to obliterate any lower realm. Today, Lingxiao sect, you shall pay the price, Lin Sighting exclaimed, her laughter echoing with excitement. Her gaze swept over Hua Xiangxi and the others, finally locking on a Hanju. It is this old woman who killed my brother, Yibu Fan. Ding, detected the child of opposing fate. Name, Yifan. Age, 4 months. Cultivation, initial earth stage. Physique, ancient Dao body. Fate value, 600,000. Fate summary, a generation's demon lord, reborn with memories. Cultivating from the womb, he witnessed Yibu Fan's demise, thus embedding a shadow of hatred towards the Lingxiao sect, vowing to annihilate it in revenge for his father. Yifan is born at the fusion stage, shocking the entire Xingyu Xingzhou. He also inherits his father Yibu Fan's charm, attracting countless opportunities on his path to immortality. Friendly reminder, Yifan, in fetal form, is at his most vulnerable. Hosts should swiftly eliminate him. 600,000 fate value for Yifan. Diao Changju's expression turned grave, gazing at the assembly of powerful beings. He felt uncertain about the prospect of eliminating Lin's sighting under their watchful eyes. Should Lin's sighting escape, Yifan would emerge at the fusion stage, complicating matters further. No matter what, he must ensure Lin's sighting's demise today. Diao Changju discreetly sent a message to Shi Ninman, urging her to hasten her arrival. Chapter 92. Arriving at will. Departing at will? Hua Xiangxi recognized Lin Sandong and Lin Sighting as well. What brings you two here? Seeking your parents to exact revenge? She jested. Lin Sandong, with an awkward smile, replied, Xiangxi, my father has assured me that if you willingly surrender, he may spare your life. Xiangxi is what you call me? That is the greatest jest I have ever heard. If it comes to battle, I, Hua Xiangxi, have never known fear, she retorted coldly, before Lin Sandong could respond. Lin Qinquan gestured for him to silence himself. Lin Qinquan, gazing at Xian with surprise, remarked, I never expected a mere lower realm of cultivation to harbor a peak fusion stage powerhouse. This truly astonishes me. He had assumed that the fusion stage warrior mentioned by Lin Sandong was only at the initial level. Little did he realize the true extent of their power. Han Tiandi's expression darkened, troubled by the fact that the two fusion stage death servants they had brought along were only at the mid-level, raising doubts about their ability to slay this peak fusion stage warrior, with the potential risk of being countered. Elder Xian, with an air of calmness, addressed the situation. I too did not anticipate your audacity in breaching regulations, sending 2 peak fusion stage warriors alongside 2 mid-level fusion stage warriors to the Longxuan Dalu, intent on striking at our Lingxiao sect. Fusion stage, harmonization stage, excessive stage. Do not concern yourself with the titles of the realms. Later stages will not be of the same nature. My only son was slain by your Lingxiao sect. Do you believe I should remain passive? Han Tianyi exclaimed furiously. Untuoshi, my son was named Han Tuoshi. Do you dare claim that your Lingxiao sect did not murder him? He bellowed. Hearing the name Han Tuoshi startled Diao Changju. He had not anticipated that Han Tuoshi, despite his lackluster abilities, had such a formidable father. Elder Xian, noticing Diao Changju's subtle reaction, deduced the implications. Laughing heartily, Elder Xian proclaimed, even if we did kill your son, what could you possibly do about it? An outsider venturing into another's realm, his demise is but just retribution. You. Han Tianyi's expression was one of utmost fury. Do not waste your breath, father-in-law. Let us directly slay all of Lingxiao sect in vengeance for Bufan and Tuo Shi. Lin Sighting shouted. Lin Qinquan, sensing the confidence exuded by Elder Xian, felt an unexplainable sense of danger. The highest cultivators from both the Lin and Han families, aside from their respective excessive stage ancestors, were these 2 harmonization stage heads. In other words, to slay the peak fusion stage warrior of Lingxiao sect, their involvement was crucial, or they would have to mobilize all fusion stage death servants to encircle him. However, should they succeed, the death servants would face dire consequences for violating the regulations, facing retribution from the domain master. Thus, Lin Xinquan sought to withdraw. He was unwilling to sacrifice a multitude of fusion-stage death servants for the sake of obliterating Lingxiao sect. Everyone attack! Han Tiandi commanded with a wave of his hand. The Han family's warriors surged forward. Seeing Han Tiandi's resolve, Lin Xinquan was compelled to issue a command to the Lin family warriors to engage as well. Instantly, the two mid-level fusion-stage death servants charged toward Elder Xian. With a single palm strike, Elder Xian commanded, "Get lost!" The two mid-level death servants were sent flying, spitting blood. Simultaneously, a wave of transformation stage warriors charging forward was reduced to a mist of blood. How could he be this powerful? Both Lin Xinquan and Han Tiandi were left in shock. In an instant, over 10 peak Huaxing stage masters perished, leaving the remaining ones in a state of sheer terror as they hastily retreated behind Lin Xinquan and Han Tiandi. Han Tiandi, consumed by rage, smashed the skull of the loudest speaker with a single palm strike. Two mid-stage death servants steadied themselves and charged once more toward Xian Lao, their expressions devoid of fear, shouting fervently, "Loyalty!" Xian Lao's eyes brimmed with disdain as he mocked. "You two are no different from the living dead. Today, I shall liberate you." After several exchanges, the mid-stage death servants proved no match for Xian Lao and were effortlessly slain. If the mid-stage death servants could not contend with Xian Lao, the other peak Huaxing stage masters stood no chance. They were gripped by fear and dared not advance. At this moment, Han Tiandi was seething with fury, unable to suppress his desire to act against the domain lord's regulations. The continued existence of Lingxiao sect was a thorn in his side. Could it be that his son would perish without reason? Sensing Han Tiandi's thoughts, Lin Xinquan swiftly intervened, saying, "Brother Tiandi, a gentleman avenges himself 10 years hence. The man before us is already in the late fusion stage. No matter how many death servants we send, it would be in vain. Your noble status renders it unnecessary to risk yourself to extinguish a mere insignificant sect. Let us endure a little longer. Once a millennium has passed and the domain lord's rules expire, we shall effortlessly obliterate this insignificant Lingxiao sect." Han Tiandi's expression darkened considerably. Lin Xinquan's words rang true. As a member of the distinguished Han family of Xingyu Shenzhou, engaging in a trade with such a trivial sect would be a grave loss. Fine, I shall concede this time. However, a millennium hence, I shall personally annihilate your entire Lingxiao sect. Lin Xinquan pointed an accusing finger at Xian Lao. Though Lin's siding felt unwilling, she could only suppress her resentment. "You wretched beings, wait for it. A millennium later, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts," she yelled. Yet, even as she attempted to leave, she found herself at a loss, for at the critical moment, Xi Ninman had vanished without a trace. "Do you think you can come and go as you please, taking action against our Lingxiao sect? How presumptuous!" Chapter 93. All these are illusions. Han Tiandi turned around, seemingly amused by the world's greatest joke. With a mocking expression, he pointed at Xian Lao. "Have you been given face? Were it not for the domain lord's rules, do you believe you could stand before me and converse? What are you? A mere fusion stage wretch, pretending before me? Indeed, you old fool, do you truly think we fear you?" Lin, siding, spat vehemently. "Once a millennium passes, none of you in Lingxiao sect shall survive. Men will die, women will be ravaged. This is the price of your actions against us. A sect from the lowly dragon, Xian Continent dares to be so audacious?" Watching from the sidelines, Shui Long nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Han Tiandi and Lin Siding's words. Though she had no knowledge of the domain lord's 1,000-year rule they constantly referenced, she understood that a cataclysm would occur in a millennium, and except for a few powerful cultivation realms, all would succumb to ruin. The Xingyu Shenzhou realm would turn to dust and vanish. How could you dare act against Lingxiao sect when your Xingyu Shenzhou cannot even withstand the impending cataclysm? In that calamity, Lingxiao sect would undoubtedly be the overlord of this realm. The Lingxiao sect is far from the simplistic facade it presents. The weakness lies with Dragon Xian Continent, not with Lingxiao sect. Ignoring Lin Siding's insults, Xian Lao raised his hand and suddenly struck towards Lingxiao sect, shattering the protective barrier surrounding it in an instant. "You have been given opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. Now you shall remain here, Xian Lao stated nonchalantly. His sudden attack left everyone, except Hua Xiangxi and Han Zhu, in a state of confusion. Not only the disciples of Lingxiao sect, but even Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi were bewildered. What was he doing? Did he find their protective barrier displeasing? Who would attack and damage their own sect defenses? Lin Siding laughed hysterically, pointing at Xian Lao. Everyone, look! There's a madman here. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi could not help but chuckle as well. Have you lost your mind? Destroying your own things. After shattering the protective barrier, Xian Lao fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation. Hua Xiangxi cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Siding, Lin Qinquan, and Han Tiandi. Even facing death, you still find humor. As the protective barrier of Lingxiao sect shattered, it transformed into numerous golden beams that surged towards the sect's forbidden ground, causing the entire Lingxiao sect to tremble as a new protective barrier began to coalesce. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi sensed a foreboding feeling as they witnessed the reformed protective barrier of Lingxiao sect, which appeared even sturdier than before. Before they could think further, the golden beams that had burst forth from the shattered protective barrier suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura as 5 coffins shot forth. In an instant, they stood upright before Xian Lao, Hua Xiangxi, Diao Changju, and Han Zhu. The overwhelming presence emanating from the 5 coffins caused Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi's expressions to shift dramatically. Who dares to cause trouble in my Lingxiao sect? A raspy, low voice, resembling that of an elderly woman, emerged from one of the coffins, followed by the slow lowering of its lid. A graceful, silver-haired old woman lay elegantly within the coffin, clad in a green gown, her skin wrinkled and yellowed. She slowly opened her murky eyes and emerged with a grace that prompted one to ponder her beauty and youth. Peak of the same resonance stage. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi's expressions were now grave as they realized the implications. How could such a powerful figure appear in this lowly realm of Dragon Xian Continent? Surely, they must be hallucinating. With a resounding clap, a withered hand shot forth from another coffin, seizing the lid and violently hurling it towards Lin Qinquan and the peak washing stage masters behind him. They were caught off guard and struck, resulting in a thunderous explosion and cries of agony as 10 more peak washing stage masters fell lifeless. An elderly man with disheveled hair and tattered clothing opened his furious eyes and bellowed, "Who dares to stir up trouble in my Lingxiao sect?" Another peak of the same resonance stage. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi could no longer maintain their composure. The emergence of one peak of the same resonance stage was already alarming. Now there was another, with 2 of the 5 coffins revealing peak figures. What did that imply for the remaining 3? In terror, Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi turned their gaze towards the other 3 coffins. Old man Zhang, why are you so irate upon waking? What if you frighten the younger generation? One of the coffins opened, revealing an old man leaning on a cane. Yet again, another peak of the same resonance stage emerged. At this point, Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi's faces had drained of color. They were merely at the same resonance stage. Was Lingxiao sect truly afflicted with some curse? How could 3 peak figures of the same resonance stage exist here? They must be dreaming. Oomph. They have come to our doorstep. Do you think we should greet them with smiles? Another coffin opened, and yet another peak of the same resonance stage emerged. She hunched her back, her gaze icy as she observed Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi, among others. Yet another peak expert in the late synchronization stage. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi were already drenched in cold sweat. How had Lingxiao sect become so feeble after just one slumber? An elderly man at the peak of the late synchronization stage emerged from a coffin. He furrowed his brows as he regarded the disciples of Lingxiao sect below. Yet another peak expert in the late synchronization stage. Lin Qinquan and Han Tiandi's expressions turned numb, their legs involuntarily trembling. 5 coffins had revealed 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage. No wonder that late fusion stage individual had been so arrogant. It turned out he did not regard these 2 late synchronization stage clowns at all. Peak experts in the late synchronization stage were not only dominant on Longxuan Continent, but also ruled supreme in Xingyu Sacred Continent. This is all a lie. Everything is an illusion. How could a mere trash sect possess 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage? This must be an illusion. We have fallen into an illusion array. Lin, sighting, shouted, pointing at the 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage. Chapter 94. We are so afraid. Shut up. Shut up. 2 furious shouts rang out simultaneously. Lin, sighting, let out a pained cry, her face receiving a slap from both Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi. She was sent flying, and Lin Sandong hurriedly caught his foolish sister with disdain. Could Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi, both late synchronization stage experts, not discern whether this was an illusion? How could a mere early heaven-s mechanism practitioner like you see through it? Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Sighting's mouth as she glared resentfully at the 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage before her. It was because of them that she had been struck by Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi. Greeting, esteemed Seigneur. I am Hua Xiangxi, the acting sect master of Lingxiao sect. Hua Xiangxi respectfully approached the 5 elders and bowed. Xian Lao also stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, senior brothers and sisters, on awakening." The 5 elders nodded at Xian Lao and Hua Xiangxi. The graceful old woman gazed at Hua Xiangxi in surprise, saying, "So, is you who Tun Tian body? What a pity to be born in the wrong era." Achieving mid-tribulation stage cultivation in this age of depleted spiritual energy is no small feat, however. These new disciples of Lingxiao sect are quite remarkable. If not for the lack of spiritual energy, their cultivation would be far beyond this. Another old man looked at the likes of Li Jianyuan and Zui Mengsheng among the Lingxiao sect and nodded in satisfaction, especially the handsome lad whose aura was inscrutable even to me. Another old woman pointed at Diao Changju behind Hua Xiangxi and said with a smile, "Though he appears to be at mid-earthly profound, his true cultivation is likely far beyond that. Even we cannot see through his real power. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old." Hua Xiangxi looked at Diao Changju with a puzzled expression. What? Her disciple was hiding his cultivation? He was not merely at mid-earthly profound? How amusing. Even her own master had been deceived. Hua Xiangxi felt a pang of discomfort. She had genuinely believed Diao Changju was only at mid-earthly profound. Apparently, he was not boasting. "Changju, come to my room later," Hua Xiangxi communicated sternly to Diao Changju. Diao Changju's heart sank. His master was angry. He could not help but admire the 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage before him for being able to discern his unusual cultivation. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Diao Changju, the direct disciple of Hua Xiangxi, the acting sect master of Lingxiao sect," he said respectfully. "What do you mean by acting sect master? Where's the current sect master?" Another old man inquired curiously. "The current sect master of Lingxiao sect is Liu Liyan, also my direct disciple. Several years ago, she entered the sect's secret realm for cultivation, so I'm temporarily managing the sect's affairs," Hua Xiangxi explained. "I see." The 5 elders continued to converse with Hua Xiangxi and the others, completely ignoring the awkwardly standing Lin Qianquan, Han Tiandi, and the rest. They clearly did not regard Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi as significant, prioritizing their reunion after awakening. Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi found themselves a loss, not knowing whether to stay or leave, and dared not speak, merely observing their conversation. After a long while, the 5 elders finally concluded their discussion and turned their attention to Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi. Han Tiandi no longer harbored thoughts of avenging his son. He increasingly sensed that Lingxiao sect was extraordinary. With the emergence of 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage, it was possible that even more powerful late excessive stage experts could arise. The cultivation of his family's ancestor was merely mid-excessive stage. The entire Han clan might be annihilated by Lingxiao sect. His death mattered little, but he feared dragging the entire Han clan down with him. Thus, Han Tiandi could only swallow the grievance of his son's death. Lin Qianquan finally found an opportunity to speak and hurriedly smiled, saying, "This is all a misunderstanding. We were blind to the greatness before us and offended you all. Here, I sincerely apologize. Following this, I shall offer various elixirs and resources as compensation for today's indiscretion." The patriarchs of the Lin and Han clans were merely mid-excessive stage. If Han Tiandi could perceive Lingxiao sect's unusualness, Lin Qianquan was even more perceptive. Han Tiandi forced a smile and echoed Lin Qianquan's words. However, The 5 peak experts in the late synchronization stage were unmoved by their sentiments. Do you think saying it was a misunderstanding is enough? Our Lingxiao sect has suffered injuries and losses among its disciples. We are the first to disagree. The irascible elder bellowed. We did not strike your sect as disciples. Lin Xinkuan awkwardly replied. In fact, half of those they brought with them are dead. What? Not at all. The irascible elder turned around. It seems to be true. Not a single disciple of Lingxiao sect has been injured. He had assumed a fierce battle had already occurred here before they awakened. Otherwise, how could the first layer of the sect as protective array be destroyed? I do not care whether you heard our sect as disciples or not. But let me tell you, breaking our sect as protective array is tantamount to courting death. The irascible elder continued with righteous indignation. That protective array had been shattered by him. Lin Xinkuan cautiously pointed at Xianlao. The irascible elder was momentarily taken aback. He chuckled and said, Isn't this establishing a good image? So many disciples are watching. Seeing that they were determined to kill them, Lin Xinkuan and Han Tiandi ceased their smiles. We are from the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans of Xinyu Sacred Continent, and he is the head of the Han family. If you kill us, our ancestors in the excessive stage will not let this matter rest. Lin Xinkuan and Han Tiandi could only invoke their ancestors in an attempt to spare their lives. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing that, the elders could not help but burst into laughter. Please, do implore your ancestors to come and take revenge on us. We are so frightened. Oh, an ancestor in the excessive stage. How terrifying. I have never seen an excessive stage expert before. What should I do? I am so afraid. Ha ha ha. All right, mind your image. Enough of the games. Quickly kill them. The elegant old woman interjected. Very well. How dare you? Do not think that just because you are peak experts in the late synchronization stage, I will be intimidated. We are not to be trifled with. Han Tiandi was being openly mocked for the first time. He had his own pride. Attack. 2 peak experts in the late synchronization stage dashed toward Lin Xinkuan and Han Tiandi, engaging them in a fierce battle. At this moment, Lin Siding finally understood that what lay before her was not an illusion. She realized that if she remained here, death was certain. Thus, she prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, Diao Changju, who had been watching Lin Siding, would not allow her to escape. Diao Changju charged toward Lin Siding. There is nowhere to run. Chapter 95. Lin Sandong's demise. At this moment, Diao Changju no longer concealed his cultivation, unleashing the full breadth of the initial stage of Tianji. The initial stage of Tianji. Upon sensing Diao Changju's aura, the crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that this young lad had hidden his power so deeply. An elder chuckled, expressing his astonishment. I initially believed his cultivation would not exceed the earthly mechanism stage, only to discover he was at the Tianji stage, masquerading as someone of the earthly profound stage. What kind of game is this? Another elder joined in the laughter. The initial stage of Tianji? Unlike the smiling elders, Hua Xiangxi could not muster a smile. Her own cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of tribulation, and this treasured disciple of hers had clearly only been at the golden core stage a few years prior. How could he suddenly ascend to the Tianji stage? Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was astonishing. He was not someone known for such speed. Could it possibly be because she had assisted him in the divine mystery realm? The thought that Diao Changju's cultivation was nearly on par with her own filled Hua Xiangxi with a sense of impending crisis. If Diao Changju surpassed her, her reputation as a master would be irrevocably tarnished. How could you possibly be at the initial stage of Tianji? Lin Siding struggled to accept that Diao Changju's cultivation matched her own. Devour. Diao Changju instinctively employed the devouring law to counter Lin Siding's attack. However, Hua Xiangxi could clearly discern that she was remarkably adept at the devouring law. Indeed, when Diao Changju utilized the devouring law, Hua Xiangxi's mind briefly faltered. She questioned whether she had misjudged. Why would her precious disciple wield the devouring law? How could this be possible? Was her disciple truly a Yuhu Tunshin body? But wasn't he the Yuhu Tunshin body exclusive to females? Could it be that her disciple was a hermaphrodite? A bold notion flickered in Hua Xiangxi's mind, but she swiftly dismissed it. Who better than her to know whether her treasured disciple was a hermaphrodite? Yet, why would he employ the devouring law? Perplexed, Hua Xiangxi resolved to pull him aside for an interrogation later, forcing him to reveal his secrets. Having already exposed his command of the devouring law, Diao Changju cast aside his reservations and wielded it with conviction. Lin's sighting, merely at the initial stage of Tianji, was no match for him. Some peak experts from the Lin and Han clans contemplated intervening, but under the intimidating gaze of a peak expert from the same realm, they froze in place. Paralyzed by fear, they felt that a single move would lead to their annihilation. "Brother, save me," as Lin's sighting found herself in dire straits. She frantically called out to Lin Sandong. Though Lin Sandong was also intimidated by the peak expert standing before them, upon seeing Lin's sighting's helpless expression, he could not restrain himself from intervening. After all, Lin's sighting was his beloved sister. Their bond was strong from childhood, and he could not abandon her in her time of need. The elder, a peak expert, did not attempt to stop Lin Sandong. In his view, Lin Sandong, merely at the initial stage of tribulation, posed no threat to Diao Changju, especially with Hua Xiangxi at mid-stage tribulation standing behind him. Upon witnessing Lin Sandong's actions, Hua Xiangxi immediately sprang into action. "Lin Sandong, your opponent is me." During their previous encounter, Hua Xiangxi had not revealed her full strength, as it had merely been a sparring session. However, the stakes had dramatically changed. It was now a matter of life and death, and she would no longer hold back, unleashing her lethal techniques. In an instant, Lin Sandong found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing Hua Xiangxi's murderous intent, Lin Sandong also ceased to show mercy. If others were intent on killing him, to hold back would be sheer folly. The great wilderness supreme finger. 1 finger to imprison heaven and earth. 2 to shatter mountains and rivers. 3 to extinguish all life. 4 to rupture the firmament. 5 to alter the cosmos. All 5 fingers unleashed the great wilderness prisoning hand. Lin Sandong activated the engine of his great wilderness supreme body and executed his strongest move. Devour. Hua Xiangxi's delicate hand grasped the air, effortlessly extinguishing Lin Sandong's most formidable attack from afar. Observing the scene, Diao Changju could not help but reflect on how proficient Hua Xiangxi had become in her command of the devouring law. Lin Sandong's face turned pale. He sensed that Hua Xiangxi had grown even more powerful than before. Faced with Hua Xiangxi's full-on assault, Lin Sandong, who had already struggled against her, found himself utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Xiangxi struck Lin Sandong, shattering his primordial spirit. "Brother!" Lin sighting cried out in anguish, unable to accept the horrific reality that Lin Sandong had perished. Memories of Lin Sandong's tender care for her flashed through her mind. Though his character had its flaws, he had always treated her with utmost kindness. Whatever she desired, Lin Sandong would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Sandong, Lin Qianquan, witnessing his son's demise, was consumed by rage. Lin Sandong had been his favorite son. Although his cultivation talent was not the highest among his siblings, he was undoubtedly the most astute. Distracted while battling me? Taking advantage of Lin Qianquan's momentary lapse, the elder swiftly crushed his skull into a bloody pulp. Lin Qianquan, already at a disadvantage against the elder of Peak's same realm, had been struggling to hold his ground. A moment's negligence could lead to injury. Now, with his focus divided, he was undoubtedly courting death. The elder's strike not only obliterated Lin Qianquan's head, but also shattered his primordial spirit. Thus, the illustrious head of the Lin family from the Xingyu sacred continent, Lin Qianquan, met his end. His headless corpse tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times. "Father!" Lin sighting cried out in despair. In that instant, she seemed to awaken from stupor. Realizing her previous foolishness, she lamented why she had not heeded Lin Sandong's advice and allowed herself to be enamored with a useless individual, Yi Bufan. She had even done many foolish things for him. She could not comprehend the reasons for her actions. It was because of her that Lin Sandong and Lin Qianquan had both met such tragic fates. Alas, her realization came too late. If given a chance to relive her life, the moment she encountered Yi Bufan, she would have killed him without hesitation. But there exists no remedy for regrets in this world. Detection of the death of the adversarial child of Destiny Lin Sandong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring all of Lin Sandong's fortune points. Fortune points. 80,000. Current fortune points of the host, 450,000. Chapter 96. The death of Yi Fan, Qinquan brother. Upon witnessing Lin Qinquan's death, Han Tiandi was seized by fear. He lost all desire to fight and turned to flee without hesitation. With Lin Qinquan slain, Han Tiandi's retreat caused panic among the remaining peak experts of the transformation stage, scattering them in all directions. Can they escape? For peak elders from the same realm simultaneously took action. Originally intending to offer a chance for a fair duel to avoid accusations of bullying, they decided that if he could not seize the opportunity, he would meet his end. The three peak elders simultaneously attacked Han Tiandi. With no means to defend himself, Han Tiandi was left to scream as his primordial spirit was extinguished. Meanwhile, another peak elder effortlessly annihilated a group of peak transformation stage experts. The elegant elder, observing from above, remained still, exhibiting no signs of action. She quietly witnessed the unfolding chaos. "Kill me." Lin citing surrender to despair, uttering those words listlessly. At this moment, she yearned solely for death. It was all her fault that Lin Sandong and Lin Qinquan had suffered such tragic fates. Diao Changju felt no sympathy for Lin citing. Had the five peak elders from Lingxiao sect not appeared today, it would have been their people who perished. Diao Changju showed no mercy and struck Lin's sighting with all his might. If this strike were to land on Lin Siting, she would undoubtedly be reduced to a mist of crimson. Lin Siting relinquished all resistance, gently closing her eyes. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lin Siting suddenly clutched her abdomen in agony. A barrier formed before her, thwarting Diao Changju's assault. Diao Changju squinted, realizing that it was Yi Fan, the child within Lin Siting, who was causing this turmoil. Lin Siting's expression morphed into one of terror as she felt her vitality ebbing away, consumed by the child within her womb. In mere seconds, she transformed from a young, beautiful woman with flowing black hair into an elderly crone with white hair and wrinkled skin. Her belly swelled further until a delicate hand burst forth, tearing open her abdomen amidst Lin Siting's anguished screams. A newborn, with stark white eyes and blood-red pupils, crawled out from her body. He severed the umbilical cord with a swift motion and tied it off. "You monstrous creature!" Lin Siting gasped in horror, unable to fathom that this was her own son. The infant, with a chilling gaze, struck Lin Siting's head, reducing it to a sanguine mist. "You are unworthy of motherhood," he coldly declared. He was Yi Fan. In her final moments, Lin Siting met her demise at the hands of her own son. A tragic fate indeed. At this moment, Yi Fan absorbed Lin Siting's essence, arriving prematurely into the world, his power advancing to the early stages of integration. Hua Xiangxi immediately positioned herself protectively before Diao Changju. "You of the Lingxiao sect in Longxuan Continent, I, Yi Fan, shall remember this. One day, I will bring your sect to ruin," Yi Fan proclaimed with malevolence. It was this very Lingxiao sect that had disrupted his plans for rebirth. He prepared to invoke a secret technique to forcibly transport himself to another realm. This technique would not be impeded even by the arrival of a higher power. "This is bad. Yi Fan is attempting to flee," Diao Changju realized with growing concern. Should Yi Fan escape, the 600,000 fortune points he possessed would become a significant burden. "Elder, we cannot allow him to escape," Diao Changju implored the elegant elder floating nearby. "Ha ha ha. Do you think you can stop me? Even if a higher power arrives, you mere harmonization stage beings can only watch helplessly." Yi Fan scoffed, his laughter echoing. The elegant elder opened her eyes, clasped her hands, and with an ancient voice uttered four words: "Draw the line." Instantaneously, Yi Fan's laughter ceased, replaced by a look of terror as he realized he could no longer move. His secret technique dissipated. "This is the law." Yi Fan was astounded that one at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage had comprehended the law. How is this possible? She is merely at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. The elder gracefully stepped forward, unsheathing her sword with a tranquil demeanor, showing no sign of pity even though Yi Fan was but a newborn covered in blood. "You should never have opposed the Lingxiao sect." After her statement, she slowly sheathed her sword. In that instant, Yi Fan's body disintegrated into a pool of blood upon the ground. Huaxiang Shi and Diao Changju could hardly comprehend how the elder had acted. The other 4 elders at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage were left in shock. Sister, as ruthless as ever, to kill without leaving a trace. Not even bones remain. What do you know? This is the art of killing. Detected the death of the hostile child of fortune Yi Fan. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all of Yi Fan's fortune points. Host's fortune points, 600. 000. Current fortune points, 1050 000. Thus, the enemies of the Lingxiao sect were completely annihilated. In the Xing Yu Shengzhou, the Lin and Han family spirit tablets were treated with jubilance, firecrackers ringing incessantly as the tablets shattered one after another. The climax was marked by the thunderous shattering of the primary tablets of Lin Qianquan and Han Tiandi, the heads of their respective families. This event stirred the ancestors of the Lin and Han families, who were in seclusion. Who did this? Roared the Lin family's ancestor as he ascended to the spirit tablet's watchtower. Upon seeing the shattered tablets, his heart bled, especially for the one belonging to Lin Qianquan, which had shattered most loudly. Lin Qianquan was the only harmonization stage practitioner in the entire Lin family, and his death would severely weaken their lineage. What on earth has happened? The Lin family's ancestor bellowed. Lingxiao sect of Longxuan Continent? The name struck a chord in the Lin family's ancestor, as if he had heard it before. Before he could ponder further, a colossal palm print suddenly manifested above the Lin family, devastating their grounds. Many disciples of the Lin family perished without understanding what transpired. The Lin family's ancestor was filled with terror, realizing he had no means to resist this impending doom. May I ask who you are? Why do you attack my Lin family without cause? The Lin family's ancestor forced a smile, addressing the figure in the sky with respect. A being radiating white light floated in the atmosphere, and it was he who had unleashed the earlier assault. The Lin family's ancestor could not discern the figure's visage. The Han family was also in uproar, suffering innumerable casualties among its disciples. The voice then spoke with authority. Lin Qianquan of the Xing Yu Shengzhou and Han Tiandi of the Han family have violated the rules I established, deliberately attacking lower realms. This is their punishment. Should you continue to defy my decrees, the Lin and Han families shall be erased from existence. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. The Domain Master. Is the Domain Master. The Lin family's ancestor was astonished, never expecting the Domain Master to personally descend upon Xing Yu Shengzhou to enact punishment upon the Lin and Han families. It was his first encounter with the Domain Master in his long life. The Domain Master was the supreme authority over this region, overseeing countless realms. Only powerful beings from higher realms could meet him. To encounter the Domain Master under such circumstances was truly unforeseen. Chapter 97. I am Diao Changju in a certain realm. Liu Liyan sat in a pavilion, gazing blankly at the fish frolicking in the pond. A commanding voice broke the silence. Liyan, why have you ceased your cultivation? This is uncharacteristic of you. A young girl approached. Elder, where have you been? Liu Liyan inquired, puzzled by the elder's absence when she had sought her out. I had to attend to something briefly. Speak. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? The girl climbed onto a chair taller than herself and settled down. For some reason, my cultivation has stagnated despite my efforts, Liu Liyan lamented. The young girl pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps your recent pace of cultivation has been too rapid, leaving you little time to fully understand your own constitution, resulting in this stagnation. Is that so? I don't believe my speed is excessive, Liu Liyan replied. Do you hear yourself? When you first arrived here 6 years ago, you were merely at the tribulation stage, and now you have reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. It has only been 6 years. Is that not rapid? The girl said, filled with envy and admiration for Liu Liyan's progress. The chaotic divine body was celebrated as the favored child of the heavenly Tao. In terms of cultivation speed, it ranked second, with no other constitution daring to claim the first position. Provided ample resources, the chaotic divine body could cultivate at astonishing rates. Over the past 6 years, the girl had invested resources accumulated over millennia into Liu Liyan. This was why Liu Liyan's cultivation had ascended to the integration stage. Moreover, the chaotic divine body not only boasted rapid cultivation speed, but also possessed a passive trait that instilled fear in all other constitutions. Secondly, the attack of the Han Dun Shanti disregards all defensive treasures and techniques of the opponent, calculating damage based solely on the opponent's true physical defense corresponding to their original cultivation level. The assault from the Han Dun Shanti can effortlessly reduce the opponent's treasures to mere scrap metal. Thirdly, it can wield the essence of chaos, allowing for a temporary elevation of one's cultivation by 2 significant realms. This ability is essential for all divine bodies. Fourthly, the Han Dun Shanti is immune to all laws and negative effects, unless the opponent surpasses the Han Dun Shanti by at least 3 major realms. The Han Dun Shanti remains an invincible entity. This is the reason why the Han Dun Shanti is regarded as a favored child of the heavenly Tao. Engaging in combat with the Han Dun Shanti is akin to battling the heavenly Tao itself. The Han Dun Shanti belonging to Diao Changju was seized by Liu Liyan, as her attacks do not manifest in an energy form, rendering the Han Dun Shanti unable to evade them. What should I do? Liu Liyan inquired. This predicament is not significant. Your situation primarily stems from a lack of practical experience. Engage in a few battles with others to familiarize yourself with your physique and continue your cultivation, suggested the little girl. Liu Liyan then fixed her gaze upon the young girl. The girl quickly declined, saying, "Don't look for me. I have no desire to fight you." The Han Dun Shanti. Fighting the Han Dun Shanti would be akin to tormenting herself. The girl was not adept at close combat and preferred the strategies of princes, which the Han Dun Shanti could easily counter. It would be madness for her to voluntarily engage in battle with the Han Dun Shanti. Then who should I fight? Liu Liyan asked. Recently, there is a 10,000 Realms Genius Conference held by the domain Lord once every 10,000 years, with participants not exceeding 1,000 years of age. Those who attend are typically prodigies from upper-tier realms under 1,000 years old. I can take you there, and you will find plenty of opponents to easily defeat, replied the little girl. All right. Liu Liyan nodded, her thoughts solely focused on swiftly enhancing her cultivation. However, if you attend the 10,000 Realms Genius Conference, you must conceal your appearance and name. Until you have matured, it is prudent to exercise caution, the little girl advised, producing a set of black robes and a mask from her spatial ring and handing them to Liu Liyan. This will help her mask the aura of the Han Dun Shanti. Although few can recognize the Han Dun Shanti, the girl insisted on exercising utmost caution, as the Han Dun Shanti at this stage is no different from an ant. Very well. Liu Liyan accepted the mask and black robes, donning them. Clad in the black robe and mask, Liu Liyan became indistinguishable in terms of gender. If I attend the 10,000 Realms Genius Conference, I shall go by the name Diao Changju. After arranging 5 late-stage peak elders from Lingxiao sect in Longxuan Continent, Diao Changju was promptly ushered in her chamber by Hua Xiangxi. At that moment, Diao Changju no longer concealed her cultivation, revealing her honest status as early-stage Tianji. Hua Xiangxi, half-dressed, reclined on a soft couch, casting a resentful glance at Diao Changju, who sat upright on a mat, and remarked in a teasing tone, "Oh, isn't this my precious disciple? How has your cultivation suddenly reached early-stage Tianji? Wow, that's truly impressive. You're almost catching up to your useless master. I always thought my precious disciple was merely at mid-stage Dihuan." Diao Changju broke into a cold sweat, too afraid to breathe. "Master is at it again. Oh no, Master is angry." Diao Changju immediately lowered her head sincerely to admit her fault, saying, "Dear Master, I was wrong. I should not have concealed my cultivation from you. Bowing to one's woman is not disgraceful, especially when she is willing to bow to him. The hardships she endured for his sake pale in comparison to the humility he now embraces. Oh, my precious disciple has done nothing wrong. You simply think your master is useless and don't wish to share anything with me. It's all my fault for being useless. Having cultivated for over 3,000 years to only reach mid-stage tribulation." Hua Xiangxi lamented, covering her face as she pretended to cry. "Master, I did not intend to hide this from you. It's just that my cultivation speed has increased unexpectedly, and I didn't have the chance to inform you." Diao Changju quickly reassured Hua Xiangxi with a smile. "What do you mean by not having the chance to tell me? You never even came to see me. I have to call you here, otherwise you wouldn't come. Ultimately, you just don't want to see your useless, old master. Hua Xiangxi continued her mock sobbing. Diao Changju gazed at the beautiful woman before him, whose skin was as fair as snow, her figure graceful, and her looks exquisite, and could not help but exclaim, "Master, how can you say you are old? You are unaware of your own beauty. I am captivated just to see you. I wish I could visit you every day." As soon as the words left his mouth, Diao Changju regretted them, realizing they may have been excessive. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Hua Xiangxi's ears turned crimson, and she grabbed a small pillow from the soft couch, hurling it at Diao Changju's face while scolding, "You little rascal, show me some respect. I am your master." This was the first time Hua Xiangxi had heard Diao Changju compliment her looks, and recalling her previous behavior, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Initially, Hua Xiangxi intended to throw a small pillow at Diao Changju, but in her haste, she mistakenly grabbed a piece of clothing she had changed out of the night before. The clothing, along with the pillow, struck Diao Changju squarely in the face, the garment inadvertently covering his features. Diao Changju was instantly enveloped in a rich fragrance. Just as he reached to remove the clothing obscuring his face, it was swiftly snatched away by Hua Xiangxi. At that moment, her ears were even redder. However, she was secretly amused, pondering why she had never noticed that Hua Xiangxi turned red only on her ears when shy. Although Hua Xiangxi maintained a serious expression, her bright red ears betrayed her true feelings. Diao Changju chose not to address the matter further and respectfully took his leave. Chapter 98, Late Night in the Maple Forest. Shui Yinglong secretly observed Diao Changju, her mind filled with confusion. She distinctly remembered that her master spent her days either lounging in a rocking chair under the sun or napping in it. Yet, how had her cultivation reached early stage Tianji? The same went for her senior sister, Qi Tianqi. Despite having never seen her cultivation was rapidly rising. Could it be that lounging in a rocking chair while sunbathing or napping was a more effective way to cultivate? The more Shui Yinglong pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would her master and senior sister always prefer lounging in rocking chairs under the sun or sleeping? To verify this, she cautiously took out a rocking chair and placed it next to Diao Changju, then reclined in it and closed her eyes. Lounging in the sun feels so good. Diao Changju caught a whiff of the fragrance and opened his eyes in confusion, spotting Shui Yinglong lying next to him, attempting to sunbathe like him. He wondered, has Yinglong been influenced by something? Why has she suddenly adopted my laid-back, unambitious approach to cultivation? Diao Changju wanted to admonish her to avoid self-destructing. But upon seeing the relaxed expression on her stunning face, the words died on his lips. He chuckled softly and continued to close his eyes and bask in the sun. Yinglong had always been diligent in her cultivation, and given the events that had transpired, her expression had been tense. Now that she was finally relaxing, he did not wish to disrupt her. A balance of labor and leisure in cultivation is reasonable, and occasionally taking it easy is perfectly acceptable. After a while, Shui Yinglong opened her eyes. While lying in the rocking chair under the sun was indeed comfortable, it bore no benefit for cultivation. How peculiar, she thought. What could be the reason? She glanced at Diao Changju's other side, where Qi Tianqi lay sprawled out, sound asleep. At this moment, Qi Tianqi had already reached the sacred spirit stage. Shui Yinglong was utterly baffled, despite her daily hard work in cultivation. Qi Tianqi spent her days lounging in a rocking chair under the sun, sleeping. Why was her cultivation advancing faster than her own? After all, she still possessed the Jiuyou demon body. Shui Yinglong sighed in resignation. She decided to stick to her diligent cultivation and avoid any shortcuts or dubious methods. Nevertheless, it seemed rather pleasant to cultivate while lying down. So Shui Yinglong resolved to recline in the rocking chair, soaking up the sun while practicing her cultivation. As she was immersed in her cultivation, Shui Yinglong suddenly opened her eyes, her expression one of astonishment. How could this be possible? She found herself inexplicably lying beside a rocking chair, basking in the sun, while her cultivation speed had astonishingly accelerated to several times its usual pace. Could it be that being near her master, Diao Changju, was the reason for such rapid progress? The more Shui Yinglong contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Typically, She would maintain a considerable distance from Diao Changju, practicing under a large tree on the opposite side. This was the first time she had cultivated so closely to Diao Changju after activating her Jiuyu MOT. Upon commencing her practice, her speed surpassed her usual pace by several folds. No wonder Qi Tian Chi always clung to Diao Changju like a shadow, following him wherever he went. It turned out that being near Diao Changju enhanced her cultivation speed. "Sister, you have been exceedingly secretive." Shui Yinglong gritted her teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Tian Chi. However, she was not ready to accept this conclusion outright. She needed to conduct an experiment for validation. Regrettably, it was not an isolated phenomenon. Thus, she again embraced the rocking chair, positioning herself beside Diao Changju to cultivate, and once more, her speed increased manifold. Shui Yinglong felt a flicker of joy. It appeared her hypothesis was correct. Even sitting on the ground, her cultivation speed exceeded her usual pace by several times. Consequently, she deduced that as long as she was near Diao Changju, her cultivation speed would invariably accelerate. This realization filled Shui Yinglong with regret for not having discovered it sooner, allowing her sister to indulge in this advantage for so long. How insufferable of her sister. She must have known about this benefit, one that even their master was unaware of, and had been secretly hoarding it for herself. Ostensibly, she appeared to be slacking off and sleeping, but in reality, she was stealthily cultivating. Nevertheless, it was not too late to realize this now. Shui Yinglong again procured the rocking chair and positioned it next to Diao Changju, closing her eyes to cultivate once more. Diao Changju opened his eyes, glancing at his disciple lying on the rocking chair, seemingly lost in slumber. What had caused this apprentice to exhibit such erratic behavior? She seemed to be running around with the chair, displaying expressions of surprise, annoyance, and even fury. Truly strange. Diao Changju shut his eyes again, returning to his slumber. Qi Tian Chi rolled over, playfully tugging at her rear. Only now did she realize her little junior sister was indeed rather slow. As a being of the chaos divine body, Diao Changju emitted a chaotic aura that was more nourishing than spiritual energy. The closer one was to him, the faster their cultivation speed. This was why Qi Tian Chi always clung to Diao Changju. After an afternoon of cultivating beside him, Shui Yinglong's progress equated to several days of her usual practice. She turned to observe Diao Changju, who still appeared to be asleep. The more she gazed at him, the more handsome he seemed. It was undeniable that Diao Changju, restored to his youthful form, was the most attractive man she had ever encountered. Yet, why did his name have to be so unattractive? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Diao Changju was truly intimidating. Just as Shui Yinglong was lost in her musings, Diao Changju suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. Flustered, she quickly scrambled to her feet. Her face flushed as she timidly asked, "Master, are you awake?" Oh no, she had been caught stealing glances at her master. Diao Changju nodded, sensing that his apprentice was acting rather oddly today. As night descended, they found themselves on Diao Changju's bed. "It smells delightful," he remarked. "Uncle Master, please don't ruffle my hair. It won't help me grow." Diao Changju, in a serious tone, pushed aside Xi Ningman's delicate hand. "Do you think I don't know whether you'll grow or not?" She replied with a giggle. "Uncle Master, don't be excessive. Don't force me to take action." Diao Changju retorted, irritated. "Then I won't push you to act." Xi Ningman responded fearfully. "It's too late. Take this." Da Huang Qiu Jiangxi. With one finger, she encapsulated heaven and earth. With the second, she shattered mountains and rivers. With the third, she extinguished all living beings. With the fourth, she ruptured the firmament. And with the fifth, she stirred the cosmos. All 5 fingers extended, unleashing the Da Huang Qiu Shan claw. Diao Changju bellowed, employing a newly learned ultimate technique. Xi Ningman scoffed dismissively, smirking, "Your cultivation is so low that you can't even breach my physical defenses. How laughable. Today, I shall stand here and allow you to attack. Don't be so complacent. Cease your aggressive rhetoric. Instead of wasting your breath on me, you should focus on self-improvement." How intolerable. Here it comes, Shi Xing to Fa. The next day arrived, and they chorused, "Good morning, master," simultaneously as Qi Tian Chi and Shui Yinglong approached. Shui Long caught a whiff of the fragrant scent emanating from Diao Changju and frowned slightly. Could it be that the shameless saintess of the He Huan sect had once again forced herself upon the master last night? She could not fathom the allure of Diao Changju, who was so fearsome. The three then embarked on a delightful day, lounging on the rocking chair under the sun. Meanwhile, on a fragrant mountain peak, Shi Ningmen was sipping tea brewed by Hua Xiangxi in a pavilion. Shi Ningmen, why have you come to see me so early? Hua Xiangxi inquired, puzzled. I missed you. Is it not permissible for me to seek you out? Shi Ningmen replied with a smile, leaning in to wrap her arms around Hua Xiangxi's delicate waist and planting a kiss on her stunningly beautiful face. Hua Xiangxi pushed her away with a look of disdain. What can you do other than cover me in saliva? Oh, that hurts. Now that you have a little man, you start to disdain your sister, Shi Ningmen said, feigning sorrow as she clutched her chest. Get lost. You mock me with this all day long, Hua Xiangxi said, exasperated. After a brief chat, Hua Xiangxi suddenly asked, Shi Ningmen, why did you have my disciple assist your disciple with cultivation? Diao Changju's rapid advancement was causing her, as his master, considerable unease, especially since he could wield the devouring principles. The swift cultivation of Liu Liyan came to mind, as well as by Hua Jin. Now, even Shi Tianqiqi and Shui Long were experiencing rapid growth, particularly Shui Long, who had been a waste before becoming Diao Changju's disciple, but was now blossoming into a prodigy. Diao Changju appeared to maintain a clean image with Shi Tianqiqi and Shui Long, who knew if he was secretly engaging in other activities. Hua Xiangxi had spent the entire night awake, her mind racing with thoughts. Often, the truth is revealed through jest. She recalled how Shi Ningmen had often expressed her yearning for Diao Changju. It seemed her desires were genuine. As the leader of the He Huan sect, Shi Ningmen must have a profound understanding of the physique associated with cauldrons. If she claimed Diao Changju was a top-tier cauldron, it was undoubtedly true. Do you think I would believe that? As the master, I am well aware of my precious disciple's physique. Hua Xiangxi pretended to be skeptical. Shi Ningmen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You've taken the bait. Shi Ningmen produced a tome from her storage ring, handing it to Hua Xiangxi with an impish grin. This is the Hun Dun Shuang Xiuju. If you want to know its authenticity, simply practice it and experiment with your precious disciple. Won't you discover the truth? Enough of your nonsense. Changju is my disciple. Should you continue to speak like this, I shall take offense. Hua Xiangxi retorted, vexed. Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning it. However, you previously agreed to allow your precious disciple to assist my disciple in cultivation. When do you plan to have him meet with my disciple? Shi Ningmen casually tossed the tome onto the table. No, I am retracting my agreement. My precious disciple has already reached the early stage of Tianji and no longer requires your disciple's dubious methods for cultivation. Hua Xiangxi firmly declined. What if something were to happen to her precious disciple? That would be a true pity. Shi Ningmen feigned regret, but inwardly, she was chuckling. Your refusal is of no consequence. Your cherished disciple has already engaged in training with my disciple on multiple occasions. After the two young ladies frolicked for a while, it was only when dusk fell that XNNMN took her leave. Before departing, Hu Xing called out to her, Are you not taking your cultivation method with you? The HND and Shu Ingshi Ju is still left on the pavilion. This method is merely a replica, of which there are plenty. I shall leave one for you to secretly study tonight under the covers. XNNMN chuckled. Who would want to secretly study this thing under the covers at night? Hu Xing exclaimed in exasperation, tossing the method at XNNMN. With a swift motion, XNNMN took flight on her sword, narrowly avoiding the toss. What an unrestrained girl. Hu Xing laughed and scolded. Gazing at the large characters on the method, Hu Xing's ears flushed slightly as she muttered, stealing a few glances should go unnoticed. As the night wore on, the more she perused the HND and Shu Ingshi Ju, the more her heart raced with desire to cultivate. Should I seek Ing for a trial? A daring thought crossed her mind. No. How could a master take the initiative to engage with a disciple in such a manner? Such an act would be utterly disgraceful. Yet, Hu Xing recalled how her prolonged cultivation had yielded less progress compared to the rapid advancement that could be achieved through direct interaction with Diao Changju. Her heart fluttered with temptation. After all, Inviting her beloved disciple over for a brief visit could enhance her cultivation. Moreover, Diao Changju had already been utilized by many, so her addition would hardly matter. Furthermore, she could first incapacitate him, ensuring that Diao Changju would be none the wiser about the events that transpired, all while maintaining her position as his revered master. The more she contemplated, the more action seemed imminent. Witnessing her two disciples surpass her in cultivation was a source of embarrassment for her as a master. Coupled with recent events that had made her feel exceptionally weak, she felt an urgent need to elevate her own prowess. Enough is enough. She had already ventured into the realm of the divine once. What difference would it make to do so again? With a determined expression, Hu Xingx closed the HND in Shu Ju and resolutely declared, arriving at the pavilion. She retrieved the tasteless and odorless sedative she had acquired earlier and poured it all into the teapot. With her heart racing, she sent a message to Diao Changju, come visit me. Early the next morning, Diao Changju, who had been lounging in a rocking chair under the sun with his two disciples, received the message and looked puzzled. Why does the master wish for him to visit again? You two keep an eye on the house. I shall be out for a while, he instructed. All right. Once Diao Changju departed, Su Ying lost interest in her cultivation, gazing longingly at his retreating figure. The addiction was too strong to resist. Diao Changju arrived at Hu Xingx's mountain peak, where she sat nervously in the pavilion, her ears flushed. Upon seeing him, her gaze darted away, as if she were guilty of some misdeed. Master, you seem strange, Diao Changju thought to himself. Greetings, master, he said respectfully as he approached. Her voice fanting, her cheeks reddening even more. Clearing her throat to steady her racing heart, she calmly said, Please sit. Let us converse for a moment. Of course, Diao Changju sensed something was amiss with his master today. She appeared almost childlike, as if she had committed a wrongdoing, which only added to her charm. Next, Hu Xingx, her hands trembling slightly, poured a cup of tea for him, accidentally spilling it all over the table. Observing her flustered demeanor, Diao Changju jested, Master, why are your hands shaking? You and tea have poisoned my tea, would you? At this, Hu Xingx gasped in alarm. No, I would never. You're imagining things. How could I poison my own tea? Seeing her reaction, Diao Changju pondered. Could it be that my jest has struck true? Master, I was merely joking. Please calm down. Hu Xingx was acutely aware of her own integrity. She would never harm herself. Even if she were to poison him, it would be something beneficial. Oomph, she scoffed. After a brief moment of chaos, Hu Xingx regained her composure and poured him another cup of tea without a tremor, urging him to drink. Drink, she commanded, her tone authoritative. Is it not permissible for me to drink? Please do not be upset, Master, Diao Changju replied with a smile, lifting the cup and finishing it in one go. Once he had finished, he noticed Hu Xingx staring intently at him. What is it? Is there something on my face? He asked, puzzled. Hu Xingx was bewildered. The sedative was supposed to cause immediate drowsiness, yet her beloved disciple appeared invigorated. Continue drinking, she insisted, believing he had not consumed enough. Diao Changju found the situation perplexing. The tea was harmless. Why did his master insist on him drinking more? Obliging, he took another sip. Master, I've finished my cup, he announced. And? Do you feel anything? Not dizzy at all, she inquired. Not all. It's just ordinary tea, he replied. That's impossible. Keep drinking, she urged him, worried that the sedative might have lost its potency. Before long, Diao Changju had drained the entire pot. The two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere laden with tension. And now, he finally broke the silence awkwardly. Let's converse for a while. Have you eaten? She said with utmost seriousness. In truth, the sedative had not failed. Rather, Diao Changju's body had developed immunity to all negative effects. As such, the adverse effects of a sedative were significantly mitigated. At that moment, he merely felt a slight fatigue. Just then, a system notification chimed. Detected that the host has been affected by a sedative. The system has automatically eliminated its effects. Host's fortune value, 20,000. Current fortune value 1030,000. Diao Changju was taken aback. Wait, master, you truly did poison me, and with a sedative, no less. What are you intending to do? Fortunately, the system had assisted in clearing the sedative's effects. Otherwise, he would have been rendered unconscious. Yet, he could not fathom why his master would resort to such measures. Did she intend to harm him? However, realizing that the effects had been nullified, Diao Changju decided to play along, feigning unconsciousness to ascertain his master's intentions. Thus, he began to act, engaging in casual conversation with Hu Xingx while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, he rested his head on the table. Changju. Hu Xingx exclaimed in surprise, feigning concern as she softly called his name. Diao Changju remained unresponsive. She reached out, delicately caressing his handsome face. Yet he did not stir. It seemed the sedative was merely slow to take effect. Though Diao Changju kept his eyes closed, his spiritual awareness remained vigilant, observing his master's every move as he struggled to suppress his laughter. His master was indeed endearing. Nevertheless, he remained puzzled as to her motives for incapacitating him. What could she possibly desire? If she sought his affection, she could simply ask. He would not refuse her. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Yet, what Diao Changju did not anticipate was Hua Xiangxi was indeed tempted by him. Once she confirmed that Diao Changju was truly in a stupor, she stealthily approached his side as if committing a theft, and swiftly cradled the taller Diao Changju in her arms, darting into the room. With a decisive thud, she closed the door behind her. It was only when Hua Xiangxi placed him upon her fragrant bed and clumsily fumbled to remove his clothing that Diao Changju realized her intentions. Chapter 101. The Inferior Chaotic Divine Body. 2 hours later, Hua Xiangxi finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. Throughout these 2 hours, she had been on edge, fearing that Diao Changju might suddenly awaken. Diao Changju had remained awake, but he dared not rouse himself too soon. His master had not specified how long the effects of the sleeping potion would last. To avoid revealing any discrepancies, he feigned unconsciousness for an hour before pretending to awaken. How did I fall asleep? Diao Changju murmured, his eyes bleary as he rubbed them. Changju, you just dozed off. I felt hesitant to wake you, Hua Xiangxi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Perhaps I've been overly fatigued lately, drifting off and causing my master to be amused, Diao Changju chuckled. A diligent disciple must learn to assist their master. Hua Xiangxi felt an immense sense of pride when she noticed that Diao Changju had not detected anything unusual. Silly, precious disciple, I have just thoroughly consumed you, and you remain completely oblivious, giggling inwardly. If you ever find yourself bored and wish to chat, I am at your service. Diao Changju said respectfully. This was the first time Diao Changju experienced this other side of Hua Xiangxi. Worrying that she might hesitate to summon him again, as a dutiful disciple, decided to provide his master with an excuse, allowing her to confidently call upon him for future companionship. Let us discuss this later, Hua Xiangxi said. Her ears slightly flushed as she waved him off. She wanted to first ascertain the effectiveness of her actions. If successful, she would naturally continue to invite her treasured disciple for heartfelt exchanges. If not, inviting him occasionally would suffice. Compared to the realm of the gods, Hua Xiangxi was quite satisfied. Diao Changju was so handsome, she felt she had not lost out at all. How had she failed to notice how foolish her master was before? After indulging, she had not even cleared the remnants left on her. Tongzi examined Hua Xiangxi's data. Name, Hua Xiangxi. Age, 3006 years. Cultivation, mid-stage tribulation crossing. Physique, Jade Pot Chaotic Divine Body. Fortune value, 700,000. Subjugation value, 16 Jade Pot Chaotic Divine Body. Diao Changju furrowed his brow upon seeing Hua Xiangxi's physique. How peculiar! Shitu Yuan's Liu sacred body had transformed into a Liu chaotic divine body. And now, his master's Jade Pot swallowing heaven divine body had also morphed into a Jade Pot chaotic divine body, with her fortune value suddenly skyrocketing to a terrifying 700,000. Could this be the function of my chaotic divine body? To enhance the physique of the women in my life, transforming them into chaotic divine bodies as well. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Could it be that my chaotic divine body serves as a superior vessel for women? Diao Changju felt a chill run down his spine. If so, did his master know of its effects and thus render him unconscious? The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. Damn it, my chaotic divine body is utterly useless. Look at the physiques of others. Enhancing their cultivation is standard, and surpassing levels is commonplace. Yet my chaotic divine body, it can only serve as a vessel for women. Inferior chaotic divine body. Once Diao Changju departed, Hua Xiangxi immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. Wow, the speed of my cultivation is astounding. I feel close to breaking through to the late stage of tribulation crossing. Hua Xiangxi exclaimed in delight. She contemplated the need to keep a closer eye on her treasure disciple, lest he be captured by ill-intentioned female demons seeking to exploit him. I shall safeguard my treasured disciple's virtue. Is this truly the superior realm of Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou? Why does the richness of spiritual energy here seem inferior to that of our homeland? Liu Liyan, adorned in a mask and loose black robes, stood upon the treasure ship, gazing down at the Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou below. A woman beside her, hearing these words, frowned slightly. She was a native of Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou. How could this man claim that the spiritual energy here is lacking? She was the first to disagree. As one of the top 10 realms among the tens of thousands in this region, how could Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou's spiritual energy be termed deficient? Was he jesting? Sir, it seems you are not from Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou. May I inquire about the name of your realm? The woman asked with a smile. I hail from Longxuan Continent, Liu Liyan replied. Longxuan Continent? Huh, what a garbage realm. I've never even heard of it. Yet you claim our Tian, Sheng, Shenzhou lacks spiritual richness? How laughable. The woman scoffed. Liu Liyan merely smiled and remained silent. She had cultivated in the secret realm of Lingxiao sect, where the spiritual energy was several times denser than here. However, what Liu Liyan did not realize was that the secret realm of Lingxiao sect was not merely a secret realm. It was an entirely different dimension. Chapter 102. The Gathering of Heavenly Prodigies. The Gathering of Heavenly Prodigies is a grand competition organized jointly by the Domain Lords and the Academy of Heavenly Prodigies, allowing prodigies from various realms to exchange and spar. The rewards for the top 10 are particularly generous. Participants must be under 1,000 years old, as it is held once every 10,000 years. Many prodigies have missed their chance to partake in the gathering, leading to regrets along their path to immortality. Only prodigies from upper middle realms under 1,000 years of age can participate. Each middle realm may send 2 representatives, while each upper realm can send 5. Lower realms do not qualify to compete. This year's gathering is being held in Tiansheng, Shenzhou. The flying ship soon descended upon Tiansheng City, the venue for the gathering. Liu Liyan disembarked and, following the guidance in midair, made her way to the venue. Hey, you aren't planning to participate in the gathering, are you? The woman who had been beside Liu Liyan on the ship approached her with a smile. Yes, Liu Liyan replied, her voice low as she nodded. Ha ha ha. You must not know that those from lower realms are ineligible to participate in the gathering, right? The name Longxuan Continent doesn't even appear among the middle realms. It's clear you're from a lower realm, the woman laughed. Liu Liyan, sumawat puzlat, raspunda. Is that so? I heard that as long as you register at the registration area, you can participate in the gathering. This was what her ancestor from Lingxiao sect had told her, instructing her to say she was from Longxuan Continent and to register. Liu Liyan was not angered. Apart from Diao Changju, no one could affect her emotions. She smiled and quickened her pace, distancing herself from the overly familiar woman. Seeing the mysterious man in the mask and black robe ignore her again, the woman felt exasperated and chased after her. I am from the Bai family, named Bai Xiaoman. Do you know Bai Ziyuan, the #1 prodigy of Tian, Shang Shenzhou? She is my cousin, Bai Xiaoman boasted. I do not know her, Liu Liyan replied, growing increasingly impatient with this overly familiar woman. My cousin is renowned in this area for reaching the early stage of Tianji at the age of 20. How could you not know her? Bai Xiaoman looked at Liu Liyan as if she were a country bumpkin. 20 years old and already in the early stage of Tianji? Liu Liyan was momentarily taken aback. At 20, She had barely started cultivating and was only at the qi refining stage, while this person was already at the early stage of tianji. It seemed that Bai Ziyuan truly possessed remarkable talent. She wished to have a chance to engage with her in meaningful discourse. Now you understand the significance, don't you? But that is not the main point. The main point is that this gathering is hosted by my Bai family. If you wish to participate, I wouldn't mind opening a back door for you, so you can experience what a true prodigy is like. Bai Xiaoman grinned. She found a masked man in the black robe before her to be insufferably pretentious, always posing as a master. She wished to make an exception and allow him to participate in the Wan Jietian Jiao de Hui, only to witness him being effortlessly vanquished by other prodigies. At that moment, she would relish seeing him abandon his facade of expertise. What right did a native from a lowly realm have to act so arrogantly? Perhaps he was a genius in his own dimension, but here, he could only be regarded as a failure. Bai Xiaoman was determined to strip away the man's haughtiness. There's no need, Liu Liyan interjected. They were not close, having scarcely exchanged a few words. Why would she extend such kindness? Her intentions were undoubtedly impure. Continue your charade. Without my assistance, let us see if this native from a low-tier realm can attend the Wan Jietian Jiao de Hui. Bai Xiaoman was also losing her temper and turned to leave. Liu Liyan remained calm within, continuing her advance towards the sign in the sky. Due to the dense population of Tian Shengcheng, aside from individuals of special status, others were prohibited from flying or riding swords. This was to prevent a chaotic scene in the skies, filled with a throng of people blocking the sun and disrupting the environment of Tian Shengcheng. Liu Liyan arrived at the venue for the Wan Jie Tian Jiao de Hui, which was set to commence the following day. It was currently the time for registration. An elderly man lounged in a chair, his legs crossed, sound asleep. At that moment, no one was registering, as others had completed their registration days ago. Upon seeing the elderly man, Liu Liyan realized he was a transcendent figure. Even the elder responsible for registration at the Wan Jietian Jiao de Hui was a transcendent being, indicating the high caliber of this event. From which realm do you hail? What is your name? The elder kept his eyes closed, not even glancing at Liu Liyan, exuding an air of superiority, his tone laced with impatience. This was his turn to play the role of a lackey for this trivial event, tasked with the mundane work of registration. Liu Liyan spoke, I am from Longxuan Ling Shao Zong, Diao Changju. With a sudden crack, the chair collapsed beneath the elder, who sprang to his feet, eyes fixed intently on Liu Liyan, his tone serious. What did you just say? Repeat that. Longxuan Ling Shao Zong. Diao Changju. Liu Liyan was perplexed by the elder's agitation. The elder regarded